Uchiha Qiushan has acquired the remarkable ability to replicate ocular techniques, allowing him to seize upon any eye technique he admires. He possesses the likes of Kotoamatsukami, Kamui, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Kagutsuchi, alongside the captivating beauties of the Naruto universe, ensuring none are left behind. Witnessing Uchiha Qiushan standing atop the ninja world, he becomes an unparalleled deity. Chapter 1. The Copying Eye of Uchiha Qiushan. Uchiha Qiushan stood in a daze, gazing at the grand ping-pong paddle emblem on the wall, the Uchiha clan's crest, lost in contemplation. For 3 years, he had never imagined that he would traverse into the world of Naruto, specifically into the Uchiha clan. Yet, why transport me to the years leading up to the massacre of the Uchiha clan by Itachi? The pressure weighed heavily on Uchiha Qiushan. Although he was slightly older than Itachi, he lacked the innate combat prowess that both Itachi and Shisui possessed. Being a ninja truly requires talent despite having developed his Sharingan to the level of 3 Tomo through foresight and the benefits of his reincarnation of formidable mental strength. He had earned a reputation as the Uchiha Copying Eye, instilling fear in his enemies. However, his combat talent paled in comparison to those who seemed to possess an unfair advantage, such as Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha. Minato, devoid of any bloodline limit or clan affiliation, had risen to the pinnacle of Konoha solely through the Flying Thunder God technique, ultimately becoming Hokage. Itachi, although wielding the Mangekyou Sharingan, relied more on his intellect than the eye itself. The Mangekyou merely enhanced his already formidable capabilities. Consider how long he has had the Mangekyou. He fought his brother Sasuke without losing his sight despite holding back significantly. In contrast, Sasuke, upon activating his Mangekyou, faced imminent blindness and required his brother's eyes to achieve the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Now, Uchiha Qiushan, while older than Itachi and both possessing the 3 Tomo Sharingan, found himself unable to gain an advantage during their sparring sessions. It is worth noting that Qiushan had attained the 3 Tomo a year before Itachi. Even with his physical advantages and mastery of the Sharingan, he could only manage a tie. Should Itachi awaken his Mangekyou, defeat would be inevitable in a mere exchange. With the impending enrollment of Sasuke into the Ninja Academy, it signaled that the deaths of Shisui and the Uchiha massacre were drawing near, leaving Qiushan with limited time. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Given the host's adept use of a Sharingan, the Sharingan upgrade system has been activated. The sudden voice startled Uchiha Qiushan, causing him to leap to his feet. Is this an illusion? It cannot be. My mental prowess is among the finest in the Uchiha clan. Even if trapped in a Mangekyou illusion, I should be able to sense something amiss. It is even less likely to be from the Amaterasu clan. They lack the capability. This must be the arrival of my golden finger as a transmigrator. With that thought, Uchiha Qiushan steadied himself, mentally commanding, "Open the system." After much exploration, he finally grasped the system's function. The system's purpose was straightforward: to assist the host in evolving the Sharingan. The method of evolution was equally simple: replication and learning, a deeper form of acquisition than mere copying. Replication is solely about reproducing, whereas learning involves mastering and internalizing, transforming it into one's strength, ultimately serving as nourishment for the advancement of the Sharingan. At this stage, Qiushan Sharingan was potent enough to learn the unique ocular techniques of the Mangekyou Sharingan. He touched his eyes, astonished that his golden finger had arrived so opportune. Previously, he possessed only the ability to protect himself, intent on discreetly fleeing before the Uchiha massacre. The Uchiha clan members were only brave enough to save a few close ones, avoiding drawing attention from Obito and the 3rd Hokage. Now, with such a powerful golden finger, if managed wisely, he could potentially survive even amidst chaos. Uchiha Qiushan closed the system panel, furrowing his brow as he contemplated where to acquire ocular techniques next. Currently, with the strength of his Sharingan, he could only replicate 2 techniques, one for each Iwai this time. Only a handful of Uchiha had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Calculating the timeline, Shisui's Mangekyou should have been activated by now, while Itachi's Mangekyou would likely awaken upon learning of Shisui's death, which was not yet the case. Besides these, there are the Mangekyou of clan leader Fugaku and the enigmatic Mangekyou of Tobi, alongside Kakashi's Sharingan, the two being a pair. What Qiushan desired most was Tobi's ocular techniques, as their defensive capabilities were unmatched and allowed for the storage of items or individuals within the Kamui dimension. However, currently he had no means to seek out and learn from others at AS for Tobi's ocular abilities. Uchiha Qiushan could only covet them in silence, knowing he would have to devise plans for the future. At present, the most attainable Manjiki Sharingan technique was Shursue's Kotoamatsukami. Moreover, aside from Tobi's Kamui, Shursue's Kotoamatsukami was arguably the mightiest illusion, capable of subtly altering a person's thoughts, earning its title as the strongest. Genjutsu Fugaku's Manjiki remained a mystery until his demise, cleverly concealed. Considering both of his sons possessed the potential for Manjiki, as the clan leader, it was inconceivable for him not to have awakened it. The remaining candidates were Itachi and his brother Sasuke, with Sasuke still being too young and Itachi's Manjiki yet dormant. However, once he received news of Shursue's death, it would likely activate. Thus, the most probable ocular technique for Qiushan to acquire was Shursue's Kotoamatsukami, but it must be obtained through cunning rather than force even if he wished to seize it. He was not a match for Shursui. The reputation of Shizui's reflexes far eclipsed his own. Even before the awakening of the Manjiki, Qiushan found himself unable to contend with him, let alone now. Reflecting upon his position as a transmigrator, he lamented his unfortunate circumstances unable to best anyone. With a sigh, Uchiha Qiushan resolved to cast aside these sorrowful thoughts. Now, the priority was to locate Shursui and persuade him to allow Qiushan to replicate his ocular techniques, thereby mastering the formidable Genjutsu Kotoamatsukami. Only then could he rewrite the destinies of Shursui, Itachi, and the Uchiha clan. I refuse to believe that the illustrious Uchiha clan will be extinguished without a sound. Uchiha Qiushan clenched his jaw, the three tomo vividly swirling in his dark eyes, spinning faster and faster until their tails seemed to merge into a single line. Chapter 2. Shursui Uchiha's Kotoamatsukami. Uchiha Qiushan scoured the Uchiha compound and ultimately found Shursui in a secluded spot by the river. As the strongest of the new generation of the Uchiha, Shursui exhibited neither arrogance nor haughtiness. On the contrary, he was kind-hearted and treated others with warmth. When Uchiha Qiushan approached him, Shursui was quietly seated by the riverbank, gazing serenely at the water's surface. "Shursui, here you are again. What are you doing?" Qiushan greeted him with a smile. Hearing a sound, Uchiha Shursui shifted his gaze from the surface of the river, recognizing Uchiha Qiushan, and then returned his eyes to the water. While responding, "I just finished a mission and came here to relax. What about you? What brings you here? You're hiding away again, but I'm here for a reason. I came to find you," Uchiha Qiushan stated straightforwardly, without any preamble. Noticing the seriousness in Kaizen's tone, Shursui turned to face him, his previously calm expression now reflecting concern. "What is it? I've never seen you this serious before." Considering the recent tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, Shursui felt a sense of unease creeping in. Observing Shursui's troubled demeanor, Qiushan, his childhood friend, reassured him, "Don't worry. Nothing is amiss with the clan. I have my own matters to discuss with you." Shursui exhaled in relief, smiling. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for all this seriousness." Yes, Shursui smiled. Qiushan remained silent, channeling his chakra to reveal his three-tomo Sharingan. Shursui, puzzled by Kaizen's sudden display of the Sharingan, wondered what he intended. The three tomos began to spin rapidly, subtly outlining various shapes within the eyes. Startled, Shursui exclaimed, "What's happening with your Sharingan?" Savoring Shizui's surprised reaction, Qiushan grinned mischievously, his eyes glinting with a sense of triumph. He chose not to answer the question, instead slowly closing his Sharingan, his expression still playful as he regarded Shursui in silence. Realizing Kaizen's intent in his prolonged gaze, Shursui hesitantly asked, "You've already figured it out?" Shaking his head, Qiushan replied, "It's not a matter of guessing, it's a matter of seeing." Shursui, disbelieving, shook his head. "That's impossible. I only awakened my Manjiki Sharingan not long ago, and I've never revealed it outside." After a moment of contemplation, Qiushan pointed to his left eye, explaining, "The ocular technique of my Manjiki is called Temporal Rift. Its ability allows me to glimpse fragments of the future, albeit limited. I happen to catch a glimpse of you." That sounds absurd. At first, I thought it was merely a hallucination, but judging by your expression, it seems credible. Shursui, you truly are a genius of our Uchiha clan, awakening your Mangeki before me. Upon hearing Kaizen's words, Shursui contemplated his own Mangeki technique. If even his bizarre ability could exist, then perhaps Kaizen's claim was not so far-fetched. In truth, Kaizen possessed no ability to see the future. He was merely leveraging his knowledge of events to deceive Shursui. His Mangeki was simply a facade, manifested through his immense mental power and the assistance of system, entirely devoid of any genuine abilities. Though Shursui was inherently kind-hearted, he retained the acumen of a formidable ninja, but he steadied himself, sensing an underlying tension, and scrutinized Kaizen, asking, knowing you, your purpose in seeking me must extend beyond merely confirming my Mangeki. Correct? Kaizen decided to deliver a shocking revelation. Locking eyes with Shursui as he stated, I saw your death. The timeline is uncertain, but it appears to be near. Seeing Shizui's pupils constrict and his face twitch involuntarily, Kaizen continued, not long after your demise, the Uchiha clan was annihilated. This, Shursui could no longer remain seated, springing to his feet in vehement denial. That's impossible. Our Uchiha clan is the foremost clan in Konoha, established since the village's inception. How could we simply be eradicated? Who possesses the audacity or capability for such an act? Observing Shizui's agitation, Kaizen refrained from soothing him, instead delivering his words with weight. Those outside Konoha may lack the power, but what of those within? As the implications of Kaizen's words sank in, Shursui fell silent, his lips quivering as he hoarsely inquired, what else did you see? Pausing to gather his thoughts, Kaizen replied, the scenes I witnessed were few aside from mundane occurrences. Only a handful were significant. Your Sharingan must be precious. I saw you lying on the ground, your eyes gouged out, with the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura standing beside you, holding your eyes in his hands, surrounded by many Umbu operatives. Initially skeptical about the notion of his Mangeki leading to his demise, Shizui's trust in the third Hokage and the sinister nature of Danzo began to intertwine in his mind, leading him to a grim understanding. Given my trust in the third Hokage, it is plausible that I would eventually disclose my Mangeki and its technique, Kotoamatsukami. Even if the Hokage hesitated to kill me to seize my eyes, Danzo would likely advocate for my assassination to obtain them, and the Hokage could very well acquiesce. If it were not a direct confrontation, but rather a stealth attack, my trust in the third Hokage would significantly raise the likelihood of success. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Shursui felt a heaviness settle within him, dimming the spark in his eyes. He never imagined that even the third Hokage would be unable to tolerate the existence of Kotoamatsukami. Connecting the dots of the events surrounding his impending death, Shursui turned to Kaizen and asked, is there more? Chapter 3. The Eye of Rewriting. Uchiha Kaizen appeared to be grappling with tremendous restraint, his voice hoarse as he deliberately articulated, the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Kaizen's eyes brimmed with bloodshot intensity, glaring fiercely at Shursui, though Shursui understood that his gaze was directed not at him, but at the adversaries of the future. On that fateful night, Uchiha ninjas and ordinary clansmen alike perished without escape. Ultimately, only 2 clan members survived, Uchiha Itachi, who defected, leaving only the clan leader's youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, in Konoha. Kaizen refrained from stating that Uchiha Itachi was responsible for the clan's demise, while Itachi had claimed to Sasuke that he was the one who slaughtered their kin. A thoughtful mind could deduce the implausibility of such a feat. As the foremost clan in Konoha, it was inconceivable for even Uchiha Itachi, let alone the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to silently eradicate the Uchiha clan without assistance. Listening to Kaizen's words, Shursui fell into a profound silence, the two of them exchanging unspoken thoughts as the moon ascended into the night sky. Its light illuminated their expressionless faces. After a lengthy pause, Shursui seemed to come to terms with the harsh reality, finally breaking the silence to ask calmly, have you confided in anyone else about this? Kaizen shook his head. No, what I've shared is too shocking even if I were to speak it aloud. Most would not believe it. Have you not sought out the clan leader? If you were to explain the situation to him in detail, I believe he would surely trust you. Upon hearing Uchiha Shursue's suggestion to speak with the clan leader, Uchiha Kaizen shook his head resolutely, replying, "No, I do not trust the clan leader." Why is that? Because the clan leader possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. Although he ultimately perished, the only two surviving Uchiha are his sons. Oh, you not think that is too much of a coincidence? I cannot ascertain the clan leader's true stance. If I were to confide in him, it would be of little consequence to me, but it would leave you and the rest of our kin in peril. It seemed Uchiha Shursui was swayed by Uchiha Kaizen's reasoning. He gazed at him and inquired, "What must I do?" Seeing that Shursui believed his words, Uchiha Kaizen let out a sigh of relief. After much effort and persuasion, he had finally convinced Shursui it appeared that the future could indeed be altered. "Shursui, you are among the most formidable of our Uchiha clan and now serve as a beacon of hope for our kin. I implore you to exercise utmost caution, remaining vigilant towards everyone, particularly the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. When they are nearby, you must heighten your awareness and never slacken your guard." Understanding Kaizen's concern for his safety, Shursui nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured. Additionally, have you disclosed to anyone that you have awakened your Manjiki Sharingan?" Seeing Uchiha Shursui shake his head, Kaizen felt a wave of relief wash over him. "That is good. Do not reveal to anyone that you have activated your Manjiki Sharingan. Remember, to anyone at all, there is no wall that does not let the wind pass. If you confide in even one person, you increase your risk." Uchiha Kaizen cautioned him earnestly. "Lastly, could you share the name and abilities of your Manjiki Sharingan's techniques? This would allow me to strategize according to our specific circumstances. That, of course, I will first disclose the techniques and functions of my own Manjiki. Would that be acceptable?" Shursui pondered for a moment and deemed Kaizen's request reasonable. For the future of the Uchiha clan, it was indeed necessary for the two of them to unite. He nodded in agreement. Seeing Uchiha Shursui acquiesce, Uchiha Kaizen felt a weight lift from his heart. After all this discourse and effort, his ultimate aim was to replicate Shursui's Kotoamatsukami. Pointing at his left eye, he continued, "The technique of my left Manjiki Sharingan is called Time's Rift. It grants glimpses of certain future events and fragments, albeit without my control, as it is entirely random, something you're already aware of." Noticing Uchiha Shursui nodding in comprehension, Uchiha Kaizen suddenly asked, "Do you recall my nickname?" "Yes, I do. It is the Uchiha's Copy Eye. Among our clan, you're the most adept at replicating the jutsu of our adversaries." Hearing Shursui remember his nickname, Uchiha Kaizen chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he gestured toward his right eye, saying, "The technique of my right eye is called Copying Eye. Can you guess its function? Copying Eye? You could replicate jutsu even with the 3 Tomo, and now with the Manjiki Sharingan, I presume your copying ability has been enhanced." Uchiha Shursui murmured to himself. Gradually, he seemed to become unnerved by his own speculation, his gaze toward Uchiha Kaizen growing increasingly intense. Uchiha Kaizen chuckled again, a hint of smugness in his tone as he proclaimed, "Indeed, just as you surmised, my Manjiki Sharingan can now replicate certain special jutsu, which possess a unique designation, Kekkei Genkai." In truth, Uchiha Kaizen's Sharingan had yet to reach the level necessary to replicate Kekkei Genkai techniques. However, according to the system's prompt, if Uchiha Kaizen Sharingan could successfully replicate Shursui's Kotoamatsukami and evolve into a Manjiki Sharingan, he would then be able to replicate a portion of Kekkei Genkai techniques. Seeing that Shursui appeared somewhat startled, Kaizen sheepishly scratched his head and added, "Do not be alarmed, I can only replicate a limited number of techniques. It is not as exaggerated as you might think." Uchiha Shursui regained his composure, finding humor in his earlier reaction that I had initially thought my Manjiki Sharingan's capabilities were formidable, yet it seems yours is equally impressive. Uchiha Shursui paused before stating, "The techniques of my left and right Manjiki Sharingan are one and the same, known as Kotoamatsukami, which allows me to manipulate others, without their awareness, permanently altering their thoughts and will. However, it comes with significant drawbacks. The cooldown period is extensive. I can feel that after using my technique, I must wait at least a decade before I can employ it again." As he spoke, Uchiha Shursui sighed deeply, Feeling a sense of helplessness, I had hoped to use this technique to ease tensions between the village and our Uchiha clan, but it seems I have failed, losing both my life and my Sharingan in the process. Upon hearing Shursui reveal the abilities of his Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan recognized that he had taken a step closer to his objective. In a measured tone, he remarked, "If the abilities of your Mangeki are as you describe, then I believe I know how to alleviate the tension between our clan and the village." Chapter 4. Acquiring the Kotoamatsukami. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Shursui seemed to grasp a lifeline, akin to a drowning individual clutching at the last straw. It can be said that Uchiha Shursui was the most fervent advocate for harmony between his clan and the village. If my suggestion were to sever the Uchiha clan from Konohagakure, Shursui would likely be the most distressed, or perhaps the most opposed, among them. Despite the fact that the optimal course of action may indeed be the clan's departure from the village. As the foremost shinobi village, Konohagakure has been plagued by numerous conflicts, and it is only a matter of time before Jiraiya's rebellious apprentice arrives to capture the Nine Tails, commencing with a devastating Shinra Tensei that could annihilate the entire village. Thus, the best course of action now appears to be a complete relocation away from Konohagakure. Perhaps the third Hokage might even hold a farewell ceremony, recognizing the Uchiha clan's foresight. However, following such a ceremony, it could swiftly lead to an opportunity for the village to justify the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, for Uchiha Shursui, who venerates the will of fire, his affections extend beyond merely his clan. He harbors a deep love for the entirety of Konohagakure. Therefore, it is improbable that Shursui would acquiesce to such a notion. Consequently, in a bid to preserve his own life and that of his kin, it is essential to mend the rift between the clan and the village, for only then can the Uchiha's fate be altered. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Qiushan posed a question to Shursui. "Shursui, whom do you intend to apply this ocular technique upon? Share your thoughts with me. I wish to ascertain the validity of your intentions." Shursui, slightly bashful, scratched his head. "I wish to use Kotoamatsukami on Shimura Danzo and our clan leader. By doing so, we can ease tensions and diminish conflicts." Upon hearing Shursui's response, Qiushan felt a wave of despair wash over him as he held his head in his hands. "Do you not see where the issue lies? Danzo is merely a superficial adversary. The true individual who harbors distrust towards the Uchiha and holds the reins of power is the third Hokage. Furthermore, within our clan, our leader is not a proponent of war. He has always sought to reconcile relations between the clan and the village. Although his efforts have been minimal, it is the elders who truly incite discord. Shursui, you are aiming at the wrong target." To Qiushan's surprise, despite Shursui's exceptional combat aptitude, he lacked the acumen to perceive the essence of the situation. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Shursui began to grasp his naivety and uncertainly inquired, "So, my ocular technique should target the third Hokage and the elders?" Qiushan shook his head. "That is insufficient. Danzo's relationship with the third Hokage is too intimate. If you alter the third's mindset, Danzo will surely notice the inconsistency before long, and at that point, we would have no path to retrace. It would either be your betrayal, Shursui, or the annihilation of our clan. Thus, you must simultaneously change the perspectives of at least 3 individuals for this endeavor to succeed." Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Shursui felt a mix of anger and despondency, tossing a stone into the river. Is there truly no alternative? Observing Shursui's frustration, Qiushan hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately falling silent. Noticing Qiushan's demeanor, a glimmer of hope ignited within Shursui. "Do you have a suggestion? Given the gravity of our situation, is there anything you cannot disclose?" After contemplating Shursui's eager gaze, Qiushan finally spoke. "In truth, my ocular technique, the Eye of Rewriting, possesses another ability. It can replicate the techniques of the Mangeki Sharingan. I had refrained from mentioning it to avoid any misconceptions that I was intruding upon your techniques." Although Qiushan felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving an earnest individual, he recognized that Shursui's Mangeki Sharingan was the most accessible for replication, thus allowing his own Sharingan to evolve at an accelerated pace. Additionally, Qiushan intended to aid Shursui. Should his Sharingan remain unawakened, he would merely be a high-level pawn, incapable of saving Shursui's life or altering the Uchiha clan's doomed fate. Shursui was taken aback to learn that Qiushan's Sharingan could replicate his ocular technique. Initially surprised, he was soon overtaken by joy. "How could this be? I am elated. and I am more than willing to contribute to the survival of the Uchiha clan. Although Shisui cherished the village deeply, his love for his kin surpassed all else. Even in death, his thoughts were for his people and the village. The Uchiha bloodline is peculiar. Those who seek power often lack strength, while those who desire love instead acquire unattainable power only after the loss of their beloved. Thus, the second Hokage deemed the Uchiha clan to be inherently malevolent. As the clan's strongest, those who awakened the Meijiki Sharingan have nearly all suffered the loss of their loved ones, indicating a history of darkness. Witnessing Shirsui's enthusiastic agreement to his proposition, Kaizen could not help but inquire, "Shirsui, do you not doubt my intentions?" "How could I? I trust you. You are my dearest friend, the one to whom I can entrust my very life." Shirsui replied with a radiant smile. Hearing Shirsui's words deeply moved Kaizen, who silently vowed, "Rest assured, Shirsui, you are my dearest friend as well. I will save your life and preserve our clan. Now, Shirsui, let us begin. I need you to activate your Meijiki Sharingan, so I may replicate your ocular technique. Fear not, it will be swift and without harm." Upon hearing Kaizen's words, Shirsui nodded, silently channeling chakra within his body, directing it toward his eyes. As Shirsui's Sharingan transformed from the three-tomo, spinning ever faster until it took on the shape of a four-pointed shuriken, he marveled at the sight. Having only witnessed the Meijiki Sharingan in anime, this was his first encounter with it in reality, and it appeared far more mystical and resplendent, emanating an awe-inspiring power. Observing Shirsui's awakened Meijiki Sharingan awaiting his own, Kaizen promptly activated his Sharingan and aligned it with Shirsui's. As Kaizen's Sharingan met Shirsui's Meijiki, he felt his own eyes whirl faster and faster, his chakra and mental energy depleting rapidly, while his Sharingan grew increasingly heated, as if it might melt. Finally, just as Kaizen was on the brink of exhaustion from the considerable expenditure of chakra and mental fortitude, the spinning of his Sharingan began to slow, gradually forming an identical pattern to that of Shirsui's Meijiki Sharingan. Kaizen's Meijiki Sharingan had finally awakened. Chapter 5. Uchiha Kaizen's Meijiki Sharingan. As the pattern identical to Shirsui's appeared in Kaizen's eyes, he finally received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated the ocular technique Kotoamatsukami. System learning and digestion in progress. Expected to be available for use in 12 hours. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. System learning and digestion accelerating. Expected to be available for use in 1 hour." With the system's notification, Kaizen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had awakened the Meijiki Sharingan and acquired the Kotoamatsukami technique. He was no longer a mere pawn, possessing the ability to protect himself. Although he could not use the ocular technique just yet, Kaizen could not resist activating his Meijiki Sharingan once more. Compared to the previous three-tomo, the Meijiki Sharingan was immensely more powerful, even without the use of techniques. First and foremost, due to his immense spiritual power, the chakra possessed by Qiushan was already significantly greater than that of his peers. Now, with the awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, his chakra has doubled, rendering him akin to a miniature-tailed beast, capable of unleashing devastating attacks without restraint. Moreover, the enhancement provided by the kaleidoscope Sharingan to Genjutsu is nothing short of terrifying. Perhaps it is due to Uchiha Shirsui's ocular technique being illusion-based. Qiushan can now discern that his Genjutsu can annihilate anyone below the level of a Kage in an instant. Even Kage-level opponents must tread carefully in battle against him. Otherwise, they risk a downfall. The activation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan has markedly amplified his combat prowess, elevating him from the rank of elite J-nin to that of a Kage. Although his combat talent may not rival that of Uchiha Shirsui, he now possesses the capability to engage the third Hokage head-on and emerge unscathed. Furthermore, he possesses a distinct advantage over Shirsui, an extraordinary spiritual strength and an abundance of chakra. Once he becomes adept with the kaleidoscope Sharingan and develops his own divine power, he anticipates the potential to unlock the second or even the third stage of Susanoo, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities and establishing himself as a top-tier Kage-level warrior. After assessing his condition, Qiushan opened his eyes to find his kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning continuously, reminiscent of Uchiha Shirsui's. As Shirsui's Sharingan reverted from its kaleidoscope state, he gazed upon Qiushan's eyes and sighed contemplatively. "Though you have already mentioned it, Witnessing you truly replicate my kaleidoscope is still astonishing. At that moment, Qiushan felt invigorated, almost as if he could confront the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself. He recognized that this sensation was merely an illusion born from the surge of chakra and ocular power. Stabilizing his mindset, Qiushan responded with a smile, "Shursui, I owe you my gratitude. By replicating your ocular technique, I feel that my Sharingan has reaped immense benefits, significantly enhancing my strength." Upon hearing Qiushan's gratitude, Shursui shook his head with a smile. "This is something I willingly offer. Besides, I have not suffered any loss. Qiushan, having just awakened your kaleidoscope and replicated my ocular technique, you will likely need time to stabilize. You must not only adapt to your newfound strength, but also cultivate your mindset. Otherwise, it may adversely affect your future development." As someone who had experienced this transformation, Shursui understood that the initial awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan comes with a period of explosive growth. Without proper adjustment of one's mentality, one might find themselves in peril when confronting enemies. Qiushan was well aware that Shursui's advice stemmed from genuine concern. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, gradually diminishing the chakra input into his Sharingan. It transformed from the kaleidoscope state to the three-tomo form, eventually closing altogether. "Now, it is time to devise a plan to alter the Uchiha's fate," Qiushan mused silently. With a serious expression, Qiushan fixed his gaze on Shursui. "Shursui, I now possess the ocular technique of Kotoamatsukami. Let's discuss its usage and the extent to which we should apply it." Shursui nodded in agreement. "I previously believed the third Hokage to be trustworthy, only to discover he is aligned with Danzo. Therefore, I believe we should utilize Kotoamatsukami on both the third Hokage and Danzo once each." Indeed, Qiushan concurred with Shursui's assessment. The third Hokage and Danzo should each experience Kotoamatsukami. However, as the highest echelons of Konoha, we must not alter our thoughts too drastically. Otherwise, we risk drawing attention. Let us not forget that Narashikaku, a staunch supporter of the third Hokage, possesses a keen intellect and can easily detect subtle clues. Furthermore, if we modify the third Hokage too much, we may leave traces that the Yamenka clan might uncover. I will be cautious. For the third Hokage, I will only instill a subconscious tendency to overlook the Uchiha clan, perhaps making him slightly more amicable, which aligns with his usual demeanor towards us. As for Danzo, though he operates from the shadows, I will not alter him excessively. I will simply eradicate his hostility towards the Uchiha and make him regard us as inconsequential. This way, neither the third Hokage nor Danzo will pose a significant threat to our clan." Qiushan was taken aback by Shursui's thorough considerations. Truly, he exemplified the brilliance of the Uchiha clan. While Shursui had been deftly deceived by the third Hokage, his intellect remained undiminished. The third Hokage's disguise was simply too effective, leaving both Shursui and Itachi ensnared in his web of deception. With the candidates for Kotoamatsukami established, Qiushan recognized the necessity of controlling the main battle faction within the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, even if Konoha's higher-ups chose not to confront the Uchiha, tensions between the clan and the village would inevitably deepen. At that moment, Shursui turned to Qiushan. "Thus, I entrust you with the responsibility concerning the clan's elder." Indeed, the representative of the Uchiha clan's main battle faction was Elder Uchiha Rin. As the elder, his authority and prestige were second only to clan head Uchiha Fugaku. Had he not perpetually incited discord between the Uchiha and the village, their relationship would not have reached such a tense and adversarial state. Seeing the anticipation in Shursui's eyes, Qiushan nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, I will handle matters with the elder. As for you, your situation is far more precarious. Currently, the third Hokage holds considerable trust in you, and Danzo will not be overly cautious. They would never suspect that your Kotoamatsukami could alter their thoughts, as such ocular techniques have never before surfaced. To prevent any prolonged complications, we must act swiftly." Chapter 6. The night's operation. As Qiushan watched Shursui's figure vanish into the night, he comprehended that Shursui was wagering his life and future on this endeavor. Should he succeed, the Uchiha clan would emerge from their plight. However, if he were to fail, the third Hokage would hesitate to confront the Uchiha clan outright. Nonetheless, Shursui would undoubtedly be labeled a rogue ninja, with no sanctuary left for him in Konoha or even the Land of Fire. His beloved village would hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Yet, some tasks must be undertaken. Someone must bear the weight of responsibility. Qiushan had contemplated stepping forward himself, but first, he had just awakened his Sharingan and still struggled to acclimate to the sudden surge of chakra and ocular power. Second, in Shursue's eyes, Qiushan had merely replicated Kotoamatsukami and could not manage both the third Hokage and Danzo simultaneously. Lastly, despite their close relationship, Qiushan represented the archetypal Uchiha, and both the third Hokage and Danzo would be wary of him. Thus, this mission could only be entrusted to Uchiha Shursui. Moreover, Qiushan had his own task at hand. He needed to seek out Elder Uchiha Rin. Only if both parties could alter their adversarial attitudes could the friction between the Uchiha clan and the village diminish. At that moment, Qiushan heard the system's notification chime. Congratulations. Host, Kotoamatsukami has been learned and assimilated. The side effects of the kaleidoscope Sharingan have been reduced, and its duration has increased. A small amount of chakra can now be restored to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Please refer to the details at your convenience. Upon hearing this notification, a faint smile crept across Qiushan's lips as he turned his attention to his Sharingan. The immense power of Shursue's Kotoamatsukami came with a lengthy recovery time, requiring over a decade before it could be used again. In contrast, Qiushan's replication of Kotoamatsukami, after thorough absorption and learning from the system, not only became smoother to use, but had its recovery time reduced from 10 years to merely 6 months. Furthermore, as long as he refrained from excessive use of ocular techniques and Susanoo, Qiushan's kaleidoscope Sharingan could potentially be utilized for a lifetime. Very well. Even if I am unable to acquire the eternal kaleidoscope in the future, I need not fret about losing my sight. At present, my eye technique, the Kotoamatsukami, is prepared, and it is time to pay a visit to our esteemed elder. Due to the recent unrest along the borders of the Land of Fire, our neighboring countries are exhibiting signs of agitation. As the leader of Konohagakure, the third Hokage bears a substantial workload, and it is only natural for him to work overtime during such tumultuous times. Uchiha Shursui is acutely aware of where to find the third Hokage. As the adage goes, the simplest plans are often the least prone to error. Thus, Uchiha Shursui intends to approach the third Hokage directly. Given the subtlety of the Kotoamatsukami, as long as there are no members of the Hyuga clan nearby, constantly activating their Byakugan, Uchiha Shursui is confident that he can ensnare the third Hokage without him realizing it. Of course, the third Hokage is not a fool. It would be absurd for him to allow the Hyuga clan to surveil him perpetually. Typically, only a couple of squads of Umbu are on standby around the Hokage. Uchiha Shursui moves with remarkable speed, befitting his moniker of Shunshin Shursui. He soon arrives at the foot of the Hokage building, halting his steps. In a manner consistent with his customary visits, he announces with clarity, Uchiha Shursui bears important intelligence and seeks an audience with Lord Third Hokage. After speaking, he stands quietly, awaiting a response. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is seated at his desk, pipe in mouth, engrossed in paperwork. Upon hearing from the Umbu that Uchiha Shursui wishes to meet, he sets down his documents. Uchiha Shursui has just returned to the village this afternoon and submitted his mission report. At this hour, he must either have crucial intelligence to convey or there has been some upheaval within the Uchiha clan. He gestures for Uchiha Shursui to enter. Removing the pipe from his mouth, he exhales a plume of smoke. As Uchiha Shursui steps into the room, the third Hokage experiences a fleeting moment of nostalgia, reminiscent of his old friend, Uchiha Kagami. As a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shursui not only inherits his remarkable talents, but also bears a striking resemblance to him. Kagami, do not blame me. I harbor no ill will towards the Uchiha clan. However, the number of those who embody the will of fire among them is woefully scant. I am left with no alternative. If they cannot serve my purpose, they will gradually fade away. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplates silently. Observing Uchiha Shursui as he approaches the desk, the third Hokage composes himself and, without waiting for Shursui to speak, inquires with a smile, Shursui, having just completed your mission, why do you not take some rest? Is there something of great import you wish to discuss? Has there been a shift within the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shursui, sensing that the third Hokage remains unsuspecting, kneels on one knee, supporting himself with one arm, and bows his head, responding, I report to you, Lord Hokage, that all is well within the clan. It is a personal matter that brings me here to seek your counsel. Relieved that there are no issues within the Uchiha. The third Hokage smiles and asks, what is it that troubles you? Speak, for I have lived longer than you and possess a wealth of knowledge. Uchiha Qiushan replies, Lord Hokage, recently I have encountered some anomalies with my Sharingan. I am uncertain whether these changes are fortuitous or detrimental, and I find myself troubled. Thus, I seek your wisdom. The third Hokage's heart tightens at Qiushan's words. As the longest-serving Hokage, he has heard tales of the Sharingan's prowess for many years. His teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, once conveyed to him that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan holds powers far beyond what is presently known. The three-tomo Sharingan is merely the beginning. Only the most extraordinary talents within the Uchiha can unlock the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. The infamous Uchiha Madara, who wielded such power, left a legacy of fear. However, it is still uncertain whether Uchiha Qiushan has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Nevertheless, the third Hokage has confidence in his judgment, believing that Uchiha Qiushan embodies the will of fire and remains under his guidance. The third Hokage gestures for the nearby Umbu to wait outside, understanding that if Uchiha Qiushan has indeed awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, he could become a formidable asset. This information must remain confidential, especially from Danzo. Chapter 7. The Kotoamatsukami succeeds. The third Hokage remains composed, and once the Umbu have exited, he nods at Qiushan, saying, Qiushan, reveal your Sharingan to me. Allow me to see if there are any issues. Uchiha Qiushan, sensing that the third Hokage harbors no suspicions, tightly clenches his hands and respectfully responds, of course. Lord Third Hokage. He lifts his head, locking eyes with the third Hokage, and activates his Sharingan. The three tomo spin increasingly faster until they connect, transforming into the shape of a four-pointed shuriken. The third Hokage gazes at Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan, astonished. Though it is his first encounter with such power, he recognizes immediately that Qiushan's eyes are indeed the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. Merely gazing into them evokes a profound sense of pressure. At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan discreetly intensifies the output of his ocular power, and the Kotoamatsukami quietly activates. Without the third Hokage's awareness, the Kotoamatsukami swiftly infiltrates his mind, altering his thoughts. At this juncture, should Uchiha Qiushan so desire, the leader of Konohagakure, one of the highest authorities in the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would become his obedient servant. His commands the utmost directive for the third Hokage. Yet, Uchiha Qiushan is a man who cherishes his village and clan. Although the third Hokage exhibits some bias against the Uchiha, how could Qiushan bring himself to enslave this elder who has devoted his life to the village? Furthermore, with the current instability in the Land of Fire, altering the third Hokage's mindset could lead to catastrophic consequences for both the village and his kin. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan merely seeks to utilize this opportunity to ensure that the third Hokage overlooks the Uchiha clan, ceasing his antagonism towards them. In doing so, the Uchiha will be safeguarded, and the village will be spared from calamity, such as war. The third Hokage, gazing at Uchiha Qiushan's Mangekyou Sharingan, feels momentarily disoriented before regaining his composure. He does not dwell on it, instead scrutinizing the pattern of the Sharingan closely, and says, All right, Qiushan, retract your Sharingan. I have seen enough. Do you perceive any other changes beyond the pattern? Uchiha Qiushan promptly deactivates his Mangekyou Sharingan and respectfully replies, In response to your inquiry, Lord Hokage, since the alteration in my Sharingan, my chakra has significantly increased, my Jinjutsu capabilities have greatly improved, my observational acuity has sharpened considerably, and the potency of my ninjutsu has also enhanced. Uchiha Qiushan has already conferred with Uchiha Qiushan, deciding to disclose everything truthfully save for the concealed ocular techniques of the Mangekyou Sharingan to avoid inciting the third Hokage's wariness. Given the third Hokage's character, he would likely be accommodating of a Kaga-level powerhouse, especially one who is under his command. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the third Hokage cannot help but reflect. Previously, Uchiha Qiushan's prowess ranked among the elite of the Genin, renowned for his exceptional combat talent and unparalleled Jinjutsu skills, which earned him the moniker Shunshin Qiushan. Now, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan has been activated, and my power has surged to the level of a shadow. As the third Hokage, I find myself uncertain of my ability to subdue him. The Uchiha clan truly deserves its reputation as a premier bloodline family in the ninja world. The enhancement provided by the Sharingan is remarkably effortless for them. However, I harbor great confidence in Uchiha Qiushan. As a descendant of Uchiha Kagami and a bearer of the will of fire, having been nurtured under my watchful gaze, I trust in his integrity. I believe that under my persistent guidance, Uchiha Qiushan shall remain within my grasp. It seems that the education of thought must be further reinforced. Contemplating this, a gentle smile graced the face of the third Hokage. Qiushan, indeed, you possess the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is splendid. With your growth, our village of Konoha is blessed with another shadow-level powerhouse, especially during these turbulent times along the borders of the Fire Country. Your development brings me immense joy. It is known that wherever leaves flutter, there shall be flames burning. Those flames illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout once more. Qiushan, we are those burning leaves. Even if we sacrifice ourselves, countless successors will inherit our will, ensuring that our village of Konoha achieves even greater glory. Uchiha Qiushan, hearing the words of the third Hokage, felt a profound stir within, aware that he was being manipulated as before. Yet, he could not help but feel deeply moved. While I cherish my village, I equally love my kin. Uchiha Qiushan could only silently apologize to the third Hokage within his heart. Nonetheless, on the surface, he maintained his usual demeanor. As if he had found a kindred spirit, his expression filled with fervor. Yes, Lord Hokage, as long as our village thrives and our descendants find happiness, even if we sacrifice ourselves, it shall be a noble death. The third Hokage looked upon Uchiha Qiushan with paternal warmth, approving of his alignment with the will of fire, and nodded in satisfaction. Aware that Uchiha Qiushan had just returned from a mission, and recognizing that too much of a good thing could backfire, he finally advised, "Very well. Qiushan, you must be weary. Return and rest. However, keep your activation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan known to only a few, as this will spare you many troubles." Uchiha Qiushan respectfully replied, "Understood, Lord Hokage." After the third Hokage waved him off, Uchiha Qiushan made a fist and bowed before departing. Once Uchiha Qiushan exited, the third Hokage resumed his paperwork. Suddenly, he paused, his brow furrowing as he glanced at a document reporting the Uchiha Guard's excessive enforcement. He resolved to treat the Uchiha with more leniency, no longer placing all blame on the guard, thereby securing Uchiha Qiushan's favor. Unbeknownst to him, he was influenced by other factors as well. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Qiushan hurried towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Just as he was nearing, he unexpectedly veered off towards a secluded area outside the village. While the third Hokage's affairs proceeded smoothly, Uchiha Qiushan decided to visit Shimura Danzo immediately. Resolving the animosity that Danzo harbored towards the Uchiha clan would alleviate most issues. The remainder would depend on Uchiha Qiushan. Chapter 8. Pinnacle of Shadow. Uchiha Qiushan remained unaware that Qiushan had successfully met with the third Hokage. He had just arrived at a residence near the Uchiha clan's ancestral shrine, one considerably larger than the typical Uchiha abode, rivaling that of the clan leader. This was the residence of Uchiha's Grand Elder, Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Qiushan entered the courtyard and called out, "Grand Elder, are you resting?" Qiushan seeks an audience. After a brief moment, the voice of Grand Elder Uchiha Rin echoed from within. "Qiushan, what pressing matter brings you here at this late hour? Come in." The Grand Elder held a degree of admiration for Uchiha Qiushan, recognizing him as a genius on par with Uchiha Qiushan. Although he was close to Qiushan, Qiushan's ambitious nature was distinct, making him a potential ally. Uchiha Qiushan opened the door and stepped inside, where he saw a tall, white-haired elder seated behind a low table, gazing at him with a serious expression. Uchiha Qiushan nodded in acknowledgement. Qiushan pays his respects to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder returned the gesture, motioning for Qiushan to sit, poured him a cup of tea, and took a sip from his own cup before finally speaking. "What brings you here so late?" Hearing the Grand Elder's inquiry, Uchiha Qiushan calmly set down his cup. "I have come regarding the future of our Uchiha clan." The Grand Elder discerned the implications behind Qiushan's words, and his previously relaxed demeanor tightened. "What? Do you also believe the Uchiha clan's current predicament is related to me?" "Indeed. I implore the Grand Elder to understand. I feel that the relationship between our Uchiha clan and the village is excessively strained. This situation will inevitably lead to trouble." The Grand Elder emitted a dry laugh, his expression remaining unchanged, and shifted the conversation to another topic. "Qiushan, do you know how Konoha village came into existence?" In response, Qiushan shared his limited knowledge, explaining that the village was originally founded through the collaboration of the Senju and Uchiha clans, later joined by the Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans, gradually forming the Konoha we know today. The Grand Elder regarded Uchiha Qiushan with a hint of surprise and sighed, "You are quite astute. There are few young individuals today who understand our history." Qiushan's interest in the past afforded him a deeper understanding. The Grand Elder continued, "Once upon a time, Konoha village was established under the leadership of our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, and the Senju clan's leader, Senju Hashirama. Originally, Hashirama intended for Madara to become the first Hokage. However, for reasons unknown, Madara relinquished this honor, allowing Hashirama to assume the position. Subsequently, a rift formed between Madara and the first Hokage, culminating in a fierce battle at the Valley of the End, where Madara was ultimately slain by the first Hokage. Shortly after his return, the first Hokage also passed away, leading to his brother, Senju Tobirama, taking over as the second Hokage. Tobirama, believing that Madara's actions contributed to the first Hokage's early demise, targeted our Uchiha clan at every turn. It is crucial to recognize that Konoha village was established by both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Without the Uchiha, there would be no Konoha as we know it. Observe the past few Hokages. All descend from the Senju line, with no representation from the Uchiha clan. At this point, the Grand Elder grew agitated, visibly angry. "So, you feel discontented and believe that our Uchiha clan should govern Konoha?" The Grand Elder sighed. "I understand that it is impossible. Yet this grievance lingers in my heart. Look at the current situation. The Sarutobi clan holds the Hokage position, despite being a mere minor clan." As he spoke, the Grand Elder slammed his hand on the table, causing tea to spill from the cup. Witnessing the enraged elder, Uchiha Qiushan offered a resigned smile, realizing that he could no longer reason with him and would have to resort to more drastic measures. Once the emotions of the elder stabilized, Uchiha Qiushan spoke, "Elder, my visit today is not solely to persuade you. Primarily, I require your assistance as my Sharingan has encountered some issues. As a venerable elder of the Uchiha clan, you possess considerable knowledge, and I would be grateful if you could examine it." Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the elder set down his teacup and turned his gaze towards him. Uchiha Qiushan activated his Sharingan, gradually intensifying its power. The three tomo within his eyes began to whirl rapidly, transforming into the kaleidoscopic pattern resembling a shuriken, akin to that of Uchiha Shursui. The elder, observing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, appeared somewhat dazed, a mixture of excitement and disbelief washing over him. His right hand clenched the teacup tightly as he murmured, "At last, it has appeared. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of our Uchiha clan has finally emerged." As he spoke, tears welled up in the elder's eyes. Uchiha Qiushan had initially planned to employ the Kotoamatsukami technique on the elder, but was taken aback by the elder's fervent reaction to his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to forego the technique, eager to hear the elder's thoughts. After a lengthy pause, Elder Uchiha Ling finally regained his composure and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I am growing old, shedding tears in front of you. How embarrassing." Uchiha Qiushan inquired, "Elder, why are you so moved? Is it merely because of my Sharingan's transformation?" Elder Uchiha Ling shook his head. "Your Sharingan has not merely transformed, it has evolved. It is a higher tier than the three-tomo Sharingan, known as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Do you comprehend what this signifies?" Though Uchiha Qiushan understood, he could not articulate where he had acquired such knowledge, so he simply shook his head in response. "Oh, do not blame yourself. It has been quite some time since a kaleidoscopic Sharingan has manifested in our Uchiha clan. Moreover, due to our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, a renowned wielder of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, we have refrained from publicizing its existence within the clan. Thus, it is entirely normal for your generation to be unaware of it. Is it true that our ancestor Uchiha Madara's formidable strength stemmed from the kaleidoscopic Sharingan?" The elder nodded, affirming that was indeed a part of it, but added, "However, Uchiha Madara's prowess is not solely attributed to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He is Uchiha Madara. Nevertheless, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan is an immensely powerful bloodline limit. Once awakened, with time and growth, the wielder can attain the pinnacle of strength, equivalent to that of a Kage. And what of Uchiha Madara? Was he not also at the peak of Kage level strength? Uchiha Madara? He surpassed the Kage level, standing alongside the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, as a super Kage level powerhouse. The elder's eyes sparkled with reminiscence and pride. A super Kage level powerhouse. Indeed, one who transcends the Kage level, effortlessly overpowering Kaga-level shinobi, is considered a super Kaga-level figure. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the annals of our Uchiha clan's history. Upon hearing the elder's high regard for Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Qiushan pointed to himself. And what of me? Now that I have awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, does this not imply that I could reach Uchiha Madara's heights? The elder, seemingly pulled from his reverie, glanced at Qiushan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and, for the first time, a smile of satisfaction illuminated his usually stern visage. He nodded affirmatively. Without a doubt, Qiushan, you are still young. Uchiha Madara had not awakened his kaleidoscopic Sharingan at your age. With diligence, you shall undoubtedly become the next Uchiha Madara, or perhaps even surpass him. Uchiha Qiushan, aware of the system's assistance he possessed, recognized that surpassing Uchiha Madara was inevitable. Yet, the elder's encouraging words stirred a profound sense of emotion within him. Meanwhile, Elder Uchiha Ling, seated beside the table, appeared to recall something of significance. His expression shifted through various emotions before settling into a serious demeanor, his tone taking on an air of gravity. Uchiha Qiushan. The elder's intensity compelled Qiushan to straighten up, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. Yes, Elder. What is your command? Elder Uchiha Ling straightened his posture. I, Uchiha Ling, in my capacity as the elder of the Uchiha clan, assure you that from this moment forth, as long as you do not betray the Uchiha clan, I shall wholeheartedly support you and assist you in becoming the clan leader. The elder's tone was firm, each word deliberate. Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback by the elder's declaration, pondering, but I have yet to use Kotoamatsukami. How could the elder have transformed so drastically? Noticing Qiushan's astonished expression, the elder's lips curled into a slight smile. Qiushan, you still underestimate the value of our Uchiha clan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Do you understand how precious it is? It symbolizes not only strength, but also the potential for growth as a formidable warrior. Furthermore, it signifies the purity of our Uchiha bloodline. Any clan member who awakens the kaleidoscopic Sharingan embodies both talent and the purest lineage of our clan. Thus, those capable of awakening the kaleidoscopic Sharingan inherently possess the potential to compete for the clan leadership, destined to guide our kin towards glory. Uchiha Qiushan was indeed astonished by the elder's insights. Although he had read the original work, he was unaware of the tragic fate that befell the Uchiha clan at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. After a period of contemplation, he observed the elder's expectant gaze and felt a surge of determination. Elder, what if I have certain requests? Can you fulfill them? The elder chuckled heartily, responding with ease. Is it not merely to restrain the clan members and reduce their conflicts with the village? Even without your prompting, I would undertake that responsibility. Seeing Uchiha Qiushan's puzzled expression, the elder elaborated, the times have changed. Now, with your kaleidoscopic Sharingan newly awakened, you will experience a period of explosive growth. Moreover, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan is not as simple as you may think. It does not merely enhance your chakra capacity and perception. Most importantly, each kaleidoscopic Sharingan harbors a unique ocular technique. Compared to ninjutsu, the ocular techniques of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan possess either significantly greater power or unpredictable abilities. The most formidable ocular techniques may even involve manipulation of space and time, rendering them insurmountable without a powerful bloodline limit. Of course, the ocular techniques of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan merely ensure your advantage in battles against Kaga-level opponents. Ultimately, it is the divine power of the Susanoo that you must develop. At this point, Uchiha Qiushan noticed the elder's face brimming with fervor, as if the Susanoo was his lifelong belief. Susanoo, the ultimate ocular technique of our Uchiha clan. In the past, it was Uchiha Madara who mastered Susanoo to the divine fourth stage, enabling him to contend with the legendary Senju Hashirama, known as the god of shinobi. Thus, these next few years will be your period of explosive growth. In a few years, as you become proficient in your ocular techniques and fully develop your Susanoo, there will be none in the entirety of Konohagakure capable of matching your strength. That will be the moment our Uchiha clan rises again. Uchiha Qiushan listened intently to the elder's words, secretly feeling a sense of pressure. He had not anticipated such high expectations from the elder. Realizing that he must exert every effort to master Susanoo swiftly, for it would be the key to a significant elevation in his power. You wish to challenge me? Should our conversation take a turn for the worse, I shall unleash the power of my Gundam. Do you fear it? Observing the elder's demeanor, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of relief. The elder Uchiha Ling had been unexpectedly swayed, granting him not only his support, but also saving the need for an additional intervention. Now, he could pay a visit to the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. As the head of the Uchiha clan and the father of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, Fugaku must have awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. Thus, utmost caution was required. However, it appeared that he had not disclosed this development to the elder, for otherwise, the elder would have supported him much earlier and would not have opposed him. After bidding farewell to the elder, Uchiha Qiushan made his way directly to the heart of the clan's territory. Naturally, Uchiha Fugaku resided in the most prominent and central dwelling. The Uchiha clan's compound was not particularly vast, and Qiushan swiftly reached the leader's residence. However, having lingered too long with the elder, he arrived at the leader's courtyard rather late, finding it already devoid of light. It seemed Uchiha Fugaku had retired for the night. "I have yet to sleep. How can you be resting?" Qiushan silently chided himself. With practiced ease, he scaled the gate and stood in the courtyard, speaking softly. "Honorable clan leader, Uchiha Qiushan seeks an audience. The matter is urgent, and I beg your pardon for this disturbance." Thus commenced Qiushan's performance. Chapter 10. Subjugating Uchiha Fugaku. Despite the softness of Qiushan's voice, he was confident that Uchiha Fugaku, as a ninja of the highest caliber, would certainly respond. After a brief wait, he heard Fugaku's reply, "Come in." Upon receiving permission, Qiushan entered the clan leader's room without hesitation. Inside, he found Uchiha Fugaku adorned in a formal kimono, sitting upright and evidently awaiting his arrival. Fugaku regarded Qiushan's visit with significance, for he was renowned alongside Uchiha Shisui as a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan. Although Qiushan may not yet be his equal, he represented a formidable asset to the clan. Qiushan took a seat, preparing to speak when a graceful woman in a kimono entered, carrying a tray of tea. She quietly served them hot tea and delicacies, nodding to Qiushan before retreating. After expressing his gratitude, Qiushan waited until Uchiha Mikoto, the clan leader's wife, had exited before initiating his discourse. "Honorable clan leader, I come bearing grave news. Given the multitude of eyes present during the day, I deemed it prudent to disturb you at this late hour." Uchiha Fugaku nodded in understanding. "Speak plainly of your urgent matter. As your clan leader, it is my duty to assist." Qiushan wasted no time. "I believe my Sharingan is exhibiting some unusual phenomena. As you are aware, my parents passed away years ago, and with this occurrence, I have no one to consult but you, honorable clan leader." After taking a sip of tea, Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. "You need not apologize. As the clan leader, it is my responsibility to resolve the issues of our elite ninjas. Qiushan, activate your Sharingan, and I shall assist you." Without hesitation, Qiushan activated his Sharingan, revealing the Meijiki Sharingan to Fugaku. The clan leader, familiar with the Meijiki Sharingan, was taken aback by Qiushan's ability to awaken it at such a young age. As the pattern of Qiushan's Meijiki Sharingan emerged, Fugaku was caught off guard, standing in stunned silence. Seizing the moment while Fugaku was astonished and unprepared, Qiushan quickly activated his Meijiki Sharingan technique, Kotoamatsukami. As the owner of a Meijiki Sharingan, Fugaku sensed the imminent danger as Qiushan unleashed the eye technique, but he could not conceal his own Meijiki in time. He promptly activated it to fend off the invasive technique assaulting his mind. However, the famed Kotoamatsukami was not something one could easily resist. Just as Fugaku revealed his Meijiki, Kotoamatsukami forcefully infiltrated his mind, altering his innermost thoughts and reshaping his will. Henceforth, Uchiha Qiushan's desires would become Fugaku's utmost command. Feeling the success of his technique, Qiushan exhaled slowly, finally feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. Though it appeared effortless for him to control Uchiha Fugaku, it was due to Fugaku's lack of preparedness and ignorance of Qiushan's formidable technique. Otherwise, as a fellow possessor of the Meijiki Sharingan, with vastly more battle experience and in the prime of his life, Fugaku would have been a challenging adversary. It was only due to Qiushan's strategic advantage that he succeeded so effortlessly. Just as Fugaku was being subjugated by Kotoamatsukami, his wife Uchiha Mikoto, sensing an unusual disturbance or merely feeling an instinctive unease, entered the room. "My husband, what just transpired? I sensed a fluctuation of chakra. Are you all right?" As Mikoto spoke, Fugaku had already been fully transformed by Kotoamatsukami. He slowly deactivated his recently awakened Meijiki, took a sip of tea, and replied in his usual tone, Mikoto, it is nothing. I was merely examining Qiushan's Sharingan. You should rest. I still have matters to discuss with him. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Mikoto, in that brief moment, her husband's very thoughts had been enslaved by Uchiha Qiushan. Very well, I shall take my leave. My apologies, Qiushan. Uchiha Mikoto bowed slightly and departed. With a sigh of relief, Qiushan wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. That had been perilously close. Had he faltered even slightly, he would have had no choice but to consider defection. However, risk and reward are indeed proportional. Now, having gained control over Uchiha Fugaku, and with the elders' support behind him, it was as though the Uchiha clan was now beholden to his will. Now was the time to reap the fruits of his labor. Qiushan's gaze shifted to Uchiha Fugaku, who remained seated, composed, and gazing at him with a calm expression. You are aware of what has transpired, are you not? Fugaku nodded. You have enslaved me, altering my thoughts so that I am now entirely loyal to you. My life and death rest solely in your hands. Should you command me to do anything, even to take my own life, I would comply without hesitation, harboring not the slightest resentment. You employed the technique of the Mangeki Sharingan, did you not? I did not anticipate your prowess. I found myself utterly defenseless. Yet, I recall your Sharingan was primarily oriented towards replication. I never expected your awakened Mangeki to possess such exceptional Jinjutsu capabilities. My contingency plans are rendered ineffective. As the conversation unfolded, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in regret, as if lamenting a lost opportunity. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Qiushan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, filled with trepidation, realizing that even at this critical juncture, Uchiha Fugaku still possessed a contingency plan. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to sense Qiushan's unease and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, your ocular technique ensures my complete loyalty. I shall not act against your interests." The backup I had prepared has already been nullified. Chapter 11. The Kaleidoscope of Uchiha Fugaku. Despite Uchiha Qiushan having enslaved Uchiha Fugaku with his ocular technique, he still held a deep respect for him. Respected clan leader, do you have any other contingencies to share? Upon hearing Qiushan's inquiry, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and explained. Qiushan, are you familiar with the forbidden techniques unique to our Uchiha clan? Qiushan speculated, is it Susanoo? Although Uchiha Fugaku was surprised that Qiushan knew of Susanoo, he shook his head. Susanoo is indeed a divine power exclusive to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yet it is not classified as a forbidden technique. The true forbidden technique of our clan is Izanagi. It possesses the ability to alter fate, allowing one to change any circumstances detrimental to oneself. Even in the event of my demise, as long as I have preemptively configured Izanagi within my Sharingan, at the designated moment, it can activate and grant me resurrection. I sensed something amiss when you initiated your ocular technique. To be cautious, before you could seize control over me, I had already set Izanagi within my Sharingan, allowing me to resurrect after a short period and eliminate any adverse factors against me. However, your ocular technique compelled me to willingly obey your commands and prohibited me from undertaking any actions against you. Therefore, I had no choice but to nullify my previously configured Izanagi. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's explanation, Uchiha Qiushan felt a wave of apprehension. Realizing how close he had come to failure and betrayal, it was evident that a person capable of leading the Uchiha clan was far from ordinary. Had he been negligent during the use of the otherworldly technique, he might have faced a reversal of fortune. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan because, regardless of its formidable effects, the cost of its use is the permanent blindness of one eye of the user. Thus it is regarded as taboo within our clan. Clan leader, I noticed your Kaleidoscope Sharingan has been activated. May I inquire about its ocular technique? Uchiha Qiushan was primarily concerned with the evolution of his own Sharingan. With the assistance of the system, he could replicate others' kaleidoscope techniques for his own use. Uchiha Qiushan understood that apart from his own strength, everything else was inconsequential. Now that he had successfully controlled Uchiha Fugaku, it was imperative to replicate his kaleidoscope ocular techniques. My kaleidoscope technique. My left eye manifests the illusory moment of time, capable of ensnaring an enemy's spiritual essence within the illusory realm of my eye. In my world, the enemy lacks the ability to resist. While it may seem like only a fleeting moment has passed in the real world, in my illusory space, an entire month could elapse. However, it can only be used once a day. Uchiha Fugaku began to elaborate on the capabilities of his ocular technique. It appeared to be an enhanced version of Itachi Uchiha Tsukuyomi, albeit not as versatile in manipulating space and time as Tsukuyomi itself, yet it afforded a longer duration. Uchiha Qiushan stroked his chin, listening intently to Uchiha Fugaku's account. My right eye's kaleidoscope technique is Izanagi. Upon hearing this revelation, Uchiha Qiushan nearly leaped from his place, incredulous at such a claim. Uchiha Fugaku paid little mind to Qiushan's reaction. I have already explained the function of Izanagi, but as my kaleidoscope technique, its side effect is not blindness. Rather, it can only be utilized once a month. Furthermore, in comparison to a standard Izanagi, my ocular technique activates in a notably shorter time frame, which is why I could configure it so swiftly just now. Uchiha Qiushan placed a hand to his forehead, realizing that one must never underestimate others, particularly the Uchiha clan. This was indeed a remarkable advantage. No wonder the Uchiha clan dwindled to but a few, leaving the ninja world in turmoil. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Uchiha Qiushan resolved to replicate Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope technique immediately, thus hastening the conditions for the evolution of his own Sharingan. Clan leader, activate your kaleidoscope Sharingan and do not resist, Uchiha Qiushan commanded. Very well, Uchiha Fugaku replied. Although he was unaware of Qiushan's intentions, he promptly activated his kaleidoscope. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan stifled his elation at the prospect of acquiring the ocular technique and activated his own three-tomo Sharingan. Since he aimed to replicate Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope techniques, he could not activate Shursue's kaleidoscope Sharingan, as Shursue's ocular technique was the otherworldly technique. Therefore, he could only commence from the three-tomo. Uchiha Qiushan aligned his three-tomo Sharingan with Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope. As the tomo within his eye began to spin ever faster, it soon transformed into an identical pattern to that of Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope. Simultaneously, Fugaku's techniques, the illusory moment of time and Izanagi, were successfully replicated by Uchiha Qiushan. At this moment, it was akin to having assimilated the potential, foundation, and characteristics of Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan, merging them with those of Shursue's Sharingan. This was because Uchiha Qiushan's system not only replicated the kaleidoscope techniques. If it merely duplicated the techniques, it would only accelerate the deterioration of Qiushan's eyes. Only by also assimilating the potential, foundation, and characteristics of Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan could Uchiha Qiushan's eyes possess the possibility of evolution and broader developmental prospects. The Uchiha Sharingan is categorized based on its attributes into illusionary eyes and rewriting eyes. The representative of the illusionary eye is Uchiha Shursue. After Uchiha Qiushan replicated Shursue's kaleidoscope technique, he effectively also assimilated the characteristics of his eyes, significantly enhancing Qiushan's illusionary capabilities. Conversely, the representative of the rewriting eye is Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Obito. It goes without saying that Uchiha Qiushan was renowned for his prowess, while Kakashi Hatake later garnered the title of Copy Ninja due to the Sharingan gifted to him by Uchiha Obito. Thus, the more Sharingan Uchiha Qiushan replicated, the greater the potential, characteristics, and foundational strength acquired by his own eyes. The system could utilize these attributes as nourishment for the evolution of Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan, eliminating the need for implanting another's kaleidoscope Sharingan or utilizing Hashirama cells, allowing him to continuously elevate his eyes to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Rinnegan, and even the Tomo Rinnegan. Chapter 12 My Lady. You would not wish for this, just as Qiushan finished replicating Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope technique and gradually closed his eyes with a sigh of relief. A katana pierced through his back. The blade penetrated his chest, piercing through his beating heart. The turn of events was too swift and unexpected. Uchiha Qiushan had yet to react, feeling a sudden chill on his back, followed by excruciating pain in his heart, as he helplessly watched a bloodied blade emerge from his chest. Such is the nature of life. All had been proceeding smoothly until the moment he was on the verge of achieving his goal, when calamity struck unexpectedly. Uchiha Qiushan opened his mouth, as if to utter something, but after a few tremors of his lips, no words emerged. His once upright posture gradually slumped, and a sense of weakness enveloped him. Slowly, he could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed to the side, revealing a slender figure standing behind him. At the moment Uchiha Qiushan fell, Uchiha Meichin released her tight grip on the katana, her fingers trembling slightly, likely due to overwhelming anxiety. Her complexion had paled, and the three tomo in her eyes rotated slowly. Qiushan, I never intended to take your life, but if I do not eliminate you, I cannot ensure that Fugaku will recover. He is my husband, the father of my 2 children, and the head of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, for the sake of certainty, you must perish. Uchiha Meichin's words seemed directed at Qiushan, yet they also appeared to be a self-justification. As she spoke, her trembling body began to regain composure, and she turned to walk towards Uchiha Fugaku. Lying helplessly on the ground, Uchiha Qiushan understood where he had erred upon hearing Uchiha Meichin's voice. He had underestimated others, particularly Uchiha Meichin. He thought that controlling Uchiha Fugaku would suffice, unaware that Meichin had already sensed the anomaly and struck when he was most at ease, leaving him without any chance to counter. A chilling wave coursed through him, and darkness began to cloud his vision. He realized that his time was running short. The thousands of ninjutsu he had learned could not save him. Even his Mangeki Sharingan offered no refuge, as the technique of Izanagi belonged to illusionary arts and could only be cast upon others. He could only rely on the system, on the Izanagi he had just replicated. Just as Uchiha Qiushan activated his Mangeki, intending to use Izanagi, the system's notification sound shattered his last glimmer of hope. Friendly reminder to the host. The ocular technique Izanagi is currently undergoing learning and digestion. It will be available for use in approximately 1 hour. Damn system. 1 hour? By then, I will be long gone. What good is it? Uchiha Qiushan cursed in despair. At that moment, the system seemed to recognize his perilous situation. As the notifications chimed incessantly, detection of host life at risk. System pauses the learning and digestion of the ocular technique. Momentary space of illusion. Learning and digestion of Izanagi has been accelerated. Estimated completion in 30 minutes. Detection of host life safety under threat. System operates at full capacity, hastening the learning and digestion of Izanagi. Estimated completion in 10 minutes. Detection of host in critical danger. System exceeds operational limits, enhancing the learning and digestion of Izanagi. Estimated completion in 5 minutes. Please hold on. There is hope as long as you endure. Uchiha Qiushan heard the system's notifications echoing in his mind, as if the system itself had grown anxious. He could not help but inwardly scoff. Useless system, I won't last 5 minutes. Can you not expedite the process? His vision dimmed further, and his consciousness began to slip away, descending into an abyss devoid of light. The system's voice continued to resonate in his ears. At that moment, he heard a voice that seemed to reverberate throughout his world, shattering the darkness and ushering in a sliver of light. Izanagi. When Uchiha Qiushan regained awareness, he found himself seated at a table, beside Uchiha Fugaku, who was sipping tea, as if the preceding events had been nothing but a mere illusion. The only difference was the katana casually discarded beside the table and a person lying next to Fugaku, seemingly asleep. Uchiha Qiushan touched his body, discovering that his wounds had vanished, realizing that everything might be connected to Uchiha Fugaku. He turned his gaze toward him. Uchiha Fugaku set his teacup down and looked at Qiushan. This is the power of Izanagi. It can alter any misfortune in one's fate according to one's will. Earlier, Meichin saw you had me under your control and thought that eliminating you would free me from it. However, she did not realize that even if she succeeded in killing you, my consciousness had already been altered and I would remain under your influence. I sincerely apologize. Due to Meichin's recklessness, you were nearly killed. Thus, I rendered her unconscious and utilized Izanagi to change everything. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's explanation, Uchiha Qiushan instinctively touched his chest, recalling that it was precisely there that the katana had pierced him. He steadied his mind and began to contemplate a solution. Now, Uchiha Meichin was aware that he had controlled Uchiha Fugaku. However, as the wife of the Uchiha clan leader and the mother of the prodigy Uchiha Itachi, her sudden disappearance would raise too many eyebrows. Yet, if she did not vanish, how could he ensure that news of his control over the clan leader would not leak? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke. Lord Qiushan, can you still employ the ocular technique that you used to control me? If so, I hope you can use it on Meichin. This way, the news of my being controlled will not spread, which would be advantageous for you, preventing suspicion from the clan and the higher-ups in Konoha. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Qiushan nodded in agreement. In truth, he had other uses for the remaining Betsutengai. However, gazing at the slender and beautiful Uchiha Meichin lying there, he could only console himself. It seems there is no other choice. I must employ Betsu Tengai on Meichin. I have no alternative. As Uchiha Qiushan pondered, he approached Uchiha Meichin. Chapter 13. The path of the Uchiha clan has always been known for its strikingly handsome and beautiful members. And Uchiha Meichin was once a renowned beauty within the clan. Although she was now in her 30s, time had left her relatively unscathed, adding only a touch of mature charm. In order to prevent the news of Uchiha Fugaku's control from leaking, Uchiha Qiushan had no choice but to subdue Uchiha Meichin as well. He lifted her from the tatami mat and used a healing technique to awaken her from her unconscious state. As Uchiha Meichin regained consciousness and opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed, she met Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan. Before she could grasp the situation, Qiushan activated Betsu Tengai. A peculiar force surged silently and forcefully into her mind, altering her thoughts and will, ensuring that she would henceforth obey Uchiha Qiushan's commands. Ultimately, Uchiha Meichin fell under his control. Uchiha Qiushan slowly closed his Mangeki Sharingan, at which point Uchiha Meichin's awareness returned. Upon seeing Qiushan, she immediately scrambled to her feet, no longer threatening him, but instead kneeling on the ground and bowing her head in deference. I deeply apologize, Lord Qiushan. I was disrespectful earlier, causing you harm. Please forgive my rudeness. Her voice trembled with fear. Uchiha Qiushan observed Meichin bowing her head, realizing that she would not lift it without his permission or forgiveness. And he felt a profound satisfaction with the Betsu Tengai technique. In the original work, the ability of Uchiha Qiushan known as Kotoamatsukami is indeed extraordinary. Yet it was not utilized in the most effective manner. One instance saw it misapplied by Danzo during the 5 Kage Summit, where it was exposed, and another was used to assist Uchiha Itachi in breaking free from the control of Edo Tensei. It feels as though, while there was some utility, it was largely wasted on trivial matters. In a world dominated by verbal manipulation, ensuring one's own security against betrayal necessitates the use of Kotoamatsukami. Observing Uchiha Mikoto kneeling with her head bowed, and the silent Uchiha Fugaku beside her, who showed no inclination to plead on her behalf, Uchiha Kaizen felt compelled to bid Mikoto to rise. Stand up, do not blame yourself. Differing stances are inevitable. You must strive to serve me diligently in the future. I shall forgive you this time. Upon hearing Kaizen's words, Mikoto finally lifted her head, tears brimming in her eyes, which ultimately fell. Thank you, my lord. I shall go through fire and water for you, sparing no effort to fulfill your tasks. Seeing Mikoto in such a sorrowful state, even Kaizen, known for his steely demeanor, found it difficult to bear. He swiftly changed the subject. Where have Itachi and Sasuke gone? With Mikoto's previous experience in mind, Kaizen deemed it necessary to clarify these unsettling variables. If Itachi were to sense any signs of trouble, given his intelligence, he would pose a significant threat to Kaizen. Upon hearing the mention of Itachi and Sasuke, Mikoto's expression softened, revealing her maternal concern. My lord, Itachi has taken on a mission and has left the village for a few days. As for Sasuke, he is currently sleeping in his room. Kaizen exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as Itachi was away, he felt confident that he could maintain the status quo until his return. Regarding Sasuke, given his age and talent, Kaizen felt assured that he would not cause any problems. With matters largely settled and no one left to obstruct Uchiha Kaizen, it was time to engage in serious discourse. He instructed Fugaku and Mikoto to take their seats, initiating a formal conversation with the clan leader. Do you understand why I have employed my ocular technique to control you? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, uncertain. I do not quite grasp it. But if an ambitious individual were to possess a power like yours, it would be reasonable to use it to control leaders or those of higher status. Kaizen, though he had Fugaku under his command, felt it necessary to elucidate further. Leader, my pursuit has always been the quest for power and methods to enhance strength, not the pursuit of authority. If it were not absolutely necessary, I would not have risked controlling you and the clan matriarch. He gestured toward his eyes. Speaking with profound implication, these eyes of mine see far beyond your understanding. Fugaku, no fool, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, could it be that your eyes can see the future? Kaizen nodded, more or less. I can glimpse fragments of the future. He proceeded to recount the tragic fate of Uchiha Qiushan and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Kaizen's words, Fugaku was rendered speechless, grappling with disbelief at the grim future that awaited them. Is my approach flawed? Should I not have fostered relations with the third Hokage and Konoha? but rather intensified the conflict as the elders suggested, to safeguard our clan? Fugaku found himself at a loss regarding the future of the Uchiha clan, uncertain of the right path to take. He had always believed that reconciling the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha would ultimately lead to their full integration into the village. Seeing Fugaku ensnared in his own thoughts, Kaizen shook his head. From the outset, this has been misguided. Do you know who has held power in Konoha all along? Certainly, the Hokage line has always held dominion, the first, second, and third. The Uchiha clan has never held power, Fugaku replied. Indeed, it has always been the Hokage line, Kaizen affirmed. But do you know who currently holds sway in Konoha? It is the second Hokage's apprentice, the third Hokage, along with Shimura Danzo and others. They have inherited the second's will, perpetually wary of us, isolating us. As long as they remain in power, the Uchiha will never rise. Fugaku hurriedly inquired. What should we do then? There are two courses of action. One is to sever ties with Konoha and establish our own village, thus eliminating any issues. The second is to bide our time. We can wait until my ocular technique's cooldown has passed, and then control the higher-ups within Konoha, or even the lower ranks. In time, Konoha will be under our command, and the isolation will be reversed. Chapter 14. Aftermath and Truth. Uchiha Kaizen understood that while other factors were secondary, the foremost priority was to enhance his own strength. Once he attained a level surpassing that of the Kage, or even the Sage of Six Paths, any dissenters could be swiftly subdued, rendering the opinions of others irrelevant. At that moment, the otherwise unhelpful system finally activated. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique momentary realm has been fully learned and assimilated. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique Izanagi has been fully learned and assimilated. The side effects of your Manjiki Sharingan have been further reduced, and its duration has increased. Please review the details at your leisure. Beep. It has been detected that your Manjiki Sharingan has strengthened. The incubation period for your unique Manjiki techniques has been advanced, and it is expected to be completed in 8 hours. Please be patient. Hearing this, Uchiha Kaizen felt a surge of joy. Though he must wait, his exclusive ocular techniques were on the verge of manifestation. He immediately began to examine the newly acquired techniques, Momentary Realm and Izanagi. Kaizen harbored great anticipation for Izanagi, a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan capable of rewriting fate and reversing causality. He was pleasantly surprised that Fugaku had unknowingly bestowed upon him this formidable power. After reviewing the details, Kaizen was quite satisfied, while the power of Izanagi had not been enhanced. Its cooldown period had been significantly shortened. In comparison to Fugaku's once-a-month usage, Kaizen's Izanagi would now be available every 3 days, greatly increasing its practicality. Meanwhile, the cooldown for Momentary Realm had vanished entirely. As long as his chakra reserves allowed, he could employ it on multiple targets without limitation. Furthermore, because Kaizen had successively copied and learned from both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan, his own was considerably more potent than the average. It was anticipated that once his ocular techniques were fully developed, they would reach the pinnacle of what a Manjiki Sharingan could achieve. Whereas others could typically manifest only one technique per eye, Kaizen would possess 3 in a single eye. At that point, he could strategize and seek methods to attain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, while his eyes had yet to reach the level of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In terms of perception, replication, and Jinjutsu capabilities, they far surpassed those of a typical Manjiki Sharingan. After reviewing the information regarding the kaleidoscope from the system, Uchiha Kyoyama gazed at Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, who awaited him, and then instructed them. As clan leader, we currently have only 2 possible directions. Furthermore, even if the Uchiha clan wishes to sever ties with Konoha, it will not be an easy task. We must proceed cautiously. We can secretly relocate a portion of our clan members to establish a small village, allowing Uchiha Shursui to guard it, thereby ensuring the safety of our kin. The primary focus now is to soothe the emotions of our clan. I have already spoken with the elder. He has agreed to endure for the next few years. Once I mature, my strength will reach the pinnacle of a Kage, perhaps even surpassing it. At that point, regardless of whether we can control the third Hokage and others, we will have the freedom to choose our destiny. In the original narrative, Uchiha Shursui's downfall stemmed from his excessive trust in the third Hokage, revealing his ocular techniques to him, which were subsequently disclosed to Danzo, leading to the trap that resulted in Shursui's demise before he could fully realize his potential. Uchiha Itachi, too, was tragically misled by the third Hokage's will of fire, believing his sacrifices were for the village, failing to recognize that he had lost his family and everything he cherished. In the end, he was left with only his pitiful brother as a hostage within the village. After discussing the future of the Uchiha clan with Uchiha Fugaku, Kyoyama felt a sense of relief. As long as no major incidents occurred, the Uchiha clan should not face annihilation. With the important matters concluded, Uchiha Kyoyama relaxed, reflecting on the recent endeavor to control the clan leader. Despite the tumultuous process that nearly led to his demise, the outcome was rewarding. He had not only subdued Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, but also acquired two remarkable ocular techniques, thus fulfilling his objectives splendidly. As Uchiha Kyoyama prepared to leave, he was unexpectedly retained by the Uchiha couple, for it was already late at night. Even if he returned home, he would be alone. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, may not have much, but he possessed the largest house within the Uchiha estate, allowing Kyoyama to stay without issue. While lying in the guest room, despite the hour nearing midnight, sleep eluded him. Initially unaware, the stillness of the night now filled him with trepidation. He had acted recklessly, arriving unprepared, and this was the closest he had ever been to death. The feelings of helplessness and fear, along with the sensation of spiraling into an abyss, were experiences he knew he would never forget. Uchiha Kyoyama silently admonished himself to always be thoroughly prepared. Life was invaluable. As he turned in bed, preparing to sleep, he suddenly heard someone approaching the door, instantly becoming alert. At this hour, the only individuals in the house were Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, and Uchiha Sasuke, who was still a mere child and posed no threat. Nevertheless, Kyoyama maintained his vigilance. Who is it? The visitor, caught off guard by his awareness before knocking, paused before responding. Kyoyama-kun, it is I. It is late, and I thought you might be hungry, so I have brought you some food. Upon realizing it was Uchiha Mikoto, Kyoyama relaxed and opened the door. He beheld Mikoto standing at the entrance, a tray laden with delicacies in her hands, dressed in a pink kimono, her gaze soft and unwavering as if peering into the depths of his soul. Chapter 15. Weary Shursui. Uchiha Kyoyama was taken aback, seeing Uchiha Mikoto still standing at the door, and promptly invited her in. As she passed by him, he caught a faint, alluring fragrance. Uchiha Mikoto knelt at the small table on the tatami, arranging the treats she had brought. From his vantage point behind her, her figure was accentuated by the snug fabric, enhancing her curves. Once she had set everything in place, she noticed Kyoyama lingering at the entrance and eagerly called him over. Kyoyama-kun, you must be hungry as well. Please come and sample my culinary skills. As she spoke, she poured him a cup of sake. Hearing her invitation, Kyoyama snapped back to reality. Realizing he was indeed a bit hungry, he approached without hesitation, indulging in the visually appealing delicacies, while Mikoto sat beside him, recommending her dishes and refilling his empty sake cup. Kyoyama-kun, you must be working very hard, Mikoto remarked as she poured more sake. Pausing, Kyoyama looked at her with a puzzled expression. Ever since you awakened the ability to foresee the future, you have shouldered the fate of the Uchiha clan, tirelessly working to alter our destiny while risking your life. I am truly sorry for the near calamity I caused you, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reddening at the corners. Setting down his cup, Kyoyama stared at Mikoto, bewildered by her vivid imagination. He offered her a comforting response. It is nothing. It is my duty as a member of the Uchiha clan. Since Mikoto held such a belief, he felt it inappropriate to contradict her, considering revealing his intentions to escape had never been part of his plan. He then understood her visit was an apology for the earlier incident. As the night deepened and the sake flowed, after finishing the pot Mikoto had brought, Kyoyama felt drowsy. Noticing this, Mikoto began to tidy up the tatami, assisting Kyoyama to bed. Lying on the mattress, he sensed Mikoto extinguishing the light, followed by faint rustling sounds. Instantly alert, he stammered, "Madam, what are you implying?" Her voice was gentle as she replied, "Kyoyama-kun, do you not realize? This is my way of pledging loyalty to you. Moreover, it serves as my apology for the earlier incident." Unable to maintain his composure upon hearing this, Uchiha Kyoyama drew her into his embrace. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, and the early birds chirped outside, rousing Uchiha Kyoyama from his slumber. He felt utterly exhausted from the previous day's tribulations, having endured both travel and life-threatening encounters, compounded by a restless night. The sun's rays warmed his face, pulling him from the depths of sleep. As he gradually regained consciousness, he sensed another presence beside him and slowly opened his eyes, finding Uchiha Mikoto's enchanting face, still adorned with a rosy hue from the previous night, illuminated by the morning light. Recollecting the events of the prior evening, he noticed Mikoto still asleep and surveyed the disheveled room, vividly recalling the night's escapades. In the fervor of youth, Uchiha Qiushan had encountered the captivating Uchiha Mikoto, and he found it impossible to resist her allure, for in spring's prime, when blossoms fall, one finds their beloved once more. Uchiha Qiushan reached out once more towards Mikoto. Sensing something, Mikoto drowsily opened her eyes, observing Qiushan's actions, seemingly unaware of his intent. Qiushan? Sister Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto appeared a bit dazed. I have feelings for you. Upon witnessing Mikoto awaken, Uchiha Qiushan felt no need for further pretense. After their morning exercise, he departed from Uchiha Fugaku's residence, too shy to bid farewell. Although Fugaku had consented, Qiushan felt a tinge of embarrassment in the face of such intimacy. The early morning sun was gentle and warm as Uchiha Qiushan hurried towards the riverside, their predetermined meeting spot, with Uchiha Shisui. They had split into two teams for their mission. Regardless of triumph or failure, they were to reconvene at this location to share their progress and formulate subsequent plans. When Qiushan arrived, Shisui was already there, looking somewhat disheveled and weary, suggesting he had not rested the entire night. Seeing Shisui's fatigue, Qiushan felt a pang of guilt, as he had enjoyed a restful night and was brimming with vitality. As Shisui lifted his spirits upon Qiushan's arrival, he inquired directly, Qiushan, how is the plan progressing? Did you employ the ocular technique on the elder? At Shisui's question, Uchiha Qiushan blinked, feigning a shake of his head, his voice low. I did not use Kotoamatsukami on the elder. The moment Shisui heard this, a sense of alarm flickered across his face. Noticing Shisui's expression, Qiushan decided to cease his teasing, revealing a mischievous smile. However, I have persuaded the elder to refrain from inciting hostility towards Konoha for the next few years. Realizing Qiushan had been jesting, Shisui felt relieved yet puzzled by how Qiushan managed to convince the notoriously obstinate elder without resorting to any ocular techniques. Qiushan elaborated on the process, explaining the elder's reverence for the Meijiki Sharingan and the reasons behind his agreement. Chapter 16. Shisui, please die. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Shisui understood the elder's stance and finally felt at ease. Once Qiushan finished speaking, Shisui remarked, I never anticipated the elder would place such significance on the Meijiki Sharingan, enough to alter his position. With a smile in his gaze, Shisui looked at Qiushan and said, Qiushan, your accomplishments far surpass mine. It appears I must heed your counsel more often. Your strategic insight and vision exceed my own, and coupled with your ocular prowess, you will undoubtedly lead our clan forward. Rest assured, I will support you wholeheartedly. Listening to Shisui's words, Qiushan's demeanor shifted to solemnity as he met Shisui's expectant gaze, nodding affirmatively. Fear not, everything will turn out well. With Qiushan's assurance, Shisui sighed in relief, as if shedding a heavy burden, and proceeded to update Qiushan on his progress. Last night, I sought an audience with the third Hokage. He was quite trusting, leading to a smooth progression. As per your instructions, I made only minor adjustments to his perceptions, diminishing his emphasis on the Uchiha clan and enhancing his goodwill towards us. Additionally, I informed him of my awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan, which facilitated the execution of Kotoamatsukami. Noticing Qiushan's subtle nod, Shisui continued, afterward, I went to the root base to seek out Danzo. Whether it was his excessive caution or simply his absence, I waited the entire night without encountering him. Fearing that lingering might arouse his suspicion, I decided to return. Qiushan let out a quiet sigh, foreseeing the complications ahead. It was clear that Danzo, operating from the shadows, was much less conspicuous than the third Hokage, and the secrets of Root were tightly guarded. Should Danzo fall under Shisui's Kotoamatsukami, it would not merely alter his thoughts like with the third Hokage, but would instead result in control akin to that over Uchiha Fugaku. Such a scenario would effectively place the Root under Qiushan's command. However, opportunities would arise in the future, as long as the troublesome Danzo remained uncontained or eliminated. Qiushan would find no peace. Yet, Shisui had done his utmost. One could only attribute Danzo's cunning to his own guile, and not to Shisui's lack of capability. Qiushan reassured him, it's all right, as long as the third Hokage's attitude towards our clan shifts, Danzo will face obstacles in his endeavors against us. After all, the leader of our village remains the third Hokage, and his words carry weight in matters concerning Konoha. As for Danzo, we shall deal with him in due time. Excessive pursuit may only arouse his vigilance. In light of Qiushan's analysis, Shisui nodded in agreement. Thus, our primary objectives appear to be more than halfway achieved. Provided no significant upheaval occurs, our clan can coexist harmoniously with the village. Indeed, and there are unexpected gains. Qiushan decided to confide in Shisui about his control over Uchiha Fugaku. Observing Shisui's inquisitive gaze, Qiushan continued, I have used Kotoamatsukami to gain influence over the clan leader. Qiushan glanced upward, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, for he had previously claimed that Fugaku posed little threat and did not require control, only to find himself having done just that. Before Shisui could voice his concerns, Qiushan elaborated, though the clan leader maintained a benevolent stance towards the village. His indecisiveness rendered him ineffective. His alignment with our cause is crucial for our future endeavors. Shisui found himself in a moral quandary. After all, Fugaku was the father of Itachi, whom he had always regarded as a younger brother. Now, his closest friend had taken control of the father of the one he cherished, leaving Shisui in a state of inner turmoil. Understanding Shisui's disposition, Qiushan did not afford him time to dwell on his conflict. Shisui, there is another critical task I must entrust to you. I implore you to accept it, even though it may require considerable effort and sacrifice. After careful consideration, I believe you are the most suitable for this. Shisui, upon hearing Qiushan's words, set aside his internal struggle and focused intently on what Qiushan had to say. Now, Shisui, please die. Qiushan's eyes bore into Shisui's as he uttered words that made Shisui's heart race uncontrollably. Despite his disbelief that Qiushan would propose anything detrimental to him, Shisui's heartbeat gradually steadied as he raised an eyebrow, urging Qiushan to continue. Uchiha Qiushan perceived the expression on Shisui's face and realized that he had not managed to intimidate him. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, Well, Shisui, even if you aren't frightened, can't you at least play along? I did mention that I'd send you to your demise, didn't I? Aren't you even a little scared? What is that expression on your face? Seeing Qiushan's flustered demeanor, Uchiha Shisui chuckled and responded, I know you too well. You merely wish to tease me. I have faith in you. Even if you were to raze the village to the ground, I don't believe you would take my life. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Qiushan pouted in discontent and explained, All right, you guessed correctly. I have a plan that requires your cooperation. This way, our Uchiha clan can shift from being passive to taking the initiative. Uchiha Qiushan nodded affirmatively, signaling for Qiushan to continue. The third Hokage is already aware that you have awakened your Mangekyou Sharingan. We can let more people in on this secret. What do you think will happen if Danzo learns about your awakening, given his attitude towards our clan and his greed for the Sharingan? Shisui contemplated Qiushan's statement and analyzed. Given Danzo's character, he would either attempt to recruit me or, taking advantage of my unguarded moments, eliminate me to seize my Sharingan. However, he is also aware of my close ties with the third Hokage, which makes my assassination quite probable. Chapter 17. Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha Qiushan nodded in agreement with Shisui's analysis. Indeed, at that moment, I will make my appearance, leveraging this situation to present demands. We can relocate the Uchiha clan's territory far from Konoha. The third Hokage, eager to placate us, will undoubtedly agree. Then, we can erect a barrier, thus freeing ourselves from the watchful eyes of the Umbu and Root. Shisui furrowed his brow and raised an objection, but the third Hokage and Danzo are not fools. They are cunning strategists. My faking my own death would certainly not escape their notice. Gazing meaningfully at Shisui, Uchiha Qiushan countered, with the astuteness of the third Hokage and Danzo, combined with the secret techniques of the various clans in the village, how could you possibly deceive them with a mere feigned death? Shisui fell into a contemplative silence, his eyes reflecting a tranquil depth. I understand now. Moreover, Shisui, are you aware of the consequences of your death? Uchiha Qiushan continued. Not only will our Uchiha clan extricate itself from its current predicament, but we shall also gain another pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. Shisui's reaction was swift. Itachi? Qiushan nodded. In a vision of the future, I saw that through your demise, Uchiha Itachi awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan. Given Itachi's exceptional talent, his Sharingan should now be at the limit of 3 tomo. Considering his feelings for you, if you were to be murdered for some reason, the likelihood of Itachi awakening his Mangeki would be significantly heightened. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Qiushan smiled with a sense of comfort. I never expected Itachi to flourish so early, awakening the Mangeki at a younger age than I did. He is destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. Uchiha Qiushan, reflecting on Qiushan's words, inwardly criticized the notion of becoming a strong warrior. Yet, Itachi, under the influence of the Uchiha clan's unique affliction, lived in his own world. Qiushan felt a deep sympathy for the unfortunate fate that awaited him. However, such changes would take time, and with careful consideration of the third Hokage's moves, he believed they could navigate through these challenges. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Qiushan and stated, "Thus, Qiushan, for the sake of the Uchiha and for Itachi's Mangeki, it is imperative that you truly die once." Qiushan looked earnestly at Uchiha Qiushan. "Let me confirm once more, is there truly no other way? Must I genuinely die?" Qiushan responded solemnly, "This is the best course of action. Rest assured, once you are gone, I will strive to secure the utmost benefits for the Uchiha clan, ensuring that we will never again face annihilation. I will lead our clan to glory." Receiving Qiushan's affirmation, Qiushan's lips curled into a relieved smile, and he nodded. "Very well, I agree. However, you must ensure the protection of my remains. I do not wish for them to fall into Danzo's hands. Furthermore, my Sharingan should be preserved. I hope it will aid you in the future. My left eye's Kotoamatsukami has yet to be utilized, and I entrust it to you." Uchiha Qiushan nodded. "Do not worry. Qiushan, rest for a few days. In a short while, I will arrange for the news of your Mangeki awakening to be disseminated. At that time, Danzo will surely seek you out, so be cautious in your dealings." Qiushan nodded in agreement. Having just returned from a mission outside the village, and with so much happening the previous night without rest, he felt fatigued and intended to return home for a peaceful respite. As Qiushan noted that they had discussed the essential matters, he sincerely invited, "Qiushan, we have been busy all night, and we haven't had breakfast yet. Let us go to Ichiraku Ramen, my treat." Uchiha Qiushan was at an impasse. Although Konoha was quite large, the culinary offerings were rather limited, with Ichiraku Ramen and grilled meat being the only notable options. Yet, who in their right mind would indulge in grilled meat so early in the day? Moreover, the establishment would not even be open at such an hour. Thus, a steaming bowl of ramen, generously topped with meat and eggs, would suffice to invigorate one for the day ahead. Uchiha Qiushan, however, was not particularly fond of ramen and lacked the appetite for it. He simply wished to return home for a quiet rest, and politely declined Qiushan's invitation. Understanding Qiushan's sentiments, Uchiha Qiushan did not press further. Watching Qiushan's figure fade into the morning light, he felt a twinge of disappointment at the lack of company for breakfast. Rubbing his still warm eyes, he grumbled, "Well, if no one is joining me, I shall go alone. I will indulge in the extra-large deluxe tonkatsu ramen." As Uchiha Qiushan departed, muttering to himself while making his way to the village, the riverside, usually devoid of activity, once again fell silent. The morning sunlight danced upon the shimmering surface of the river, creating a serene vista. Though Uchiha Qiushan had arrived early, Ichiraku Ramen was already bustling with patrons. Upon entering, he called out, "Uncle Ichiraku, I would like an extra-large deluxe ramen." After a brief pause, he added while patting his stomach, "Make it two, one tonkatsu and one with extra flavor." At this stage of his growth, and having expended considerable energy the night before, Uchiha Qiushan was confident he could consume 2 hearty bowls of ramen. Many ninjas frequented Ichiraku Ramen, as the training and utilization of chakra demanded significant energy, particularly the Akimichi clan, renowned for their hearty appetites. Thus, Uncle Ichiraku was accustomed to seeing ninjas with substantial orders and regarded such requests with indifference, perhaps merely observing them with some curiosity. Moreover, Uchiha Qiushan was a familiar face at Ichiraku. Since his promotion to Jonin, his mission rewards had substantially increased, and being unencumbered by any obligations, he had never denied himself in terms of food. He often added extra toppings to his ramen. So Uncle Ichiraku's response to Qiushan's request for the extra-large deluxe ramen was one of mild indifference. "SHBU, come out and help." Uncle Ichiraku called for his daughter as he became overwhelmed with orders. Seeing Uncle Ichiraku getting busy, Uchiha Qiushan took a seat and patiently awaited his meal, glancing around the shop for familiar faces. Alas, he found none. After a brief wait, the ramen prepared by Uchiha Qiushan was ready. A small girl wearing a white chef's hat, SHBU, carefully brought over his sumptuous portion of ramen, placing it gently before him. The steam from the bowl flushed her cheeks a rosy hue as she quietly announced, "Qiushan and your ramen is ready. Be careful, it's hot." As a regular at Ichiraku Ramen, Uchiha Qiushan was well acquainted with both Uncle Ichiraku and SHBU. During busy times, it was often SHBU who assisted with the toppings and served the noodles. If she weren't Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, there would likely have been complaints about child labor. Qiushan expressed his gratitude and was about to dig in when he noticed an extra egg in his bowl, a detail that made him look up to find SHBU, giving him a knowing glance before she hurried off to assist her father again. Watching the diligent little girl, Qiushan couldn't help but chuckle as he took a bite of the ramen. He teased Uncle Ichiraku, "Uncle, SHBU has always been so capable and adorable. You must save her for me. When she grows up, I'll ask for her hand." Uncle Ichiraku cast a fond glance toward SHBU, chuckling as he replied, "Qiushan, don't tease my daughter. She is still just a child. Besides, I know all too well that while the Uchiha clan isn't as strict as the Hyuga clan about marrying outsiders, it's still no easy feat. Especially for a renowned genius like you. The elders would certainly oppose any union with someone from outside our clan." Hearing the exchange, SHBU's already rosy cheeks flushed deeper, and she hurriedly lowered her head to focus on her tasks, her hands betraying a hint of nervousness. Qiushan, initially joking with SHBU, fell into contemplative silence at Uncle Ichiraku's words. The elder was correct, despite the support he received from the clan after awakening his Sharingan. Any desire to marry outside the clan would provoke the staunch conservatives among the elders. One must acknowledge that enjoying the privileges bestowed by one's lineage comes with the responsibility to uphold its legacy. For bloodline clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, maintaining the purity of their bloodlines is crucial to preserving their unique abilities and preventing their eventual decline. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. By the time Qiushan was ready to consider marriage, his strength would likely have reached a level others could only aspire to, at which point he would not follow the rules, but rather create them. With this thought, Qiushan found the ramen even more delectable. Truly, it was a dish befitting the fame of Konoha village: firm noodles, rich broth, and exquisite toppings. One would surely fall in love with Ichiraku ramen unless one had an aversion to noodles. As Qiushan finished his bowl and began savoring the broth, SHBU cautiously brought over a second bowl of ramen. Observing her flushed face, he smiled and thanked her. After placing the bowl down, SHBU quickly glanced at her father and, noticing he was preoccupied, subtly pointed to the bottom of the bowl, signaling that there was something special hidden there. She flashed Qiushan a radiant smile and scurried off to continue her work. Understanding her gesture, Qiushan discreetly lifted the noodles with his chopsticks, revealing a hidden treasure at the bottom of the bowl, an abundance of meat slices, meat rolls, and eggs. Startled, he quickly covered the noodles again, fearing Uncle Ichiraku would discover the bounty and react unfavorably. At that moment, Qiushan noticed SHBU glance in his direction, and he discreetly gave her a thumbs up in gratitude. In response, the mischievous little girl stuck out her tongue playfully at him while ensuring her father remained unaware. With great effort, Qiushan finally finished the second, generously topped bowl. Although he had already pushed his limits with the first bowl, the additional toppings left him quite full. After placing the bowl down with a contented sigh, he settled the bill and exchanged farewells with Uncle Ichiraku and SHBU before making his way outside. Just then, Qiushan spotted a small figure peeking around the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. Clad in orange clothing, with unruly blonde hair and a dirt-smudged face, the boy wore a timid expression. Yet his sky-blue eyes shimmered with yearning as they gazed longingly inside the shop. Qiushan instantly recognized this small boy as Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the story, the child of the fourth Hokage and the host of the Nine Tails. At that moment, he was merely a frail, underdeveloped child, concealed by the third Hokage's efforts to keep his lineage a secret, resulting in the villagers harboring animosity toward him. Always receiving expired food, devoid of parents or support, he endured a life of isolation and fear, silently suffering the taunts of others. Darkness perpetually loomed over him. Once destined for heroism, he was now treated like a prisoner. Were it not for his identity as the Nine Tails host, his untimely death would not be surprising. Qiushan sighed silently, but chose not to approach him. Given the already tense relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, as a representative of the younger generation, Any reckless engagement with the Nine-Tails host could provoke a volatile reaction from the third Hokage and Danzo. Moreover, although Qiushan's Sharingan had reached the Mangekyou level, he lacked the power to control the Nine-Tails. To contend with it, one would need the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. As he observed Naruto's frail form, memories of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, surfaced in his mind, a genius emerging from humble beginnings, possessing extraordinary talent, exceptional combat prowess, and a genuine warmth for everyone he encountered. Had it not been for the fourth Hokage's early demise, Qiushan would have endeavored to save Naruto's life, not only because of the friendly overtures from the Uchiha clan, but also due to Minato's charismatic personality. If the fourth had lived longer, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village would not have deteriorated to such an extent. Qiushan touched the discount coupons he had received from Uncle Ichiraku, a gesture of appreciation for his loyalty as a frequent patron who always ordered the more expensive items. Choosing not to look back at Naruto, he walked straight out, inadvertently dropping a handful of discount coupons beside the boy as he passed. Qiushan continued on, seemingly oblivious to his actions. Upon noticing the coupons, Naruto's eyes widened. He gazed hungrily at the stack, which contained at least a dozen coupons, equivalent to numerous bowls of ramen. Licking his lips and patting his empty stomach, he caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of ramen. Looking up at Qiushan's retreating figure, he hesitated, torn between his desire and the moment's gravity. Suddenly, he lunged for the coupons on the ground and dashed after the figure who had just departed. Uchiha Qiushan strolled through the streets of the village, feeling somewhat bloated after an indulgent meal, treating his walk as a means to aid digestion. He had just tossed a coupon for Ichiraku ramen beside Naruto, unable to bear the sight of the boy's plight. The fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself alongside his wife to protect the village, leaving behind a child who, rather than enjoying the privileges of a hero's offspring, faced isolation due to being the host of the Nine-Tails. The third Hokage, in an attempt to foster a closer bond with Naruto, propagated the notion that Naruto was the embodiment of a demon fox, leading to widespread alienation. Although some, like Ino Shikicho and Hinata, understood Naruto's true identity, they hesitated to befriend him out of fear of offending the third Hokage, merely allowing their children to play with him without interference. Uchiha Qiushan believed that, while he was not a paragon of virtue, he could never stoop to the third Hokage's level of manipulation over the Nine-Tails. Despite Naruto being the Nine-Tails vessel, he was merely an innocent child, and the son of the fourth Hokage at that. Furthermore, the Nine-Tails represented a confluence of darkness, hatred, and revulsion. Had it not been for Naruto's innate goodness, bolstered by the influence of Ashura's chakra within him, he might have succumbed to becoming a child consumed by animosity and destruction. As Uchiha Qiushan pondered these thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. "Excuse me, big brother, wait. You dropped something." Turning around, he saw Naruto breathlessly approaching, clutching the coupon he had intentionally discarded. Qiushan felt a pang of annoyance. He had purposely let it fall for Naruto to find. So why return it? Uncertain if any Umbu were covertly monitoring Naruto, and wishing to avoid provoking the already sensitive third Hokage, he maintained a stern demeanor and replied, "What do you want, kid?" Naruto, accustomed to such brusque treatment, raised the coupon and said, "You dropped this coupon when you came out of Ichiraku ramen. I brought it back for you." Hearing Naruto's words softened Qiushan's icy facade slightly. He feigned checking his pockets before declining. "No need, kid. The coupon expires in a month, and I have received a mission that will take me out of the village for 2 or 3 months. If you want it, keep it. Otherwise, just throw it away." Without waiting for Naruto's reaction, Uchiha Qiushan turned and walked away. Naruto, unsure whether to chase after him or not, hesitated. Just then, his stomach growled loudly, having gone 2 days without a proper meal. He had intended to savor the aroma of ramen from Ichiraku before heading to the river to fish, but now he had unexpectedly found a treasure. Knowing that the coupon was unwanted by the older boy, he felt no guilt in claiming it for himself. Excitedly, Naruto unfolded the coupon, which was slightly wrinkled from his grip, and began counting. 1, 2, 3. His eyes sparkled with delight as he counted a total of 20 coupons, all for large bowls of ramen. Ecstatic at this windfall, he carefully tucked one away and placed the rest in his pocket, then hurried back to Ichiraku ramen, brandishing the coupon and exclaiming, "Uncle Ichiraku, I'd like a large bowl of ramen." Uchiha Qiushan's encounter with Naruto was merely a fleeting moment, and he dismissed it from his mind, thinking it best for Uchiha Sasuke to cultivate a closer bond with the boy. As reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, their fates were intertwined. He swiftly made his way home, a modest house with a small courtyard, belonging to average members of the Uchiha clan. His father was a standard J-nin, and his mother a Ch-nin. Both had perished during a mission when Qiushan was merely 9, leaving him little inheritance. And the house was typical for a family of 3. Upon entering his room, Uchiha Qiushan rubbed his eyes, feeling the pressure building within them. As the 8-hour mark set by the system approached, he sensed an increasing heat and swelling in his eyes, occasionally feeling the pulsations of blood vessels nearby. He realized this discomfort stemmed from the awakening of his Sharingan's power, its intensity growing as his unique ocular technique began to manifest. As time passed, Uchiha Qiushan felt the imminent awakening of his ocular technique, and his eyes uncontrollably shifted into the 3-tomo Sharingan state. The tomo spun faster and faster, as if attempting to dissipate the excess chakra. Just as he wondered if his eyes might burst from the strain, the tomo began to morph and reshape, adopting a new form reminiscent of Uchiha Shusui's Meijiki Sharingan, albeit with intricate hollow patterns, more refined than those of Shusui or Obito. With the manifestation of Uchiha Qiushan's Meijiki pattern, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your Meijiki Sharingan has finally awakened. Please verify its specific abilities. A warning followed. Caution, caution. The system has determined that with the completion of your Meijiki Sharingan and ocular technique, it has reached its limits. Before your Sharingan evolves into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, please refrain from copying any further Meijiki techniques. Chapter 20. The Eye of Rewriting, and Takamagara surprised and somewhat speechless at the system's warning. Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback by how swiftly his Sharingan had reached its limits. He touched his still swollen eyes and deactivated the Meijiki Sharingan, reverting to his usual onyx pupils. Blinking to alleviate the discomfort, he felt reassured that once his eyes adjusted, they would return to normal. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan closed his eyes to explore his newly acquired ocular technique. Though he could have done so with his eyes open, it seemed more fitting to appear contemplative. As expected, the Sharingan proved to be the eye of reflection, with the conditions for awakening the Meijiki rooted in profound emotional turmoil, such as the tragic loss of loved ones or betrayal. This was why the second Hokage had deemed the Uchiha clan a malevolent lineage, failing to recognize that it was their profound capacity for love that led to such intense emotional responses in times of loss, driving them to extremes. The Sharingan, aptly named the Eye of Reflection, would awaken corresponding techniques based on the owner's fervent desires at the moment of its activation. For instance, Obito wished to create a world with Rin, thus obtaining a space-time technique. Shusui desired harmony for his village and clan, resulting in an ultimate Jinjutsu. Under the system's guidance, Uchiha Qiushan had silently affirmed his wishes and, indeed, achieved the ocular technique he desired, the Eye of Rewriting. The name of the ocular technique awakened by Uchiha Qiushan bears a striking resemblance to the one that previously deceived Uchiha Shusui, possessing similar functionalities. However, due to certain systemic constraints, the ocular technique he awakened can no longer replicate the Meijiki Sharingan techniques. Nevertheless, it has unexpectedly achieved formidable power in the replication of other bloodline limits. Now, wherever his Meijiki Sharingan gazes, it can pierce through illusions and reach the essence of things, be they bloodline limits, secret techniques, or even ninjutsu that is typically beyond the grasp of ordinary practitioners. As long as he is granted time or witnesses the execution of a technique, he can replicate it. Yet, despite the remarkable strength of this ocular technique and its broad applicability, it does have limitations. Bloodline limits cannot be replicated without restriction. Aside from Uchiha Qiushan's own Sharingan bloodline limit, he can replicate only 6 others. This marks the maximum extent of replication afforded by the Meijiki Sharingan. However, as Qiushan's Meijiki Sharingan evolves into an eternal Meijiki Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan, the number of replicable techniques may increase. In truth, bloodline limits possess varying ranks. Much like Hashirama Senju's Wood Release, Uchiha Sharingan, Inoki's Dust Release, and Meiterumi's Lava and Boil Release, which belong to the pinnacle of bloodline limits. In contrast, techniques such as the Moonlight Wind's Transparent Escape and the Sand Village's Scorch Release are somewhat inferior. Of course, there are no worthless bloodline limits, only inept individuals. Even if one possesses Wood Release, Can they guarantee becoming the second Hashirama Senju? The limitation of this ocular technique is its inability to replicate bloodline limits of a higher rank. Though, in the current world of Hokage, we may consider this limitation non-existent, as no bloodline limit surpasses the Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan's Manjiki Sharingan differs significantly from his previous three-tomo Sharingan. As a higher-tier ocular technique, it can replicate nearly all bloodline limits, secret techniques, and ninjutsu within the ninja world, and it can also reflect upon itself. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Qiushan nearly leaped with joy. It is crucial to note that the ninja world is rife with many coveted bloodline limits, as well as numerous powerful ninjutsu that cannot be replicated or learned solely through the three-tomo Sharingan. For instance, the Reikage series of lightning techniques, which enhance one's own lightning release, and the rare flight ninjutsu, Inoki's lightweight and heavyweight rock techniques, along with the fourth Hokage's signature flying thunder god technique, are all techniques that have long piqued Qiushan's interest. These ninjutsu either belong to other hidden villages and are highly classified, or they demand exceedingly high prerequisites and exceptional talent to learn. With the aid of his Manjiki ocular technique, Qiushan can effortlessly acquire these techniques as long as he witnesses them. All these techniques can rival bloodline limits, significantly enhancing Uchiha Qiushan's survival capabilities. Furthermore, acquiring these techniques is akin to gaining a treasure. Since they are not bloodline limits, there are no numerical restrictions, and they do not conflict with one another, allowing them to complement each other. As for secret techniques, the Hidden Leaf Village boasts numerous ones. Among the most renowned and distinguished is the Ino-Shikicho trio. Except for the Akimichi clan's techniques related to Yang Chakra, which Uchiha Qiushan finds difficult to learn for the time being. The remaining techniques, such as the Nara clan's shadow imitation techniques and the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer techniques, should be relatively easy for someone with ample chakra like Qiushan to replicate. Moreover, if an enemy possesses adept escape ninjutsu or secret techniques, they may evade once in front of him, but they will find it impossible to escape a second time, as he will have discerned their techniques during their initial attempt. Much like the saints say, one can never defeat me with the same move twice. Uchiha Qiushan is quite satisfied with this ocular technique. He currently lacks powerful ninjutsu. He has the strongest jinjutsu, Kotoamatsukami, and can unleash formidable physical attacks like Susanoo. Thus, he now seeks an ocular technique that can bolster his weaknesses and diversify his tactics. Only by addressing his shortcomings can he advance further along the path of a ninja. Next, Uchiha Qiushan turned his attention to the ocular technique of his other Manjiki. The technique, Takamagara, is a rare spatial ocular technique long associated with the Uchiha clan. Akin to Kamui, Takamagara is also a spatial technique connecting to an unknown island within a dimension. Upon activation, Qiushan can transport himself to this island. Unlike Kamui's space, this realm features both day and night, with abundant water sources and vegetation, albeit devoid of animals. Takamagara differs from Kamui in that it does not possess intangibility. In other words, it lacks the ability to phase part of one's body into the space when under attack. However, compared to Kamui, Takamagara allows for spatial markings with the Sharingan, which are invisible and can be marked on physical objects or in the void. As long as there is a spatial mark, Uchiha Qiushan can reach it in an instant, even more conveniently than the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 21. The Land of Whirlpools. Uchiha Qiushan did not anticipate awakening such a rare spatial ocular technique. He had initially planned to wait until his Sharingan evolved into an eternal Manjiki Sharingan, enabling him to replicate ocular techniques once more. He intended to find a way to capture Kakashi or control him with Kotoamatsukami to replicate Kakashi's Sharingan technique, Kamui. Unexpectedly, before he could enact this plan, he awakened a spatial ocular technique even more practical than Uchiha Obito's Kamui, as Takamagara allows for prolonged habitation. Additionally, he can utilize spatial markings to substitute for travel. But he senses that this ocular technique, in comparison to Kamui and the Flying Thunder God, may not hold substantial combat value. Although Takamagara can mark spatial imprints, one must first enter the Takamagara space before jumping based on the markings. In high-level confrontations, even the slightest delay can determine victory or defeat. Nevertheless, Uchiha Qiushan feels he has gained much. He can still replicate and learn the Flying Thunder God and Kamui in the future. But a space where one can reside for extended periods is a rare find. It is worth noting that even Uchiha Obito's Kamui space has time limitations, as he almost met his demise at the hands of Konan's explosive tags. This effectively grants Uchiha Qiushan a stable rearguard, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Should he sense danger, he can retreat into this space, unafraid of traps or ambushes. As long as Uchiha Qiushan remains hidden within, even the Sage of Six Paths would be unable to touch him. Moreover, through exploration of this ocular technique, Qiushan discovers that the spatial imprint can be marked on others. Those bearing this imprint can activate it with chakra to arrive at the island within the Takamagara space, effectively allowing them to reverse summon themselves to Uchiha Qiushan's domain. He can easily mark this spatial imprint on individuals he holds dear, and should he wish to retract it, it is merely a thought away, alleviating his concerns for their safety. Uchiha Qiushan slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his temples in mild distress. It appears that with the awakening of these two ocular techniques, his original plans will require revision. He had initially intended to use the incident involving Uchiha Shirsue's demise as an opportunity to relocate the Uchiha clan's compound closer to the village. This would not only ease tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, but also allow them to escape the scrutiny of the third Hokage and Danzo, while ensuring the compound's proximity to Konoha to deter potential attacks. However, now that Uchiha Qiushan has awakened the spatial ocular technique, one that allows for seamless traversal across the entire ninja world, he can indeed relocate the Uchiha clan far from Konoha village, thus liberating them from its confines. With the spatial ocular technique in hand, should the Uchiha clan encounter insurmountable foes, Uchiha Qiushan can return at a moment's notice upon receiving word of danger. It is important to recognize that the future of Konoha village is fraught with peril. As the ostensible foremost ninja village, it naturally attracts attention. Not to mention the Tsutsuki clan, which will frequently visit Konoha for leisure, and in just a few years, a rogue faction, armed with the capability to unleash catastrophic jutsu, may reduce Konoha to rubble. If the shinobi possess some means of self-defense, the non-ninja members of the clan would find themselves utterly defenseless against such calamities. Thus, this presents a prime opportunity for the Uchiha clan to extricate themselves from Konoha, distancing themselves from the turmoil. Furthermore, given that there are those who constantly guard against his growth, Uchiha Qiushan decides to step outside the chessboard of ninja villages altogether. The Uchiha clan has historically failed to seize opportunities, clinging to the security detail as if it were a precious treasure, oblivious to the fact that such a position invites enmity and yields no real influence. Meanwhile, the vast bounty of Konoha has been thoroughly divided among various clans. And if the Uchiha clan wishes to mend relations with the villagers of Konoha, they must relinquish their contentious security detail. At the very least, they cannot afford to stand in opposition to the villagers. Moreover, should the Uchiha clan aspire for growth, it would inevitably encroach upon the interests of others, leading to incessant conflicts with various clans. If the Uchiha were to display overwhelming might, it could provoke a coalition of these clans in resistance. One must not be deceived by the omnipotence of the Ten Tails. After all, its cool-down period is extensive, and the number of individuals it can influence is limited. Uchiha Qiushan understands that in the ninja world, all else is ephemeral. Only one's own strength is enduring. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he realizes that for the Uchiha clan to thrive, they must separate from Konoha. For their pride forbids them from compromising their integrity merely for the sake of harmonious relations with the villagers. Having resolved to extricate the Uchiha from Konoha, there remains much to be done. Before the incident involving Uchiha Shirsue occurs, it is imperative to select an appropriate territory for the Uchiha clan, preferably one surrounded by the sea, making it easily defensible and distanced from other nations. Uchiha Qiushan rises and approaches the bookshelf. Retrieving a map of the ninja world, a strategic asset in this era, had he not attained the rank of J-Nin, such a map would remain beyond his reach. Spreading the map across the table, he meticulously searches for a suitable location, focusing primarily on islands or coastal regions. As the sun reaches its zenith, Uchiha Qiushan gazes contemplatively at the laid-out map, his eyes fixating on a significant island, encircled by the sea, not far from the mainland, and boasting arable land and a water source, capable of sustaining tens of thousands. It perfectly meets Uchiha Qiushan's criteria. However, the island is marked as the land of whirlpools. Indeed, it is the ancestral homeland of the Uzumaki clan, where the clan established its dominion. The Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, inheriting part of the Sage of Six Paths chakra, renowned for their immense chakra reserves, vitality, and sealing techniques. Due to their long-standing friendship with the Senju clan, and the fact that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, married an Uzumaki princess, Mito Uzumaki, who sealed the Nine Tails within herself to aid Hashirama in governing Konoha. The roots of the destruction of the land of whirlpools were sown during this time. To foster peace among the nations, the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts from 1 to 8 among various ninja villages. While the first Hokage lived, other villages dared not harbor ill intentions. However, once the first and second Hokages passed away, and the Senju clan lacked formidable figures, the premier combatants of the Uzumaki clan also perished. Various ninja villages launched assaults on the land of whirlpools to obtain the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, seeking to seal their own tailed beasts and acquire their own jinchuriki. When the Uzumaki clan sought assistance, the third Hokage, cautious and preoccupied, delayed in responding, citing the village's involvement in war and insufficient manpower, ultimately leading to the downfall of the land of whirlpools and the theft of their sealing techniques. Little did the third Hokage anticipate that the various ninja villages would subsequently acquire their own jinchuriki, with some villages even attaining perfect jinchuriki, significantly boosting their combat capabilities and placing Konoha in a precarious position. In summary, the land of whirlpools possessed what the ninja villages desperately needed but lacked any formidable protectors. While Konoha, which had maintained a rapport with the land of whirlpools, proved unreliable during this critical juncture, potentially a political maneuver by the third Hokage, resulting in its annihilation. Therefore, one must not rely solely on others. In times of crisis, only oneself can be trusted. Uchiha Qiushan closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, firmly marking the location of the land of whirlpools on the map with his finger, thereby determining the future territory of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha do not lack skilled warriors, including Uchiha Itachi. They boast 4 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. While Uchiha Shirsue's ocular technique is not to be wielded lightly, it does not preclude him from manifesting Susanoo. Moreover, even without activating his Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Shirsue is undoubtedly an elite of the shadow level. The Uchiha clan possesses far more elite warriors than the Uzumaki clan of Ur, and with numerous shadow-level experts among them, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to challenge the might of the Uchiha. Uchiha Qiushan activated his Sharingan, diligently committing the details of the map to memory. Tidying up the room, he did not rush to consult the elder and clan leader about the relocation plans. Moreover, even if the Uchiha were to vacate, a small contingent would remain in Konoha to care for the students attending school there. After all, while territory can be established swiftly, a school cannot be built overnight. After enjoying a midday meal, Uchiha Qiushan brewed himself a cup of tea, settling beneath the shade of a tree in the courtyard. He gazed at the clan emblem, resembling a ping-pong paddle, on the courtyard wall, savoring a sip of tea before exhaling in satisfaction. In just a day since acquiring the system, he has leveraged its power and his own intellect to surpass the threshold of the Manjiki Sharingan, achieving a remarkable enhancement in strength. No longer merely an obscure Uchiha Nin, he has emerged as the de facto leader of the Uchiha clan, a player of the game. Time passes swiftly, and the afternoon slips away. Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan finally adapts, no longer feeling the strain. Next, he must visit the elder to secure his agreement on the relocation, while also maintaining appearances with the clan leader. As the sun sets, Uchiha Qiushan strides into the elder's courtyard. Having lost his wife and preferring solitude, the elder resides alone in the spacious courtyard. Uchiha Qiushan knocks gently on the door and, upon receiving the elder's response, enters. There, he finds Elder Uchiha Rin leisurely preparing tea in the reception room, smiling as he greets, "I knew you would come today." Uchiha Chios was somewhat astonished. Did the elder know I would come? The elder nodded, responding with an air of mystery. "You must have sensed it, haven't you?" Uchiha Chios, feeling a bit bewildered, asked what he should have sensed. Observing Chios's expression, the elder felt a pang of exasperation. "Your Manjiki Sharingan should have awakened its ocular techniques by now, right?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Chios suddenly understood that the elder assumed he had come to seek guidance on ocular techniques. Initially inclined to refute the elder's assumption, he reconsidered and nodded in agreement, intending to reveal only part of the truth. "Yes, elder, my Manjiki Sharingan has indeed awakened its ocular technique, and I have used it once. However, the outcome was not favorable. which is why I sought your counsel. The elder's interest was piqued upon learning that Uchiha Qiushan had already utilized the ocular technique. You have used it? What effects did it have? Be cautious not to overuse it, as it may harm your Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan resolved to inform the elder about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, believing it would aid in persuading the elder to withdraw the Uchiha from Konoha. With a grave countenance, Uchiha Qiushan began, "My Mangeki Sharingan's ocular technique awakened last night after I returned. The sensation was extraordinary, as if this technique were inherently embedded within my eyes. Even without activating it, I could sense its general purpose." The elder nodded in understanding. This is the natural awakening of the ocular techniques that accompany the evolution of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan into Mangeki. Each individual's technique is unique, innately aligned with their nature. If one is inclined towards aggression, their awakened technique is likely to be offensive. If one prefers stealth, it will favor concealment. And if one is adept at evasion, it may grant acceleration or flight. After the elder finished speaking, he chuckled. "I intentionally withheld this information from you yesterday to surprise you. Did I startle you?" Hearing the elder's childlike demeanor, Uchiha Qiushan nearly broke into laughter but quickly managed to maintain a serious expression, letting out a heavy sigh. "Elder, do you know what ocular technique I awakened?" At that moment, the elder sensed something amiss with Uchiha Qiushan and wiped the smile off his face. "What ocular technique has caused you such distress?" Uchiha Qiushan looked up at the elder, twitching his lips, and ultimately activated Uchiha Fugaku's illusionary technique, though he did so with minimal force. Enough that an ordinary ninja could easily break free. "Elder, please do not resist. Allow me to show you the visions my ocular technique revealed last night." The elder, being astute, inquired upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki, "Is it a predictive ability?" Upon Uchiha Qiushan's nod, the elder ceased to resist and entered the illusionary realm. Chapter 23. The Inheritance. Although Uchiha Qiushan did not possess a predictive ocular technique, he wielded Uchiha Fugaku's illusionary technique that transcended time and space. Moreover, he was aware of the impending annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he crafted a realistic depiction of the future events concerning Uchiha Shirsue's death and the clan's demise using Fugaku's illusion, allowing the elder to witness it. Notably, he substituted Uchiha Itachi, the harbinger of the clan's destruction, with a masked individual, knowing that Itachi would be of significant use to him in the future. He feared that the elder, upon recognizing Itachi's identity, might eliminate him before he could fulfill his role. This was not an unfounded concern. As the elder was not Uchiha Fugaku, he had devoted his entire life to the Uchiha clan, and should he discover that Itachi was responsible for their downfall, he would stop at nothing to eliminate the threat. Uchiha Qiushan presented only fragments and scenes, and as these snippets approached their conclusion, a brilliant idea struck him. He included the scene of the Akatsuki leader Nagato invading Konoha, obliterating the village with a devastating technique, thereby making it easier to persuade the elder to withdraw from Konoha. As for the subsequent scene of Nagato being persuaded by Naruto to resurrect all those who had perished in Konoha, that was omitted. I did not lie. I merely revealed part of the truth. Since Uchiha Qiushan employed this ocular technique solely as an illusion, devoid of mental harm, the duration was brief, akin to offering the elder a glimpse of a cinematic experience, thus incurring minimal expenditure of his energy. I have discovered yet another application for the ocular technique. After guiding the elder through these sequences within the illusionary realm, Uchiha Qiushan and the elder exited together. The astonished expression on the elder's face lingered for some time. As Uchiha Qiushan neared the bottom of his teacup, the elder finally regained his composure. He gently sipped his tea, exhaling a long sigh, appearing to have aged several years. His once straight posture now slightly hunched. Uchiha Qiushan suddenly recalled that the elder was of the same generation as the third Hokage, and at their age, they were considered venerable within the ninja world. Finally, the elder spoke, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "I never anticipated that our esteemed Uchiha clan would ultimately meet such a fate. Even Shirsue fell victim to their treachery. Alas, that boy was exemplary in every regard, yet his excessive kindness and concern led to his untimely demise." After uttering these words, tears began to stream uncontrollably down the elder's face. Witnessing the elder's tears, Uchiha Qiushan felt no inclination to mock him. Understanding that the elder genuinely cared for the outstanding descendants of the Uchiha clan. Instead, he offered reassurance. "Elder, this fate has yet to be sealed. I have already alerted Shursui and ensured he can survive unscathed. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the elder wiped the tears from his face, suppressing his sorrow. His expression shifting to one of seriousness, revealing a glint of resolve in his eyes. Not only is Shursui's death inextricably linked to the third Hokage and that old scoundrel Danzo, but the very night our clan was annihilated. The arrangements surrounding our clan's territory unmistakably bore the hand of the third Hokage and Danzo. Otherwise, even if that masked Uchiha traitor were to resurrect Madara, it would be impossible for him to eliminate our clan silently. His face then lit up with a sense of satisfaction. However, your Konoha village did not fare any better. Within a few years, enemies came knocking, and your village was utterly destroyed. As he spoke, the elder's expression shifted to one of contemplation. That pair of eyes. They seemed familiar. Rising from his seat, he exited the meeting room. Uchiha Qiushan refrained from urging him. Aware that the elder was on his way to retrieve the ancient texts passed down within the Uchiha clan. The elder's esteemed position stemmed from the fact that his lineage preserved these ancient texts, granting even the clan leader only the right to peruse them without permission to remove them unless in exceptional circumstances. Thus, the Uchiha clan maintained a balance of power and mutual support between the clan leader's lineage and the elder's lineage, enabling their legacy to endure through the ages. Uchiha Qiushan waited only briefly before observing the elder return, cradling a somewhat ancient tome. After meticulously wiping the table, he placed the book with great reverence and began to leaf through its pages. Before long, the elder ceased his perusal of the tomes, exhaling a deep sigh and nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I never anticipated that such eyes would manifest in this world. It is truly a tumultuous autumn. Observing Uchiha Qiushan's puzzled expression, the elder continued to elucidate. I noticed that the individual who intruded upon Konoha possessed rather unique eyes, which seemed familiar. Thus, I delved into the ancestral texts of our Uchiha clan, and, to my astonishment, I found what I sought. The elder's eyes gleamed with longing as he remarked, "Those eyes are none other than the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. It is said to possess immense power and many extraordinary capabilities, even the ability to reverse life and death, resurrecting the deceased. It appears that the technique he employed to annihilate Konoha must indeed be one of the Rinnegan's abilities. Otherwise, its might could not be so formidable." A spark of curiosity ignited within Uchiha Qiushan as he accepted the tome handed to him by the elder and turned to the page detailing the Rinnegan. There, he beheld a depiction of the Rinnegan, identical to that of Nagato, accompanied by the inscription, "The Eye of the Six Paths," also known as the Rinnegan. Endowed with numerous incredible functions, capable of perceiving the netherworld, communicating with deities, soaring without wings, discerning truth from falsehood, and possessing the power to resurrect those from the afterlife. As Uchiha Qiushan continued to peruse the pages, he discovered accounts of remarkable individuals and extraordinary events throughout history, which left him in awe. He marveled at the Uchiha clan's legacy, recognizing that it encompassed not merely the power of the Sharingan, but also knowledge, experiences, insights, and strategies, elements that are quintessential to the sustenance of a clan. Realizing the significance of this Uchiha repository, Qiushan clung to the tome, reluctant to part with it, and bashfully addressed the elder. "I shall take this home for further study and return it to you once I am finished." The elder, amused by Qiushan's audacity, waved his hand dismissively. "If you wish to read it, take it. Such enthusiasts for literature are a rarity nowadays. That scoundrel Uchiha Fugaku, during his tenure as clan leader, I lent him similar texts, yet he returned them without even a glance. I possess hundreds of such volumes here. Were it not for the fear of you misplacing them, I would have gifted them all to you." Chapter 24. Entrustment. Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan, anxious that the elder might retract his consent, quickly nodded. "I have a secure place to keep them. Please, gift them to me." However, the elder did not acquiesce, but instead scoffed. "Do you think these are mere cabbages? These are the accumulated wisdom of our Uchiha clan over millennia, the very foundation of our existence. Do you understand, young man? One of the responsibilities of our lineage is to safeguard these texts while also documenting our heritage." Pausing to sip his tea, the elder continued, "My lengthy discourse is not for show, but to impress upon you the importance of these tomes. Had you not awakened your Manjiki Sharingan, you would not even be deemed worthy of accessing such knowledge, let alone reading it. Within the entire Uchiha clan, only the clan leader has the privilege to peruse them. It is not a matter of reluctance, but of safeguarding our history. These texts not only chronicle the wonders of the ninja world, but also the meticulous evolution of the Uchiha clan over the past 1,000 years. Should they fall into the hands of those with ill intent, it would spell calamity for our clan. The elder pointed to his heart, emphasizing that to protect these tomes, the repository is not only shielded by barriers, but also rigged with explosive tags linked to my heartbeat. While we Uchiha excel in illusion techniques, even a typical Mangeki could not control me instantly. Should I perish, the explosive tags would obliterate the repository, ensuring that no remnants of our legacy would remain as a burden for the Uchiha clan. Deeply moved by the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan was astonished by the lengths to which the elder would go for the Uchiha. After a moment of silence, he gazed at the elder. "Do you trust me, elder?" The elder nodded. "Though your demeanor is somewhat slippery, your essence remains commendable. If I did not trust you, why would I share so much?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Qiushan extended his arm, placing a hand on the elder's shoulder, and solemnly stated, "Do not resist." Although the elder appeared puzzled, he acquiesced. Uchiha Qiushan activated his Mangeki Sharingan, inscribing a spatial mark within the elder's abode, then nodded at the elder as he invoked the technique, Heavenly Abode. In an instant, an imperceptible spatial disturbance enveloped them, and Uchiha Qiushan and Elder Uchiha Ling vanished from the room without warning. On the celestial island of the Heavenly Abode, Uchiha Qiushan and the elder abruptly materialized. The elder felt a fleeting blur before him as the landscape transformed. Gazing at the unfamiliar scenery, the gentle breeze caressed his face, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict, his expression reflecting a profound upheaval of his worldview. In the elder's reception room, Uchiha Qiushan and the elder suddenly found themselves beside the table. Qiushan wore a smile as he regarded the elder, his eyes concealing a glimmer of mischief. The elder, still in awe, marveled at the recent events. With a grin, Uchiha Qiushan inquired, "Elder, are there any issues now? Do you believe I have a secure place to store these tomes?" The elder nodded in agreement, astonished to discover that your other ocular technique is the exceedingly rare space-time jutsu. If it is not safe there, then no place in the world is secure. I am reassured. Thus, I shall entrust you with the texts. With that, the elder exited the reception room, leaving Uchiha Qiushan patiently sipping tea as he awaited his return. This time, the wait was considerably longer, and just as he was nearing the end of his teapot, the elder finally returned, burdened with 2 large scrolls. These scrolls were notably larger than the sealing book carried by Naruto Uzumaki, and the elder did not place them on the table, but rather set them upon the floor due to their size. After setting down the scrolls, the elder pointed to one of the red scrolls. "This red one contains the ancestral texts of our Uchiha clan. Feel free to peruse it at your leisure. The blue one, however, chronicles all the ninjutsu developed and recorded by our clan. With these 2 items, you could indeed establish a new Uchiha clan." Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan understood that the elder was preparing for the eventuality of the Uchiha clan's extinction. He did not hesitate, but activated his Mangeki, directing it towards the 2 scrolls, and promptly transported them to the Heavenly Abode. However, Uchiha Qiushan, still curious, asked, "Elder, now that you have entrusted these materials to me, what will you do when you need them?" The elder smirked at Qiushan's inquiry. "Rest assured, what I have given you are merely backups." Each successive elder, upon assuming the role, undertakes the task of meticulously copying the clan's heritage documents. This ensures that the successor is well-versed in our history. I owe a debt of gratitude to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Although he harbored animosity towards our clan, his invention of the shadow clone technique is exceptionally useful. Even so, it took me nearly a year to complete my transcription, while the previous elder had it even worse, as he had no access to the technique and took several years to finish. What I possess now was passed down to me from him. Relieved by the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of reassurance. Now that matters concerning his ocular techniques had been addressed, he proceeded to discuss the Uchiha clan's separation from Konoha with the elder. After the elder patiently listened to Uchiha Qiushan's plans, he fell into a long silence, letting out a deep sigh. "Alas, I never anticipated we would come to this point. The reasons are not solely attributed to the village. Our Uchiha clan bears a certain responsibility as well. However, our clansmen have also suffered injustices. Now that matters have escalated to this stage, the discord between the Uchiha and Konoha has reached an irreconcilable point." "But Qiushan, do you possess confidence regarding Shirsue's feigned death?" Shursui is an invaluable talent within our Uchiha clan. We must not allow him to make a futile sacrifice. Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan nodded affirmatively, reassuring the elder, "Rest assured, elder. Shursui is a brother to whom I can entrust my life. If I lacked confidence, I would never arrange for him to face death." Chapter 25. A night stay. When the elder learned that Uchiha Qiushan had already made arrangements concerning Shursui, he nodded with relief and then presented a second dilemma. The ensuing matters would prove most challenging, persuading Uchiha Fugaku. Although I do not hold him in high regard, he is indeed the clan leader, and the majority of our clansmen heed his words. His nature is somewhat indecisive. While this may serve well in mundane relations with Konoha, it becomes perilous in significant matters, often leading to disastrous consequences. Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback by the elder's keen perception of Uchiha Fugaku's character. Were it not for Fugaku's infuriating indecisiveness, the Uchiha clan would not have faced the brink of annihilation. Despite possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, when Uchiha Itachi and the Akatsuki ruthlessly slaughtered our clansmen, Fugaku, as clan leader, failed to rally our people in resistance. Instead, he chose to cower like a turtle, silently awaiting his fate, ultimately falling victim to Itachi without a fight. It is essential to remember that Fugaku is the clan leader. He must bear the responsibilities of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he failed to instill the right mindset in Itachi. As both the clan leader and Itachi's father, he allowed Itachi to become the most loyal subordinate of the third Hokage, a failure for which Fugaku cannot escape responsibility. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan had employed the Kotoamatsukami to control Fugaku during their meeting the previous day. In Qiushan's eyes, Fugaku could only serve as a hindrance. Yet his position as clan leader remained crucial, necessitating his control. The elder, unaware of Fugaku's subjugation by Qiushan, remained anxious. Qiushan found no means to disclose this matter to the elder, as controlling the clan leader could be perceived as an act of treason. He could only offer reassurance. "Elder, please do not worry. I shall persuade the clan leader. Once he sees the future I have envisioned for him, he will undoubtedly support my actions. If all else fails, I will return to seek your guidance, and we shall persuade him together." The elder, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acquiescence. It was the only course of action. Otherwise, his direct approach might imply coercion, potentially resulting in adverse effects. Under the elder's myriad admonitions, Uchiha Qiushan departed his home. As night descended, it was time for dinner, and he seized the opportunity to visit the clan leader's residence. After leaving the elder's abode, Uchiha Qiushan ambled leisurely toward the clan leader's home. With the elder's concerns alleviated, the matters with the clan leader were at his discretion, allowing Qiushan to take his time. By this hour, the streets had grown sparse, with only a few playful children reluctantly heading home at their parents' calls. Upon arriving at the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Qiushan found the family gathered for dinner. Of course, Uchiha Itachi was still away on a mission. Welcomed warmly, he accepted the invitation to join them. Uchiha Mikoto hurried to the kitchen to prepare additional dishes, while the young Uchiha Sasuke observed him curiously. As the clan leader, Fugaku often entertained visitors, and Sasuke had grown accustomed to their presence. However, since Qiushan's visits had been infrequent, Sasuke regarded him with a blend of curiosity and intrigue. In response to Sasuke's inquisitive gaze, Uchiha Qiushan offered a friendly smile. Sasuke was indeed a prodigy, yet when compared to his brother, he fell short, not only in talent, but also in intellect and perspective. Without the chakra of Indra coursing through his veins, and his brother's provision of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly be the archetype of a hero. Yet, Sasuke remained a mere child, oblivious to the weight of the world that would eventually shape him into the brooding figure consumed by vengeance and a disdainful outlook, a transformation that lay years ahead. With Sasuke present, Uchiha Qiushan refrained from discussing Shursui and the clan's separation from Konoha, instead engaging in casual conversation. The dinner concluded without incident, and Qiushan successfully enjoyed a meal. Afterward, Uchiha Sasuke was taken away by Mikoto, while Uchiha Fugaku led Qiushan to the reception room. Despite having exerted control over Fugaku and Mikoto, Qiushan did not alter their thoughts or personalities. They continued to lead their lives normally. Qiushan, too, maintained his decorum while interacting with the clan leader. Once Uchiha Mikoto brought in tea and exited the reception room, Qiushan proceeded to discuss Shursui's feigned death and the clan's separation from Konoha with Fugaku. Fugaku was already aware of the impending doom facing the Uchiha clan and had relinquished any hope of reconciliation with Konoha. Thus, he readily endorsed Qiushan's plan. After finalizing the plan, they deliberated on the finer details. Once all preparations were discussed, Qiushan broached the topic of expanding the Uchiha clan's population. When the Uchiha clan establishes a presence on the islands of the Land of Whirlpools, they would be left to their own devices. Although the clan boasted a considerable population, they would still face challenges. As the clan leader, Fugaku bore the responsibility of addressing this issue, encouraging clan members to procreate. Together with Qiushan, they devised various incentive measures. Once all matters were settled, the hour had grown late, and Qiushan naturally stayed the night. As Uchiha Qiushan prepared to rest, Uchiha Mikoto appeared at his door, bringing a late-night snack. Upon opening the door, he beheld Mikoto in a form-fitting kimono, holding a tray of delicacies and beverages. Her eyes sparkling with warmth, standing at the threshold. Their gazes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. Uchiha Qiushan stepped aside, allowing Mikoto to enter. As she brushed past him, a familiar fragrance lingered in the air. Watching Mikoto's graceful figure, he inhaled deeply. When he noticed her intention to place the tray on the table, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Chapter 26. Spatial Imprint. As Uchiha Qiushan beheld Mikoto preparing to set the tray down, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He quickly interjected, "Mikoto, please hold on. Allow me to take you to a special place." Uchiha Qiushan observed Mikoto turning her head, gazing at him with a look of curiosity. Without offering any explanation, he directly activated his Mangeki Sharingan, marking a spatial imprint in the void. He then approached Mikoto, took one of her hands, and unleashed the realm of Takamagara. The process was as familiar as breathing. When Uchiha Qiushan transported Mikoto to the island of Takamagara, she was utterly astonished. "Qiushan, what is the meaning of this?" Mikoto's eyes sparkled with incredulity as she looked at him. In that instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Uchiha Mikoto did not perceive this as an illusion, for it all felt too real. Despite her prolonged absence from missions and battlefields, as AJ Nin possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, her perceptive abilities remained intact. The gentle breeze, the earth beneath her feet, and the fresh scent in the air all seemed vividly authentic. Having experienced the world and having once been friends with the fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kyuna, Mikoto speculated, is this a space-time ninjutsu akin to that of the fourth Hokage? Observing her childlike curiosity, Qiushan decided to tease her, saying, "Take another guess." Realizing her initial conjecture was incorrect, Mikoto surveyed the environment and the sky, refuting, "No, it is nighttime now, yet the sky here is still bright. It's clearly not yet dark." Noticing Mikoto's keen observation, Qiushan inwardly acknowledged her quick wit. Indeed, although the Takamagara realm experienced a cycle of day and night, it was approximately 6 hours behind the outside world when it came to darkness. Thus, while the outside world had plunged into deep night, the Takamagara space was only just beginning to dim, and even at night, the sky retained a soft luminescence, never fully enveloped in darkness. Seeing Mikoto still bewildered and unable to discern the answer, Qiushan stepped closer, gently taking the tray she had yet to set down and placing it on a nearby rock. With his other arm, he wrapped it around her slender waist. Mikoto felt a rush of warmth at Qiushan's gesture, her cheeks flushing, yet she did not resist. Instead, she leaned into his embrace. Qiushan made no further moves, simply holding Mikoto as they admired the scenery of the island. Standing at the island's center, elevated and panoramic, they could behold most of its beauty. As he held her, Qiushan explained, "Mikoto, you must be aware that I have awakened my Mangeki Sharingan, yes?" Mikoto allowed Kyushan's embrace, for he was the most significant person in her life. She would willingly sacrifice anything for him. The fact that he could hold her brought her immense joy. Hearing his words, she playfully rolled her eyes at him. "If you hadn't awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, how could you possibly hold me now?" Qiushan, feeling somewhat bashful at her remark, chuckled, "I have awakened a technique called Takamagara, a space-related ocular jutsu. This technique connects to the realm known as Takamagara, allowing me to bring myself and others here whenever I activate it. Moreover, I can mark spatial imprints. Once a location has been marked, I can travel there anytime. Eventually, I could take you to explore various places outside, Mikoto." Mikoto's eyes shimmered with affection, nearly overflowing as she marveled, "You are truly remarkable. This jutsu surpasses even the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god." Qiushan humbly replied, In comparison to the fourth technique, mine still falls short. My jutsu is more suited for survival and travel, lacking practical utility in battle. After elucidating the details of his technique, Qiushan suddenly activated his Manjiki Sharingan again, gazing into Mikoto's eyes. Mikoto, I have a gift for you. Please do not resist. I hope you will cherish it. Unfazed by the exquisite sight of his Manjiki Sharingan, Mikoto nodded gently. Marking a spatial imprint on a person was far more intricate than on other surfaces. It required precise marking and a connection to the individual's chakra for activation in times of need. As Qiushan carefully surveyed Mikoto's form, his gaze settled on her smooth forehead, deciding to mark the spatial imprint there. This was his first time marking someone, especially someone he cherished, so he approached it with utmost caution. As the Manjiki Sharingan rotated slowly, time passed, and Mikoto became entranced by Qiushan's focused demeanor. The Uchiha clan was known for their striking appearances, and Qiushan, among them, possessed an allure that was particularly compelling. Coupled with the captivating beauty of his Manjiki Sharingan, his earnest expression rendered Mikoto utterly mesmerized. At that moment, Qiushan successfully marked the spatial imprint at Mikoto's brow, manifesting as a small azure that enhanced her beauty and would gradually fade without chakra activation, thereby remaining discreet. Sighing in relief upon completing the task, he turned to Mikoto, explaining, Mikoto, I have marked the spatial imprint on your forehead. Should you encounter danger in the future, you can activate it with your chakra, and you will be transported here. He proceeded to outline some precautions. Mikoto, touched by Qiushan's earnestness and concern for her, felt deeply moved, fully aware that this space was Qiushan's sanctuary. Every exposure to the outside world posed a risk to him. Once he finished speaking, Mikoto could no longer contain herself and leaned in to kiss him. Chapter 27. Leaving the village, Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback by Mikoto's sudden advance, momentarily stunned before quickly responding with fervor. After a prolonged kiss, both, despite their exceptional ninja physiques, found themselves breathless. Qiushan gazed at Mikoto, her cheeks flushed and her enchanting eyes seemingly on the verge of tears, and could not help but tighten his embrace around her. Mikoto, entranced by Qiushan's visage, felt compelled to voice the feelings she had long kept hidden. Qiushan, let me. Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Qiushan was taken aback. After all, his use of the Kotoamatsukami had merely altered Mikoto's perception of him, not her genuine feelings. This signified her willingness. Noticing Qiushan's surprise, Mikoto felt a tinge of embarrassment. In the throes of emotion, she had inadvertently revealed her heart's desire. Uchiha Mikoto turned her gaze aside and found an excuse to say, Isn't Kiyama-kun currently discussing with Uchiha Fugaku about encouraging our clansmen to reproduce and increase the population of the Uchiha clan? As the wife of the clan leader, I must lead by example and set a standard for our people. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku was injured in battle a few years ago and is no longer able to contribute. So it falls on Kiyama-kun to take on more responsibilities. As she spoke, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly lowered her head, her voice tinged with melancholy. Moreover, I am significantly older than Kiyama-kun. In a few years, my beauty will fade, and by then, he may no longer have feelings for me. By leaving him a descendant now, at least he will have a memory of me, and he will not forget me. Listening to Uchiha Mikoto's words, though her head was bowed and Uchiha Kiyama could not see her expression, he could still sense her sorrow. Uchiha Kiyama gently cradled Uchiha Mikoto's delicate face in his hands, and upon seeing the tears welling in her eyes, his heart was deeply stirred. He chose not to speak further, for words were futile at this moment. Instead, he simply nodded and replied, Very well, then I shall trouble you, Mikoto-ne, to continue our bloodline. With that, he leaned in and kissed her softly. Uchiha Kiyama gazed at Mikoto-ne, her face flushed, and felt a profound sense of emotion as he realized that she was entirely devoted to him. After taking a closer look at Mikoto-ne, he activated the Heavenly Origin technique and transported her back to his home. Both Uchiha Mikoto and Kiyama-kun regarded one another as their one and only, their synergy remarkably harmonious as they lost themselves in each other until midnight. Only when Mikoto-ne could no longer persevere did Kiyama-kun call a halt, embracing her as they drifted into a deep slumber. Before falling asleep, Uchiha Kiyama contemplated placing some furniture and provisions in the space to make their time there more comfortable. Awakening in the glaring sunlight, Uchiha Kiyama noted that Uchiha Mikoto, perhaps due to her excessive exertion the previous day, had not yet roused from her slumber. After his morning exercises, Uchiha Kiyama did not linger in the warmth of their shared intimacy. He departed from the clan leader's residence, leaving the disordered room for Mikoto to tidy up. Following his departure from the clan leader's home, Uchiha Kiyama did not return home, but instead headed directly to the mission assignment location in Konohagakure, preparing to accept a task that would allow him to leave the village for an extended period. With only himself at home, and having awakened the spatial ocular technique, Uchiha Kiyama had organized important items into his space, leaving only trivial belongings in his residence that he could easily discard. As Uchiha Itachi was still away on a mission, the plan for Shirsue's fake death could not be executed at this time. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Kiyama decided to survey the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools while marking spatial seals along the way for future travel convenience. Typically, the missions accepted by ninjas do not necessitate direct oversight from the Hokage. If such matters required personal attention from the Hokage, he would be overwhelmed with work and would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Each ninja village has designated locations for mission assignments, where tasks are not only distributed but also evaluated, classified, and intelligence gathered. After completing their missions, ninjas are required to collect their commissions and provide feedback from the mission's clients, making it essential to establish a dedicated department to manage these affairs. Although Uchiha Kiyama is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and possesses a certain reputation in Konohagakure, he has been affiliated with the security department for an extended period, resulting in fewer missions. Additionally, he does not share a close relationship with the Hokage. Uchiha Shirsue's connection with the Hokage stems from being a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who, alongside the third Hokage, was a disciple of the second Hokage, thus earning Shirsue the Hokage's favor. In contrast, Uchiha Kiyama is a quintessential Uchiha orphan without any grounds or means to approach the third Hokage. Moreover, Kiyama has little desire to draw too close to the third Hokage, lest he find himself betrayed one day. Uchiha Kiyama accepted a mission to hunt down a rogue ninja, a task that was straightforward and uncomplicated. This rogue, a villager from a small island, had become a special jonin specializing in swordsmanship after years of effort, while his jinjutsu and ninjutsu skills were mediocre. With only his taijutsu being passable, he had defected from Konohagakure after failing to properly manage the aftermath of a mission in which he lost a student from a minor clan who had repeatedly taunted him. The village's suspicion arose when he failed to cover his tracks. This rogue, already feeling guilty, became increasingly restless after being questioned by Konohagakure on 2 occasions. Eventually, he chose to defect during an external mission. Due to his low status and lack of strength in Konohagakure, coupled with his limited access to village secrets, the village did not consider him a serious threat, and even the Umbu were too lethargic to intervene, relegating the task to the mission center with the only requirement for acceptance being that a seasoned jonin could take it on. Uchiha Kiyama's visible strength met this criterion perfectly. Chapter 28. Transcription Seal. Uchiha Kiyama paid little heed to the rogue ninja as he collected the mission and relevant intelligence, casually stowing them in his ninja tool pouch. He then proceeded to a dango shop, purchasing a generous amount of dango for breakfast. As he walked and savored the soft, sweet tricolor dango, he observed the bustling crowd on the streets. As the foremost ninja village in the ninja world, Konohagakure retains its foundation despite the decline brought about by the third Hokage and Danzo. The village boasts numerous clans, various unique bloodlines, and an endless stream of gifted individuals, which constitute the very backbone of Konohagakure. Having grown up in Konohagakure, Uchiha Kiyama could not deny his emotional ties to the village. However, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konohagakure had escalated, and Uchiha Kiyama was rapidly evolving. The village had become an invisible cage for him, where he could either endure a constrained existence while guarding against the machinations of the third Hokage and Danzo, or break free to allow for his unfettered growth. As he approached Uchiha Shirsue's home, Uchiha Kiyama finished the last of his tricolor dango, casually tossing the remaining stick onto a tree. He pushed open Shirsue's front door and called out, "Shirsue, are you awake? I've come to see you and brought your favorite tricolor dango." Without waiting for a response, he entered uninvited. Uchiha Shirsue, roused from sleep by Kiyama's voice, appeared disheveled, yawning widely. Without hesitation, he snatched the bag of dango from Kiyama's hands, stuffing them into his mouth while mumbling, "What brings you here so early? You never wake up this early unless there's a mission." Uchiha Kiyama shook his head at Shirsue's lack of decorum and handed him a cup of water, remarking, "If your admirers saw you like this, I wonder how many hearts would break." In the world of ninjas, strength is revered. Uchiha Kiyama's reputation as a skilled ninja, coupled with his agreeable demeanor, has garnered him a following both within the clan and the village. Shursui accepted the cup of water and gulped down a large mouthful before grumbling. A ninja's strength lies within themselves. Power is paramount. What good is appearance? Look at Lord Jiraiya. Despite his less-than-stellar image, he still has countless admirers. Uchiha Qiushan observed Shursui savoring his meal with delight. Unable to resist the temptation to reach for a piece himself, he chewed slowly, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Once Uchiha Shursui finished his meal and began sipping his tea, Uchiha Qiushan spoke slowly. I have accepted a mission that requires me to leave the village for approximately half a month. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui inquired, what about our plan? Qiushan reassured him. I have already discussed it with the clan leader. The plan proceeds as scheduled. Rest assured, it will not hinder anything. I will return before the plan is executed. Shursui nodded in acknowledgement, asking, when do you leave? Immediately. I intend to take care of some matters during this mission. With that, Uchiha Qiushan set down his cup and, with a hint of concern, cautioned, if I encounter any unforeseen circumstances and do not return, please ensure that Danzo does not extract your eyes. Seeing the puzzled expression on Shursui's face, it seemed to convey a sentiment akin to, if I am to sacrifice my life, why should I still care about my eyes? Given that Uchiha Shursui had a history of having his eyes taken by Danzo, Qiushan deliberated before revealing his secret. I secretly used a sealing technique to embed Izanagi within your Sharingan. The condition for activation is that your heart must cease beating for 12 hours before its negative effects can be nullified and you can be revived. I intended to surprise you, but I feared that you might, in a moment of realism, allow Danzo to extract your Sharingan. If the eye containing Izanagi were taken, it would mean your demise. Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened in realization. It was no wonder Qiushan had warned him against a staged death that could lead to actual death, for he had already prepared a contingency. Suddenly, Shursui recalled something and, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked, what about your eyes? Although I cannot perform Izanagi, I am aware that its use results in permanent blindness for the user. Qiushan, touched by Shursui's concern, comforted him. Do not worry, Shursui. My Sharingan is unique and will remain unaffected. Knowing that Qiushan's eyes were safe put Shursui at ease, and he chided, you always seize every opportunity to tease me. Just how much do you relish in this mischief? If this matter weren't so critical, I suspect you would be secretly delighted when I am revived, bewildered. After a brief exchange, Qiushan realized it was getting late and bid Shursui farewell. Following their parting, Uchiha Qiushan made his way out of the village. Since this mission was a solo endeavor, he felt no urgency. After registering his mission with the ninja at the village gate, he departed. Qiushan had deliberately chosen this mission, as it aligned with the location of the rogue ninja and his journey toward the land of whirlpools. Thus, he took his time, prioritizing his own affairs. As he passed through a substantial city, he transformed into a wealthy individual, indulging in shopping. Utilizing the funds he had acquired from Uchiha Fugaku, Qiushan purchased a significant quantity of provisions for his clan, as well as essentials such as firewood, rice, salt, furniture, and various other items. Every aspect of daily life was accounted for in his purchasing strategy. Given the vast quantity of his purchases and the substantial expenditure, Qiushan opted to rent a small courtyard. Employing multiple shadow clones and transformation techniques, he executed his plan discreetly and efficiently. Naturally, he did not intend to acquire everything in one go, as that would draw unwanted attention. He would procure items gradually from various towns along his route. With numerous shadow clones dispatched for shopping, Qiushan remained in the courtyard, waiting until it was nearly filled before activating his Mangeki Sharingan to transfer the supplies to an island within his space. The island had ample area, capable of accommodating resources sufficient for his clan's use for 100 years, though Qiushan did not possess that much funding. Chapter 29. The Inquiry of the Island Villager. After Uchiha Qiushan stored the final batch of supplies in his space, he nodded in satisfaction. The advent of his space had made tasks significantly more convenient. Using sealing scrolls was no longer practical, as they could not hold much and occupied considerable space. Thus, he journeyed toward the land of whirlpools, stopping intermittently to purchase supplies while beginning to construct a dwelling within his high celestial space. It was impractical to rest in the wilderness each time he entered his space. Qiushan planned to build his house on a higher elevation of the island to enjoy the scenic views of the entire isle. His expectations for the house were modest. He intended to make do for now and later, once he mastered the wood release techniques of Hashirama or Yamato, to construct a more elaborate residence. Lacking experience in this domain, Qiushan first used earth release to solidify and level the chosen site. He then hired a team of experienced professionals who made their living through such work and transported them into his space to carry out the construction. Qiushan assigned a shadow clone to supervise, ensuring they did not wander off. He had used Jinjutsu with his Manjiki Sharingan to confuse these ordinary individuals, who were not even ninjas, making it an effortless task. While Uchiha Qiushan busily undertook his plans for a cozy abode, Uchiha Shisui commenced the execution of their agreed-upon strategy. Shisui, being clever, intentionally refrained from revealing his Manjiki Sharingan and instead accepted several challenging missions. He utilized his Sharingan only in particularly difficult situations, such as against formidable foes or preset traps, and promptly concealed it afterward, avoiding any delay. However, there is no such thing as an impervious secret, especially one that is intentionally disclosed. Although Shisui was cautious, it was inevitable that news of his Sharingan's peculiarities would reach Danzo eventually. Uchiha Fugaku's response to this matter was consistently a step behind, failing to effectively prevent the information from spreading. As the situation in Konoha gradually escalated, Uchiha Qiushan, after a week of leisurely travel toward the east, finally arrived at the seaside. The construction team working in Qiushan's space completed their tasks just yesterday, and he used his space marking technique to return them to their original homes. The team, being professionals, delivered a commendable result in just 1 week. The house was entirely wooden, elevated to prevent moisture and pests, and constructed with solid materials. While not exquisitely designed, its quality was excellent, ensuring it could house a family comfortably for 2 to 3 decades. Qiushan was pleased with the outcome, paying them in full and even providing a bonus as a token of appreciation. Ultimately, he used Jinjutsu to blur their memories to prevent any future complications. Intelligence indicated that the rogue ninja from Konoha, a villager from the island, was hiding in a fishing village by the sea, presumably preparing to flee at any moment to evade the village's pursuit. The mission assigned to Uchiha Qiushan was to eliminate the rogue ninja from the small island village on the spot, or alternatively, to capture him and imprison him for life. Naturally, Uchiha Qiushan opted for the former, as it was more convenient and would not delay his other affairs. He paused near this modest fishing village, and to exercise caution, he first dispatched a shadow clone to probe the area. This fishing village had a sparse population, and Uchiha Qiushan did not need to gather intelligence. He could distinguish the villagers merely by observing their skin. Fishermen, who had long been exposed to the sun at sea, exhibited significant differences from ordinary folk, including dry, cracked palms that reflected their lack of care. Since a ninja's techniques often relied on hand seals, they typically took better care of their hands compared to common fishermen, who suffered from the corrosive effects of seawater. Although the rogue from the small island village attempted to disguise himself with makeup to blend in with the fishermen, Uchiha Qiushan was able to discern the differences through these subtle details. The appearance of this stranger also raised the rogue's suspicions, especially since Uchiha Qiushan did not hide his identity as a Leaf Village ninja, wearing his forehead protector prominently. He had no intention of concealing it. Any unfamiliar presence would arouse the rogue's heightened vigilance, regardless of whether they were a ninja, and since it was merely his shadow clone entering the village, it posed no risk to him should a trap be laid. Uchiha Qiushan, with his exceptional skills, was confident in his abilities. His prowess placed him among the elite not just in the Leaf Village but throughout the ninja world. He believed that even if surrounded by several shadow-level opponents, he could still emerge unscathed. When Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone focused on the rogue, who was feigning repairs on a fishing net by the shore, the rogue's body stiffened. Unable to maintain his guise, he abandoned the fishing net and fled into the nearby woods. The shadow clone swiftly activated its Sharingan and pursued him closely. Upon entering the woods, the rogue discarded his disguise and donned the vest of a J-nin, equipping himself with a ninja tool pouch. When he noticed Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone following him into the woods, he could no longer contain himself. In a fit of despair, he shouted, "You still found me. Why? Why can't you just let me have a chance to escape?" His eyes were red, and he clutched a kunai tightly, the veins on his neck bulging with agitation. "Why do you continue to pursue me? Is it simply because he is from a ninja clan? Don't you understand? He provoked me first. I was his teacher. Shouldn't he show me some respect? Before Uchiha Qiushan could utter a word, the rogue seemed to have found an outlet for his pent-up frustrations, passionately questioning as tears welled in his eyes. Chapter 30. The trap. Uchiha Qiushan patiently allowed the rogue to vent before he spoke. I have gathered intelligence regarding you and your student. Even if he has erred, there are numerous ways you could have addressed it. You could have sent him back or assigned him a poor evaluation. Both would have significant repercussions for him, enough to compensate for his provocation. Furthermore, with your strength, you could have provided him with some physical discipline. Shaking his head, Uchiha Qiushan continued, ultimately, your response was too extreme. Although he provoked you and incited your anger, it did not warrant a death sentence. Having vented, the rogue's emotions began to stabilize somewhat. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, he did not react with anger. You must be from a ninja clan as well. How naive you are. Do you know why he provoked me? He looks down on me, believing I am powerless against him. Even if I were to send him back, his clan would find him a stronger ninja to be his teacher. He continued, I cannot afford to strike him. If I did, many would rise to his defense. A poor evaluation would do little under the clan's influence. It wouldn't hinder his ascension to CH Nin or J Nin. Moreover, he would prefer I send him back. What's the worst that could happen? A delayed graduation? They would assign him an even better teacher later. The rogue's expression twisted with frustration. Have you ever considered the plight of us common ninjas? Do you know how arduous my journey has been? Unlike your clan's ninjas, we common ninjas only learned the most basic techniques upon graduating from the Ninja Academy. Our assigned teachers were often mediocre Nin from humble backgrounds, who possessed little knowledge of ninjutsu, and certainly didn't share their knowledge freely. My jutsu were painstakingly earned through relentless missions, accumulated bit by bit. After risking my life repeatedly, I finally became a special Nin. If I cannot handle a mere newly graduated ninja, how can I hold my head high? Uchiha Qiushan fell silent, reflecting on the challenges faced by common ninjas like the rogue, who had to exert far greater effort to advance while contending with the disdain of clan ninjas. This reality was also why Uchiha Qiushan sought to distance himself from the Leaf Village. With the Senju clan's demise, the Uchiha clan had been dwindling in numbers and influence. The affairs of the village were monopolized by those close to the third Hokage, particularly during his administration. When the Sarutobi and Shimura clans became formidable entities, the intricate relationships and unspoken rules within the village rendered it stagnant, exuding an odor of decay. For the Uchiha clan to thrive, it was imperative to break free from the constraints of the Leaf Village. Even if the Uchiha clan could endure until the fifth Hokage's rise, Tsunade, from the Senju clan, would not exhibit much favor towards them. Moreover, the village's council, with its aging members, would continue to impede the Uchiha's path to comfort. Nevertheless, the mission had to be fulfilled. To abandon it due to the rogue's complaints would render Uchiha Qiushan's years of effort futile. While the rogue had faced injustice, the world was devoid of fairness. If it were, the Uchiha clan would not have faced annihilation after just a few years. One must take responsibility for their actions. Having committed this deed, the rogue must bear the consequences that ensue. Uchiha Qiushan felt a pang of regret. Had the rogue not been so extreme in his actions, he could have potentially been swayed to serve him. However, individuals like him often turned against those who extended kindness, and he was not yet worthy of the Kotoamatsukami. Uchiha Qiushan stepped forward, poised to speak, hoping to persuade the rogue to abandon resistance and return to the Leaf Village willingly. Just then, the rogue's expression abruptly shifted from rage to a cunning grin, as if a devious scheme had come to fruition. Uchiha Qiushan's heart sank before he could react. The rogue vanished with a sudden pop, and simultaneously, a web of steel wires appeared from all directions, rapidly ensnaring him. These wires were adorned with explosive tags. As the wires wrapped around Uchiha Qiushan, a flash of light flickered along them, followed by a thunderous explosion as the tags detonated. Not far from the woods, Uchiha Qiushan helplessly rubbed his head. He had not anticipated that this humble villager from the island possessed some skill, silently laying a trap for him. Furthermore, the detonation time of the explosive tag was rather peculiar. It detonated far too quickly. His shadow clone had not even had the chance to break free from the wire before it was eliminated. Uchiha Qiushan promptly created another shadow clone and dispatched it forward. No worries. Ever since awakening his Mangeki Sharingan, coupled with his extraordinary mental prowess, indeed, a benefit bestowed by his transmigration. His chakra had reached a considerable amount, rendering him indifferent to the minor consumption of his shadow clones. At that moment, the expression of the island villager hidden in the woods darkened significantly. He had not expected that a distinguished ninja of the Uchiha clan would exhibit such caution, sending a mere shadow clone to engage with him. Indeed, upon recognizing Uchiha Qiushan, he had identified him as a member of the Uchiha clan, especially given the conspicuous emblem of a ping-pong paddle on his attire. Thus, the island villager had lured Uchiha Qiushan into a trap he had previously set, but he never imagined that the typically arrogant Uchiha would prudently send a shadow clone for contact, thwarting his plans, particularly when he saw another identical figure confidently approach. The island villager's expression grew even more grim, unable to suppress a mocking tone. Who would have thought that the illustrious Uchiha clan would harbor such cowardice, only sending in shadow clones? Are those rumors about Uchiha being incapable of one-on-one confrontations merely fabrications? Uchiha Qiushan, unfazed by the villager's taunts, gazed at him as he emerged, standing atop a horizontally positioned tree trunk, and inquired, "What you just utilized must be a lightning-based nature transformation, correct? Such techniques are not something a commoner like you could access. Thus, you must be lying. Your motive for slaying your disciple goes beyond mere vengeance." Chapter 31. Lightning Armor. Uchiha Qiushan observed the island villager's grim visage and continued, "The transformations and nature variations of chakra have always been classified as village secrets. Without reaching the level of elite Genin, one cannot gain access to such intelligence, and the village would never impart training methods to you without significant contributions. Based on your rank and your past missions, it is clear you are not qualified. Therefore, your act of murdering your disciple was not solely an expression of anger. It serves merely as a fade. His demise is intricately linked to your practice of lightning-based chakra transformation." Uchiha Qiushan had discerned the anomaly in the explosive tag's abnormally rapid detonation. Typically, unless employing special techniques, explosive tags do not detonate so swiftly. From the faint glimmer on the wire, he deduced that the island villager had reached a certain level in his lightning chakra transformation. Otherwise, the explosive tag would not have detonated so rapidly. What Uchiha Qiushan did not mention was that reaching a certain level in chakra transformation is essential for developing a bloodline limit. Of course, the island villager was still far from achieving this, and one must master transformations of at least 2 different chakra types to have any chance of developing a bloodline limit. Furthermore, to successfully develop a bloodline limit and integrate it within oneself is the only way for one's descendants to inherit it. With this realization, Uchiha Qiushan suddenly understood that he must swiftly utilize his ocular technique, the copying eye, to replicate 1 or 2 practical bloodline limits and incorporate them into himself, lest he disappoint his sister, Mei-chin. Meanwhile, the island villager standing in the tree grew increasingly agitated. He had not expected Uchiha Qiushan's observational skills to be so astute. Merely revealing a hint of his lightning chakra transformation, which accelerated the explosive tag's detonation, had been enough for Uchiha Qiushan to notice. It was akin to having one's trump card meticulously concealed, yet the enemy deduced it through mere traces of evidence. Since Uchiha had perceived his secret, the island villager no longer concealed his intentions. He tore apart the tattered clothing he had donned while masquerading as a fisherman, retaining only a tactical vest. Instantly, streaks of bright blue lightning began to dance across his form, lifting his not-so-short hair in a display of power. Witnessing this, Uchiha Qiushan's expression turned serious. The lightning armor of the Raikage lineage from the Land of Lightning, albeit only the first stage, is still classified as a village secret. How did you acquire it? Although Uchiha Qiushan had never seen the Raikage's lightning armor in reality, he had encountered it in the original work, where the Raikage used it, combined with his unique body techniques, to severely overpower Sasuke, who had activated his Susanoo. This lightning armor was foundational to the Raikage's techniques, comparable to the flying thunder god of the 4th Hokage and the dust release of Inoki, the Tsukuyomi. It was astonishing that a mere special Genin had managed to obtain it. Uchiha Qiushan realized that he was in trouble. The island villager had indeed learned the lightning armor. Although it was only the first stage, his strength had likely reached the level of an elite Genin. What complicated matters further was that the lightning armor was renowned for its speed and reaction time. If the island villager found himself unable to defeat Uchiha Qiushan, escape would prove difficult to thwart. Nonetheless, for Uchiha Qiushan, It was merely a minor inconvenience. The primary concern was to stabilize the island villager and prevent his escape. With this in mind, Uchiha Qiushan's three-tomo Sharingan began to turn slowly as he prepared to engage seriously. The island villager, upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan in motion, erupted into a boisterous laugh, transforming from his previous demeanor. Ah, so the Uchiha clan is finally taking this seriously. Haha. I never expected the secret technique my adorable disciple sneakily brought home would possess such formidable power. As he continued, the island villager's expression grew increasingly frenzied. I also did not anticipate my innate talent for this secret technique to be so remarkable. Despite my chakra naturally aligning with lightning, I had never acquired decent lightning ninjutsu. Who would have thought that I would be a genius in lightning release? It is all your fault. All of you from Konoha have wasted my potential. Had I possessed suitable lightning ninjutsu, I would have long since become AJ Nin, rather than toiling endlessly on missions, earning only a few inconsequential techniques that do not even suit me. Since I eliminated that little brat and seized this lightning secret technique, I have uncovered the mysteries of this world. I understand the transformations and variations of chakra, and I have grasped what it means to progress rapidly. Given time, I will undoubtedly rise to the rank of a shadow-level powerhouse, trampling all of you who have looked down upon me beneath my feet. Listening to the island villager's quintessential villainous monologue, Uchiha Qiushan felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that the villager had been repressed for too long. And now that he had turned the tables, his emotions had spiraled out of control. After venting his frustrations, the island villager's emotions stabilized somewhat, only to notice Uchiha Qiushan calmly observing him, akin to watching a monkey leaping about. This realization ignited a fresh wave of anger within him, a fierce expression flickering across his face. Again, these so-called ninjas from prestigious clans always look down on him, regarding him with those condescending gazes as if he were a mere clown unworthy of consideration. This time, let me use my fist to shatter those nauseating expressions, making it clear that I am not to be trifled with. I am a being more powerful than you, deserving of your respect and fear, destined to become your eternal shadow and nightmare. Upon reflection, the villager from Shima Island could no longer contain his impatience. He resolved to take immediate action, aiming to eliminate the bothersome adversary before him. He first hurled 2 kunai at Uchiha Qiushan, effectively sealing off his escape routes. With a powerful push off the ground, he charged forward at a speed far surpassing that of an ordinary ninja, kunai in hand. Uchiha Qiushan made a slight movement of his body, deftly evading the thrown kunai. Thanks to the enhanced dynamic vision afforded by his Sharingan, he could contend with the speed differential, albeit at a disadvantage. As the villager's attacks intensified, Uchiha Qiushan skillfully avoided the kunai that sliced through the air, narrowly escaping by mere millimeters. For those he could not evade, he parried with his own kunai, managing to hold his ground despite being outmatched. Chapter 32. The Isle of Whirlpools. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit does not augment physical strength, nor has it produced renowned physical powerhouses, as they are ill-suited for such prowess. Given their affinity for ninjutsu and jinjutsu, it seems redundant to toil away at taijutsu. As a quintessential Uchiha, Qiushan's physical prowess was rather mediocre. Consequently, when faced with the formidable lightning release armor of the Shima Island villager, his shortcomings became glaringly apparent. He could only barely keep up, lacking the ability to trade blows evenly. As the villager's assault grew increasingly fierce, Uchiha Qiushan gradually found himself unable to keep pace. Trapped in a situation where his eyes perceived the movements, yet his body could not respond in kind. Eventually, the villager seized upon a moment of vulnerability, swiftly slashing his kunai across Qiushan's neck. A loud crack echoed as Qiushan's shadow clone dissipated into thin air. Despite having anticipated this outcome, the villager could not suppress his irritation and spat in disdain. Now brimming with confidence, the villager felt capable of overwhelming even a jonin of the Uchiha clan. Unable to restrain his arrogance, he taunted, "Is this the strength of the Uchiha? I wonder how you earned your title as a jonin. Surely our Hokage wouldn't lower the bar when dealing with clan ninjas like you?" At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan emerged. Yet his eyes were not the familiar three-tomo pattern the villager had seen before. Instead, they resembled a spinning structure akin to a four-pointed windmill, a sight that unsettled the villager. As Qiushan approached, the rotation of his Manjiki Sharingan gradually ceased, revealing arcs of vibrant blue lightning dancing around him. Recognizing that familiar hue, the villager's pupils dilated in shock. How could he not recognize it? For he too was enveloped in that same brilliant blue lightning. Overwhelmed, the villager felt his worldview shatter. His body recoiled involuntarily as he murmured, "This is impossible. How could you, having merely glimpsed it, master the secret art for which I have endured so much hardship?" Suddenly, a realization struck him. Illusion. This must be an illusion. You Uchiha are masters of Jinjutsu. You must have ensnared me in a trick. Without hesitation, the villager began to form hand seals, shouting, "Release! Release! You must free me." In a sudden surge of resolve, he glared fiercely at Qiushan. "If I cannot dispel your illusion, I shall take matters into my own hands and defeat you, you deceitful impostor." With that, the vibrant blue lightning surrounding him intensified as he charged at Uchiha Qiushan. Yet, Uchiha Qiushan did not resort to his ocular techniques or ninjutsu in response. Instead, he felt invigorated by the challenge. During his earlier skirmish with the villager's shadow clone, he had activated his Manjiki Sharingan's ability, the Eye of Rewriting. This was the first time he had employed this technique, and to his astonishment, it had been remarkably effective. While engaged in battle, the Eye of Rewriting had assimilated the secret art of the lightning release armor from the villager, adapting it seamlessly to Qiushan's own physique and effortlessly achieving the same level of mastery. As the villager barreled toward him, Qiushan amplified the chakra output of his own lightning release armor, radiating a far more intense blue light as he surged forward to meet the attack. He felt the exhilarating enhancement to his reflexes and speed, complemented by the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, allowing him to utterly dominate the advancing villager. Before the villager could land a few strikes, Qiushan disarmed him effortlessly, capturing him with ease. Having witnessed the power of Qiushan's Manjiki Sharingan, the villager's fate was sealed. Qiushan could not afford to let him go or hand him over to the village. Trusting his character was out of the question, especially with the Uchiha clan now firmly under his control and not in need of additional personnel. Though he hesitated to take the life of this somewhat talented individual, Qiushan ultimately decided against breaking his neck. Instead, he rendered the villager unconscious with a swift strike, opting to confine him for the time being. After all, this was merely the first stage of the lightning release armor. The Raikage series boasted 3 stages, and he wondered if the villager possessed further secret techniques. Returning to the Uchiha clan's territory through the realm of Takamagura, Qiushan entrusted the unconscious villager to Uchiha Fugaku, ordering him confined within the Uchiha secret prison, planning to revisit him once the cooldown period of his otherworldly technique had elapsed. While the mission was deemed complete, Qiushan's true objective remained unfulfilled. At the harbor, he discovered a merchant vessel bound for the land of whirlpools. After negotiations, the captain agreed to accommodate him, recognizing his status as a Konoha ninja. During their conversation, Qiushan learned that currently, no ships were sailing to the land of whirlpools. Despite its considerable size and resources, the island was fraught with peril due to invisible undercurrents and whirlpools along the route, making any approach dangerous. This was the very reason for its ominous name. Furthermore, following the devastation of the Whirlpool clan, the island had seen a significant loss of life, dissuading any further settlers. Thus, while the island appeared vast, the number of inhabitants was, in reality, remarkably sparse. Chapter 33. Actions of all parties after 2 days of sailing. The merchant ship came to a halt at a considerable distance from Whirlpool Island. Uchiha Qiushan, aboard the vessel, could see the island from afar. Its substantial size was quite apparent. Following his farewell to the captain, he leaped from the ship and dashed across the water's surface towards Whirlpool Island. As Uchiha Qiushan arrived at the island, turmoil brewed within the Hidden Leaf village. In a secluded cave, Shimura Danzo sat silently upon a stone-carved chair, motionless. The flickering torchlight cast shadows upon his expressionless face, highlighting one eye that remained half-closed as he listened to a subordinate kneeling before him, delivering intelligence. Danzo had previously inquired several times about those who had teamed up with Uchiha Shisui and those he had rescued during missions. It was confirmed that Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan had undergone a transformation, distinctly different from the ordinary 3-tomo pattern. Both his observational prowess and enhanced Jinjutsu capabilities far surpassed those of a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. It was evident that Uchiha Shisui's eyes had evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan. Once the kneeling root ninja finished his report, he fell silent, remaining in his position as if forgotten. The two occupants of the cave were momentarily still, and if not for the flickering flames illuminating the cave, one might have lost track of time. After a prolonged silence, Danzo slightly opened his eyes. The Uchiha clan has indeed produced another Mangeki Sharingan. Tobirama-sensei was correct. The malevolent Uchiha clan possesses strength that transcends the three-tomo Sharingan. It was this very power that led to the premature demise of the first Hokage. It appears the time has come to eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, an Umbu operative reported, "Hokage-sama, recently, Danzo's route has been rather active, seemingly investigating Uchiha Shursui and the Uchiha clan. We are uncertain of his intentions. Should we pursue a deeper investigation? If we do, it may raise suspicions within root." The third Hokage, seated behind his desk, listened intently to his subordinate's report. He took a deep puff from his pipe, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Danzo, have you caught wind of Shursui's Mangeki Sharingan? Shursui is a supporter of my will of fire, and I must protect him at all costs. Danzo, remember that I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am the Hokage. Do not overstep your bounds." Upon contemplating this, the third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe, inhaling deeply before issuing his command. "Investigate thoroughly, regardless of any potential awareness from root. Additionally, dispatch a small team to covertly protect Uchiha Shursui, but do not follow him into Uchiha territory." Hearing the Hokage's orders, the Umbu operative, standing before the desk, finally raised his head, revealing a masked face. His headband was askew, obscuring one eye, while his silver hair betrayed his identity. Hatake Kakashi, a prodigious ninja who became a Nin at the tender age of 12 and a disciple of the fourth Hokage. Kakashi, a direct descendant of the Hokage lineage, was deeply rooted in loyalty to the village. After acknowledging the third Hokage's orders, a hint of concern flickered across the Hokage's face. "Kakashi, do not underestimate Uchiha Shursui. He embodies the will of fire, having perfectly inherited the teachings of the second Hokage. Tobirama-sensei, be vigilant, and do not allow Danzo to jeopardize our promising talent." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kakashi solemnly assured his commitment to the mission. After donning his fox mask, he utilized the body flicker technique to depart. As the focal point of this unfolding scheme, Uchiha Shursui sensed something amiss. Beyond the Uchiha compound, the number of individuals tailing him had increased. Since awakening his Mangeki Sharingan, not only had his chakra and observational skills surged, but his intuition had sharpened as well. Though the pursuers were skilled and remained concealed, Shursui remained acutely aware of their presence. He sensed that at least a team was trailing him, their chakra emanating a gloomy and oppressive aura, indicative of Danzo's men. Shursui surmised that Danzo would soon act against him, and without delay, he reported the matter to the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon receiving Shursui's notification, Fugaku summoned Uchiha Mikoto, instructing her to reach out to Uchiha Qiushan, who had previously informed him that in urgent matters, she could swiftly contact him. Recognizing the urgency, Mikoto wasted no time in finding a secluded area to activate the spatial mark left by Qiushan on her forehead. In an instant, she felt a fleeting dizziness before arriving at the island of the high heavenly plane. Due to the differing passage of time in this realm, it was still night upon her arrival. Though night had fallen, the space was not shrouded in darkness. The sky shimmered faintly, illuminating the surroundings. After entering, Mikoto remained still, awaiting Qiushan's arrival while admiring the island's beauty. Qiushan had informed her that she could directly activate the mark to enter the space. As it was linked to his Sharingan, he would be able to sense her presence. As Mikoto quietly enjoyed the scenery, suddenly, a hand reached from behind, wrapping tightly around her waist, pulling her close. A warm breath brushed against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. "Mikoto, it's been a while. Have you missed me?" Chapter 34. The crisis of Shursui. Upon hearing his voice, Mikoto's previously tense body relaxed, allowing herself to be enveloped in his embrace. Comforted by a familiar scent that seemed to envelop her, her once bright eyes fluttered shut as she leaned softly against Qiushan, murmuring, "You're here." Qiushan, hearing her words, whispered in her ear, "I sensed you arriving, Mikoto. With no one else around, how could I bear to let you wait here alone?" Mikoto, whose strength had already waned, surrendered entirely, collapsing into Qiushan's arms. Sensing her affection, Qiushan ceased his idle chatter, releasing one arm from her waist to lift her in a princess carry, striding towards a nearby house. "Perfect timing, Mikoto. Let us inspect my new home together and test its quality." Uchiha Mikoto, upon hearing Qiushan's words, suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit. She felt that if she did not speak now, she would lose her opportunity. With a hint of panic, she exclaimed, "Qiushan, I have urgent news. Fugaku sent me to inform you that Uchiha Shisui is being targeted by Danzo. He is likely to take action within the next few days. I need to ask when you will be able to return." Uchiha Qiushan paused, holding Mikoto's feet, and inquired, "Where is Shisui now? Is he in danger?" Mikoto, nestled in Qiushan's embrace, shook her head. "Shisui is currently safe. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Fugaku has advised him not to leave the clan grounds for now. We will discuss it when you return." Qiushan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "So, Uchiha Shisui is not in immediate danger?" Mikoto hesitated but nodded, "Yes. Shisui is within the clan and is temporarily safe." Satisfied with her response, Qiushan nodded and continued to carry Mikoto towards the house. "I understand. I have a few matters to attend to. Once they are settled, I will take you back. Do not worry, it will not delay us." You have things to do? Will it take long? Should I return to inform Fugaku?" Mikoto asked with some hesitation. At that moment, Qiushan had already brought Mikoto into the house and closed the door behind them. "The duration of my tasks depends on your performance," he said as he lunged forward. It should be noted that the lightning release armor is indeed the fundamental secret technique of the Raikage lineage. Not only can it be employed in combat to enhance speed and reaction time, annihilating foes, but it can also serve as a physical training technique to strengthen the body. The Raikage relies on this technique to make his physique capable of contending with tailed beasts, ultimately succeeding in suppressing them. Ever since Qiushan acquired this technique a few days ago, he has been practicing diligently during his leisure time, perhaps due to his developmental stage. The results have been unexpectedly remarkable. Within just a few days, Qiushan could noticeably feel changes in his body. His strength had increased, his physique had become more formidable, and his reaction speed had improved significantly. Moreover, his appetite had multiplied, at least doubling. And this was only the beginning. The visible changes had emerged early on, and he had yet to reach the limits of this technique. The Raikage lineage achieves a level of power equivalent to that of a Kage solely through physical prowess. After both had tidied themselves, Qiushan embraced Mikoto and stepped out of the space. They emerged in a secluded bedroom of the clan leader's house. Once outside, Mikoto separated from Qiushan, mindful that this was Fugaku's home and it was daytime, with visitors often coming by. If their relationship were discovered, it would not bode well for either of them. Even if Mikoto did not consider Fugaku, she had to think of her two sons. Upon exiting the bedroom, Qiushan bid farewell to Mikoto and made his way to the clan leader's reception room. As expected, Fugaku and the elder were waiting for him there. Upon Qiushan's arrival, they wasted no time in pleasantries. After he settled down, they succinctly briefed him on the current situation, awaiting his decision. Listening intently, Qiushan felt that events had not deviated from their plan. Calmly sipping his tea, he stated, "Let us proceed as originally planned. Allow Shisui to continue accepting missions. Given Danzo's malice towards our clan, he is likely to act soon. As soon as he makes a move, we will promptly notify the heads of the various families in the village, along with the third Hokage. At that point, we can legitimately facilitate the departure of some clan members from Konoha." Without further ado, they began notifying Shisui while secretly arranging personnel to ensure everything was foolproof. The following day, while Qiushan awaited news at the clan leader's house, he received word that Shisui, returning from a mission, had been intercepted midway by route operatives impersonating orders from the third Hokage. Upon receiving the news, Qiushan immediately rushed to the route base alongside Fugaku and several clan members. Time was of the essence, given Danzo's decisive character. They needed to act swiftly to prevent any prolonged complications and eliminate any potential threats. As Qiushan hurried towards the route base, Shisui had already been brought to the entrance. In fact, when Shisui first encountered the route agents, he recognized that they were imposters. However, to ensure the success of the plan, he refrained from exposing them. Chapter 35. The Encirclement. Indeed, Shisui was directly taken into the depths of the route base. While the base is a closely guarded secret to ordinary individuals, it is fairly well known among elite shinobi, especially those from prominent clans. When Shisui arrived at the secure chamber and faced Danzo, he was not surprised. As Danzo displayed no immediate hostility, Shisui still felt compelled to show a veneer of respect. He bowed slightly and offered a simple greeting, acknowledging Danzo. Danzo merely nodded and got straight to the point. Uchiha Shursui, I summoned you here. Shursui was taken aback by Danzo's directness, momentarily stunned. May I ask why you seek my presence, Lord Danzo? There was no need to invoke the name of the third Hokage. I would have come regardless. Danzo remained unfazed by Shursui's words, having operated in the shadows for years. His resolve surpassed that of ordinary men. Whether Shursui's words were truthful or not mattered little to him, as long as his objectives were achieved. I recently returned from a trip and heard from my subordinates that you sought me out. What is it that you wish to discuss? Shursui hesitated before deciding against revealing his intentions, fully aware that his Mangeki Sharingan was exposed. Danzo was undoubtedly prepared, and it was highly likely that members of the Hyuga clan or sensory-type shinobi were observing him from the shadows. Shursui resolved to adhere to Qiushan's plan. Lowering his gaze slightly to mask his emotions, Shursui stated, I have come to visit you, Lord Danzo, to inquire if you would consider my service. I believe my abilities could be of use to you. Danzo was taken aback by this unexpected proposition, a hint of surprise entering his tone. Oh, you wish to serve me? I assume you are aware of my reputation. Provide me with a compelling reason for your offer. Qiushan had already prepared a rationale for Shursui, knowing Danzo would likely refuse. The Uchiha clan has been struggling within the village, and relations have soured. As a trusted advisor to Konoha and a close ally of the third Hokage, I hope you can mediate and alleviate the tensions between our clan and the village. Danzo found Shursui's words somewhat amusing. Did he not realize that the Uchiha's plight was partly due to his own machinations? However, free labor that came voluntarily was too good to pass up. Once he had Shursui within his grasp, he could deal with him as he pleased. Danzo responded, that can be arranged. Someone, take Uchiha Shursui to receive the cursed seal. Upon hearing Danzo's command, Shursui took a step back, bewildered. Lord Danzo, what do you mean by that? Seeing Shursui's reaction, Danzo's expression darkened. What? Are you having second thoughts? Do you not wish to serve me? You must consider the consequences of trifling with me. Uchiha Shursui, however, was not intimidated by Danzo's threats. While he was willing to serve the higher authority, he firmly rejected the cursed seal. If the leaders and elders of the Uchiha clan were to learn that Shursui had been subjected to such a curse, they would surely deem him a disgrace to the clan and expel him without hesitation. Danzo, upon hearing Shursui's words, grew even angrier, retorting that no one entering route was exempt from the cursed seal, implying that Shursui was no exception. Uchiha Shursui stood resolute and replied, I have heard that one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was once a member of root as well. Does that mean Orochimaru too must accept the cursed seal? Danzo, taken aback by Shursui's audacity, scoffed. What are you to compare yourself to Orochimaru? Shursui remained unfazed by Danzo's derision. He activated his Mangeki Sharingan, fixating his gaze upon Danzo. A powerful aura emanating from him, underpinned by his vast chakra and extraordinary mental strength. By my strength, Danzo, sensing Shursui's formidable presence, momentarily set aside his condescension. However, he was not intimidated, for he had encountered many powerful foes, including the third Hokage, the demigod Hanzo, and the legendary Sannin, among others. In fact, he scrutinized Shursui's Mangeki Sharingan, recognizing it as the same I once possessed by Uchiha Madara. Indeed, this is the Mangeki Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, Shursui affirmed. With this given time, I shall surpass Orochimaru and ascend to the pinnacle of power. Danzo shook his head in disbelief. You possess the potential to become strong, but you are not yet a powerhouse like Orochimaru. Therefore, if you wish to serve me and seek my assistance, you must accept the cursed seal. Shursui sighed internally. If he could remain by Danzo's side without the cursed seal, he would have ample opportunities to utilize his Kotoamatsukami. However, accepting the cursed seal would render him under Danzo's control. With Danzo's covetous eyes on the Uchiha clan Sharingan, should he attempt to seize Shursui's Mangeki Sharingan, Shursui would be left powerless to resist. Resolutely, Shursui replied, Danzo, I cannot accept your cursed seal under any circumstances. If that is the case, then I have no choice. With that, he heightened his vigilance and began to move toward the door. Danzo, noticing Shursui's intent to leave, could not allow this opportunity to slip away. A sinister smile crept across his face as he declared, You think you can come and go as you please, Uchiha Shursui? You are too late to leave now. Attack! As Danzo's command echoed, Shursui realized he was surrounded by more than 10 individuals. A jolt of alarm surged through him as he swiftly formed hand seals. Unleashing a fire technique, fire release, fire dragon technique. True to his reputation as a renowned genius of the Uchiha clan, Shursui instinctively resorted to a wide-ranging attack to break free from his encirclement. Even the emotionless members of Root were compelled to evade the oncoming flames. However, Danzo remained unfazed. He had anticipated Shursui's arrival and prepared for it. The assailants surrounding Shursui were merely a distraction. Just as Shursui was poised to escape, he felt an excruciating pain radiating from his feet, forcing him to halt after only a few steps. Time slipped away, and the Root members, who had initially retreated to avoid the flames, quickly closed in on him again. Recognizing he had lost his best chance to flee, Shursui steadied himself, enduring the agonizing sensation in his feet as he drew his katana, standing resolutely before Danzo, who had remained seated upon his stone chair. Despite the beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the pain, Shursui refused to blink, maintaining his focus on the weapon in his hand. Satisfied that Shursui was trapped with no means of escape, Danzo waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to pause their assault. Uchiha Shursui, you must understand that your options have run dry. Submit to me and accept the cursed seal of Root. My promise remains valid. I will mediate the conflicts between your clan and the village. For the sake of your family, Uchiha Shursui, you should choose to comply. If you refuse, even if you manage to escape, you will still succumb to the poison my men have administered. To be frank, the poison from Root is beyond even the legendary Tsunade's capability to counter. Feeling the toxin gradually creeping up his legs, Shursui resolutely resisted Danzo's temptations, his gaze unwavering. He would not allow the Uchiha clan to be underestimated, nor himself, Uchiha Shursui, the Shunshin Shursui. To kill him would require readiness for retaliation. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he bore their pride. There were only Uchiha who fell in battle, never one who knelt in submission. Realizing that further persuasion was futile, Danzo decided to forego empty words. Fearing that Shursui might retaliate and destroy his Mangeki Sharingan in his final moments, Danzo issued a command: kill him. The Root members surrounding Shursui, upon receiving Danzo's order, wasted no time and charged at him. Aware that he could not evade his fate, Shursui resolved to fulfill the promises he had made. He had vowed to Uchiha Qiushan, and even in death, he would ensure his body remained intact, dedicating himself fully to his commitment. Moreover, Danzo, do not underestimate me, Shunshin Shursui. As the armed Root members lunged toward him, Shursui summoned the full power of his Mangeki Sharingan, its rotation accelerating. Just as the attackers were about to reach him, an agonizing pain shot through his eyes, far more intense than that in his feet, escaping his lips in a pained shout. In that moment of excruciating agony, an uncontrollable force erupted from his Mangeki Sharingan, enveloping him in an instant and effortlessly casting aside the encroaching enemies. As Shursui dispatched his assailants with ease, Danzo could no longer remain seated. He stood, eyes fixated on Shursui, or more precisely, on the massive skeletal form emanating a green glow that surrounded him. Shursui, however, was struggling to maintain his stance, half kneeling as he gasped for breath, one hand gripping his katana while the other clutched his eyes in a futile attempt to alleviate the pain, blood seeping through his fingers. The gigantic green skeleton, born from Shursui's Mangeki Sharingan, rose as if conjured from the void, providing him steadfast protection. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's gaze was fixated solely on the green skeletal figure, captivated by its presence, murmuring to himself, Susanoo, the divine power of the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan, the ultimate weapon of Uchiha Madara. It had vanished with Madara's demise, yet after all these years, it has finally resurfaced. Although merely in its most rudimentary form, it still radiates a brilliance that commands admiration. If anyone possessed an intimate understanding of the Uchiha clan, it would undoubtedly be the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Since the time of Indra and Ashura, the Senju and Uchiha clans have been adversaries for millennia, locked in an endless cycle of conflict. As the leader and intellectual pillar of the Senju clan, Tobirama could hardly be oblivious to the intricacies of the Uchiha clan. Even though Shimura Danzo, as Tobirama's disciple, was not privy to the secrets of the Uchiha, he had gleaned some knowledge about the Sharingan from the materials left behind by Tobirama after his death. This understanding fostered a longing, a fascination, and thus Danzo remained perpetually obsessed with the Sharingan. Conversely, Uchiha Shursui found himself in dire straits, for the poison coursing through his veins was utterly incurable. This toxin was a nanoscale venomous insect, expertly wielded by Danzo's loyal subordinate, oil woman Tsukuyomi. The nano-insects were unique even among the renowned oil woman clan, and due to their minuscule size, Shisui had been poisoned without his knowledge. Had Danzo not instructed Tsukuyomi to primarily restrain Shisui's mobility, he would have succumbed to death long ago. Furthermore, the poison could only be controlled by Tsukuyomi, which is why Danzo arrogantly claimed that even Senju Tsunade could do nothing to help. At that moment, the poison had already spread from Shisui's feet to his knees. Aware that time was running out, Shisui realized he was on the brink of death. As he gazed at the ribs surrounding him, he focused his thoughts, and suddenly, skeletal arms appeared around him, mere remnants of his limbs. Observing this skeletal version of Susanoo, Danzo's previously calm expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Quickly, stop him." Chapter 37. Shisui's final words. By the time Danzo reacted, Shisui had already maneuvered the skeletal hand to gently pierce the nearby stone wall, as effortlessly as if it were tofu. With a slight exertion from the skeletal arm, Shisui's body was propelled toward the cave's exit. Upon hearing Danzo's command, the root members sprang into action, hurling kunai, shuriken, and various concealed weapons, all of which were deflected by the skeletal Susanoo. Recognizing that he could not apprehend Shisui even if he pursued, Danzo waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to follow, while he trailed leisurely behind. Though the likelihood of capturing Shisui was slim, he pondered the possibility that the Susanoo's time might expire, allowing him to reclaim his prize. Enduring the agony, Shisui directed the skeletal arm toward the cave's mouth. After a brief yet arduous struggle, he finally emerged into the open air, gazing skyward. It felt as though he had awoken from a dream. The sky remained unchanged, yet everything felt different. Although he had escaped from Danzo's root base, Shisui understood that relaxation was a luxury he could not afford. Pursuers would soon be upon him, necessitating a swift escape. Moreover, he sensed that his Susanoo was nearing its limit, and the strain on his Manjiki Sharingan was causing him excruciating pain. Without the stamina built from prior training, he might have already succumbed. However, it was his body that was now at its breaking point. While fleeing, Shisui had consumed every antidote he carried, yet to no avail. It seemed that the poison, provoked by his attempts to counteract it, was advancing with increased ferocity. Not pausing at the cave's entrance, Shisui hastened toward the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha, fearing that once his Susanoo's time expired and the pursuers caught up, it would spell disaster. The root base was a considerable distance from Konoha, and he feared that any wandering villagers or lower-ranked shinobi on missions in the vicinity might inadvertently reveal his presence. Although this distance was trivial for AJ Nin, it loomed insurmountably for Shisui at that moment. As he approached Konoha, he felt himself nearing his limits. Sensation had faded below his chest, with the poison advancing toward his heart, the harbinger of his demise. The Susanoo had reached the brink of what he could endure, and Shisui experienced a throbbing pain in his head, a sign of his mental faculties waning. His consciousness began to blur, and he realized that his ability to control the Susanoo to flee was now driven solely by instinct and a flicker of clarity. Just then, Shisui felt a sharp pain in his heart. The poison had reached its target. With that surge of agony, he could no longer maintain the skeletal Susanoo, which dissipated, causing his body to crash heavily to the ground. As he hit the earth, a fleeting moment of lucidity returned, yet his body had reached its limit, leaving him immobile. Alas, had he ultimately failed to uphold his promise to Kaizen? He hoped that Kaizen could seize this opportunity to lead their clan away from the fate of annihilation. Shisui opened his eyes. His body could no longer sustain the activation of the Sharingan, leaving him with mere black pupils. He watched the birds flit across the sky, managing a faint smile, but felt darkness closing in, his consciousness fading into a void. Just as Shisui was on the verge of losing awareness, he suddenly heard Kaizen's voice calling for him. At first, he thought it was a figment of his imagination, but a clearer cry reached his ears, assuring Shisui that Kaizen had come to find him. He struggled to part his lips, producing only a faint sound. In a moment of panic, fearing Kaizen might not notice him, Shisui felt the ground tremble beside him. His vision obscured. He strained to focus his eyes, and there was Kaizen's anxious face. Seeing that Shisui lacked the strength to speak, Kaizen immediately employed a healing technique to assess his condition and determine if he could provide aid. However, upon contact with Shisui's body, Kaizen sensed something was amiss. He swiftly tore open Shirsue's shirt to reveal a body mottled with the telltale purple of poisoning, the cells already necrotic. Healing was beyond reach. Understanding Kaizen's expression, Shirsue comprehended his fate. He knew his body better than anyone. He did not believe that Danzo would deceive him. If he claimed no one could save him, it was highly likely that salvation was indeed unattainable. Uchiha Shirsue forced a faint smile, his voice barely a whisper as he said, "I have fulfilled our promise. I have brought my body back intact. The rest is in your hands." Uchiha Kaizen, observing Shirsue's state, was aware that he had left a contingency plan. Even if Shirsue were to perish, he believed that in a few hours he would likely return, full of life, before him. Yet, a wave of sorrow overwhelmed him. Then, Uchiha Shirsue tilted his head, addressing the young man who had been standing silently beside them from the beginning. "Itachi, you must take care of yourself. Do not dwell in despair. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult your elder brother Kaizen. He possesses a sharp mind. Remember, you have a younger brother who needs your care. Only by taking care of yourself can you look after others." It turned out that among the Uchiha clansmen who had accompanied Uchiha Kaizen was Uchiha Itachi, who had returned from a mission a few days prior. Having come to rescue his revered elder brother Shirsue, Kaizen, preoccupied with thoughts of Shirsue, had overlooked Itachi's presence. Upon witnessing his closest brother Shirsue in such a dire state, Itachi felt an unbearable weight in his heart. Though his expression remained stoic, the clenched fists and constricted pupils betrayed the turmoil within him. Chapter 38. The death of Shirsue. Just as Uchiha Shirsue was about to utter more words, Uchiha Kaizen suddenly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the path Shirsue had come from. A group of over 10 ninjas clad in dark attire swiftly approached, positioning themselves a short distance away, forming a surrounding perimeter. An elder, unhurriedly trailing behind them, caught Kaizen's attention. Upon recognizing the elder's garb, Kaizen understood the identity of this group. It was Danzo Shimura and his root ninjas. Kaizen took a couple of steps forward, shielding Shirsue and Itachi behind him. His eyes fixed upon the newcomers, yet he remained silent. Danzo emerged from behind his men, his gaze landing on the fallen Shirsue, though he uttered no words. The satisfaction evident in the corners of his mouth was unmistakable. He had not anticipated successfully cornering Uchiha Shirsue. Despite the presence of some bothersome Uchiha youngsters, he believed that as long as he could take Shirsue back, even the Uchiha clan leader would be powerless to oppose him. Confronting Danzo, Kaizen demanded, "Who are you? What has happened to Shirsue? Is it connected to you?" Although Kaizen stood resolute, Danzo dismissed the Uchiha youngsters with indifference, ignoring Kaizen's inquiry as he waved his hand, commanding, "Take Uchiha Shirsue back." Seeing Danzo's disregard, Kaizen's companions from the Uchiha clan prepared for conflict, brandishing their weapons. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, which spun wildly in his eyes, Kaizen spoke coldly, "I dare anyone to try." The Uchiha clansmen who had accompanied Kaizen drew their weapons as well, their stance unmistakably hostile. Tension thickened in the air, as if a battle was imminent. Danzo, upon witnessing Kaizen's 3-tomo Sharingan, felt a jolt of apprehension, recognizing that the man before him was formidable. To avoid further complications, he spoke sternly. "Uchiha Shirsue is suspected of treason. We must take him back for interrogation." Kaizen seized upon Danzo's words, retorting, "So, you admit that Shirsue's current state is your doing?" Danzo offered no rebuttal, asserting that Shirsue's condition was a consequence of his resistance. "Step aside. We must apprehend Uchiha Shirsue. Your obstruction implies your involvement in this treason." Kaizen refused to yield. Uchiha Shirsue is a direct subordinate of the 3rd Hokage. Even if apprehension is warranted, it falls under the purview of the Hokage and the Umbu. Furthermore, as a member of the Uchiha clan, our clan leader has the right to be involved in any interrogation. He scrutinized Danzo, remarking, "You are neither the 3rd Hokage nor a member of the Umbu. What authority do you possess to apprehend a member of the Uchiha clan?" As the two stood at an impasse, Danzo contemplated resorting to violence. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku finally arrived, accompanied by elite members of the Uchiha clan, along with representatives from various families within Konohagakure. Despite the Uchiha clan's strained relations with them, they were willing to come, having been informed that Danzo's root was scheming to seize the clan's bloodline limits and secret techniques. They were warned that if Danzo dared to target the Uchiha clan, he would soon turn his sights on their families as well. Simultaneously, the 3rd Hokage, alerted by the commotion, arrived with a contingent of umbu. Among them was a medical ninja skilled in healing techniques. At Fugaku's request and the Hokage's signal, he began tending to Shirsue's injuries. After assessing Shirsue's condition, the medical ninja shook his head. The poison he has been afflicted with is exceedingly rare. This is my first encounter with it. I can only use a secret technique to stabilize him enough for speech, but I cannot save his life. Under the medical ninja's care, Shirsue managed to regain some strength. Laboriously speaking, Lord Third Hokage, clan leader, it was Danzo who poisoned me, seeking to acquire my Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, I can sense that the eye concealed beneath the bandages also harbors a Sharingan. Upon hearing Shirsue's words, the representatives of various families exchanged glances, fully aware of Danzo's long-standing desire for their bloodline limits and secret techniques. They had often been compelled to acquiesce to his demands under the guise of the Third Hokage's authority. However, they were taken aback by his audacity to directly resort to murder and theft. The Uchiha clan members, enraged by Shirsue's revelation, activated their Sharingan, glaring at Danzo and demanding that he unveil the bandages to verify Shirsue's claims. Though Danzo was unaware of how Shirsue had discovered the implanted Sharingan in his eye, he was not foolish and recognized that he had drawn the ire of many. He could not afford to reveal the truth, lest the situation spiral further out of control. With the prospect of taking Shirsue back now impossible, Danzo lost interest in lingering, simply stating, "I do not require explanations for my actions," before turning to leave, his root members trailing behind him. At that moment, Uchiha Shirsue finally succumbed, his breathing growing faint. With a long exhale, he breathed his last. Observing Shirsue's demise and Danzo's indifferent attitude, Kaizen felt a profound rage welling within him. In the original narrative, it was Danzo who manipulated Itachi into exterminating the Uchiha clan, as evidenced by the Sharingan in his arm, a testament to the benefits he reaped from the clan's downfall. As Shimura Danzo attempted to flee, Uchiha Kaizen could no longer restrain himself and shouted, "Old dog, you have slain Shirsue, and yet you wish to escape. Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 39, Betrayal of the Village. "Old dog, die for me." With that, Uchiha Kaizen activated his Manjiki Sharingan, his chakra surging violently within him. Despite the excruciating pain in his eyes, he cried out, "Susanoo." At that moment, colossal black-purple skeletal structures, seemingly engulfed in violet flames, emerged from Kaizen's body, forming a gigantic, complete skeletal figure that enveloped him. Soon after, muscles and skin grew over the bones, transforming the massive skeleton into a towering giant that instilled dread in all who beheld it. Ultimately, the giant donned black-purple armor, wielding a gigantic sword, its entire form emanating a faint violet glow. In the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the giant swung its sword towards Danzo's group, and amidst a thunderous roar, they were obliterated before they even had a moment to react. At that very instant, Shimura Danzo inexplicably appeared amidst the ruins, just devastated by the sword strike. Looking entirely unscathed, not even a trace of disarray upon him. Without hesitation, he turned and fled into the distance. Upon witnessing Danzo's seemingly unharmed appearance, Uchiha Kaizen was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if recalling something, he let out an irritated huff, choosing not to pursue him further. In his furious state, he could kill him once, but pursuing him again would irrevocably sever ties with the Third Hokage. The upper echelons of Konoha were well aware that the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and advisor Shimura Danzo were inseparable allies. For Sarutobi, one could kill his wife, but not harm his dear friend, Danzo. The Third Hokage and Danzo had been close friends since childhood, akin to brothers. Although Danzo had his own ambitions in establishing Root, it was undeniable that Root had indeed alleviated many unspeakable troubles for the Third Hokage. Thus, when Danzo was swiftly vanquished by Kaizen's Susanoo, the Third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically, only to ease somewhat upon seeing Danzo alive once more. Watching Danzo's retreating figure grow increasingly distant, Uchiha Kaizen suppressed the urge to strike again, turning instead to gaze down at the group gathered beneath his Susanoo. Gradually, he dispelled the divine power of his Manjiki Sharingan, allowing himself to float gently to the ground, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. As the onlookers beheld the unique, captivating Sharingan in his eyes, they could not help but recall the overwhelming might of the giant he had just summoned, instinctively retreating a few steps away from him. Once Uchiha Kaizen landed and steadied himself, the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stepped forward, making his way towards Kaizen. Observing the Hokage's approach, the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Fugaku and his accompanying clansmen, instinctively gathered behind Kaizen, unwittingly creating a standoff with the third Hokage. Yet, the third Hokage felt no displeasure at this. Firstly, the Uchiha had just lost a gifted member, Shisui, whose death was intricately linked to Danzo. Secondly, the unparalleled power Kaizen had just demonstrated reminded him that in the ninja world, strength equates to authority. It was through their unmatched power that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had established the first shinobi village. When Kaizen acknowledged the third Hokage's presence with a curt, "Greetings, esteemed Hokage," he bore no malice. The third Hokage understood that everyone has their moments of anger, especially given Danzo's recent transgressions. He gazed at Kaizen's Manjiki Sharingan, suddenly reminded of Shisui. Ah, what a fine child he was, possessing eyes so similar to yours and embodying the perfect successor to the will of Uchiha Kagami. With proper guidance, he could have matched you in strength. It is a tragedy that he was so senselessly taken from us by Danzo. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage felt a deeper sorrow, observing the fury and grief etched on Kaizen's face and that of the Uchiha clan behind him. He promptly removed his Hokage hat, placing it over his heart, and bowed deeply to the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was taken aback. Witnessing the usually elevated Hokage bowing before them, their anger dissipating like mist. After bowing, the third Hokage spoke with a heavy heart. I deeply regret the circumstances surrounding Shisui's demise. As the village's leader, I failed to rein in Danzo's reckless behavior. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation. He sighed. Shisui was a dear friend of mine, a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. I watched him grow up, akin to my own child. I never imagined he would meet such a tragic fate at such a young age. As he spoke, he couldn't help but think of his own eldest son and daughter-in-law, taken from him too soon, leaving behind only a newborn child. He recalled his wife, Uwako, who had also perished during the Nine-Tails attack. Unable to restrain himself, the third Hokage approached Shisui's lifeless body, bending down to gently caress the young face, feeling a profound sense of loss and sorrow. Rising, he addressed the Uchiha with solemnity. Danzo's actions are utterly intolerable. I will relieve him of his position as the leader of Root and as an advisor to Konoha. Furthermore, we will hold a grand funeral for Shisui and compensate his family and the Uchiha clan. Please, if there are any additional requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kaizen recognized that his long-sought opportunity for the Uchiha clan to sever ties with Konoha had finally arrived. If he seized this chance, the Uchiha could break free and soar as they pleased. With a grave expression, Kaizen faced the third Hokage and solemnly declared, given these events, we feel a profound unease. Our Uchiha clan has not had a harmonious relationship with the village, and we have resolved to relinquish our duties within the Konoha police force and relocate from the village. The third Hokage, taken aback by Kaizen's declaration, frowned in surprise, unable to comprehend the implications of the Uchiha's words. He questioned, Uchiha Kaizen, are you implying that your clan intends to betray the village? Chapter 40, Departure from Konoha. The third Hokage regarded Uchiha Kaizen and the members of his clan with a serious expression, asking, Uchiha Kaizen, does your clan truly intend to betray the village? As the third Hokage posed this question, the Umbu members behind him subtly prepared themselves, the atmosphere growing tense once more. In response to the third Hokage's inquiry, Uchiha Kaizen shook his head, showing no signs of aggression. Instead, he deactivated his Manjiki Sharingan, his calm black pupils meeting the third Hokage's gaze. The Hokage could even see his own reflection in Kaizen's clear eyes. Hokage-sama, you jest. The Uchiha clan has lived in this village since its inception and has become an integral part of it. How could we ever contemplate betraying our home? As he spoke, Uchiha Kaizen paused for a moment, his expression earnest as he regarded the third Hokage, continuing, the current atmosphere between our village and the Uchiha clan is rather strained. Moreover, with the untimely demise of Uchiha Shisui, whose popularity among our kin cannot be understated, it is conceivable that this tragic event may incite some of our members to act recklessly. Hence, we have resolved to relocate a portion of our clan from Konohagakure. Upon hearing Kaizen mention Shisui and the reasons for their relocation, the third Hokage's demeanor softened, though he remained silent, evidently desiring to hear more. Kaizen seized the moment, adding, furthermore, we are merely relocating some members of our clan, not the entirety. The children of the Uchiha will still attend the village's ninja academy, receiving their education from the esteemed instructors there. The third Hokage's expression had thoroughly calmed upon learning that only a segment of the Uchiha would be departing and that their children would continue their studies at the academy. However, he remained quiet, keen to discover any further details. Kaizen continued, "Moreover, even if we do relocate, the Uchiha clan will always remain a part of Konohagakure, and we shall not accept missions as ninjas outside the village." After delivering this statement, Kaizen fell silent, his gaze fixed on the third Hokage, who, despite his confidence in the proposal, felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the Hokage's acceptance. The third Hokage appeared intrigued upon hearing Kaizen's second point. By the time he concluded, he had mentally acquiesced. The stipulation that the Uchiha children would study in Konohagakure while refraining from undertaking missions beyond its borders effectively entrusted the clan's future to the village. It was clear that the circumstances surrounding Shirsue's death had prompted this request, yet even absent such a tragedy, the third Hokage would likely have been amenable to the terms. Additionally, the ongoing discord between the Uchiha and the villagers was a source of considerable vexation for the Hokage. The prospect of the Uchiha voluntarily relinquishing their role in the security detail, thus addressing the root of the conflict, was indeed tempting. Having weighed the implications and finding them manageable, the third Hokage feigned hesitation before nodding. "I understand your concerns, Uchiha. I consent to your plan to relocate a portion of your clan. However, remember that the Uchiha will forever be a part of Konohagakure. Should you find discomfort in your new circumstances, my door remains open for your return." Upon receiving the Hokage's approval, Uchiha Kaizen exhaled in relief. Having successfully extricated his clan from the depths of the village's troubles, once the Uchiha were settled, he would be free to indulge in his desires. Even if figures like Uchiha Madara and Kagutsuchi were to revive, he believed that talents such as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would stand ready to confront them. He envisioned a future where he could simply observe from the sidelines, cheering on the heroes as they faced the challenges ahead. As he contemplated his promising future, a smile crept across Kaizen's face, and he quickly expressed his gratitude to the third Hokage. However, once the formalities concluded, the Hokage showed no inclination to depart, instead engaging Kaizen in light conversation. With a jovial tone, the third Hokage remarked, "By the way, Kaizen, I notice I seldom see you around. Is it due to your duties with the security detail?" Kaizen, harboring no significant animosity toward the Hokage, responded with respect, "Indeed, Hokage-sama. The clan leader places great trust in me, and I have been fortunate enough to attain the position of squad leader within the security forces." Observing Kaizen's unease, the third Hokage chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "No need to be anxious. We are merely conversing. Now that the Uchiha have withdrawn from the security detail, what are your plans for the future?" Kaizen, of course, could not divulge his true intentions of seeking adventure. Instead, he replied, "I have yet to formulate a plan. But once I assist my clan with the relocation, I will consider my next steps." At this juncture, the third Hokage's demeanor shifted, and with a grin, he proposed, "Since you find yourself with spare time, once you have completed your family obligations, I would like to enlist your help. I can offer you a position as a captain in the ENBU, directly under my command. Rest assured, the authority you would wield there far exceeds that of your current role in the security detail. What say you?" The third Hokage, a cunning strategist, had long discerned that this seemingly unassuming young man was the Uchiha clan's linchpin, possibly even its future leader. By securing him close, he could ensure that the Uchiha would remain within his grasp, regardless of their rebellious tendencies. Kaizen, stunned by the Hokage's proposal, thought, "Wait, what is this? Isn't the Uchiha clan barred from the ENBU? It took considerable effort for Itachi to gain entry. I was just preparing to venture beyond Konohagakure and explore the world, confident in my abilities. And now, I find you trying to co-opt me for your agenda?" As Kaizen mentally wrestled with these thoughts, a conflicted expression crossed his face. The third Hokage seemed to sense his reluctance, his expression turning serious. "What is it? Do you not wish to assist me? Or do the Uchiha harbor other intentions?" Upon detecting the veiled threat in the Hokage's words, Kaizen rolled his eyes internally, but managed to maintain a bright smile. "Not at all. I am merely taken aback by this unexpected offer. I, Kaizen, have always dreamed of serving in the ENBU to contribute to the village. How could I possibly refuse?" Chapter 41. The fury of Uchiha Itachi hearing Kaizen's agreement to join the ANBU. The third Hokage's expression finally relaxed, and he resumed his jovial demeanor. Patting Kaizen's shoulder once more. Exactly. Young people should not shy away from challenges. They must embrace growth to shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. While Kaizen nodded in agreement, outwardly expressing his concurrence, internally he was incredulous, thinking, goodness, I haven't even started yet. And you're already weaving grand plans for me. After addressing the Uchiha clan's matters, the third Hokage had little desire to linger, especially in light of the recent loss of a valued subordinate and the complications introduced by Shimura Danzo. He had to pacify the various clans within the village and assuage their concerns while assuring them that Konohagakure had no designs on their bloodline limits or clan secrets. Once Uchiha Kaizen and Uchiha Fugaku saw the third Hokage off, the Uchiha, represented by Fugaku, expressed gratitude to the various clan representatives they had summoned. The members of these clans, astute individuals, recognized that the Uchiha were on the verge of departing Konohagakure and that their interests no longer conflicted. They all claimed to be indifferent, suggesting they would foster closer ties, as if they had never been complicit in ostracizing the Uchiha in the past. The most critical factor was Kaizen's earlier display of overwhelming power, manifesting a colossal Susanoo that seemed to herald the arrival of a deity. Even the elite shinobi from Danzo's route were easily dispatched by Kaizen's blade. Any clan with sense would think twice before provoking a clan wielding such formidable might. And it was evident that Kaizen, despite his youth, had already attained the pinnacle of strength akin to that of a Kage, provided no unforeseen events transpired. He was bound to become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. After Uchiha Kaizen and Fugaku sent away various representatives of the clan, they finally found the time to address the aftermath of Uchiha Shirsue's demise. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Shirsue's lifeless body with a complex expression. Had it not been for Kaizen's foresight and the contingency measures he had put in place, Shirsue would have truly perished. Fortunately, events unfolded as planned. On the surface, the Uchiha clan mourned the loss of a prodigious talent, yet in truth, this genius had merely transitioned from the light into shadows, an act that served as his greatest protection. Initially, Kaizen contemplated crafting a makeshift stretcher to carry Shirsue's body. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had been silent since Shirsue's death, offered to carry his brother's corpse back, honoring him with one last journey. Observing his eldest son, Fugaku exchanged a glance with Kaizen, silently inquiring whether he should reveal the truth to Itachi. Upon noticing Fugaku's questioning gaze, Kaizen subtly shook his head, signaling to keep the matter discreet for now. Once the Uchiha group had organized themselves, Itachi carried Shirsue's remains, safeguarded by other clan members. As they made their way toward the Uchiha compound under the fading light of sunset, it was said that one must commit fully to a performance. Thus, after returning Shirsue's body, they wasted no time in preparing his home as a memorial hall. Itachi voluntarily stayed behind to keep vigil, allowing the others to take their leave. After arranging the memorial, Kaizen ambled out of the clan grounds and indulged in several hearty bowls of ramen at a local eatery. Since he had begun training with the lightning release armor, his appetite had surged to unprecedented levels, making it increasingly difficult to keep up with his needs. Conversely, his physical prowess had seen rapid improvement. Kaizen sensed that he was nearing a critical threshold. Soon, he could elevate his Sharingan to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, resulting in a significant enhancement of his capabilities. After playfully teasing a small iris, Kaizen packed 2 additional bowls of ramen and leisurely returned to the clan grounds. Arriving at Shirsue's residence, upon entering, he chanced upon Itachi, who was kneeling solemnly, burning paper offerings for Shirsue. Witnessing this, Kaizen felt a pang of guilt and mused, should Itachi discover the truth, might he pursue him with a blade? Perhaps retreating to the island with Mikoto would be prudent. Indeed, the supplies he had meticulously prepared would finally prove useful. As Kaizen's thoughts wandered into precarious territory, Itachi spotted him and politely inquired, Kaizen, you've come to pay your respects to Shirsue, given your close bond. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow fell over his eyes. Recognizing the depth of Itachi's grief, Kaizen's playful demeanor faded, and he nodded, placing the ramen on a nearby table. I know you haven't eaten, so I brought you something. Eat while it's warm. It won't taste as good when cold. To Kaizen's surprise, Itachi shook his head in refusal. Kaizen, I'm not hungry. You should eat first. Taken aback, Kaizen glanced at the food he had brought. Realizing that even in such sorrowful times, Itachi's keen perception remained intact. Truly, he was born to be a ninja. Not wanting to press the matter further, Kaizen checked the time, and, feeling it was appropriate, approached Shirsue's body, lifting the white cloth that covered him under Itachi's puzzled gaze. Upon witnessing Kaizen's actions, Itachi could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, demanding, "Shirsue is already dead. What more do you intend to do? You are desecrating his remains." Noting Itachi's sudden outburst, Kaizen felt an unexpected thrill of joy and decided to provoke him further. What else did Shirsue have that he might covet? Certainly. It was his greatest legacy, the Mangeki Sharingan. Rather than let it decay with him, it would be better to claim it for a worthy purpose. As he moved forward, Itachi could no longer suppress his indignation and drew a kunai, pointing its blade at Kaizen, growling, "Dare to touch Shirsue's remains and see what happens." Chapter 42. Itachi's Mangeki. Seeing Itachi brandish the kunai against him, Kaizen slowly turned to face the furious Uchiha, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Itachi, are you serious? You dare point a weapon at me? Have you considered the consequences of your actions?" With that, Kaizen activated his Mangeki Sharingan, locking eyes with Itachi. The immense pressure of his spirit and chakra subtly manifesting, enveloping Itachi. Feeling the overwhelming force emanating from Kaizen, Itachi activated his own Sharingan. Initially, it bore the form of 3 tomo, but as Kaizen's pressure intensified, the tomo began to spin wildly, culminating in the 3 scythe-like shapes of his Mangeki Sharingan. With the activation of his Mangeki, Itachi sensed a reduction in the oppressive weight bearing down upon him, his previously racing heart easing into a steadier rhythm. Observing Itachi's response to his pressure, Kaizen noted that while Itachi's aura had not yet matched his own, there was a discernible shift toward balance. A faint smile graced Kaizen's lips as he gradually withdrew his pressure and reverted to his standard Sharingan, regarding Itachi with a playful glint in his eyes. "No wonder Shirsue held you in such high regard. It seems you too have awakened your Mangeki." Taken aback by Kaizen's relaxed demeanor, Itachi, despite his usual sharp intellect, found himself momentarily bewildered. Then, realization struck him as he asked, "Were you testing me?" Kaizen shrugged, feeling somewhat bored as he settled onto a nearby seat. "Not exactly. I was simply growing weary of waiting and thought I'd amuse myself." Itachi's frustration flared in response to Kaizen's nonchalance. "Even if you wish to test me, you should not desecrate Shirsue's remains. You were his friend. How can you act this way?" Kaizen poured himself a glass of water from a nearby pitcher, dismissively replying, "What is there to feel guilty about? Shirsue is not truly dead." At this, Itachi's heart leaped with surprise. In this world of shinobi, many techniques could simulate death. He hoped Shirsue had employed such a tactic. Yet, as quickly as hope ignited, it dimmed. "I wish it were true, but the 3rd Hokage has confirmed Shirsue's death. And that cunning old fox, Danzo, would not have held back when he killed Shirsue. Besides, there were skilled medical ninjas present, along with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. If Shirsue had faked his death, how could he have eluded their scrutiny?" Though Itachi spoke of improbabilities, he could not resist reopening his recently closed Mangeki Sharingan, scrutinizing Shirsue's lifeless form closely. After a thorough examination, he ultimately deactivated the Mangeki, still feeling somewhat unaccustomed to its usage. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his slightly sore eyes and couldn't help but sigh again. After meticulously examining Uchiha Shirsue with his Mangeki Sharingan, he still found no trace of chakra on him. For a ninja, chakra is the manifestation of the union of body and spirit. Only in the event of complete death would one be devoid of chakra. Observing Itachi's size, Uchiha Kaizen internally scoffed. If his Izanagi were so easily discernible or countered, Uchiha Madara's faked death would not have eluded Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama back in the day. Noticing Itachi's despondency, Kaizen refrained from offering further consolation, as it was nearly time for Izanagi to be activated on Shirsue. In truth, Kaizen held no ill will towards Itachi. Although part of the responsibility for the Uchiha clan's annihilation lay with him, the primary blame rested on Shimura Danzo's machinations, the indecisiveness of the 3rd Hokage, and Uchiha Obito's covert sabotage. Danzo, driven by the will of his mentor, the 2nd Hokage, and his covetousness for the power of the Sharingan, conspired against the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Obito recognized that the Uchiha clan was the greatest obstacle to his Moon Eye plan, as their Sharingan could effectively counter his Kamui. It was only after Itachi's death that Obito felt unthreatened enough to emerge from the shadows and wage war on the entire ninja world. As for why Itachi was ultimately forced to annihilate his own family, leaving only his younger brother alive, one of the primary reasons was his exceptionally elevated mindset. Having witnessed war and death from a young age, he matured far beyond his peers, possessing a depth and breadth of thought that surpassed many adults. Thus, he was praised by the third Hokage for his ability to contemplate issues from the perspective of a Hokage, while others remained ensnared in the entanglements of love and hatred. He had long transcended ordinary emotions. His love had surpassed the confines of family and even the village, prompting him to take actions deemed unfathomable by others, such as extinguishing his own clan. Sometimes, however, adopting a perspective that is too elevated and detached from one's own reality can be detrimental, for it may create a sense of alienation from those around you. This is why Itachi had only Shisui as a true friend, as Shisui's will of fire resonated with his own thoughts to a certain degree. Kaizen's role was to separate the family from the village, thereby preventing conflicts and ensuring that the two prodigies of the Uchiha clan would not be caught in discord. As for their future affairs, that could be addressed gradually. At that moment, Kaizen keenly sensed a disturbance, akin to a droplet breaking the stillness of a pond, sending ripples across its surface. He quickly turned his gaze towards Uchiha Shisui. It was as if he were witnessing a miracle. Kaizen's eyes widened as he beheld Shisui's lifeless body lying there, rigid and devoid of life, indicating unmistakably that he was dead. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the body that lay there had vanished, replaced by a doppelganger, rosy-cheeked and very much alive, smiling warmly at him. Itachi, sensing Kaizen's unusual demeanor, followed his gaze and instantly froze in place. Chapter 43. Arrangements. Seeing Shisui revived, and with no apparent aftereffects, the tension that had burdened Kaizen's heart dissipated. Though he had confidence in Izanagi's ability to resurrect Shisui, having seen it succeed with Madara, the knowledge was one matter, and the worry was another. Seeing Shisui smile at him, Kaizen could no longer contain himself. He strode forward, arms wide open, and embraced the man who had caused him such concern, giving him a few hearty pats. Shisui made no resistance, allowing Kaizen's display of affection. After all, he had tasted death himself. Only those who have brushed against the brink of mortality can truly comprehend its essence. Moreover, when he agreed to this plan, he had prepared himself for the possibility of failure and eternal death, given the numerous variables involved. Who could say whether Izanagi would even function as intended? After all, it was a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, and its limits were unknown. If he were to be revived after a prolonged period, it might exceed its threshold. Unless Kaizen's Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, utilizing the Rinne Tensei technique, revival would be improbable. Thus, Shisui had taken a perilous gamble in executing Kaizen's plan, not only for the Uchiha, but also out of trust in Kaizen, willingly risking death to secure a future for his clan. The excitement of Shisui's revival was palpable, not only for Kaizen, but also for Shisui himself, which is why he allowed Kaizen to express his relief. Meanwhile, Itachi's previously calm demeanor shattered, revealing a face filled with emotion, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate something. Before those he cherished, maintaining an unwavering calm was an impossibility. It was evident from Itachi's reaction to Shisui's death that Shisui held a significant place in his heart. After embracing Kaizen, Shisui stepped past him to face Itachi. Noticing Itachi's fervent expression and the depth of feeling in his gaze, he too opened his arms for a heartfelt embrace. Once the commotion subsided, Shisui turned to Kaizen, inquiring with concern, "How did the plan unfold? There were no complications, I hope?" Upon hearing that Shisui intended to discuss the plan with Kaizen, Itachi tactfully asked, should I step aside?" Kaizen glanced at Shisui's hopeful eyes, and then at Itachi's somewhat bewildered expression. With a hint of exasperation, he replied, "I initially intended for you to keep vigil over Shisui while informing you of our plan, but please refrain from pointing kunai at me next time." Relieved to remain, Itachi felt a surge of joy. However, at Kaizen's mention of him pointing a kunai, he awkwardly rubbed his nose, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Noticing Itachi's embarrassment, Kaizen chose not to dwell on it, instead relaying the progress of their plan to Shisui. "The third Hokage has agreed to our proposal for the Uchiha clan's relocation, albeit with the condition that I join the Umbu. I initially intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Danzo, but he evaded me using Izanagi. I was taken aback to discover that not only did he secretly transplant Sharingan, but he also employed our clan's forbidden technique. The third Hokage was present at the scene. To avoid further complications, I refrained from pursuing him further. Uchiha Qiushan nodded in understanding. Uchiha Qiushan paused for a moment before continuing. Even if our Uchiha clan relocates, we currently lack the means to establish a school. Therefore, I propose that the children of the Uchiha clan remain here for their education as a condition for the third Hokage's consent to our relocation. Their parents will also stay behind to care for them. Upon hearing that the plan was progressing smoothly, Uchiha Qiushan sighed in relief. His love for both his clan and the village where he had grown up was profound. Had it not been for the irreconcilable conflicts between the clan and the village, he would not have agreed to and assisted in the Uchiha's departure, aiming to spare both sides from further harm. Uchiha Qiushan took a sip of water and, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "During the implementation of our plan, we encountered an unexpected joy. Uchiha Itachi, due to your death, has awakened his Manjiki Sharingan." Uchiha Qiushan turned his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. As someone who had experienced similar grief, he understood the immense sorrow required to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan. It was reminiscent of Uchiha Obito, who, upon Rin's death, rejected the world entirely, seeking to create a realm where she existed. It was evident that Uchiha Itachi's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan due to Qiushun's demise reflected the depth and purity of his feelings for Qiushun. Looking into Uchiha Itachi's eyes, Uchiha Qiushan allowed a faint smile to grace his lips and nodded slightly. "Itachi, thank you, and I am sorry. My gratitude is for your feelings, while my apology is for your concerns." Uchiha Itachi understood perfectly, shaking his head gently. "It's nothing. As long as you are alive, that is what matters. Moreover, I consider this a blessing in disguise, having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan." Observing their interaction, Uchiha Qiushan clapped his hands to regain their attention. "All right, enough reminiscing. We have important matters to attend to, and there will be plenty of time for conversation later." As both turned to him, Qiushan continued, "Qiushan, you are currently unable to go out. I have prepared a takeout of Ichiraku ramen for both of you. Eat it while it's still warm, and once you're finished, we will pack your belongings. I have found a suitable location outside, and we must get you there before dawn." Noticing the confusion on their faces, Uchiha Qiushan briefly explained the island of whirlpools and his ocular technique, Takamagara. However, he withheld his intention to share the space mark with Qiushan and Itachi, treating it as his trump card for a critical escape. He was reluctant to share it with anyone but those he completely trusted. After all, Uchiha Obito had faced vulnerabilities after giving one of his Sharingan to Kakashi, which led to his exposure and subsequent troubles. Chapter 44. Reconnaissance of the Island of Whirlpools. It was only then that Uchiha Itachi realized the second portion of ramen Uchiha Qiushan had packed was for Qiushan. Initially, he thought one of the servings belonged to Qiushan himself. Uchiha Qiushan, not one to be polite, beckoned Uchiha Itachi to join him as he took the ramen and began to eat heartily in his morning hall. Should anyone arrive to witness the supposed solemnity disrupted by the sight of a lively meal, it would surely provoke shock. Uchiha Itachi, having already discarded any sense of propriety, joined in with an intensity akin to a competition with Qiushan. Both he and Qiushan were not particularly gluttonous. After finishing a generous serving of ramen, they felt quite satiated. Once they had finished, Uchiha Qiushan, without further ado, assisted Uchiha Qiushan in packing the essentials to be taken along, placing them into his space for later retrieval upon their arrival at the Island of Whirlpools. As a bachelor, Uchiha Qiushan had little to pack. Apart from his own belongings, he had only a few ninjutsu scrolls, books, and ninja tools left by his parents and elders. Thus, the task was completed swiftly. Ultimately, aside from his standard mission gear, Qiushan entrusted everything else to Uchiha Qiushan, for he had a mission to fulfill upon reaching the Island of Whirlpools and would retrieve those items later. Once everything was settled, Uchiha Qiushan turned to the prepared Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi once more to confirm. "Itachi, are you certain you wish to accompany Qiushan to the Island of Whirlpools? You must understand my urgency to send Qiushan there stems from the fear that news of his fake death will reach the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, potentially causing unnecessary complications. We need Qiushan to scout ahead, while the clan leader and elder organize the first group to the island, which will take at least 3 days." Uchiha Itachi, now aware of the Uchiha clan's intention to sever ties with Konohagakure, found his thoughts focused on his clan. Despite his youth and the limited awareness of the grave future that awaited them, he felt a stirring desire to accompany Uchiha Qiushan on this journey to the island of whirlpools. In response to Kaizan's inquiry, Itachi nodded once more without annoyance. Kaizan, with Qiushan by my side, you need not worry. Besides, having awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, my combat abilities are formidable and I should be able to assist Qiushan. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Uchiha Kaizan recalled how, in the original narrative, Itachi's health deteriorated in later stages, likely due to the premature activation of his Mangeki Sharingan, which placed immense strain on his body. This was a common consequence of bloodline limits. The body, still developing, could not withstand the overwhelming power. He quickly cautioned, Uchiha Itachi, activating your Mangeki Sharingan too soon can be detrimental. Use it sparingly to avoid overburdening your body. Otherwise, you may not endure the strain. Qiushan, keep an eye on him. The Sharingan can be utilized, but the Mangeki should be reserved for critical moments. Seeing both Qiushan and Itachi nod in agreement brought Kaizan some relief. He surmised that Itachi's eventual decline in health was also tied to his disregard for self-care. Despite his mature demeanor, Itachi was still a young adolescent burdened with the weight of his clan's tragedy. If not for his younger brother to care for, he might have succumbed to despair long ago, neglecting his own well-being in the process. Accumulated stress and injuries, coupled with his solitary undercover assignments, would naturally lead to his physical decline. To mitigate potential risks for both the relocated Uchiha clan and Itachi's health, a skilled medical ninja would be essential. When considering medical ninjas, Uchiha Kaizan's mind immediately turned to the compassionate Tsunade and the gentle, kind-hearted Yakushi Nan. Given the timeline, Nan should still be alive and unscathed by Danzo's machinations, making it feasible to seek her assistance. However, it was Tsunade, with her remarkable strength and noble lineage from the Senju clan, that truly captivated Kaizan's ambitions. If the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were to unite, would their offspring possess the potential to evolve into a sage of six paths? Contemplating this possibility, Uchiha Koyama silently resolved to invite Tsunade to the Uchiha clan to examine Itachi's health. Should she be reluctant to come, he would devise alternative means to persuade her. With a heavy sigh, Uchiha Koyama lamented, alas, I am truly burdened with the concerns of the Uchiha clan. Once Koyama confirmed that Itachi intended to accompany Qiushan to the land of whirlpools, he refrained from further conversation. He placed his hands on their shoulders and activated his ocular technique, Takamagara, momentarily pausing in space before using the spatial imprint previously established at the land of whirlpools to transport them directly to their destination. Upon arriving at the land of whirlpools with Qiushan and Itachi, Koyama offered them brief instructions, providing the supplies he had prepared in advance for their needs over the next few days. After bidding them farewell, he returned to the realm of Takamagara. With Qiushan and Itachi safely dispatched, Uchiha Koyama finally exhaled in relief. After painstakingly orchestrating a plan, he had successfully salvaged two prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Qiushan was alive. His Mangeki Sharingan had not been seized by Danzo, and Itachi would not be coerced into annihilating the Uchiha clan, preventing him from becoming a reviled rogue ninja destined for a tragic end. Koyama took a moment to rest in the Takamagara space. Although his system had minimized the side effects of his Mangeki Sharingan's ocular techniques, the frequent usage still left him feeling slightly unwell. Just one last use, he resolved as he entered his house within the space. Thereafter, Koyama concentrated on the spatial imprints and located the one belonging to Uchiha Mikoto. He activated the imprint, and suddenly, a figure clad in a delicate nightgown, slender and still entwined in slumber, appeared before him on the tatami mat. Chapter 45. The ingenious use of spatial imprints after laboring diligently and achieving success. A small indulgence for oneself is hardly excessive, Koyama mused as he gazed at Mikoto. This was another remarkable application of the spatial imprint, as it was marked on a person's body and merged with their essence. Since Mikoto could arrive in Takamagara by activating the imprint, it was only natural for Koyama, as the master of this space, to summon her there. Having been occupied with matters concerning the land of whirlpools and Qiushan, and with Itachi returning home after completing his mission, Koyama had not sought Mikoto since her previous visit. Now that Qiushan was rescued and the Uchiha clan was poised to detach from Konoha, the remaining tasks seemed trivial. It was only fitting for Koyama to invite Mikoto for a nostalgic reunion, aligning with the recent calls to strengthen and prosper the Uchiha clan. As Mikoto began to awaken, Feeling the absence of her blanket, she propped herself up, her loose nightgown accentuating her figure. Half asleep, she looked towards Koyama, her heart easing upon recognizing him. Since being together with Koyama, Mikoto had grown accustomed to sleeping alone, so his sudden appearance startled her. Rubbing her eyes, she sleepily inquired, "Koyama-kun, is there something you need at this late hour?" Koyama, charmed by her drowsy state, smiled and swiftly shed his clothing, embracing her and burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling her fragrant scent. "I missed you, Mikoto-ne, so I came," responding to Koyama's embrace. Mikoto reciprocated, but with a hint of melancholy in her voice. "I missed you too, Koyama-kun, but Itachi has been particularly perceptive lately. He noticed that I was merely sleeping in a separate room from Fugaku. Thankfully, Fugaku helped me keep up appearances, or Itachi might have grown suspicious." Seeing Mikoto's troubled expression, Koyama couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her lips, teasingly saying, "Silly girl, do you not see where you are?" Upon his reminder, Mikoto scrutinized the room's decor and realized she had been summoned to Koyama's space. Relieved, she leaned in to kiss him again, playfully scolding, "Koyama-kun, you always play tricks on me. Why did you not summon me sooner if you had the ability? Or perhaps you have grown weary of me." Observing Mikoto's theatrical performance, Koyama was pleasantly surprised by this side of her. Although he recognized her jest, he quickly reassured her of his genuine busyness rather than a lack of affection. Yet, in the midst of soothing her, Koyama's hands seemed to have their own intentions. After indulging in each other's company for a considerable time, Koyama appeared to recall something. Smiling brightly as he addressed the still reluctant Mikoto, "Mikoto-ne, I have splendid news. Itachi has been dispatched with sure sway on a mission, so you need not worry about him suspecting anything unusual." Though Mikoto did not concern herself with clan affairs, as the clan leader's wife, she was still quite perceptive and curiously asked, "Wasn't he Sure Sway supposed to have been killed by Danzo? And didn't he Itachi go to guard Sure Sway's spirit today? How is it that not only is Sure Sway alive, but he and Itachi are also on a mission you assigned?" As Koyama embraced Mikoto, he recounted the recent developments to her. Once he finished, Mikoto, with a sly smile, remarked, "Koyama-kun, I too have good news to share." Koyama, sensing her expression, hesitantly inquired, "Mikoto-ne, are you?" Mikoto shook her head, "Not yet, it's too soon." However, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she leaned closer to Koyama's ear, whispering, "These past few days have been particularly fortuitous for me. If you put in a little extra effort, we shall be quite close." Koyama, understanding her implication, tightened his embrace around Mikoto, seeking confirmation. "Really, Mikoto-ne?" Her face flushed with shyness, Mikoto nodded without uttering a word, noting her bashful demeanor and recalling her previous statement. Both recognized their mutual inclination, leading to an intense encounter. The ensuing excitement left Mikoto utterly defenseless, and after they had both found satisfaction, the dawn light greeted them as they emerged from the space. Mikoto, noticing the morning sun, exchanged a quick farewell with Koyama before hastily preparing breakfast. Although Mikoto Uchiha has lost her affection for Fugaku Uchiha, she remains devoted to her two children and is determined to fulfill her role as a virtuous wife and mother. However, if Koyama wishes for her to leave her family and be with him, she would not hesitate to choose him. Chapter 46. The method of evolving the kaleidoscope Sharingan. After parting ways with Mikoto, Uchiha Koyama did not remain idle. He has obtained the Uchiha clan's legacy from the elder Uchiha Rin. However, within the Uchiha clan lies a ticking time bomb, the very essence of which led to the rift between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, culminating in the subsequent Ninja World War. This ticking time bomb is a stone tablet hidden in the Nain Shrine, said to be a relic from the Sage of the Six Paths, treasured by the Uchiha clan for generations and concealing the truth of this world. As the Sharingan evolves, the information revealed by the tablet increases. Years ago, as the disagreements between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama grew insurmountable, Madara discovered an extreme solution on this ancient tablet, the Eye of the Moon plan. Indeed, Uchiha Madara was a prodigy of the ninja world, and had it not been for Hashirama's emergence during the same era, he could have dominated the world of ninjas. However, Madara, being a perfectionist, could not bear to witness his dear friend Hashirama's vision of village building come to naught, knowing it would lead to escalating wars. What began as conflicts between different clans transformed dramatically when the Senju and Uchiha clans united with other minor clans to establish Konoha village, significantly amplifying their power. This prompted other nations to follow suit, leading to the formation of their own ninja villages. Consequently, any war that erupted between nations could escalate into a world war among ninjas, affecting both civilians and shinobi alike. Once war breaks out, it invariably results in manpower shortages, leading to children, barely able to perform basic jutsu, being thrust into battle, as exemplified by Itachi Uchiha. It can be said that Madara's foresight was remarkably accurate. He sensed this outcome and was unable to accept it, yearning for change. Meanwhile, Hashirama's ideals diverged from Madara's, prompting Madara's departure. While the Uchiha clan clung to the hard-won peace, choosing not to follow their leader Madara out of Konoha, Madara's justification for leaving stemmed from the world peace method he discovered on the stone tablet, the Eye of the Moon plan. This also explains why Madara clashed with Hashirama again. He needed Hashirama's flesh and blood to merge with his own, forming the power of creation, enabling him to awaken the Rinnegan, which would allow him to summon the Ten Tails Husk and initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. However, Kiyama is aware that the content of the tablet has been altered by Kaguya Otsutsuki's third son, Black Zetsu, before her sealing. Black Zetsu's goal was to activate the Eye of the Moon to resurrect his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Thus, Madara was tragically misled by Black Zetsu, who exploited his desire for world peace. To mitigate future complications and prevent the subsequent generations, including Shursui and Itachi Uchiha, from misconstruing the tablet's content, Kiyama resolved to eliminate the source of chaos by relocating the tablet to his own space, ensuring no one could access it again. The Nane Shrine served as the venue for clan meetings and ancestral worship for the Uchiha, a solemn place that, due to its lack of valuable items, had no dedicated guards. Previously, Kiyama had visited the Nane Shrine to admire the tablet, but at that time, he possessed only the 3-tomo Sharingan. He had scrutinized the tablet thoroughly, yet saw nothing of significance. After achieving the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kiyama was preoccupied with rescuing the Uchiha clan from annihilation and preserving Shursui's life. And with prior knowledge of the tablet's content, he did not revisit. Now, as the Uchiha clan prepares to relocate, the elders are determined not to abandon the historically significant tablet. Kiyama, wishing to act preemptively, decided to move the tablet to his space, planning to provide a replica when the elders demanded, allowing the source of turmoil to rest in his possession. In the morning sunlight, Kiyama strolled to the Nane Shrine, where visitors were scarce, and at this early hour, he found the place deserted. Approaching the tablet, he activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and upon reading the tablet's content, he smirked. It was as he had anticipated, with nothing surprising. The tablet briefly outlined the origins of the ninja world, the spread of chakra, the Otsutsuki clan, the god tree and its fruit, the sage of the 6-path ceiling of the rampaging Ten Tails, and the evolution of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, including methods to evolve the Kaleidoscope Sharingan into the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Indeed, Kiyama harbored doubts regarding these methods. Tracing back, the sage of the 6 paths' eldest son, Indra, had only one brother, Ashura. Regardless of whether Ashura would resort to taking Indra's eyes, the critical point is that Ashura, inheriting the sage's body, possessed no Sharingan. Therefore, there was no second Kaleidoscope Sharingan available for Indra to attain the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, Indra's Kaleidoscope Sharingan did not experience blindness, indicating that the evolution from Kaleidoscope Sharingan to eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan is not solely reliant on transplanting of blood relatives' eyes. Furthermore, given the sage's stature and vision, it would be improbable for him to leave the Uchiha with a path filled with bloodshed and anguish for evolution. This suggests that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan can indeed evolve into the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan through individual capability, while the methods inscribed on the tablet were likely simplistic and crude, left by Black Zetsu to further his plans. Kiyama's system indicates it can only lower thresholds and reduce side effects, but cannot create something from nothing. Hence, the correct method for evolving the Kaleidoscope Sharingan to the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan should depend on possessing extraordinary mental strength and in-release chakra to meet the conditions for evolution. Additionally, as the 3-tomo Sharingan evolves into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, it acquires ocular techniques. In the original narrative, one of Sasuke Uchiha's eyes evolved into the Rinnegan, also gaining ocular techniques. Therefore, the evolution from Kaleidoscope to Eternal Kaleidoscope should likewise yield ocular techniques, suggesting that their misguided evolution methods may have led to the absence of new ocular techniques. Chapter 47. Disciple Uchiha Sasuke. It is evident that the Uchiha clan, the oldest lineage in the ninja world, is deserving of its reputation. Although the clan's founder, Indra, fell out with the Sage of the Six Paths and Ashura, he received no shortage of benefits from the sage aside from the position of the inheritor of the ninja religion. Ultimately, to guide Indra's descendants, the sage left behind a tablet documenting the evolution of the Sharingan. It seems that Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan level is still insufficient. The stone tablet records the method for the evolution of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan into the Rinnegan, as well as the details regarding the Eye of the Moon plan. However, Uchiha Qiushan has yet to comprehend these contents. Such information can only be perceived once the Sharingan has evolved to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan has reached its pinnacle, on the verge of attaining the eternal Mangeki Sharingan's domain. Therefore, even when he fully exerted his Sharingan, he could only discern vague inscriptions on the stone tablet, the details of which remained obscured. It is presumed that these inscriptions were left behind by Kaguya, masquerading as the Sage of Six Paths. The ability to perceive these indistinct characters is a testament to Uchiha Qiushan's extraordinary ocular power, far exceeding that of a typical Mangeki Sharingan. Since clarity eludes him at present, he resolves to revisit it in the future. As his Sharingan is nearing the eternal Mangeki stage, Uchiha Qiushan then summoned the skeletal arm of Susanoo, uprooted the stone tablet, and cast it into a corner of the spatial island. After removing the tablet, Uchiha Qiushan's purpose for visiting the Nanha shrine was fulfilled. After a brief tour of the shrine, he suspected that Uchiha Mikoto had prepared breakfast, so he made his way to her home without hesitation. His visit was not solely of his own volition, as he felt somewhat awkward in the presence of Uchiha Fugaku. Rather, he was invited by Mikoto at Fugaku's request, who had matters to discuss with him. Uchiha Mikoto took the initiative to extend the breakfast invitation. Uchiha Qiushan also intended to discuss with Uchiha Fugaku and the elder the list of clan members for the first expedition to the Isle of Whirlpools, and thus he accepted the invitation. Upon arriving at the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Qiushan found that Uchiha Mikoto had prepared breakfast. After greeting Fugaku and Mikoto, and nodding at the curious young Uchiha Sasuke, he partook in a sumptuous meal at the clan leader's home. Following breakfast, Uchiha Fugaku led Qiushan to the meeting room. But unlike previous occasions, Mikoto and their son, little Sasuke, accompanied them. Once seated in the main position, Uchiha Fugaku took a sip of tea before addressing Uchiha Qiushan with a serious demeanor. The purpose of inviting you, Qiushan, is to ask you to become Sasuke's teacher. As he has reached the age for schooling, he requires a competent mentor. Although Sasuke's talent may not match that of his brother, he possesses potential worth nurturing. As the foremost expert of our Uchiha clan, there is no one more suitable than you. Furthermore, our clan is preparing to relocate, and as the clan leader, I must oversee matters there. With my presence, the members will feel secure. I hope that in my absence, you can provide assistance to Mikoto and Sasuke. Saying this, Uchiha Fugaku bowed his head to Uchiha Qiushan. I implore you, Qiushan. Uchiha Qiushan did not anticipate that Fugaku sought him for this purpose. Though he was not particularly fond of Uchiha Sasuke in the original narrative, it was understandable given Sasuke's traumatic experiences, his clan's massacre and his parents' murder at the hands of his brother, leading to a distorted character shaped by the desire for vengeance. However, as the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke's innate talent was indeed commendable, and with Indra's chakra coursing through him, his future achievements would likely be significant. Regarding his character, Uchiha Qiushan observed the innocent little Sasuke and believed he could be guided positively. He held the conviction that no child is irredeemable, it merely requires effort and dedication. Besides, the current Sasuke was an endearing little boy, and he believed that without the trauma of clan annihilation and parental loss, Sasuke's character would remain intact. Observing the hopeful expression on Uchiha Mikoto's face, the bewildered little Sasuke, and the bowed head of Fugaku, Uchiha Qiushan decided to abandon any pretense and readily agreed. Uchiha Qiushan nodded. Since the clan leader holds me in such esteem, I cannot refuse the opportunity to mentor Sasuke. Rest assured, I shall take charge of his training. This role would not resemble that of Kakashi, a teacher assigned by the village who lacked responsibility. Instead, he would be a mentor deeply invested in his disciple's life. Treating him as a successor, such a teacher is second only to a parent in significance. However, knowing that he had committed to this responsibility, Uchiha Qiushan vowed to cultivate Sasuke into a formidable individual rather than allowing him to be hastily matured by Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, resulting in a less than reliable presence in critical moments. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's acceptance, Uchiha Fugaku was elated and quickly organized a ceremony for Sasuke to pay his respects to his new teacher. After Sasuke had performed the customary tea offering, Uchiha Qiushan presented him with a finely crafted katana as a token of mentorship, thus completing the formalities. Following Sasuke's initiation, Uchiha Qiushan did not rush to train him. Recognizing that he was still quite young, premature training and chakra extraction could hinder his future development. He decided to wait until Sasuke commenced his schooling before beginning his training. Once everything was settled, Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Fugaku proceeded to the residence of Elder Uchiha Rin. As the two principal authorities of the Uchiha clan, they had to meticulously plan the relocation and arrangements for the clan's new territory. It was impractical to move all at once, necessitating a phased approach. The first team would be responsible for site selection, assessing the environmental conditions of the new territory and clearing it of wild beasts. This team needed to be efficient rather than numerous. Currently, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were engaged in the tasks required of the first team, but they lacked sufficient manpower and would require additional assistance. The second team would handle infrastructure development within the new territory, comprising individuals skilled in earth-style techniques and those with architectural experience. It would be ideal to have someone like Yamato, proficient in wood-style techniques. But the third Hokage would likely not release him. Even if he were released, Uchiha Qiushan would not utilize him, as this would expose his own ocular technique, the Takamagura, and compromise the secrecy of the new clan location. Of course, Uchiha Qiushan did not expect to conceal the existence of the Uchiha clan's new territory indefinitely. However, even a single additional day of secrecy would grant the Uchiha valuable time for preparation and construction. It is essential to remember that behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, not only Shimura Danzo was involved, but also Uchiha Obito and Kagaya, lurking in the shadows. Thus, relocating the clan to an island served to isolate them from the earth and with styles wielded by Kagaya. By the time they discovered the Uchiha, adequate defensive measures would hopefully be in place, provided that the Deva Path Pain was not dispatched for a devastating attack. The third team would consist of the majority of clan members, tasked with transporting essential supplies and personnel to ensure the Uchiha clan's operations continued seamlessly. In fact, there was a fourth team designated for finalizing the move. However, the Uchiha clan had not yet severed ties with Konohagakure, and with Uchiha children still attending the Ninja Academy, it was necessary to retain a portion of the clan in the village to maintain a faade of peace with the community. Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Fugaku visited the home of the elder, convening to deliberate and finalize the roster for the first squad. Given that the Uchiha clan previously oversaw the security of Konoha village, it was imperative to ensure a seamless transition of the security duties, thereby avoiding any inconvenience to the village or the third Hokage that might provoke trouble for the Uchiha. The selection of candidates required careful consideration. In truth, the principal figures in this discussion were Uchiha Fugaku and the elder Uchiha Ling. Although Uchiha Qiushan possessed strength surpassing theirs combined, expertise is paramount in specific domains, and Uchiha Qiushan was significantly less adept in this regard. While Uchiha Fugaku and the elder engaged in extensive deliberations, Uchiha Qiushan found himself in a state of disinterest, passively listening. His reluctance to depart stemmed from his position as a premier combatant of the Uchiha clan, and both the elder and clan leader Uchiha Fugaku were deliberately nurturing his potential. Regardless of his personal desires, acquiring knowledge would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. It is a misconception to assume that sheer strength qualifies one for leadership. Akin to Naruto Uzumaki being appointed Hokage despite being the strongest ninja in the world at that time, Kakashi was designated as Hokage for several years prior, during which he diligently prepared Naruto to become a competent leader. Once Uchiha Fugaku and the elder finalized the roster, Uchiha Qiushan could no longer contain himself and hastily took his leave. He understood that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Achieving the caliber of a Hokage or Uchiha Madara rendered other concerns trivial. Thus, his priority was to rigorously train his physical body to meet the minimum standards required for the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. With his already formidable spiritual energy and the enhanced ocular prowess and in chakra from replicating multiple ocular techniques, he was confident he could effortlessly undergo the transformation into the Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet, Uchiha Qiushan was aware of an even simpler method to achieve his desired physical strength and facilitate the evolution of his Mangeki Sharingan into the eternal variant. This involved seeking out Yamato to learn the wood release technique through his replication eye. As the sole wood release user in Konoha at this time, Yamato's technique, though incomplete, still retained elements of the essence of Senju Hashirama, as evidenced by its effectiveness against Naruto's Nine Tails. Should Uchiha Qiushan master Yamato's wood release, he would essentially acquire a flawed version of the Sage Body. Although this incomplete Sage Body would not grant him the Rinnegan directly, it would enhance his physical constitution and vitality, with the wood release chakra further promoting the transformation of his Mangeki Sharingan into the eternal variant. However, Uchiha Qiushan had no intention of taking this route. Whether deemed pretentious or foolish, he was resolute in solidifying his foundation through rigorous self-training, refining his willpower to extend his capabilities. After all, his recent gains in strength had come too easily, potentially fostering complacency and diminishing his vigilance and ambition. Choosing not to venture elsewhere, he recognized that no place could offer the safety of his own space. As the master of that realm, he could sense even Uchiha Mikoto's presence should she enter through the spatial mark. Uchiha Qiushan practiced atop a flat rock at the island's highest point, where he could behold the island's most splendid vistas. Furthermore, training the lightning release armor on the rock, which does not conduct electricity, allowed him to maximize the use of lightning release to stimulate every cell in his body without concern for chakra depletion. Since acquiring the initial phase of the lightning release armor from the rogue ninja on the island, he had not ceased his training. The origins of the technique became clearer through subsequent inquiries regarding the rogue. It was a clandestine possession of his deceased student, who, endowed with a rare innate lightning chakra, had once received encouragement from his father to diligently train. The lightning release armor technique was inadvertently acquired by his father on the battlefield, and the student had foolishly showcased it, providing the rogue with an opportunity that ultimately led to his demise. To this day, the student's family remained unaware that their lightning release armor technique had been surreptitiously appropriated, believing instead that their child's death resulted from a personal conflict. When Uchiha Qiushan reported back to the village, he claimed he could not locate the rogue and suspected he had set sail, resulting in a mission failure. Upon reaching the rock, Uchiha Qiushan adeptly removed his shirt and shoes, seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and silently began to channel his lightning chakra, transforming it into minute currents that continuously stimulated his body. This form of training demanded not only talent, but also extraordinary endurance, as the persistent electrical stimulation of bodily cells was an excruciating endeavor. Tiny currents flickered across Uchiha Qiushan's body, crackling with energy, while his muscles twitched and convulsed. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on his brow, as the pain required intense concentration to accurately direct the currents to the corresponding areas. As the hours passed, the intensity of the electrical stimulation increased, causing his body to tremble violently. From a distance, the brilliant currents appeared as a dazzling blue armor enveloping him. After 2 hours of relentless training, Uchiha Qiushan finally ceased, not out of desire but necessity, for further exertion risked injuring his body, a cost too great to bear. Lacking the advanced medical ninjutsu akin to that of Senju Hashirama or Uzumaki Naruto, he knew he could not mend the cellular damage inflicted by his training. If he possessed a physique like that of the sage or the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he would not face such concerns. Alternatively, having a skilled medical ninja like Tsunade or Sakura by his side would expedite his recovery, allowing him to train the lightning release armor freely and enhance his physical strength. Sensing the deep-seated pain indicating he was nearing his physical limit, Uchiha Qiushan sighed quietly and gradually halted his training. Opening his eyes, he took a moment to appreciate the serene beauty surrounding him, his expression tranquil. Once his trembling body had regained stability, ensuring his combat prowess remained intact, Uchiha Qiushan donned his clothing and teleported away from his space. With training concluded, it was time for a meal. Ever since Uchiha Qiushan began utilizing the lightning release armor to fortify his physique, his appetite had surged, enabling him to consume the equivalent of 4 or 5 hearty meals. The restaurant owners in Konoha, having encountered voracious eaters like the Akimichi clan, were accustomed to such demands, or he would have undoubtedly drawn attention. He could not frequently impose on the clan leader and the elder for meals, visiting others for sustenance. If he were to indulge his appetite, would transform a casual visit into an act of gluttony. Uchiha Qiushan once again found himself at the renowned Ichiraku Ramen in the Hidden Leaf Village, indulging in several oversized bowls of ramen. The culinary offerings in the village were rather limited, and while grilled meat was delightful, Uchiha Qiushan could not afford to feast on it daily. Observing him consume the enormous servings with unwavering composure, even the astute young girl Shobai, who was accustomed to many sights, was taken aback by the voracity of her favored older brother. Nevertheless, she expressed concern for his appetite, and, seizing a moment when Uncle Ichiraku was distracted, discreetly added a generous portion of fried eggs and sausages to Qiushan's bowl. As his appetite increased, so too did his physique, which had undergone noticeable changes. Despite his relatively brief training with the lightning release armor, Uchiha Qiushan had already developed a more robust stature. Whereas he previously resembled a typical agile and nimble adult Uchiha Itachi, he was now evolving towards a physique akin to that of Might Guy, though he would never surpass Guy's prowess in physical combat. Moreover, Qiushan sensed that he was experiencing a second growth spurt, spurred on by the invigorating effects of the lightning release armor, and he felt himself growing taller. Within the clan, whether it concerned the formulation of a first-tier roster or the arrangement of personnel and supplies for the guard duty, Uchiha Qiushan preferred to remain uninvolved. Unable to evade responsibility entirely, he dispatched a shadow clone to assist and observe, thus freeing up his own time. With clan affairs entrusted to the elder and Uchiha Fugaku, he merely needed to ensure their members were transported to the land of Whirlpool, while the third Hokage's summons was not yet due. Even when he reported, he anticipated playing a role akin to an emblematic figure, serving as a link between the village and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, once a formidable presence in the Hidden Leaf Village, was now viewed with suspicion by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, who feared a potential rebellion. Rest assured, the Uchiha clan, as the most powerful clan in the ninja world, possessed such strength. With their bloodline limit, the Sharingan, even an Uchiha J-Nin wielding the three-tomo Sharingan could easily overpower ordinary J-Nin. However, the Uchiha clan's recent detachment from the village positioned them not as adversaries to be wary of, but rather as noble allies to be courted. This was the very reason Uchiha Qiushan sought the clan's separation from the Hidden Leaf. Though departing from the foremost ninja village, the Uchiha faced challenges reminiscent of those once encountered by the Uzumaki clan. Yet, Uchiha Qiushan held firm belief in his own strength. Should anyone seek conflict, he would unleash Susanoo at their village gates. If they failed to emerge, he would simply enter to confront them. If a multitude of thousands sought to overwhelm him, akin to the third Raikage strategy, he would resort to his realm of Takamagara to disengage from the battle and visit their village instead. It was a misconception to believe that his agreement to join the third Hokage's Umbu was born of fear. Rather, it was fueled by his covetousness for the village's bloodlines and secret techniques. He had yet to engage in conversation with Yamato, who possessed would release, and had not found the opportunity to incapacitate Kakashi and examine his Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan eagerly anticipated discussions with the future fifth Hokage following the demise of the third Hokage at the hands of Orochimaru. Thus, with his current combat prowess, unless one were to resurrect Uchiha Madara or the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, they would find themselves at an impasse against him. Naturally, he was cautious not to reveal all his trump cards. While his abilities were formidable, it was only the hidden ones that truly constituted his advantage. Consider the Akatsuki's immortal duo, whose powers, though extraordinary, were ultimately rendered vulnerable once their secrets were uncovered. Since the awakening of his Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan had meticulously concealed his trump cards and ocular techniques. Those who believed they understood him only grasped a fraction of his true capabilities. If others were to learn that his ocular abilities allowed him to replicate and learn the bloodline limits and secret techniques of others, his chances of success would diminish drastically, and he would undoubtedly face hostility from those clans renowned for their bloodlines and adeptness in secret arts. Chapter 50. Collective Spatial Transfer. Thus, only when Uchiha Qiushan stood atop the world, relying solely on his strength, would he be truly unrestrained and audacious. Rather than relying on tailed beasts that could rebel at any moment to attain a status akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths, tailed beasts were merely pets and tools. Relying on them as the foundation of one's power was utterly implausible. One must not forget that the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths still roamed the ninja world. He retained the ability to bestow Naruto and Sasuke with power on par with that of the sage. After all, those nine-tailed beasts were extracted from the 10 tails by the sage himself, and given the sage's cunning, one could hardly dismiss the possibility that he had intervened with the nine-tailed beasts, not to mention the sage body of Hashirama Senju. The Uchiha clan Sharingan had carved its own path, independent of the power transmitted from Indra by the Sage of Six Paths. In recent days, Uchiha Qiushan had led a fulfilling life, spending his days assisting and learning alongside the Elder and Uchiha Fugaku through shadow clones, while he himself secluded in his realm to diligently practice with the lightning release armor. When fatigue set in, he would slip out to wander the Hidden Leaf Village in search of culinary delights. As the Uchiha clan prepared for their impending departure, even the guard duties they had tightly held were gradually being relinquished. Consequently, neither the Hokage faction nor the various clans within the Hidden Leaf sought to involve the Uchiha clan, uncertain whether their separation from the village was by coercion or consent. Provoking them would only invite trouble. Following Uchiha Qiushan's decisive action against Danzo, who had not re-emerged to stir trouble, it seemed he would remain quiet for a while. Thus, even as Uchiha Qiushan roamed the streets and alleys of the Hidden Leaf Village in search of delicacies, he encountered no adversaries foolish enough to challenge him. In the evenings, he refrained from training, recognizing that a balanced approach would enhance his efficiency. Instead, he would peruse the books acquired from the Elder, passing the time and broadening his knowledge. As night deepened, Uchiha Qiushan would summon Uchiha Mikoto to his realm, engaging in discussions about the meaning of life and contributing to the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. Each session took considerable time, but rather than any significant changes, Qiushan noted that Mikoto had become more radiant with each passing day, appearing even more beautiful, her eyes seemingly capable of drawing one in. After several days of preparation, the Elder and the clan leader finally readied the first tier of personnel and supplies. On a bright sunny morning, over 100 Uchiha ninjas gathered silently at the South-East Shrine, each fully armed, standing tall, with resolute expressions. These individuals were the elite, meticulously selected by the Elder and Uchiha Fugaku, for the land of Whirlpool had lain abandoned for years, now teeming with wild beasts and peril. Therefore, this initial group dispatched would undoubtedly possess unparalleled combat prowess and experience. In order to successfully complete this mission, the Elder summoned only the elite, including several high-ranking ninjas from the security team. After all, the security team would eventually be disbanded. A little chaos now seemed insignificant compared to the future of the Uchiha clan. Those selected for this operation were filled with anticipation, as both the Elder and the clan leader had informed them that this mission would lay the groundwork for the relocation of the Uchiha clan. The news of the Uchiha clan's departure from Konohagakure had already spread throughout the clan, and all members rejoiced at the prospect of leaving. They were not foolish. After years of feeling oppressed in the village, where the villagers never considered them as one of their own, and even harbored hostility due to the security team's responsibilities, it was clear that they had had enough. As descendants of the foremost clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha family had their own pride. They were tired of various outsiders seeking validation from them. If they were not welcomed, then they had no desire to associate with those who sought comfort in numbers while engaging in constant strife. The Uchiha clan had thrived independently for over a millennium. Why should they cling to those who merely gathered for warmth? Now, they could finally extricate themselves from the burdensome Konohagakure. The members of the Uchiha clan held their heads high, determined that without the village, they would flourish even more. Uchiha Qiushan observed the neatly arranged ranks of his clansmen, their demeanor both cold and silent. These were the elite of the Uchiha clan, a force capable of dominating the outside world, easily obliterating a small ninja village. He glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, who stood at the forefront of the formation, and reconfirmed, "Leader, are you truly set on leading this expedition yourself? You could easily wait for the second or third wave to follow." Uchiha Fugaku, fully armed, shook his head in response to Qiushan's counsel. "This concerns the future of our Uchiha clan. I must witness it with my own eyes to feel at ease. Qiushan, as our clan's foremost expert and deputy leader, you must shoulder your responsibilities. Once I depart, the safety of our clansmen will rest in your hands. Act with prudence and consult with the Elder frequently." Qiushan felt a twinge of exasperation at Fugaku's unwavering resolve. He had hardly been appointed as deputy leader after merely attending a few days of lessons alongside the Elder and the clan leader. He understood the necessity of his current status, being a top-tier expert, a lower title would be untenable and would instill insecurity among the clansmen. Realizing he could not dissuade Fugaku, Qiushan acquiesced. After Fugaku made the necessary arrangements, Qiushan addressed the assembled crowd with gravity. Relax, and do not resist. With that, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, his chakra surging towards his eyes as they began to spin rapidly. Tsukuyomi, activate. As Qiushan's gaze shifted, clansmen began to vanish silently, leaving no trace behind. In a brief moment, over 100 individuals, including Uchiha Fugaku, were transported to an island within the Tsukuyomi realm. Chapter 51. The arrival of the Uchiha at the Land of Whirlpools. After ensuring the last Uchiha clansman had been moved to safety, Qiushan promptly closed his Manjiki Sharingan. Although the system had mitigated the side effects of the Manjiki, extensive use still resulted in discomfort. This was his first large-scale application, and he felt a profound strain in his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. Fortunately, the adverse effects had diminished significantly. He no longer suffered as Uchiha Itachi had, who would bleed from his eyes after a mere use of Amaterasu. Rubbing his eyes to alleviate the soreness, he opened them to find the elder, Uchiha Rin, watching him with concern. As the clan leader led the clansmen outside to expand their territory, it was only fitting for the elder to see them off. Qiushan greeted Rin. Elder. Rin's expression remained troubled. While the Manjiki Sharingan is indeed powerful, it should not be overused. The more you utilize it, the quicker your vision will blur, ultimately leading to blindness and an eternal darkness. After a pause, he continued, You have no blood brothers, and even if you did, they may not awaken the Manjiki. Therefore, you must cherish your eyes. In response to the elder's concerns, Qiushan could not disclose that he had the system's assistance, which not only safeguarded him from the risk of blindness, but also accelerated his evolution towards the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Instead, he reassured Rin, Elder, fret not. I merely feel a slight strain in my eyes, and thus far, my Manjiki has shown no signs of discomfort or blurriness. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, the elder sighed in relief. His knowledge of the Manjiki Sharingan side effects and the path to its evolution was drawn from clan lore, and he was not entirely aware of the timeline for vision deterioration. Seeing that Qiushan exhibited no adverse reactions eased his worry. The elder could not afford to overlook Qiushan. Although Uchiha Shursui had also awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he still paled in comparison to Qiushan. Shursui struggled to utilize even the first stage of his Susanoo, while Qiushan had swiftly progressed beyond the first two stages, achieving the third stage, where he manifested a fully armored giant. It was noteworthy that the Susanoo had only 4 stages, and the ultimate limit of the Manjiki Sharingan was the third stage. The third stage of Susanoo represented a pinnacle of power, allowing one to traverse the ninja world with ease. Initially, the elder had intended for Qiushan to remain low-key for a few years to allow him the opportunity to develop his Susanoo to its second or third stage, thereby securing a formidable leader for the Uchiha clan for decades to come. However, the elder had not anticipated Qiushan's prodigious talent, which surpassed his expectations and allowed him to reach the level he had hoped Qiushan would attain in several years. The more extraordinary Qiushan became, the more the elder felt a pang of regret. Qiushan's innate abilities rivaled, if not exceeded, those of Uchiha Madara. The elder believed that if Qiushan had a brother who had also awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, there was no doubt that Qiushan's achievements would eclipse those of the legendary Uchiha Madara, propelling their clan to unprecedented heights. As Qiushan watched the elder's retreating figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy and desolation. He stroked his chin, pondering that perhaps the elder was struggling to adjust following the clan leader's departure, feeling somewhat sentimental. Qiushan set aside these thoughts and rubbed his still sore eyes, activating Tsukuyomi once more to enter the space. Due to the time difference between the realm and the outside world, it remained night within the space. Qiushan observed his clansmen standing quietly in the darkness, each silent and vigilant, suggesting they had been cautioned prior to their arrival. Uchiha Qiushan nodded in satisfaction, greeted the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, and without delay, utilized the spatial mark he had left on the Isle of Whirlpools to teleport there. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi had already received news through the cat ninja summoning technique and were waiting for him. Upon arriving, Uchiha Qiushan acknowledged their presence with a nod and moved to a nearby clearing. He summoned the chakra within him, which surged powerfully toward his Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi beheld an unforgettable sight. In the clearing before Uchiha Qiushan, The space appeared to twist slightly, and over 100 individuals silently materialized, all of them their kin. A gentle breeze rustled, and the morning sun illuminated them, further diminishing the surreal feeling. When they discerned that the fully armed, solemn figure leading their kin was none other than their clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, they immediately regained their composure, knelt on one knee, lowered their heads slightly, and placed their right hands on their chests, greeting, "Good morning, clan leader." At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku also emerged from his astonishment. After all, it was his first experience with such spatial ocular techniques. While he had not felt much during the dark expanse of Takamagara, he was now awestruck by the scenery of this unfamiliar island, having been teleported there in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku looked at his eldest son and Uchiha Shursui, nodding slightly. "Thank you for your efforts these past few days." Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi immediately responded, "For the glory of the Uchiha, this is what we ought to do." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, bidding them to rise, then surveyed the surroundings, ultimately gazing toward the distant sea. "This is the Isle of Whirlpools, indeed a fine place." The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are commendable, though their strength is somewhat lacking, being merely a vassal of the Senju clan. Such a good location is regrettably difficult to protect. Chapter 52. The position of clan leader after Uchiha Fugaku expressed his sentiments. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi stepped forward to report on their patrols of the Isle of Whirlpools over the past few days. The Uchiha clansmen, who had accompanied Uchiha Fugaku, after experiencing the temporal displacement, could no longer contain their excitement. Though they had not moved back and forth, they engaged in hushed whispers. Among them were several who had initially accompanied Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Qiushan to the village outskirts to meet Uchiha Shursui, now murmuring among themselves. Uchiha Waita remarked, "The deputy clan leader truly lives up to the title of our Uchiha's foremost expert. I never expected the deputy clan leader not only to possess exceptional combat prowess, but also to master space-time ninjutsu. After all, the fourth Hokage was renowned for his flying thunder god technique, and those who can wield space-time ninjutsu are few and far between." Hearing Uchiha Waita's words, Uchiha Naoya beside him concurred, "Indeed, I still vividly remember that scene. The deputy clan leader and I went to find Shursui, only to discover he had been ambushed by Danzo and was on the brink of death. Shursui is the deputy clan leader's close friend, and he was furious, activating his Manjiki to summon the divine power of Susanoo. I was utterly astounded by that colossal figure that blotted out the sky. At that moment, I wondered if the deputy clan leader was a deity descended from the heavens. Later, I learned that his eyes transcended the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, resembling Uchiha Madara's Manjiki Sharingan, and he wielded the divine power of Susanoo. Waita, weren't you also a captain in the security team, like the deputy clan leader? Are you perhaps concealing your true abilities, having also awakened the Manjiki Sharingan?" Uchiha Waita rolled his eyes at Uchiha Naoya's teasing. Knowing they were friends, he took it in stride. "If I could reach the deputy clan leader's heights, it would be worth it for my entire life. Moreover, have you noticed that the deputy clan leader's space-time ninjutsu appears to surpass that of the fourth Hokage? I've certainly never heard of the fourth Hokage being able to teleport this many people at once." The surrounding clansmen nodded in agreement, while those who had not witnessed Uchiha Qiushan's Susanoo were eager to inquire about the scene. Uchiha Qiushan remained undisturbed by the admiring gazes and murmurs of the clansmen, closing his eyes and crossing his arms, patiently awaiting Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi to report to the clan leader. He could not help but feel the strain in his eyes after teleporting over 100 clan members from Takamagara, and to maintain his composure before his kin, he had no choice but to keep his eyes closed. Once Shursui and Itachi concluded their report to Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Qiushan's eyes had relaxed considerably. He approached Uchiha Fugaku and nodded slightly. "Clan leader, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Do you have any instructions?" Uchiha Fugaku, seeing Uchiha Qiushan, softened his previously stern demeanor. He nodded in response to Qiushan's words. "You have worked hard this time, Qiushan. You are now also Sasuke's teacher, and we are all family, so there is no need for formality. While I am away from the Uchiha territory, I entrust matters there to you and the elder. If urgent matters arise, consult with the elder." At this point, Uchiha Fugaku's tone grew serious. "Uchiha Qiushan, assert the authority of your position as deputy clan leader. Your role has been established by the elder and me, and you are well suited for this position. In my absence from the Uchiha territory, you will have the final say. The elder is merely there to assist you." The Uchiha clan's future relies on you young ones. So you must grow swiftly, not only in strength but also in intellect and strategy, all of which require learning and improvement. Uchiha Qiushan trembled at Uchiha Fugaku's words, realizing that Fugaku intended to cultivate him as a future clan leader. Since Uchiha Madara left Konohagakure, the line of clan leaders had been passed down through Uchiha Fugaku's branch. This lineage was not only pure in blood, but also held great prestige within the Uchiha clan, producing numerous powerful individuals. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the future clan leader would likely be either Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Sasuke. Given that Uchiha Itachi had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, as long as he did not stray from the right path, he was almost certain to become the clan leader. Though Uchiha Qiushan had previously employed the Kotoamatsukami on Uchiha Fugaku, it did not alter his perspective on this matter. It was evident that Uchiha Fugaku willingly intended to pass the clan leadership to Uchiha Qiushan. Reflecting on it now, Fugaku's decision to have Uchiha Sasuke learn from Uchiha Qiushan was indeed laying the groundwork for Qiushan's future. As long as Uchiha Qiushan was Sasuke's teacher, he would also belong to the clan leader's faction, thereby facing fewer obstacles in his eventual rise to leadership. Although Uchiha Qiushan did not covet the position of clan leader and was primarily focused on his personal growth, he felt a sense of gratitude for Uchiha Fugaku's goodwill and nodded in acknowledgement. He then bid farewell to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Shisui remained his warm self, while Uchiha Itachi, having learned of Uchiha Qiushan becoming Sasuke's mentor, and after saving Shisui, had adopted a very friendly demeanor towards him. Even upon witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's intention to pass the clan leadership to Uchiha Qiushan, his attitude remained unchanged, responding to Qiushan's greetings with genuine friendliness. It appears that Uchiha Itachi's breadth of vision and character is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Uchiha Qiushan did not linger any longer. With a swift motion of his hand, he transferred the supplies that had been prepared within the clan to the vacant ground before him. After bidding farewell to his companions, he transported himself back to his space. Having successfully escorted Uchiha Fugaku and his group to the Isle of Whirlpools, he considered his task complete. The first team would require at least a week to accomplish their mission, thus it was time for him to report to the third Hokage. After all, he had previously promised the third Hokage not to delay. Furthermore, arriving early at the third Hokage's could facilitate his acquaintance with Kakashi and Yamato, allowing him to gather intelligence promptly. Once he had honed his physical prowess through training with the lightning release armor and upgraded his Manjiki Sharingan to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, it would be considerably easier for him to replicate Kakashi's Kamui and Yamato's would-release techniques. At that point, his combat strength would likely transcend the pinnacle of the shadow level, reaching a realm comparable to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Chapter 53. Entering the after escorting Uchiha Fugaku and others to the Isle of Whirlpools, Uchiha Qiushan returned to his space, opting not to rush back to Konoha, but instead to remain in the realm and continue his training with the lightning release armor. He sensed that, with the increase in his physical strength, his Manjiki Sharingan was on the verge of evolving into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. His eyes had been feeling restless over the past few days. Concluding his training with a heart full of anticipation and joy, he did not linger in the space but turned and exited, arriving at his home in Konoha. After a brief wash to refresh himself from the exertion of his training, Uchiha Qiushan donned his full gear and departed the clan grounds, heading towards the center of Konoha, the Hokage Tower. As Uchiha Qiushan was still merely an unremarkable Jonin of Konoha and had not officially joined the he approached the Hokage Tower with a sense of decorum. He requested the on-duty personnel to announce his arrival. Before long, he was invited into the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was casually dressed, seated at his desk with a large pipe in his mouth. Upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan enter, he greeted him with a warm smile, embodying the image of a kindly old man. However, Uchiha Qiushan was not deceived by the third Hokage's demeanor. This fade might fool the common folk or naive children, but it was inconceivable that a mere amiable old man could have maintained the position of Hokage for so long. Indeed, the narrative propagated within the Ninja Academy depicted him as the strongest Hokage in history. Uchiha Qiushan neither exhibited fear nor indifference towards the third Hokage's greeting. Instead, he conducted himself with propriety, imbued with respect. The third Hokage regarded Uchiha Qiushan, reflecting on the fact that this youth, despite being merely in his teens, had already reached a formidable status within the ninja world as a member of the Uchiha clan. Unlike the haughty nature often associated with the Uchiha, Kaizen displayed a humble demeanor, rarely revealing his true capabilities. His innate talent, while substantial, did not shine as brightly as that of Uchiha Qiushan or Uchiha Itachi, leading him to remain somewhat in their shadows, akin to a member of the second tier. In recent days, the third Hokage had reviewed intelligence regarding Uchiha Kaizen, observing that he spent his time idling within the Uchiha security team, merely passing the days without any semblance of the brilliance expected of a prodigy. Had it not been for the incident involving Uchiha Qiushan, revealing Kaizen's potential, neither the third Hokage nor Danzo Shimura, the two titans of Konoha, would have fathomed that a member of the Uchiha clan had secretly activated the Mangeki Sharingan and developed Susanoo to its third stage, firmly establishing his strength at the pinnacle of the shadow level. This revelation was the very reason for Danzo's recent restraint, while his root organization was brimming with talent. Unearthing an individual capable of contending with the shadow level was no easy task. The third Hokage, despite the defection of his favorite pupil, Orochimaru, found solace in the fact that both Jiraiya, the Sage of Toads, and Tsunade could stand against Uchiha Kaizen. As for the third Hokage himself, during his prime, his mastery of various ninjutsu would have allowed him to contend evenly with Kaizen. However, age had taken its toll, his physical condition had declined, and both his reaction speed and chakra reserves had diminished significantly. Simply maintaining his strength at the shadow level was a challenge. And should a confrontation arise with Uchiha Kaizen, he would only be able to endure initially before succumbing. If Kaizen were to unleash Susanoo's third stage, the third Hokage would be left with no choice but to prioritize evasion. Observing the calm demeanor of the young man before him, who had matured considerably, the third Hokage recognized him as someone with his own thoughts and convictions, unlike Uchiha Qiushan, who was easily swayed by the will of fire. His intention in bringing Uchiha Kaizen close was due to the latter's unique position within the Uchiha clan, as he was likely to inherit the role of clan leader. Kaizen's intelligence, steady demeanor, and consideration of consequences made him a reliable presence. Retaining someone of Kaizen's caliber would provide reassurance, particularly as the Uchiha clan prepared to relocate and sever ties with Konoha. As long as Kaizen remained nearby, the third Hokage need not worry about the Uchiha clan spiraling out of control or aligning with rival factions. With a cheerful tone, the third Hokage inquired, "Kaizen, how is the relocation of your Uchiha clan progressing? Does the village need to assist you? If so, do not hesitate to ask. After all, the Uchiha are part of our Konoha." His words implied that the Uchiha's move was merely a change of residence rather than a departure from Konoha. In response to the third Hokage's displayed goodwill, Uchiha Kaizen replied with equal kindness, "I appreciate your concern, third Hokage. We have already chosen a new location and are in the process of relocating. As you can imagine, with so many clan members, this is not a task that can be accomplished overnight." After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling the smoke heavily. "Uchiha Kaizen, while your strength is commendable, you have only just joined the Umbu and are unfamiliar with their operations. For now, you shall accompany the Umbu captain responsible for my security detail. Once you have familiarized yourself with the workings of the Umbu and demonstrated your capacity to assume the role of captain, I will grant you the position I previously promised. What do you think?" Uchiha Kaizen had anticipated the third Hokage's arrangement. After all, the nature of Umbu work was perilous, and it would be irresponsible to assign a newly minted Nin to lead without experience. Bowing slightly, he placed his right hand over his heart, stating, "I will follow your esteemed Hokage's directives. I harbor no objections. My experience is limited, and even if you were to appoint me as captain, I would be at a loss regarding the responsibilities involved." The third Hokage nodded in approval. Conversing with an intelligent individual is always a pleasure, unlike those who, despite possessing some power, become arrogant and dismissive of explanations. Chapter 54. Hatake Kakashi. Upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan comply with his arrangements, the third Hokage felt a sense of relief. He raised his voice, calling, "Kakashi, come in." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure appeared before him, executing the body flicker technique with remarkable precision. Tall and poised, he wore a fox mask, and his striking silver hair caught the eye. Uchiha Qiushan recognized this as none other than the highly popular figure among the ninja, the genius Hatake Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi was half kneeling before the Hokage. Slightly bowing his head, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, this is Uchiha Qiushan from the Uchiha clan. He will temporarily join your team, and I trust you will guide him well. Do not be deceived by his youth. His strength is formidable. Kakashi had already recognized Uchiha Qiushan during his visit to the third Hokage, recalling the individual who had unleashed a powerful technique outside the village, swiftly eliminating Danzo and his companions. It was a pity that Qiushan did not finish off Danzo entirely, as Kakashi harbored his own grievances against him. After all, it was rumored that his father, the Konoha White Fang, had been driven to suicide by the slanders spread by Danzo. Hearing the third Hokage's words, Kakashi wasted no time and responded promptly. Understood, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage then turned to Uchiha Qiushan. Qiushan, learn well from Kakashi. Although he may appear young, he is a seasoned veteran in the Umbu. Uchiha Qiushan was somewhat surprised that the third Hokage had assigned him to Kakashi, considering that Kakashi possessed a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, and such matters concerning bloodline limits were taken very seriously. The existence of Kakashi's Sharingan had previously stirred significant turmoil within the Uchiha clan, a situation that had taken considerable effort and cost from both the third and fourth Hokages to quell. It was unexpected for the third Hokage to allow him to follow Kakashi without concern for potential troubles. The third Hokage had his reasons. Firstly, an agreement had already been reached, and Uchiha Qiushan was not the unreasonable type. Secondly, Kakashi had endured much suffering over the years, losing his father, teammates, and even his master and mistress, leaving him despondent and devoid of spirit. Though Kakashi appeared to function normally in his tasks and interactions, the third Hokage, wise in his years, recognized that Kakashi had yet to emerge from the shadow of his past, lacking the vitality he once possessed. This stagnation impeded Kakashi's potential. After all, he had been a prodigy, achieving the rank of J-nin at the tender age of 12, showcasing a talent even more formidable than that of his father. The Konoha White Fang. The Konoha White Fang had gained renown for his exceptional swordsmanship, decimating Tsunagakure and leaving a lasting impact, which had inadvertently led young Sasori down a dark path. As the son of the more gifted Hatake, Kakashi should have been in a period of explosive growth. Yet his recent performance had been less than satisfactory, indulging in flamboyant antics that earned him the moniker Copy Ninja Kakashi, while his actual strength had seen minimal advancement. To the third Hokage, this was a classic case of physical growth without corresponding development in skill, considering that Kakashi's lack of progress might stem from his psychological burdens. The third Hokage aimed to see if placing Uchiha Qiushan, also of the Uchiha clan, with Kakashi might rekindle his spirit. In the original narrative, the third Hokage had similarly assigned Uchiha Itachi to Kakashi, likely for the same reason. Unbeknownst to the third Hokage, Kakashi's stagnation was not solely due to his mental state, but also because of the Sharingan he bore. This was no ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, but a Mangeki Sharingan, which, being used by someone not of the Uchiha clan, consumed significantly more chakra. Additionally, Kakashi's Sharingan could not be deactivated, remaining in its three-tomo state, which continuously drained his chakra reserves. It was fortunate that Kakashi possessed such resilience. Had it been anyone else, the chakra depletion would have rendered them incapable of any advancement. The Hatake clan was renowned for its sword techniques, and Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukuyomi, had mastered these arts to perfection. Prior to acquiring Obito's Sharingan, Kakashi had excelled in his swordsmanship. By relying primarily on the Sharingan for offense, Kakashi had inadvertently forsaken his strengths, making any progress in skill all the more remarkable. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in Uchiha Qiushan's mind regarding the third Hokage's decision to assign him to Kakashi, he was more than willing to accept the arrangement. This opportunity would facilitate his learning of the Kamui technique and bring him closer to Yamato. He immediately addressed Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, I appreciate your guidance. Before Uchiha Qiushan reported to the third Hokage, the Hokage had already briefed Kakashi about him, so Kakashi was not at all surprised by this assignment. As the third Hokage had other matters to attend to, he did not keep them for long, instructing Kakashi to guide Uchiha Qiushan through the process of joining the Umbu. Kakashi led Uchiha Qiushan through various procedures, including filing paperwork, receiving equipment, uniforms, and masks. Uchiha Qiushan exhibited patience, finding the experience of joining the Umbu to be quite intriguing. Finally, Kakashi brought him to the Umbu base, located directly beneath the Hokage Tower. Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback to learn that the Umbu base was situated within Konoha itself, directly beneath the Hokage's office. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The Umbu was a combat unit directly under the Hokage's command, and since their operations were not of a clandestine nature, it was logical for their base to be in close proximity to the Hokage, as many Umbu members were either on missions outside the village or responsible for the Hokage's protection. The base was relatively empty at that moment. Given the lack of personnel, Kakashi opted not to introduce Uchiha Qiushan to anyone, suggesting he arrive punctually for his shift the following day when Kakashi would facilitate the introductions. Uchiha Qiushan had no objections to Kakashi's arrangement and, after receiving his gear, proudly concluded his first day. As he departed the Umbu base, he caught a glimpse of a figure with purple hair, piquing his curiosity, but when he attempted to take a closer look, the figure had vanished. Chapter 55. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Regarding the mysterious figure with purple hair, Uchiha Qiushan thought little of it. It was likely just another Umbu member. Since he could not find them today, he would simply seek them out once the personnel gathered the following day. As Kakashi had duties to fulfill in the Hokage Tower, he did not prolong Uchiha Qiushan's stay. Uchiha Qiushan paid his respects to the third Hokage before returning home. As Uchiha Qiushan departed from the Hokage building, the afternoon sun had already begun to cast its warm glow. Rather than meandering aimlessly through the village, he had resolved to return home to rest, having been occupied since the early hours of the day. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's residence, however, he did not head straight home. Instead, he made his way to the abode of Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Qiushan took the admonitions of Uchiha Fugaku to heart, as he was not only the vice-head of the Uchiha clan, but also the mentor to Uchiha Sasuke. With the clan leader absent, it fell upon him to ensure the well-being of both Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Sasuke. Additionally, he could enjoy a delightful meal in their company. Furthermore, Mikoto had mentioned that these days were particularly significant, suggesting that if Uchiha Qiushan exerted himself during this time, the likelihood of Mikoto's conception would be greatly enhanced. For the future and prosperity of the Uchiha clan, Qiushan was determined to make an effort, especially since he, a man who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, would undoubtedly sire offspring with exceptional talents far surpassing those of ordinary Uchiha members. When Uchiha Qiushan arrived at Uchiha Mikoto's home, he found that she had already anticipated his arrival, preparing a sumptuous dinner in his honor. Beside her was his newly acquired disciple, Uchiha Sasuke. As Qiushan was now Sasuke's instructor, his frequent visits to Fugaku's household were entirely justified and met with no objections. With Fugaku and Itachi currently engaged in expanding their territory on Whirlpool Island, the two prominent figures had been dispatched there by Qiushan. And given his current prowess and status, the members of the Uchiha clan held him in high esteem, leaving no room for dissent. After partaking in dinner, Uchiha Qiushan felt it prudent to take his leave, recognizing that it was not appropriate to stay overnight with just the mother and son present in the home. However, instead of returning to his own residence, he directly transported himself to his own space. As the night deepened, before he could activate Mikoto's spatial mark to summon her, he sensed a disturbance in the fabric of space. In the next moment, Uchiha Mikoto appeared before him, tray in hand, adorned in a snug kimono. Qiushan understood that she had come to him after putting Sasuke to sleep. With a blush creeping to her cheeks, Mikoto explained, "I left a shadow clone to keep Sasuke company." Without uttering a word, Qiushan swept her up in his arms and carried her into the adjacent room. In the days that followed, Uchiha Qiushan dutifully attended to his responsibilities under Kakashi during the day, while at night, he devoted himself to Mikoto. Striving for their future offspring, he was eager to witness the potential of the child born of their union. A week later, as Uchiha Qiushan prepared to send the second echelon organized by the Elder to Whirlpool Island, he finally experienced a breakthrough with his secret technique, the lightning armor. It was as if his physical form, honed through the use of the lightning armor, had reached a new pinnacle. On this particular day, within the confines of the high heavens space, he was concluding his training when an unusual sensation washed over him, as if his body were being reborn. A surge of power bubbling from deep within. Realizing that an opportunity to enhance his physical strength had arrived, he cast aside any concerns about potential injury and increased his chakra output, causing the intensity of the lightning armor to rise dramatically. From a distance, Uchiha Qiushan appeared enveloped in a tempest of lightning, crackling sounds echoing into the night. As the strength of the lightning armor surged, he felt his physical resilience transforming, as though every fiber of his being was being fortified multiple times over. Once he sensed the metamorphosis subsiding, he gradually reduced his chakra output, allowing the electric glow to diminish until he ultimately ceased his training with the lightning armor. At that moment, he felt his Sharingan awaken uncontrollably, its three tomos spinning rapidly, evolving into the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet the transformation did not halt there. The Manjiki began to rotate faster, intricate patterns emerging, enhancing its beauty and sophistication. As his Manjiki Sharingan transitioned into its eternal form, Uchiha Qiushan sensed a profound change within himself. Both his chakra and ocular power had received significant augmentation. He was acutely aware that his eyes had been fortified, rendering them impervious to damage from the use of ocular techniques. At that juncture, the long-dormant system finally activated, delivering the long-awaited announcement to Uchiha Qiushan. Congratulations, host Uchiha Qiushan. Your Manjiki Sharingan has evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Your chakra has received a substantial increase, and your ocular power has also been significantly enhanced. Techniques such as Kotoamatsukami, Shinjutsu, Sekai, Takamagura, Izanagi, and Rewrite I have all been fortified. Please be patient, as the strengthening process will be completed in approximately 2 hours. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Qiushan's eyes widened with joy. After countless days of dedication, he had finally reaped the rewards. Not only had his physical form been enhanced, but this strengthening had also catalyzed the evolution of his Sharingan, allowing him to wield ocular techniques without fear of their repercussions. Chapter 56. Changes in Takamagara through unwavering effort and the system's assistance. Uchiha Qiushan's Manjiki Sharingan had at last evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Sensing the transformation and stability of his ocular power, he slowly opened his eyes. The complexities of his new eyes revealed themselves, adorned with intricate patterns that surpassed those of his previous Manjiki, appearing as though they had been meticulously crafted from the finest jade rather than mere flesh. As he gradually unveiled his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he was overwhelmed by the breathtaking world that unfolded before him. Was this the vision bestowed by the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Everything around him appeared vivid and lifelike, with particles of dust dancing in the air, elements typically invisible to the naked eye now brought to light, as if enhanced by a high-definition filter. With each focus of his attention, the world around him seemed to slow down, granting him clarity and distinction. Uchiha Qiushan, entranced by the beauty of his surroundings, found himself captivated by the once familiar sights that now appeared remarkably clear, awakening emotions long dormant within his heart. Gradually, he withdrew his gaze, commencing a thorough examination of his own body. Since obtaining the lightning armor of the Raikage lineage, Uchiha Qiushan has not ceased his rigorous training. Coupled with his extraordinary mental prowess, he meticulously controls the unruly lightning chakra, making his physical cultivation remarkably efficient. After relentless effort, Uchiha Qiushan has finally completed the first phase of mastering the lightning armor, enhancing his physical strength to a level comparable to that of elite J-nin who primarily focus on physical training. This means that his physical resilience, strength, and vitality rival those of a taijutsu master, especially his reaction speed, which is further augmented by the lightning chakra. A prime example of such speed is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who effortlessly dispatched ordinary J-nin as if they were mere chickens, instilling in his enemies the fear that encountering the yellow flash meant abandoning their mission without accountability. Naturally, while Uchiha Qiushan's reaction speed is still somewhat inferior to that of the fourth Hokage, it is significantly superior compared to others. After assessing his physical strength, Uchiha Qiushan nodded in satisfaction. The body is indeed the foundation of revolution. It is essential to understand that chakra is a fusion of spirit and body. With a stronger physique, he can venture further in the future. Next, he turned his attention to his chakra. Unlike the Senju and Uzumaki clans, his chakra does not hold an inherent advantage. However, with the evolution of his Sharingan into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, alongside the increase in his physical strength, his chakra has transformed into chakra of immense magnitude. Presently, he estimates that even in a desert, he could utilize water techniques to reshape the terrain, akin to Kisame, becoming a man capable of summoning the sea at will. Though Uchiha Qiushan's eyes have evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the ocular techniques within are still undergoing evolution. To avoid any unforeseen disruptions, he patiently waited on his spatial island. As time passed, he distinctly felt his control over this space strengthening. Initially, if someone entered this realm, he could only expel them. Now, he could freely manipulate intruders within the space, perceiving everything in it and moving to any location at will. While Uchiha Qiushan was deepening his understanding of this space, he suddenly sensed a faint repulsion emanating from himself. He intuitively realized that his ocular technique, Takamagara, was nearing completion and required him to step outside, otherwise, it would disrupt the evolution of the space. Unsure of the potential commotion his technique's completion might cause, he opted not to return to Konoha or Uchiha, but instead chose a secluded spot marked with a spatial imprint from his previous village departure. Upon emerging from the space, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique Takamagara has evolved. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique Shinjutsu has evolved. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique Izanagi has evolved. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique Rewriting Eye has evolved. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique Takamagara has evolved completely. For further details, please refer to your own understanding. Uchiha Qiushan did not anticipate that all his ocular techniques would evolve upon his emergence from the Takamagara space. It seems that had he not delayed their evolution within the space, they would have completed their evolution earlier. With that thought, he felt no lingering attachment and directly returned to the Takamagara space. Upon entering the realm again, Uchiha Qiushan was astonished by the transformation before him. Previously, the islands within the Takamagara space were relatively small, capable of comfortably accommodating a modest village of a few hundred people. Now, after the enhancement, the island has expanded at least tenfold, sufficiently spacious to house the entire Uchiha clan. With the island's enlargement, the water source has transformed from a brook into a river, flowing from a nearby mountaintop, winding through most of the island, and ultimately reaching the sea. Uchiha Qiushan had previously harbored curiosity about whether he could venture into the distant ocean, but upon reaching a certain point, he encountered a spatial barrier and had to return disappointed. As he gazed across the island, it appeared magnificent and grand, though still inferior to Uchiha. Nonetheless, this island wholly belongs to Uchiha Qiushan. Standing at the highest point of the spatial island, Uchiha Qiushan surveyed the landscape, imbued with a sense of pride. This was his island. He could feel every detail within the space, akin to a deity wielding dominion over everything. Once he regained his composure, Uchiha Qiushan focused his thoughts on his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, meticulously examining the progress of his ocular techniques and the enhancements they had undergone. First, the technique Takamagara had evolved, causing the entire space to enlarge, greatly amplifying Uchiha Qiushan's control. Should an enemy invade the space, he could sense their presence and continually monitor their location. Ultimately, he would not only expel the intruder, but also manipulate them at will within the space, utilizing its power to immobilize enemies. Outside the space, Uchiha Qiushan can now pinpoint the location of individuals marked with spatial imprints. Moreover, anyone whose chakra is below the level of a shadow has no means of resistance against Uchiha Qiushan's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, leading to their absorption into the space, where they would be subdued. Next, the technique Shinjutsu. Shinjutsu retains its original effect, allowing its target to be unknowingly controlled. The most significant change is the reduction in cooldown time, now merely 1 month. With the evolution of his Sharingan into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he can now reuse Shinjutsu. As for the technique Shinjutsu, since Uchiha Qiushan acquired it, it has been enhanced twice without ever being utilized. After this evolution, it can be deemed the most potent illusion aside from Shinjutsu. Within it, time, space, matter, and life are all created and controlled by the user, accompanied by mental assaults that may lead those with weaker mental fortitude to a state of psychological collapse. The technique Izanagi, capable of altering fate, retains a cooldown of 3 days. However, with the augmentation of Uchiha Qiushan's eyes, he can now store 3 uses of Izanagi within them, thereby increasing his margin for error. Lastly, the most crucial technique for Uchiha Qiushan is the rewriting eye. While this technique appears formidable, it still has limitations, such as the inability to replicate certain hidden bloodlines, like those of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, which inherently possess chakra and vitality far beyond the norm. as Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan evolved into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The efficacy and limits of his ocular techniques were significantly enhanced, allowing for a total of 9 copies. Furthermore, if the techniques belonged to the same bloodline limit, he could refine the effectiveness of the Uchiha's bloodline by repeatedly learning from different individuals. For instance, should Uchiha Qiushan wish to replicate the Uzumaki clan's lineage, he could first emulate Naruto Uzumaki's physique and, if unsatisfied, seek out other members of the clan, such as Karen Uzumaki or Nagato, to perfect his understanding of their bloodline. Naturally, if he desired further refinement, he might even wait for the opportunity to resurrect Uchiha Qiushan, solely to enhance his own bloodline limit. As for the 4th Hokage, being trapped within the clutches of death left him beyond reach. Upon realizing these possibilities, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of satisfaction. His initial purpose for remaining in Konohagakure was to explore the diverse bloodline limits present within the village. However, if those possessing such techniques did not utilize them, or if they merely held hidden special traits, his ability to replicate them would be hindered. Now, with the upgrade of his Sharingan, he could scan and copy techniques without detection, greatly enhancing his stealth and convenience. This newfound ability was particularly advantageous, as Uchiha Qiushan intended to replicate the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, given its remarkable utility, especially its 360-degree vision, which had long piqued his interest. Previously, copying the Byakugan required the clan members to activate it, which would inevitably reveal his intentions. However, now he could remain hidden, effortlessly learning their techniques regardless of whether they activated their Byakugan. After thoroughly examining his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan breathed a sigh of relief. He now stood at the pinnacle of power within the shinobi world, capable of matching even the legendary 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, should he be resurrected. While the complete form of the 4th stage Susanoo would take time to achieve, his current combat prowess was sufficient to handle any challenges he might encounter. To speak candidly, if Uchiha Qiushan were to harbor grand ambitions, his current strength would allow him to surreptitiously seize control of the entire Konohagakure. Yet, he saw no necessity for such actions, as the village would face numerous trials in the future. Although he could thwart them, his temperament dictated that he would not step forth to shield the village, particularly since he had no close ties within its ranks. His clansmen were already settled on Uchiha, a place that could be considered relatively tranquil. If needed, he could even relocate the Uchiha clan members to an isolated island within his own space, ensuring that their movements would depend on his own intervention, which could be cumbersome. Moreover, should any misfortune befall him, the Uchiha clan in this world would vanish forever. After concluding his examination, Uchiha Qiushan did not linger in his space, but promptly departed for Uchiha. Currently, the threat posed by Obito Uchiha's Kamui lingered in the background. Fortunately, the recent evolution of his ocular technique, Takamagara, endowed him with the ability to counter space-time ninjutsu. Upon reaching Uchiha, Uchiha Qiushan immediately set to work, traversing the island and marking spatial seals at intervals. During this endeavor, he encountered fellow Uchiha clan members, but had no time for idle chatter, offering only brief greetings before resuming his tasks. Chapter 58. Spatial Lockdown. The Uchiha clan members, upon spotting their deputy clan leader, felt compelled to pay their respects, given that he was the clan's foremost expert. In a world where strength was revered, many within the clan admired Uchiha Qiushan. Just as they approached, they noticed him wave his hand dismissively, hastily departing. This left the clan members puzzled, contemplating what could possibly occupy Uchiha Qiushan's time. Were it not for the Sharingan confirming his identity, they might have suspected a spy had infiltrated Uchiha. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan labored tirelessly for 2 consecutive days and nights, only pausing to request a leave from the 3rd Hokage, dedicating the remainder of his time to marking spatial seals across the island. Finally, he inscribed the last seal on the cliff at one edge of Uchiha, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him. With the base established, he would now be able to sense any intruders, be they White Zetsu or Obito Uchiha's Kamui, upon their arrival. The final step involved Uchiha Qiushan teleporting to the center of Uchiha via the spatial seals. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals, his expression grave as he channeled chakra into his eternal Meijiki Sharingan. As chakra flowed into his eye, the Sharingan began to spin increasingly faster, illuminating the spatial seals across the island with a brilliant azure glow. The connection between Takamagara and the hundreds of spatial seals on Uchiha deepened, while Uchiha Qiushan remained motionless, his chakra flowing like an unending river into his eye. As time passed and his chakra reserves dwindled, the spatial seals on Uchiha all ignited simultaneously. In that instant, the spaces of Takamagara and Uchiha resonated, generating a subtle force that enveloped the entire island. Upon sensing this protective aura, Uchiha Qiushan felt a wave of satisfaction. From that moment forth, Uchiha would lie within his perceptual domain. Any unwelcome visitors would be detected. Moreover, due to the spatial power emanating from his domain, no one would be able to employ space-time ninjutsu within Uchiha without his permission, effectively nullifying Obito Uchiha's greatest asset. Content with his accomplishments, Uchiha Qiushan nodded to himself, knowing that Uchiha had now transformed into his sanctuary. Anyone attempting to intrude would face dire consequences. This measure ensured the safety of the Uchiha clan. For even after relocating to Uchiha, Obito Uchiha would still harbor intentions to eliminate them in his pursuit of the Moon Eye plan. Uchiha Qiushan's actions rendered Obito's primary advantage moot, deterring him from seeking trouble on the island. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan approached Uchiha Fugaku, who was stationed in Uchiha, and succinctly briefed him on the situation, granting both him and Uchiha Shursui spatial seals that would prevent their entry into his domain. This way, they could detect any abnormalities on the island without requiring Uchiha Qiushan's constant oversight. After clarifying matters, Uchiha Qiushan departed from the land of whirlpools and returned to his own space, promptly succumbing to a deep slumber. Having not rested for 2 consecutive days and expended a considerable amount of chakra, Uchiha Qiushan, though not at his limit, felt quite fatigued. To maintain his well-being, he prudently chose to rest rather than overexert himself. When he finally awoke, the night had already descended. Stretching his limbs, he felt rejuvenated, grateful for his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Had it been a mere Mangeki Sharingan, the strain would have rendered him nearly blind before he could even complete the spatial imprint of the land of whirlpools. Rubbing his stomach, which felt painfully empty, Uchiha Qiushan realized he was as hungry as a bear, capable of devouring an entire cow. Glancing at his meager provisions of dry rations and jerky, he decided it was best to venture out for a more satisfying meal. Upon exiting his space, he discovered that the hour was late, and the village of Konoha had succumbed to slumber. With a sigh, he acknowledged that his longed-for grilled meat would have to wait. And even the Ichiraku ramen shop was closed at this hour. After a moment's hesitation, he utilized his spatial imprint to arrive at Uchiha Mikoto's home. It should not be misunderstood, he had not cooked at home for some time, leaving him without provisions, and he was merely hoping to find something to eat at Mikoto's. As he quietly opened the door to her room and stealthily made his way to the kitchen, he keenly sensed that Mikoto had not yet retired for the night. She was in the kitchen, drinking water. Realizing she was still awake, Uchiha Qiushan gently knocked on the kitchen door. Startled, Uchiha Mikoto set down her cup and asked warily, "Who is it?" Not wishing to frighten her, Qiushan quickly responded, "It's me, Mikoto. I just returned and am quite hungry, hoping to find some food." Hearing his voice, Mikoto released a breath of relief. It had become rather commonplace for Qiushan to visit her home late at night in search of a meal. She promptly opened the door and hurriedly brought out some snacks, placing them before him. "Qiushan, have a little something to tide you over. I'll prepare a meal shortly." Without hesitation, Qiushan nodded and began to eat the snacks. As he savored the treats, he observed Mikoto bustling about in the kitchen and curiously inquired, "Mikoto, why are you still awake?" While preparing the meal, Mikoto replied, "I'm feeling a bit unwell and can't seem to sleep." Chapter 59. Uchiha Mikoto's pregnancy. Upon hearing that Mikoto was unwell, Qiushan's heart raced with concern. He set down the snacks and bombarded her with questions. "What's wrong? Mikoto, where do you feel unwell? Are you sick?" Mikoto, blushing prettily at his anxiousness, did not immediately respond, as her back was turned to him, preventing him from witnessing her charming visage. Continuing to prepare dinner, she reassured him, "I'm not sick, Qiushan. It's due to some other reasons, don't worry." After a brief pause, she added, "I'll tell you after you finish eating." Relieved to hear she wasn't ill, Qiushan felt a weight lift from his heart. In this world, Mikoto was his closest confidant. If she were to face any insurmountable health issues, he would go to great lengths, even resorting to summoning Tsunade or Orochimaru. Or, if necessary, seeking Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. Just as Qiushan was finishing the last of his second helping of snacks, Mikoto finally completed the meal. She had prepared rice, a savory soup, grilled mackerel, and a selection of side dishes. With her exceptional culinary skills, Mikoto had conjured a delicious feast in no time. As Qiushan indulged in the meal, he contemplated teaching Mikoto how to prepare dishes like braised pork, sauerkraut fish, mapo tofu, and 4 happiness meatballs. As he had longed for those flavors, Mikoto, sitting nearby, gazed at Qiushan with tenderness, her eyes brimming with affection, gently urging him to eat slowly while serving him more rice and side dishes. After consuming a generous portion of rice, Qiushan finally set down his utensils. Observing this, Mikoto swiftly cleared the table and prepared a cup of hot tea for him. Once Qiushan had satisfied his hunger and was sipping his tea, he broached the earlier topic. Mikoto, you mentioned you had something to tell me. Is your health truly fine? Mikoto returned to his side, her expression softening as she gazed at him. Qiushan, I'm pregnant. With her words, silence enveloped the room as she awaited his reaction. Qiushan was momentarily taken aback, though her voice was gentle. It resonated within him like a thunderclap. The phrase "I'm pregnant" echoed repeatedly in his mind, leaving him utterly stunned, causing the cup in his hand to slip and spill warm tea onto his lap without him even noticing. Mikoto, witnessing his bewilderment, remained silent, her eyes sparkling as she observed him, wanting to commit every moment of this encounter to memory. After a considerable pause, Qiushan seemed to regain his senses, grasping Mikoto's hand with urgency, his expression filled with concern. Mikoto, is this true? When did this happen? Are you really pregnant? Mikoto, unperturbed by his anxious grip, replied tenderly. It's been 2 days. Lately, I've felt unwell, sometimes drowsy, other times restless and unable to sleep. The smell of cooking oil even makes me nauseous. I believe it's quite likely. Upon hearing her explanation, tears streamed down Qiushan's face uncontrollably, a torrent of emotion he could no longer contain. He embraced Mikoto tightly, sobbing as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mikoto. Thank you so much. Mikoto, caught off guard by his reaction, had not anticipated such a response from her beloved. While she had expected excitement, joy, or perhaps even frustration, she had never imagined he would cry so passionately, as if bearing the weight of the world's grievances. Nevertheless, Mikoto quickly composed herself, gently patting Qiushan's back while soothingly stroking his head, as if calming a child. Don't cry, Qiushan. You should be happy that your sister is pregnant. Let us not cry anymore. Uchiha Qiushan was entirely unaware that Uchiha Mikoto was traversing through realms. This perilous world was not his homeland. Since arriving in this realm, he had been living in constant trepidation, grappling with the uncertainty of each day. He harbored thoughts that he could not share with anyone, and he felt a profound disconnection from this world, as though he were perpetually an outsider unable to assimilate. Even when he took a life for the first time, he merely felt a slight discomfort, unlike others who would succumb to retching. This peculiar disposition earned him accolades as a natural-born ninja. However, upon learning of his sister Mikoto's pregnancy, a sudden realization struck him. He was no longer alone in this world. He had family. At that moment, the barrier that separated him from this world began to dissolve. Uchiha Qiushan felt as if he were awakening to a vibrant reality. It was not merely a comic or an anime, but a tangible existence wherein he, Uchiha Qiushan, resided. Overwhelmed with emotion, he began to weep uncontrollably, a mixture of feelings coursing through him: joy, grievance, relief, and a newfound reconciliation with this world. Mikoto comforted him for an extended period, and slowly he regained his composure, gently extricating himself from her embrace. As he lifted his head, he noticed a considerable wet patch on Mikoto's chest, causing a flush of embarrassment to rise to his cheeks. He had not anticipated his tears would flow so freely, despite their quiet nature. Seeing Qiushan's shyness, Mikoto playfully remarked, "Sister guessed you would be quite excited upon realizing my pregnancy, but perhaps this excitement has exceeded expectations." She gestured to the dampness on her attire. Qiushan, upon hearing her teasing, felt his face flush anew, and he instinctively raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, a bashful expression adorning his features. Observing his demeanor, Mikoto gently pulled him back into her embrace and said softly, "Qiushan, while I may not fully grasp the depth of your reaction, I sense your burdens and struggles. I do not wish to pressure you into sharing anything. I merely want you to know that my arms will always be open to you when you feel weary." Chapter 60. The Divine Manipulation of the Third Hokage. Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Warmth flooded Kaizan's heart, accompanied by a twinge of embarrassment. As he rose from her embrace, he wiped his face, feeling the weight of newfound responsibility upon his shoulders. Engaging in conversation about recent events, he cautiously placed his hand upon Mikoto's abdomen, as if sensing the tiny life within, vowing to create a safe, war-free environment for his child. Gradually, determination solidified in Kaizan's gaze, and as his consciousness shifted, his chakra grew denser, enhancing his combat capabilities and amplifying his aura of presence. He felt the transformation within himself, yet out of consideration for Mikoto, he carefully reined in his burgeoning aura. Noticing Mikoto's gaze upon him, he asked, "Did I startle you, Mikoto?" She shook her head, replying, "No. I merely feel that you have changed significantly. You exude a growing sense of security." As she spoke, she shyly lowered her head. Witnessing her bashfulness, Kaizan chose silence, instead enveloping her in his arms as they exchanged sweet whispers. As dawn broke, Mikoto had drifted into slumber in Kaizan's embrace. He gently laid her upon the bed, fearful of waking her, and summoned several clan members to ensure Mikoto and Sasuke were well cared for before reporting to the Hokage Tower for duty. During his tenure in the Umbu at the Hokage Tower, Kaizan had not encountered the purple-haired girl he had seen only once. Yet he had thoroughly assessed the defensive capabilities surrounding the third Hokage. The primary protective force adjacent to the third Hokage comprised the Umbu, which included not only formidable fighters, but also uniquely skilled ninjas ready to assist, such as members of the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan and the Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio, not the clan leaders, but their kin. While they concealed their presence adeptly, they were not beyond Kaizan's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which had unveiled their true nature. Initially, Kaizan had intended to leave the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unimpeded, recognizing his lifelong dedication to Konoha. However, with the impending arrival of his child, he realized that maintaining a weak-hearted Sarutobi and the malicious Danzo Shimura would jeopardize everyone, including the possibility of a peaceful retirement for the third Hokage. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the problem decisively. As a member of the Umbu, the protocols were streamlined. Kaizan approached the third Hokage's office, knocked gently, and courteously inquired, "Third Hokage, Uchiha Kaizan is here to report for duty." It was early morning, and the third Hokage had just arrived, alone in his office. Upon hearing Kaizan's voice, he welcomed him in, intending to inquire about the unexpected leave Kaizan had taken a few days prior, expressing concern and perhaps imparting the will of fire. Stepping inside, Kaizan stood before the Hokage's desk. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and asked with genuine concern, "Kaizan, was there a reason for your absence? Do you require assistance from this old man?" Kaizan planned to employ a familiar tactic and replied, "To report to the esteemed third Hokage. My Mangeki Sharingan has encountered a minor issue. During my previous use of Susanoo, I exerted myself excessively, resulting in a dull ache in my eye since then. I have been seeking the help of the clan elders to remedy the situation." The third Hokage, hearing Kaizan's words, felt a sense of concern. As Kaizan was now part of the Umbu, he was one of Konoha's foremost assets. Should Kaizan's Sharingan falter, it would reflect poorly on the Hokage as well. He inquired, "So, has the issue been resolved? Does your eye still ache?" Kaizan responded, "In reply to the third Hokage, the pain has subsided, but the patterns in my eye have undergone some changes. As you are well-versed in ninjutsu, might I trouble you to take a look?" Flattered by Kaizan's compliment, the third Hokage felt a surge of pride. The presence before him was that of the Uchiha clan member who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. The third Hokage smiled and replied, "Kaizan, I am not omniscient, but I have lived long enough to have some knowledge. Please, activate your Sharingan, and let us see if we can identify the issue." Recognizing that the third Hokage had taken the bait, Kaizan composed himself, suppressing his excitement, and solemnly stated, "Third Hokage, I beg your pardon, I shall activate it now." With that, Kaizan revealed his eternal Mangeki Sharingan and directed his gaze towards the third Hokage. The third Hokage harbored no suspicions regarding Uchiha Qiushan's intentions, for they stood within the confines of the Hokage's office, surrounded by layers of Umbu ninjas. The prospect of attacking here seemed futile. Even if one were to succeed, escape would be impossible. Even if they could flee, their clansmen and friends within the village would remain trapped. While the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, meticulously examined the intricate patterns of Uchiha Qiushan's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he noticed a subtle yet exquisite transformation. At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan unleashed his ocular technique. The technique, Kotoamatsukami, was executed with precision. As Uchiha Qiushan was an acquaintance, the members of the Hyuga clan lurking in the shadows refrained from activating their Byakugan, while the members of the Yamashiro clan merely maintained a basic level of awareness. This level of perception was insufficient to detect the anomaly when Kotoamatsukami was initiated. As Sarutobi Hiruzen remained engrossed in his study of Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan, an unnoticed force silently invaded his mind, ruthlessly altering his thoughts, consciousness, and beliefs. From that moment forth, Sarutobi Hiruzen became a slave to Uchiha Qiushan, his words transforming into the highest decree for Hiruzen. The Kotoamatsukami was successfully enacted. In the 61st chapter, titled The Book of Seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while observing Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan, suddenly sensed something amiss. His gaze, filled with complexity, shifted towards Uchiha Qiushan, who was watching him intently. After a brief pause, Hiruzen executed a peculiar hand gesture, one that Uchiha Qiushan had never encountered before, reminiscent of a sign language used by the Umbu. However, Uchiha Qiushan possessed unwavering confidence in Kotoamatsukami, believing that the third Hokage had indeed fallen under his control. Ever since his Sharingan had evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the limits of Kotoamatsukami had been elevated. Uchiha Qiushan sensed that unless one reached the level of Sage of Six Paths, it would be impossible for anyone to resist his Kotoamatsukami, even Uchiha Shirsue's variant. As the third Hokage performed the gesture, Uchiha Qiushan keenly observed that the nearby Umbu operatives and those with special abilities seemed to withdraw. Once the area was cleared, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed seals, erecting a sealing barrier that encased the Hokage's office, effectively isolating it. After establishing the barrier, Hiruzen picked up a pipe resting on his desk, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Uchiha Qiushan watched silently, awaiting the next move. Once Hiruzen finished smoking, he set the pipe aside and finally spoke. "This must be the ocular technique of your Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. I never anticipated such a remarkable ability that could ensnare me so effortlessly." Uchiha Qiushan, unfazed by the fact that he had ensnared the third Hokage, responded calmly, "Indeed. Esteemed Hokage, this is the ocular technique of our Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. It can silently transform an individual's thoughts and will without alerting those nearby." Nodding in acknowledgement, Hiruzen remarked, "Given the potency and stealth of such a technique, I can hardly conceive of any other ninjutsu or secret arts that could achieve a similar effect. I sense the might of this ocular technique. Although I am aware of your control over me, I harbor no animosity towards you. I shall comply with your words and will not act against you, even concealing your presence." Uchiha Qiushan inwardly approved of Hiruzen's response. This was the desired outcome, an impeccable control over the third Hokage. Previously, Uchiha Shirsue's kindness had prevented him from employing Kotoamatsukami on his revered Hokage, while both Hiruzen and Danzo were excessively cautious towards Uchiha clan members. It was only now that Qiushan had the opportunity to seize control of this venerable leader who had governed Konohagakure for decades. At that moment, the third Hokage bluntly inquired, "What is it that you require of me? Is it to reinstate the Uchiha clan's authority over Konoha?" Uchiha Qiushan shook his head. "I have secured a haven for the Uchiha clan, far safer than Konoha. Why would I wish for them to return? To welcome the impending calamity? Furthermore, I have merely established control over you. Let us not forget that Konoha is home to numerous ninja clans. While the Uchiha may have your support, and possibly Danzo's soon, granting them dominion over Konoha could lead to chaos. It would be far wiser for you to govern Konoha while covertly utilizing the village's resources to nurture the Uchiha clan. This approach would allow them to flourish without dragging them into the village's turmoil." With this in mind, Uchiha Qiushan directly stated, "Esteemed Hokage, I have long yearned to see the Book of Seals within the village. I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a copy of the ninjutsu and secret arts recorded therein." The third Hokage nodded, saying nothing further, but instead turned and entered a hidden chamber. After a brief interval, he emerged with a large scroll inscribed with the words Book of Seals. He handed it to Uchiha Qiushan, saying, "I anticipated your interest in the Book of Seals. Rest assured, I have cleared away any traps within. It will not pose a danger to you, nor will it self-destruct. Will you peruse it here, or shall you take it with you? If you choose to take it, exercise caution to avoid drawing attention, for the Book of Seals is of paramount importance to Konoha." Should anyone discover it in your possession, suspicions may fall upon me, leading to unwanted complications. Uchiha Qiushan accepted the Book of Seals, responding casually, "Fear not, Hokage. I shan't take it with me. You know as well as I do that once our Uchiha clan Sharingan reaches 3 tomo, the contents of this Book of Seals will be swiftly committed to memory." As he spoke, Uchiha Qiushan unfurled the scroll and activated his Sharingan to begin copying its contents. Techniques such as Shadow Clone Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation, 8 Gates Release, Explosive Tags, Shiki F Gene, For Symbol Seal, Flying Thunder God Technique, and many others were inscribed within his mind through his Sharingan. As he absorbed the knowledge contained within the Book of Seals, Uchiha Qiushan reflected, with the contents of this scroll, controlling the 3rd Hokage today was undoubtedly worthwhile. In this brief moment, I have already regained my investment. The Hokage's office fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the sounds of Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking and Uchiha Qiushan perusing the scroll. Chapter 62. Control of Shimura Danzo. As the 3rd Hokage finished smoking his pipe, Uchiha Qiushan had already committed the contents of the sealing book to memory, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to study it further. He carefully rolled the sealing book back and returned it to the 3rd Hokage, who accepted it silently and placed it back in the secret chamber behind him. Once the 3rd Hokage emerged, Uchiha Qiushan wasted no time and directly stated, "Honorable 3rd, I kindly request that you provide me with copies of all the jutsu and secret techniques pertaining to Konoha." The 3rd Hokage gazed deeply at Uchiha Qiushan and replied, "Rest assured, I shall see to this matter diligently." Following this, they engaged in a brief discussion about the secrets and circumstances of Konoha, and without further delay, the 3rd Hokage lifted the previously established barrier. After the barrier was lifted, Uchiha Qiushan paused, observing the aging visage of the 3rd Hokage, and said, "Lastly, I beseech you, please summon advisor Shimura Danzo." Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's request, the 3rd Hokage's already aged face seemed to age further in an instant. He fell into a rare silence for a moment before responding with a gravelly voice, "Very well, I shall call for Danzo." Afterward, the 3rd Hokage produced a length of rope from an unknown source and gently tugged on it. Shortly thereafter, an individual clad in attire reminiscent of the Umbu, whom Uchiha Qiushan had not encountered before, swiftly appeared before the 3rd Hokage using the body flicker technique. The 3rd Hokage looked at the newcomer and instructed, "Please fetch Danzo, as I have matters to discuss with him." The Umbu operative departed without uttering a word. Observing the operative's departure, the 3rd Hokage explained to Uchiha Qiushan, "This individual is a trusted confidant of mine. With him seeking Danzo, he will arrive post-haste." He then inquired, "Qiushan, do you intend to control Danzo in the same manner as you have with me?" Uchiha Qiushan, not wishing to conceal his intentions, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Danzo poses too great a threat to me. You are aware that he has consistently harbored animosity towards our Uchiha clan. I cannot afford to let him operate in the shadows." The 3rd Hokage, well acquainted with the nature of his old friend, felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words. Nevertheless, for the sake of his old comrade's life, he mustered his courage and said, "Although Danzo has committed numerous misdeeds, including his involvement in the incident with Shursui, might you consider sparing his life for my sake? After all, he still possesses utility. He can oversee route and gather intelligence for you." Uchiha Qiushan, unsurprised by the 3rd Hokage's plea, was aware of the bond between him and Shimura Danzo. Had it not been for the 3rd Hokage's leniency, Danzo would not have acted so recklessly. Uchiha Qiushan fixed a penetrating gaze upon the 3rd Hokage and replied evasively, "Honorable 3rd Hokage, I believe that, at times, Danzo may be more suited for the role of Hokage than you." As for Danzo's fate, Uchiha Qiushan had no intention of acquiescing to the 3rd Hokage's request, for Danzo's transgressions were far too numerous. He could not protect a man steeped in malevolence. His life or death would be determined by fate. The 3rd Hokage fell into silence upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, fully aware of his own shortcomings. With the passage of time, his disposition had grown increasingly feeble, a detrimental quality for a leader. The Hokage's office fell into a hush, devoid of any desire for conversation. After a moment of waiting, Uchiha Qiushan anticipated Danzo's imminent arrival and stealthily concealed himself in a shadowy corner. Thanks to the enhanced power of his Kotoamatsukami, he no longer needed to gaze into the eyes of his target. as long as he remained in a vantage point where he could observe them from a distance. His technique would prove effective. The third Hokage sat silently behind his desk, smoking his pipe. He harbored reluctance at the prospect of Danzo also falling under Uchiha Qiushan's control. Yet he recognized his inability to refuse Qiushan's demands. After a brief interval, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near to the Hokage's office. Without hesitation, the door swung open to reveal Shimura Danzo. As an old acquaintance of the third Hokage, Danzo entered without any guard, boldly approaching the Hokage's desk. Upon entering the office and noticing the absence of others, Danzo spoke directly. "Hiruzen, what is the urgency in summoning me? You are aware that I cannot appear publicly at present, as I am currently searching for the materials left by Master Tobirama to devise a means to counter the wicked Uchiha clan and Uchiha Qiushan." As the third Hokage conversed with Danzo, Uchiha Qiushan, concealed in the shadows, activated his Sharingan. After meticulous observation, he confirmed that the individual before the Hokage was neither a shadow clone nor utilizing a transformation technique. Therefore, the man standing before him was 90% likely to be the real Shimura Danzo. Without hesitation, Uchiha Qiushan activated his Mangekyou Sharingan and directed his gaze toward Danzo. Invoking Kotoamatsukami, the Mangekyou Sharingan spun rapidly as Qiushan focused his vision on Danzo, and the technique was unleashed. Just as when he had controlled the third Hokage, an imperceptible and unknown force silently infiltrated Danzo's mind, altering his thoughts and will. From that moment forth, this dark shadow of Konoha, the leader of Root, would heed Uchiha Qiushan's commands, as his orders became Danzo's highest directive. Much like with the third Hokage, Uchiha Qiushan encountered no significant resistance while subduing Danzo. The man was swiftly brought under his control. Such was the nature of Kotoamatsukami, the reason it was hailed as the most formidable genjutsu. At that moment, Danzo, standing before the Hokage's desk, suddenly fell silent, exchanging a knowing glance with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Qiushan recognized that Kotoamatsukami had successfully ensnared Danzo, and he leisurely stepped out from his hiding place. Chapter 63. Yakushi no Nai. Seeing that Shimura Danzo had been ensnared by Kotoamatsukami, Uchiha Qiushan emerged from his concealment, strolling forth unhurriedly. Initially, Danzo had his back turned to Qiushan, but upon sensing approaching footsteps, he instinctively turned around. Upon recognizing Uchiha Qiushan, the hostility and prejudice he once bore toward the Uchiha clan dissipated, replaced by fervor and almost reverent recognition of his life's purpose. Upon realizing that the person behind him was Uchiha Qiushan, Danzo immediately knelt, placing his right hand over his heart, as if he were a subordinate before his superior. With a tone that mingled respect and fervent devotion, he proclaimed, "I am honored to meet Lord Qiushan. I acknowledge my past transgressions. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Should you find me lacking, I shall willingly commit seppuku beneath Hokage Rock, ensuring I cause you no trouble." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Of course, if your magnanimity permits me to live, I shall dedicate myself wholly to your service, even to the point of sacrificing my life." Observing Danzo's reverent and fervent demeanor, Uchiha Qiushan understood that even if he commanded Danzo to take his own life, he would execute the order without hesitation. Observing Shimura Danzo, who was half kneeling on the ground, Uchiha Qiushan nodded in satisfaction. The power of the Kotoamatsukami was indeed formidable, enabling him to command these two individuals, both possessing basic Kaga-level strength, as if it were their natural duty. Previously, when controlling the third Hokage, he had refrained from treating the elder as a mere subordinate out of respect, instead regarding him as an equal. However, the authority of his commands was absolute. Even in deference to the third Hokage, there was no room for dissent. As for Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Qiushan harbored a poor impression of him, and thus did not hesitate to utilize Kotoamatsukami to reduce Danzo to the status of his subordinate, one of the lowest rank. Uchiha Qiushan glanced at the still kneeling Danzo, allowing him to remain in that position. Despite Danzo's advanced age and his status as a disciple of Senju Tobirama, his abilities, though modest, were still respected. Uchiha Qiushan felt no urgency to have him rise. A day or night spent kneeling seemed inconsequential. Looking at the half-kneeling Danzo alongside the third Hokage, who had approached from his desk, Uchiha Qiushan stated, "Regarding my control over you both, not a whisper should escape your lips. Maintain your previous demeanor, without any alterations. Of course, all actions directed against me and the Uchiha clan must be rescinded, Find your own justifications, but do not raise suspicions among others. Is that understood? As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly grave, culminating in a heightened volume that conveyed the seriousness of the matter to both the third Hokage and Danzo, who promptly acknowledged their understanding and assured him of their fidelity. Uchiha Qiushan felt a degree of reassurance towards both the third Hokage and Danzo. Although their personalities and methodologies differed, they shared a common trait. Both were seasoned tacticians, possessing high intelligence and resolve, adept at concealing their vulnerabilities. Were it not for the overwhelming prowess of Kotoamatsukami, these cunning individuals would never have fallen into Uchiha Qiushan's grasp. It was rather naive of Uchiha Shursui to have divulged his greatest trump card so flippantly, as both the third Hokage and Danzo were wary of Kotoamatsukami. If misfortune were to befall anyone, it would be them. After addressing his concerns, Uchiha Qiushan exhaled deeply, relieved to have successfully exerted control over both the third Hokage and Danzo. Even if he had effectively commandeered the entirety of Konohagakure, he paid little heed to the other two advisors, whose lack of presence and real authority rendered them inconsequential. The third Hokage's leniency allowed them to persist in their trivial chatter, but had circumstances been different, their positions would have long been revoked. As for Konohagakure, Uchiha Qiushan did not envision drastic changes. After all, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura resided within the village. When Otsutsuki Kagaya eventually emerged, their assistance would be imperative for her containment. Uchiha Qiushan would remain in the background, ready to lend support. Moreover, should his strength significantly increase by then, he might even consider offering solace to the long-imprisoned Kagaya, for he possessed a compassionate heart, not merely swayed by her beauty. Returning to the matter at hand, while he desired no alterations to the overarching plot, minor adjustments could certainly be made. For instance, given the advanced age of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, it might be prudent to recall Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to assume the mantle of Hokage. However, the question of whether the Hokage was entitled to maternity leave was one Uchiha Qiushan would need to contemplate. At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan recalled that the glasses-wearing kunoichi, Yakushi Nanoyu, was likely entangled in a perilous situation orchestrated by Danzo. He promptly inquired of the still-kneeling Danzo. Danzo, the wandering priestess, Yakushi Nanoyu, is one of your subordinates. Correct? Where is she now? What is her status? Danzo, taken aback by Uchiha Qiushan's knowledge of his capable subordinate, gathered his thoughts and respectfully replied. In response to Lord Qiushan, Yakushi Nanoyu is currently on a mission. Although she possesses formidable abilities, she is privy to numerous sensitive secrets. My subordinates intend to orchestrate a confrontation between her and another intelligence ninja, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction, allowing me to tie up loose ends. Upon hearing that Danzo had not yet executed his plan to eliminate Yakushi Nanoyu, Uchiha Qiushan felt a wave of relief. The prospect of losing such a beautiful and gentle kunoichi was indeed a tragedy. Moreover, securing her allegiance would imply gaining influence over Yakushi Kabuto in the future, a most advantageous arrangement. With Uchiha Mikoto now pregnant, while the Uchiha clan had its own medical ninjas, they paled in comparison to Yakushi Nanoyu's expertise. Thus, it would be prudent to summon her back to ensure Mikoto's well-being, albeit with necessary precautions in place beforehand. Chapter 64. The wood-released ninja Yamato contemplating Mikoto's need for care, Uchiha Qiushan instructed Danzo, concerning Yakushi Nanoyu, cancel any actions against her and expedite her return. If you harbor doubts about her, then entrust her to me. Once she is back, assign her to my side. She will prove useful. Uchiha Qiushan paused, reflecting on his recent completion of the first stage of the lightning release armor technique. He required the subsequent second and third stages, but lacked the time to pursue them. Otherwise, he could have ventured to the Hidden Cloud Village to replicate the technique using his Mangeki Sharingan. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Qiushan inquired, is there anywhere in the village where I might access the second and third stages of the lightning release armor from the Reikage lineage? Both the third Hokage and Danzo shook their heads upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's question. The third Hokage explained, Qiushan-kun, concerning the lightning release armor of the Reikage lineage. Our village only possesses the first stage. The first stage is somewhat public due to its role in identifying those with talent for this technique. Danzo and I have previously studied it. Indeed, it is quite challenging. We attempted a limited dissemination, but the results were unsatisfactory, leading us to abandon our pursuit of the second stage. The risks involved were substantial, as it could potentially expose our spies infiltrating the hidden cloud village. As for the third stage, it is rumored to be a closely guarded secret, passed down orally with no documentation, rendering the possibility of acquisition exceedingly slim. Uchiha Qiushan felt a twinge of frustration at the third Hokage's words. After all, he had only mastered the first stage of the lightning release armor, without the groundwork of the second stage. Attempting to replicate the fully realized version from the wreckage could result in his body being unable to withstand the strain and collapsing entirely. He was left with two options: to obtain the second stage of the lightning release armor and, upon mastering it, directly replicate the wreckage's perfected version, which, while challenging, was not overly difficult as the wreckage's lineage did not place significant emphasis on the second stage, or to strengthen his own physique, which would be a more tedious endeavor, marked by inefficiencies and a considerable investment of time. However, the positive aspect is that the physical strength does not significantly affect him, so it does not warrant excessive concern. Once he successfully replicates the sage body of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, it will be a permanent solution. Uchiha Qiushan rubbed his forehead and instructed, "Let the ninja embedded in the Cloud Village do their utmost to procure it, but prioritize his safety above all. There is no need to sacrifice a life for this secret technique." Upon hearing Qiushan's words, the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura responded in unison, "As you command, Lord Qiushan." Notably, the third Hokage wore a smile, appreciating Qiushan's regard for the lives of Konoha's ninjas, while Danzo's expression was dismissive to him. The completion of a mission outweighed the value of life itself. If a life were to be lost in the process, so be it. Having resolved the matter of the lightning release armor, Uchiha Qiushan was finally poised to accomplish what he had long anticipated. He gazed at the two individuals before him and inquired, "Now, who can inform me of the whereabouts of Konoha's soul would release ninja?" Qiushan refrained from mentioning Yamato's name, as he was uncertain of Yamato's current location. If he were still with Danzo, he would be referred to by the codename Alpha, so it was clearer to simply ask about the wood release. Upon hearing that Qiushan sought the wood release ninja, Danzo shot a fierce glare at the third Hokage before accusingly stating, in response to Lord Qiushan, "That would release ninja has been with my root division, having grown up there. However, he was recently taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he is likely in his umbu now." The third Hokage, upon hearing Danzo's accusation, coughed several times, as if choked by smoke, and after recovering, promptly replied, "Lord Qiushan, that would release ninja has recently adopted the name Yamato. He is currently on standby in the umbu. Although I had previously assigned him to the umbu, he was not paired with Yamato, thus they have not interacted." Upon learning that Yamato was at the umbu base, Uchiha Qiushan felt a surge of joy. He had successfully gained control over the third Hokage and Danzo. Fearing that Yamato might be dispatched on a mission with an uncertain return, which would delay his aspiration to replicate the wood release. Without further ado, he instructed the third Hokage, summon Yamato to an unoccupied training ground immediately. Inform him that it is to assess his recent training progress, and have him demonstrate all the wood release techniques he has mastered. The third Hokage, having no objections to Qiushan's directive, dispatched someone to summon Yamato to training ground number 15. Naturally, not only did the third Hokage and Uchiha Qiushan accompany the summoning, but Danzo followed suit, as he could not leave until Qiushan had replicated Yamato's wood release techniques and had further instructions for him. Yamato arrived promptly. Shortly after Qiushan's group reached training ground number 15, he appeared. Noticing Danzo beside the third Hokage, he hurriedly approached, half kneeling to salute, "Umbu Ninja Yamato, reporting to Lord Hokage." As for Uchiha Qiushan, who stood behind the third Hokage in full umbu attire, Yamato assumed he was merely a bodyguard. The third Hokage, as jovial as ever, instructed, "Yamato, there is no need to be nervous. I have called you here primarily to observe your progress. As ninjas, once we embark on this path, we must persevere without faltering. Simply perform as you normally would." Although Yamato claimed he was not anxious, the presence of both his former and current superiors was undeniably daunting. He took a deep breath to suppress his unease, bowed respectfully to the third Hokage, and confidently stepped into the center of the training ground to commence his demonstration of wood release techniques. As Yamato positioned himself in the center, preparing to showcase his wood release jutsu, the eagerly awaited Uchiha Qiushan activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, focusing intently on Yamato, ready to replicate his techniques at any moment. "Yamato, ensuring that he would not affect those observing, unleashed his full potential, commencing his display of wood release techniques. He formed hand seals, progressing from simple to complex, demonstrating one technique after another: wood release, wood pillar wall, wood release, silent bind technique, wood release, great forest technique, wood release, cutting technique, wood release, four pillars house technique, and many others. Uchiha Qiushan diligently learned each technique as Yamato demonstrated, encompassing defensive, offensive, and transformation techniques, culminating in the ability to control the nine tails. As Uchiha Qiushan absorbed Yamato's wood release techniques, the accompanying system notified him, "Congratulations, host. You have learned the bloodline limit wood release through the eye of rewriting, consuming one learning slot. In approximately 12 hours, the wood release will integrate into your body. Please remain patient. Some discomfort during the integration process is normal. Do not panic." Elated by the system's update, Uchiha Qiushan felt immense satisfaction. Not only had he acquired the coveted wood release, but he had also learned the associated techniques without needing to consult reference materials. As Yamato completed the final wood release technique, the four pillars house technique, Qiushan couldn't help but sigh, knowing the outcome, yet still feeling a sense of wonder. In truth, Yamato's wood release was impressive. With this skill, he possessed at least the strength of an elite jonin, exhibiting capabilities in offense, defense, control, and sealing. However, comparisons mattered, particularly against the legendary figure of the ninja world, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama wielded wood release with such prowess that he could dominate the entire shinobi world. Had he not encountered Uchiha Madara, he would have undoubtedly been revered as the god of his era. Uchiha Qiushan speculated that Hashirama's wood release differed from Yamato's, likely due to his sage body. If the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan epitomized the pinnacle of Yin release, then Hashirama's sage body represented the zenith of Yang release. Hashirama's wood release was not merely a combination of earth release and water release, but rather a bloodline limit composed of earth, water, and Yang attributes, explaining why Yamato could only construct buildings while Hashirama could toy with the nine tails. After all, how else could Hashirama contend with Uchiha Madara, who possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and a complete Susanoo? Consider this: only Hashirama's wood release technique, the true thousand hand Guanyin, could obliterate Madara's Susanoo, while others would feel powerless against a complete Susanoo. I could jump and still not reach his knees. As Yamato concluded his demonstration of all the wood release techniques he had mastered, he was noticeably fatigued, even gasping slightly while bowing to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, having witnessed Yamato's wood release before, was already well aware of his capabilities. He smiled and commended Yamato, sending him off to rest. Yamato, understanding the situation, respectfully bowed to the third Hokage and Danzo before departing. Watching Yamato's retreating figure, Uchiha Qiushan mused, "This wood release is remarkable. It balances both offense and defense, and its effectiveness far surpasses that of mere earth and water releases." Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the third Hokage sighed, lamenting, "Indeed, it is a pity that our village possesses but a single wood release ninja. The awakening of wood release is a rare occurrence. Among the Senju clan, only the first Hokage managed to awaken it. Even his granddaughter, Tsunade, despite her remarkable talent and the high purity of the Senju bloodline, failed to manifest wood release." With that, he let out a wistful sigh. Uchiha Qiushan echoed the sentiment with a sigh of his own. While it may seem that many in the later generations of Hokage wielded wood release with ease, a closer examination reveals that those who could awaken it were either closely related to Senju Hashirama or connected to the divine tree. Ultimately, aside from the legendary Ashura, only the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was able to awaken wood release through his own efforts. Contemplating this, Uchiha Qiushan furrowed his brow and hesitantly stated, "While Yamato's wood release is indeed remarkable, its power seems somewhat lacking. It appears to be at most that of an elite Jonin, falling short of the level of a Kage. It is worth noting that the original Senju Hashirama, through his mastery of wood release, achieved power surpassing that of a Kage." Before Uchiha Qiushan could continue, Shimura Danzo, who had been patiently waiting, could no longer contain himself. "How could Yamato possibly be compared to the first Hokage? He is merely a flawed imitation. Our estimations suggest that Yamato's wood release only reaches about 20% of the first Hokage's capabilities. There is simply no comparison." Seeing Danzo once again seeking attention, Uchiha Qiushan retorted with irritation, I have yet to settle accounts with you. How comfortable are you with the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan? Is Izanagi serving you well? That day, when I struck you down, you resurrected without a scratch. Thanks to Izanagi, I presume? Is there still a Sharingan hidden beneath your eye patch? Danzo was left speechless by Uchiha Qiushan's retort. He recognized his standing before Qiushan paled in comparison to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Surprised by how fiercely Qiushan had countered his interjection, he could only close his mouth tightly, choosing silence. Uchiha Qiushan harbored no fondness for Danzo. Although Danzo proclaimed himself to be the foundation of Konoha, claiming all his actions were for the village's benefit, it was evident to Qiushan that most of Danzo's endeavors were self-serving. Danzo treated Konoha as his personal domain rather than recognizing himself as part of the village. This led Qiushan to harbor a poor attitude towards Danzo. Were it not for the necessity of Danzo's control over Root and the collection of intelligence, along with the third Hokage's influence, he would have long sent Danzo to meet his teacher in the Pure Land. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Qiushan suddenly seemed to recall something and instructed Danzo, Danzo, ensure you replicate all the ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and intelligence documents from Root and deliver them to me. Remember, all of the materials, including any experimental data that may be deemed illicit. After issuing these orders, Uchiha Qiushan added, I will not concern myself with matters outside the village. However, within the village, there must be no further incidents of persecution against Konoha's ninjas. For those uncertain in their dealings, let the Yamanaka clan handle it. They can delve into memories and manage the situation. Those with the capability should confront outsiders directly, rather than flaunting their strength within the village. Do you understand? Danzo was taken aback by how well Uchiha Qiushan seemed to be acquainted with his usual activities, and reluctantly agreed. Having settled the matter, Uchiha Qiushan departed from the training ground. He had successfully secured control over both the third Hokage, the reigning leader of Konoha, and the ever-troublesome Danzo. This ensured a significant degree of safety for Mikoto and her child. Indeed, when Uchiha Qiushan learned of Mikoto's pregnancy, he initially contemplated placing her within the realm of Takamagara for absolute safety. However, Mikoto was unwilling, as it would render her akin to a prisoner. Moreover, Uchiha Sasuke was soon to enroll in the Ninja Academy, and with both his father and elder brother stationed at the Whirlpool Island, Mikoto could not bear to abandon Sasuke alone in the village. Thus, to secure Mikoto's safety, Uchiha Qiushan took the risk of controlling both the third Hokage and Danzo, ensuring her protection within the village. Now that everything was in order, Uchiha Qiushan eagerly returned to Mikoto's side. With Uchiha Fugaku absent, Qiushan felt it was his duty as Sasuke's teacher to assume responsibility, rather than merely concerning himself with Mikoto. As the head of the Uchiha clan, a lineage steeped in history, Uchiha Fugaku's family was indeed entitled to the services of attendants and handmaidens. However, the Uchiha, being a clan of warriors, sought to avoid the moral decay that often accompanied such privileges. Thus, despite being the clan leader, Fugaku had refrained from hiring handmaidens. In truth, finding handmaidens was not difficult. The pure bloodline and formidable prowess of Uchiha Fugaku had garnered a following among the commoners, who revered strength. Recruiting handmaidens from among these loyal vassals would not only be practical, but also ensure loyalty. Now that the clan leader's wife was pregnant, and with both Fugaku and his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, leading the elite of the Uchiha clan on an expedition, it was only natural to enlist 2 handmaidens to assist in caring for the pregnant Mikoto and Sasuke. Thus, when Uchiha Qiushan arrived at Mikoto's residence, he was greeted by the presence of 2 lovely handmaidens, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Hina. Upon seeing Uchiha Izumi, Qiushan realized he had once again altered the course of the narrative. Uchiha Izumi was also a prodigy, likely of the same age as Uchiha Itachi, but her lack of adequate guidance had kept her talents obscured. In the original storyline, Izumi shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Itachi and was a young genius capable of awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan at an early age. Tragically, she perished at the hands of Uchiha Obito during the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. When Qiushan encountered the 2 handmaidens, he merely nodded, revealing no unusual reaction. Mikoto had informed him the previous day that she had procured 2 handmaidens to assist with her and Sasuke's needs, and he had not anticipated that one of them would be Uchiha Izumi. It was understandable. Despite her high potential, Izumi had not received proper education, resulting in her limited strength. Furthermore, as a female with only a mother in the clan, she likely received little attention, making her assignment as a handmaiden quite reasonable. Uchiha Qiushan, with a hint of mischief, chose not to inform Makoto about Izumi's past connection with Itachi. He was curious to see Itachi's expression upon discovering that Izumi had come to their home as a handmaiden and wondered if it might evolve into a scenario reminiscent of My Young Master Has Fallen for Me. With the addition of the two handmaidens, Uchiha Qiushan refrained from displaying excessive affection towards Makoto. After neatly sharing a meal, he took his leave. Makoto, being a person of dignity, should not be put in a difficult position unnecessarily. Moreover, given her current pregnancy, it is unwise for her to engage in frivolity with me. If I truly miss her, I can visit her at night or summon her into my space. As her two attendants only remain at her residence during the day and return at night. After enjoying a hearty meal, Uchiha Qiushan returned directly to his space. It was evident that his behavior had become increasingly conspicuous, attracting the attention of Uchiha Obito and Kaguya. Home no longer felt secure. Only within his own space could he truly relax. In the high heavens of his space, Uchiha Qiushan kept himself occupied. Having recently acquired numerous sealing techniques from the third Hokage, the technique of multiple shadow clone was already within his grasp. As for the impure world reincarnation, which required sacrifices and was incomplete, it required further consideration. The Eight Gates technique was also something he would ponder later. Ultimately, he chose to focus on the Flying Thunder God technique, as he too possessed the ability to manipulate space, much like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was bewildering how the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, managed to invent a plethora of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques across diverse domains, from space ninjutsu to shadow clones. Even touching upon the theme of resurrection, Uchiha Qiushan began to question who was the true traveler in time, him or the second Hokage. However, upon encountering the impure world reincarnation, he considered the possibility that Tobirama had utilized this technique to summon individuals lost to time, those who possessed various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, awakening them to learn from them. After all, human energy is finite. Even a genius like Tobirama could not have mastered so many techniques. Yet he not only mastered them, but also invented new ones, casting doubt upon Uchiha Qiushan's perception of him. Chapter 67. The awakening and experimentation of wood release. Despite his suspicions, the study of ninjutsu remained paramount. After all, the second Hokage was long deceased, and the truth had become irrelevant. If the day came when he could summon Tobirama through the very impure world reincarnation he had created, he could inquire then. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan diligently transcribed the Flying Thunder God technique from memory, preparing to embark on his silent journey of learning. This technique seemed to correlate with summoning techniques, while certain patterns appeared to resonate with spatial alignment. Glancing at the time, he noted that 10 minutes had elapsed. Satisfied with his progress for the day, he decided to delve into the history of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Qiushan, feeling somewhat defeated, set aside the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique, resigning himself to the fact that he would not struggle further. In the future, he resolved to simply replicate whatever he wished to learn. After all, the arduous effort required to awaken his Sharingan must not be squandered. He remained in his space, alternating between reading and strolling leisurely on the island, all while attuning himself to the sensations of his body. Uchiha Qiushan could feel an indescribable warmth surging within him as his body gradually assimilated the wood release bloodline limit. This sensation rendered him restless. Moreover, he sensed a steady increase in his physical strength and vitality, the life force within him growing more robust with the passage of time. It is known that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, possessed a formidable life force, enabling him to achieve non-hand-sealed healing. Even Uchiha Madara acknowledged that no one could kill Hashirama on the battlefield, a testament to his extraordinary vitality. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, modeled her healing techniques after her grandfather's remarkable abilities. Although Yamato's would release paled in comparison to Hashirama's, it nonetheless belonged to the same bloodline limit. In later developments, Kaguya was able to employ techniques akin to true wood release due to Yamato's capture and subsequent integration into Kaguya's being. Thus, Yamato's wood release likely carried some essence of Hashirama's prowess. As Uchiha Qiushan's life force grew stronger, he began to generate a new chakra within him, distinct from his previous reserves. This newfound chakra was warm and gentle, enhancing his physical vitality. Even his eternal Mangeki Sharingan seemed to thrive on this nurturing chakra. Akin to a rusted machine being oiled, allowing it to function with greater agility and vigor. Uchiha Qiushan could also perceive that, as his eternal Mangeki Sharingan was continuously nourished by this new would-release chakra, the divine power of the Mangeki Sharingan, Susanoo, began to stir within him, as if breaking free from shackles to ascend to a higher form of complete Susanoo. It was no wonder that Obito's single Mangeki Sharingan could endure for so long. After being rescued from the battlefield by Madara, Obito's life was preserved through integration with Kagaya's body, which allowed him to utilize wood release. The chakra from wood release then nourished his Sharingan, granting him the ability to use it with remarkable frequency. In contrast, Kakashi found that each use of his Kamui seemed to cost him dearly, as Uchiha Qiushan experienced an unsettling heat within his body. He ultimately felt as if something within him had reached a critical threshold. A force awakened from the depths of his being, revealing the power of wood release. The chakra within him surged alongside the awakening of wood release. Previously, Uchiha Qiushan had already possessed a considerable amount of chakra, rivaling that of a small-tailed beast. With the awakening of wood release, his chakra had now grown to a level where it could contend with tailed beasts, even surpassing the first and second. Fortunately, Uchiha Qiushan was not in the village. Otherwise, the uncontrolled surge of chakra could have triggered chaos among the monitoring departments, akin to a flock of startled birds. After a prolonged wait, the fluctuations of chakra within Uchiha Qiushan gradually subsided. He clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. He felt as though he could face even the Sage of Six Paths with confidence. Of course, he understood that this was merely an illusion wrought by the sudden increase in power, yet he realized he could now navigate the ninja world with newfound authority. Since he had awakened wood release, it was only fitting to experiment with it. Uchiha Qiushan decided to remain on the island, testing the technique and simultaneously engaging in some environmental beautification. Having previously copied Yamato's wood release techniques while replicating the original, he was now able to utilize them directly without the need for further study. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan sought out a spacious area on the island to conduct his wood release experiments. After a series of trials, Uchiha Qiushan discovered that although he had replicated Yamato's wood release technique, his own mastery of it was significantly more potent, estimated to be over double the original strength. Furthermore, he found it much easier to utilize, likely due to his ample chakra reserves. The reason for the superiority of his wood release compared to Yamato's, Qiushan surmised, was linked to the bloodline of his Uchiha clan and his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. If wood release could enhance the Sharingan, it would not be surprising if the Uchiha lineage or the Sharingan itself also augmented wood release. After experimenting with wood release on the island, Qiushan, with a sense of leisure, constructed a grand wooden villa that could accommodate more than 10 individuals in a picturesque location before returning to his home in Konoha. Upon emerging from the space, the sky had begun to darken. Qiushan stretched languidly, captivated by the distant twilight. Since arriving in the world of the Hokage, this day held profound significance for him. Not only had he managed to control the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, effectively seizing control of Konoha, but he had also discovered the existence of his own child, a bond that deeply resonated within him. However, he could not afford to be complacent, for numerous threats loomed outside. Not to mention the figure of the Sage of Six Paths wandering the ninja world in the form of chakra. There were also the 3 legendary sages residing in the 3 Great Lands. The Toad Sage, who existed in the same era as the Sage of Six Paths, remained alive long after the latter's demise. The mere thought of his presence posed a significant threat, beyond his formidable strength. The Toad Sage's unreliable prophetic dreams represented a troublesome reality for Qiushan, as these dreams constituted the only prophetic abilities in the Hokage world. The fact that a powerful individual like Jiraiya believed in these prophetic dreams, sacrificing his life without regret, added to the gravity of the situation. Should the Toad Sage's prophecies foretell unfavorable events for Qiushan, Jiraiya would undoubtedly seek him out, much like a fly drawn to a scent. Even if Qiushan could dismiss Jiraiya with ease, it was likely that Jiraiya would persistently rally Tsunade and Orochimaru, who was conducting experiments hidden in the Sound Village. Although Orochimaru had little affection for Konoha, the revelation of Qiushan's existence might entice him to join the fray. As for Tsunade, she became Qiushan's next target. If alerted by Jiraiya in advance, capturing her would prove challenging, despite her current condition of hemophobia, which she might use as an excuse to avoid returning to the village. It was clear that with the right psychological manipulation, her fear could be alleviated. The three legendary ninjas stood backed by the three great lands, the Toad Sage, the White Snake Sage, and the Slug Sage, underscoring Konoha's status as the foremost village in the ninja world, rich in heritage and formidable alliances. Should they unite against him, it would indeed pose a significant challenge for Qiushan. Furthermore, the Akatsuki's Nagato and Uchiha Obito were also looming threats. While Nagato, a member of the Uzumaki clan and the sole possessor of the Rinnegan in the current ninja world, wielded troublesome abilities through his various clones, Obito, despite possessing space-time jutsu, could not be underestimated. His inheritance from Uchiha Madara left him with potentially dangerous techniques yet to be unveiled. It was essential to remember that some individuals could not be redeemed, even if they had not committed grave offenses, such as Itachi Uchiha, whose grand rationale could not absolve him of the reality of having slain his parents and clan. However, Qiushan's arrival meant that Itachi no longer bore that burden. Conversely, no matter how much Obito attempted to justify his actions, he remained the one who had killed his beloved teacher and his wife. Thus, the notion of redeeming him was untenable. He was merely a wretch dwelling in a fabricated world. With years remaining before Obito instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, Qiushan had ample time to prepare and enhance his abilities, aspiring to be capable of single-handedly vanquishing the Ten-Tails and dancing alongside Uchiha Madara. Therefore, he resolved to develop gradually, amassing strength, knowing that after completing the evolution of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, there would be vast potential for further enhancement. Having savored the sweetness of the wood release, which could be considered a flawed version of the Sage Body, Qiushan recognized that the authentic Sage Body was currently unattainable. Instead, he sought to draw upon related bloodlines, such as Tsunade's Senju lineage and the Uzumaki clan's inherent traits. Observing Naruto Uzumaki's prodigious chakra compared to Kakashi's underscored the formidable nature of the Uzumaki lineage. The reason the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails had always been members of the Uzumaki clan was that ordinary ninjas and other clans could not withstand the chakra of the Nine-Tails, highlighting the terrifying aspects of their constitution. It was clear why Uchiha Madara chose to implant the Rinnegan in Nagato. The latter belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Possessing a pure bloodline, Madara understood that ordinary individuals could not sustain the Rinnegan, which is why he entrusted it to Nagato. Despite the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, many key figures were intricately linked to the Uzumaki clan. Suddenly, Qiushan recalled a woman from the Uzumaki clan who later joined Sasuke Uchiha's team, named Karen, who should currently be in the Land of Grass. As Qiushan intended to replicate the Uzumaki clan's bloodline traits, accumulating more Uzumaki individuals would be advantageous. At present, Konoha only had Naruto as a representative of the Uzumaki clan, and compared to Karen, Naruto's bloodline was not as advantageous. Karen and her mother possessed innate healing abilities, allowing them to recover chakra and injuries merely by biting their skin. Moreover, when Karen appeared, she already exhibited the Uzumaki clan's abilities, particularly the powerful sensory ability known as the Godly Eye. In contrast, Naruto only had an abundance of chakra and an exceptional recovery capability. Thus, it was evident that Karen's Uzumaki bloodline was likely purer than Naruto's. With time on his hands and a sense of stability in Konoha, Qiushan recognized that haste could lead to missteps. Rapidly advancing in strength without solidifying his foundation could culminate in a fate similar to Kaguya Otsutsuki, who, despite her overwhelming powers, was sealed away by two individuals far inferior to herself due to a lack of combat experience. Chapter 69. Yuzuki Yugao Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of reassurance regarding his stronghold, primarily because, at this moment, his utmost priority was Uchiha Mikoto. He had marked her with a spatial imprint, ensuring that if she ever found herself in peril, a mere thought would summon her back to the realm of Takamagara. Despite being her vigilant guardian, this was the extent of his protection. Moreover, he could return at any time. The combination of the spatial imprint and his eternal Mangeki Sharingan allowed him to venture out, yet return daily for dinner and rest, before embarking on another day's journey and missions. However, Uchiha Qiushan preferred not to draw attention to himself by frequently employing his spatial ocular technique, which served as one of his trump cards. As a member of the Umbu, he was still required to obtain orders from the third Hokage before undertaking missions outside the village. Furthermore, embarking on missions alone was rather unique. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan intended to request the third Hokage assign him a companion, so that he would not appear so conspicuous. Upon entering the Umbu base that day, he encountered a figure with purple hair, who he discovered was Yuzuki Yugao, a character from the original narrative that appeared on the gravestone of the Moonlight Gale. She had recently joined the Umbu and had been out on mission since Qiushan last saw her. Their paths had not crossed again due to their differing assignments and Qiushan taking several days off. He planned to ask the third Hokage to assign Kakashi to lead the mission alongside him and Yugao. Although he could not control Kakashi due to the cooldown of his Tsukuyomi after using it on the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, he hoped to observe Kakashi up close, possibly seizing the opportunity to learn from his techniques. Moreover, having the beautiful Yugao by his side would be a pleasant distraction for Qiushan. She represented a kind of good fortune. He also noted her impressive swordsmanship, which he could discreetly attempt to replicate. In the world of Naruto, the art of the samurai had waned significantly. True masters of swordsmanship were scarce. Konoha's very own Hatake Sakumo was one, but tragically met his demise at the hands of Danzo. His son, Kakashi, later forsook the Hatake style, leading to a decline in his prowess as a shinobi, rendering him somewhat ineffective in later battles. It was only when leveraging Uchiha Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan that he managed to salvage his reputation in the end. With his plans in place, Qiushan wasted no time. Seizing the evening light, he approached the third Hokage to arrange the mission. Although he could have relied on others to carry out the task, Qiushan preferred to venture out himself, as it served as a means of personal development. Additionally, this mission would allow him to mark his spatial imprint throughout the shinobi world, facilitating his future endeavors. This particular task required his direct involvement, as it could not be delegated to anyone else. By the time Uchiha Qiushan returned to the Uchiha clan's compound, night had fallen. He patted his flat stomach, surmising that Mikoto had likely finished dinner and chose not to intrude. Instead, he turned away from the clan grounds and made his way to the gathering place in Konoha village for an evening meal. Faced with the choice between grilled meat and Ichiraku ramen, Qiushan decided in a heartbeat that he would opt for Ichiraku, as the barbecue joint lacked the charming presence of SH10. Upon reaching Ichiraku ramen, he found it bustling, as many Nin and Genin returning from missions flocked to enjoy the hearty, delicious fare at reasonable prices. The adorable SH10 was busily darting about, her cheeks flushed with effort, looking as delightful as ever. When she spotted Qiushan, her eyes lit up with joy and surprise. Yet she hastily offered him a greeting before returning to her duties. Qiushan greeted the charming SH10 before calling out to Uncle Ichiraku. Uncle Ichiraku, the usual. 2 large servings of the deluxe ramen, 1 pork bone, and 1 seafood. Uncle Ichiraku, bustling about, acknowledged his loyal customer with a smile. I've told you countless times. Don't call me uncle. Just call me big brother. I'm not that old yet. Finding a seat amidst the crowd, Qiushan chuckled and retorted. With such a cute girl like SH10 around, I've already reserved her as my future wife. Calling you big brother would put me a generation ahead of her, and that simply will not do. Uncle Ichiraku rolled his eyes at Qiushan's teasing of his precious daughter, choosing to ignore him. Meanwhile, SH10, busy with her tasks, stole a quick glance at Qiushan, her face growing even redder. The patrons at Ichiraku Ramen observed Qiushan, but upon noticing the Uchiha clan emblem on his attire, they quickly averted their gaze. The Uchiha, known for their elite guard, were not to be trifled with. Though Qiushan seemed amiable, those around him preferred to adhere to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict and refrained from engaging him in conversation. Before long, Qiushan's large bowl of ramen was ready, carefully brought over by SH10. Although the bowl was sizable, it was filled to the brim, with broth nearly spilling over. As he placed the bowl before him, the person seated next to him glanced at their own bowl, which paled in comparison to Qiushan's, leaving them momentarily speechless at the stark difference between the regular and deluxe servings. Not minding the envious observer, Qiushan shared a knowing look with SH10 before diving into the sumptuous meal before him. Chapter 70. Mission. Since Uchiha Qiushan began training with lightning release armor, his appetite had grown exponentially. Although it had lessened somewhat after completing the first phase of his training, today marked the awakening of his would-release bloodline limit. The sudden surge in chakra and vitality necessitated a considerable influx of energy, which could only be replenished through copious amounts of food. At present, Qiushan felt as though a tiny claw had emerged from his throat, clawing at his insides with hunger. Only by consuming his meal swiftly could he satiate this gnawing need. He lifted the large bowl, savoring the rich, delectable pork bone broth to soothe his stomach before seizing his chopsticks and digging in with fervor, undeterred by the heat. It is said that true appreciation for food is only felt in moments of hunger. Qiushan devoured the first bowl at an astonishing pace. And just as he finished the last sip of broth, SH-10 promptly returned with the second bowl, ever attentive to his needs. As Uchiha Qiushan set down his bowl, having consumed 6 generous servings of ramen, even the seasoned Itachi and Shobuo were taken aback by his remarkable appetite. Sated and content, Uchiha Qiushan exchanged pleasantries with them before meandering back to the Uchiha clan's territory. The following morning, he promptly reported to the third Hokage, as it was his suggestion to retrieve K-Rin from the land of grass. Delaying the journey would be ill-advised, and given the informal atmosphere at the Hokage's office, it was prudent to avoid inciting dissatisfaction or suspicion among others. Upon his arrival at the Umbu headquarters, Uchiha Qiushan found that the third Hokage had already arrived at the Hokage Tower. Without delay, the Hokage summoned Kakashi, Uchiha Qiushan, and Uzuki Yuin to assign them a mission. Kakashi and Yuin had just returned from a task outside the village and were unaware of the unfolding situation. Kakashi subtly inquired with his gaze if Qiushan was privy to any details. Although Qiushan was informed, he merely shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the matter. Consequently, Kakashi called Yuin from another room so they could together report to the third Hokage. This was Kaioshin's first encounter with Uzuki Yuin. Despite being a few years younger than him, she had blossomed into a striking young woman. Having diligently practiced her swordsmanship, her physique was well-defined, exuding an aura of youthful grace. Yuin, in turn, was seeing the illustrious Uchiha Qiushan up close for the first time, though she had glimpsed him from afar before and had heard tales of his prowess. Being in his presence revealed that he was only a few years her senior and boasted an exceptionally handsome visage, one characteristic of the Uchiha clan, with Qiushan being among the most distinguished. Notably, Yuin sensed a gentle demeanor in Qiushan, contrasting with her previous encounters with other members of the Uchiha clan. His striking appearance and amiable nature left her slightly flustered, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she maintained a tense grip on her hands, revealing her nervousness despite the composed facade. After a brief round of introductions, the trio hastened to meet the third Hokage, who awaited them. Upon their arrival, the Hokage wasted no time and swiftly assigned them an urgent mission. As was customary, he took a puff from his pipe before divulging the intelligence. Kakashi, Qiushan, Yuin, I have received information regarding a mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan in the Hidden Grass Village. Their circumstances are dire. Although the land of whirlpools has been destroyed, our village has maintained a friendly alliance with the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, in the interest of their safety, I commission you to bring them back to Konoha. The third Hokage paused briefly before addressing Kakashi. You are aware of the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Bringing them back would not only bolster Konoha's strength, but also provide a safe haven for the mother and daughter. Kakashi, momentarily distracted by the mention of the Uzumaki clan, recalled his past connections to them, his late teacher's family. Memories he dared not revisit, yet could not bear to forget flooded his mind. Once the Hokage concluded his briefing, Kakashi regained his composure and, without further inquiry, assured him, rest assured, Lord Hokage, we will accomplish this mission. With Kakashi remaining focused on the task at hand, the third Hokage, satisfied with his resolve, nodded approvingly and added, according to the intelligence I received, the mother is in critical condition. You must depart promptly to maximize her chance of survival. Acknowledging the urgency, the trio bid farewell to the Hokage and swiftly returned home to prepare for their journey. Though Uchiha Qiushan had little to pack, given his possession of a spatial storage, he deemed it necessary to inform Mikoto to alleviate any concerns she might have. After setting a rendezvous time, they hurriedly gathered their belongings, aware that their window of preparation was limited. Arriving at Mikoto's home, Qiushan found her already awake, sharing breakfast with Sasuke, while Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Hina attended to them. With no time to linger, he succinctly explained his situation to Mikoto, affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, and then set off to gather supplies. Despite Sasuke's later temperament, the soft texture of his hair was comforting, a stark contrast to the boy's future demeanor. Although Qiushan required little in the way of provisions, he felt compelled to pack a bag to avoid drawing undue attention, ultimately assembling a haphazard collection of items before heading to the village gate to meet his companions. Chapter 71. Infiltrating the hidden grass village as Uchiha Qiushan and his companions embarked on their mission, they followed the standard protocol. As their assignment did not entail any confidential operations, all three were punctual, with Kakashi notably refraining from his usual tardiness. Understanding the gravity of their current role within the Umbu rather than the relative freedom of a conventional shinobi, the Land of Grass, a small nation nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, lacked its own specialized jutsu, often vulnerable to pressure from larger nations. The objective of Qiushan and his team was to retrieve the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan, who had found themselves in precarious circumstances in the hidden grass village. Faced with the urgency of their mission, particularly concerning Rin's mother's precarious health, they set off immediately after exiting the village. Kakashi, a seasoned ninja, and Yuzuki Yuin, adept in both taijutsu and swordsmanship, were well equipped for the journey. Previously, Qiushan's physical prowess had been a weakness, but since mastering the first stage of the lightning release armor, his abilities had elevated to the level of an elite shinobi. Consequently, he found the journey manageable, even marking spatial locations with his high heavenly eye technique whenever the opportunity arose. Cloaked in their Umbu masks, Qiushan was cautious to conceal his activation of the Manjiki Sharingan from Kakashi and Yuin while discreetly marking his surroundings. Due to the urgency of their task, they traveled at a swift pace, arriving at the hidden grass village within 3 days. Upon their arrival, instead of approaching the village leader directly, they opted to infiltrate stealthily to assess the situation. Unlike Konoha, the hidden grass village lacked medical ninjas, making the swift recovery of Rin and her mother particularly vital. The trio surmised that the village leader would be reluctant to relinquish them without assurance of their safe return. Thus, they resolved to avoid a direct confrontation unless they could guarantee the success of their mission, as any hasty approach could jeopardize their objective and potentially lead to the mother and daughter being hidden away. Kakashi and his team were determined to resolve their mission without resorting to intimidation or force. Understanding that such measures would not benefit Rin and her mother and could inadvertently provoke hostility from the hidden grass village towards the Land of Earth's hidden stone village. The most prudent course of action now is to discreetly extract the mother and daughter of the High Rin clan without alerting anyone. This way, should they be discovered later in Konoha, the situation would not escalate. Kakashi and his companions waited until nightfall outside the village of Kusagakure. After darkness fell, Kakashi instructed the two to remain behind while he employed a combination of transformation and camouflage techniques to stealthily infiltrate the village. The camouflage technique, a specialty of the Iwagakure ninja, had previously thwarted Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and even early Naruto and Sasuke. Thus, it was recognized as one of the more formidable stealth techniques. Kakashi, having acquired the title of Copy Ninja through his Sharingan, was not surprising to possess such a skill. In fact, Uchiha Qiushan was also proficient in this camouflage technique, but he opted not to accompany Kakashi, as the risk of exposure was significantly lower when operating alone. This was a testament to Kakashi's inclination to exploit the vulnerabilities of Kusagakure, a small ninja village lacking even a medical ninja, let alone expertise in sealing or barrier techniques. They likely had few sensory ninjas as well. If faced with a larger village, Kakashi would not dare to infiltrate so brazenly. As Uchiha Qiushan and Yuzuki Yukaina watched Kakashi slip into the village, they remained patient and silent, mindful of their surroundings in the vicinity of the enemy's territory. Qiushan, momentarily distracted, pondered which bloodline limit to replicate next. The Uzumaki clan's unique vitality would be advantageous. Once he escorted the High Rin mother and daughter to Konoha, he could arrange for the third Hokage to facilitate opportunities for Naruto and the High Rin pair to bond, thereby enhancing his chances of acquiring a valuable piece of Uzumaki lineage. Next on his list was the Byakugan of the High clan. While the branch family possessed some abilities, their limitations, such as blind spots, necessitated targeting the main family's Byakugan, particularly seeking to replicate Haishis, as the clan head would undoubtedly have a pure bloodline. While Qiushan was lost in thought, Yukaina quietly admired his handsome profile. Through their days together, she realized that Qiushan was unlike any Uchiha she had encountered before, nor did he carry the haughty demeanor often exhibited by those from noble clans, who typically looked down upon those from less illustrious backgrounds. Despite occasional encounters with more amiable individuals, Yukaina could sense a certain warmth emanating from Qiushan, compelling her to draw closer to him. Thus, during their breaks, she would steal glances in his direction, captivated by his looks. and found no reason to harbor any disdain towards him. Observing Kaizen, Yakina mused about their age difference. Surprised by his remarkable strength at such a young age, it was common knowledge among the Umbu that Kaizen could dispatch formidable foes with his Susanoo. At his age, he should be nearing the time for marriage. She wondered whether the Uchiha clan permitted intermarriage with outsiders. This thought made her blush. But it was only natural to admire strength, especially in someone like Kaizen, who possessed both beauty and prowess, coupled with a pleasant demeanor that stirred her imagination. As time slipped away amid Kaizen's strategic deliberations regarding future bloodline limits and Yukina's fanciful thoughts, midnight arrived, and the village of Qiushan lay silent. Kakashi successfully completed his infiltration and discreetly rejoined Kaizen and Yakina. Chapter 72. The innate skills of the Uzumaki clan. Kaizen, with his Sharingan activated, perceived Kakashi's camouflage technique as nothing more than a glaring beacon. Thus, when Kakashi returned, Kaizen had already spotted him, and with Kakashi failing to mask his footsteps, Yakina, ever alert, ceased her daydreaming and took on a serious demeanor as she awaited Kakashi's approach. After Kakashi signaled with a few Umbu gestures to confirm his identity, he moved closer to Kaizen and Yakina. In terms of raw power, Kaizen alone could likely challenge and obliterate the entire Qiushan. However, strength alone could not resolve the current predicament. It was imperative to ensure that the High Rin mother and daughter were not harmed by the desperate ninja of Qiushan. Nor could they afford to provoke the Iwagakure from the land of Earth, given the delicate inter-country relations that existed. Thus, the most prudent approach was to clandestinely extract them. Once Kakashi had reconvened with the pair, he briefed them on the situation in Qiushan and marked the location of their targets. He then grimly conveyed the dire condition of the High Rin pair. I closely observed them with my Sharingan. The young girl seems relatively well, but her mother's chakra has been nearly depleted by the Qiushan ninja. We must act swiftly, or our mission will end in tragedy. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, before Kaizen could respond, Yakina interjected with a furrowed brow, absorbing chakra? Is that even possible? Is it a secret technique of Qiushan? Kaizen, noticing her puzzled expression, smiled and clarified, our targets hail from the Uzumaki clan, long-standing allies of Konoha. However, in recent years, their homeland, the land of whirlpools, was destroyed, scattering the survivors. The Uzumaki individual in Qiushan likely possesses a rare innate skill known as physical healing, which allows her to restore the chakra and injuries of others by allowing them to bite her skin at the cost of her own chakra. Kakashi inferred that the Qiushan ninja had exploited her as a living weapon, indifferent to her survival, leading to her current plight. As Kaizen concluded his explanation, Yukina's eyes sparkled with admiration, influenced by Kaizen's earnest demeanor, which perfectly matched her ideal. Kakashi, observing Yukina's infatuation, could only shake his head in resignation. Young girls nowadays were often enamored by handsome faces. Nevertheless, Kaizen's insights expanded Kakashi's understanding. He had only been vaguely aware of such details. After a moment of silence, sensing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi inquired, "What should we do now? The Uzumaki individual is already gravely weakened. If the Qiushan ninja drain her chakra any further, she will undoubtedly perish, and our mission will be a failure." Although Kakashi was nominally the leader, he sought Kaizen's input. For the latter's status as the deputy clan head and his formidable Sharingan could not be disregarded. Uchiha Qiushan, observing Kakashi's demeanor, refrained from asserting dominance. His sole desire was to escort the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan back home. Thus he remarked, "Captain Kakashi, you are the leader and possess vast experience. We shall proceed as you dictate." Meanwhile, the young Yuzuki Yukari blinked her large eyes, serving merely as an ornament. She would follow the directives of her esteemed seniors without concern. Noticing Uchiha Qiushan's reluctance to take the lead, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. After all, strength is one aspect, but the successful completion of a mission is another. Kakashi was pleasantly surprised by Uchiha Qiushan's ability to maintain his composure and position during the task despite his formidable prowess, fostering a sense of admiration within him. Clearing his throat, Kakashi continued, "Our primary objective is to rescue these two members of the Uzumaki clan and return them to Konohagakure. Therefore, my plan is as follows. Uchiha Qiushan, you will accompany me on an infiltration of Qiushan. The timing is opportune. We will first consult with the Uzumaki women to ascertain their willingness to come with us. Should they agree, we shall depart together. If they are reluctant, Uchiha Qiushan, You will employ Jinjutsu to persuade them, and we shall gently coax them along the way. Uchiha Qiushan, taken aback by Kakashi's strategy, cast him a curious glance. It appeared Kakashi had some awareness of the sordid history surrounding the annihilation of the land of whirlpools. Otherwise, he would not be concerned about the Uzumaki women's willingness to accompany them. After detailing Uchiha Qiushan's responsibilities, Kakashi turned to Yuzuki Yukari, instructing, "Your task is to set traps along the periphery of the village on our return journey to prevent any pursuit from Kusugakure, and provide us with support from the outskirts." Kakashi paused to inquire, "Do you both understand? Any other questions?" Satisfied by their silence, he declared resolutely, "Very well, the mission begins now." Subsequently, he activated his camouflage technique. Glancing at Uchiha Qiushan, who had similarly employed the same ability. Although he found it slightly surprising, he chose to remain silent, signaling to Uchiha Qiushan before leading the way into Kusugakure. Following Kakashi's lead, Uchiha Qiushan stealthily trailed behind, leaving Yuzuki Yukari to prepare for their exit. Their infiltration was executed seamlessly, aided by Kakashi's previous visit and the fact that the residence of the Uzumaki women was located on the village's outskirts, facilitating their entry. Now, the principal task was to persuade the two women of the Uzumaki clan to comply and accompany Kakashi's group, thereby accomplishing a significant portion of their mission. Upon reaching the abode of the Uzumaki mother and daughter, Uchiha Qiushan and Kakashi bypassed the niceties of knocking and entered directly. Inside, they found only a frail individual and a small girl, who remained oblivious to the intrusion, thus presenting no immediate alarm. Uchiha Qiushan surveyed the sparse, rudimentary furnishings of the room, realizing that the living conditions of the two were indeed dire. Their objective lay nestled together on a simple bed, deep in slumber. Activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan noted that the girl, Rin, appeared relatively well, akin to a normal child. However, her mother was in a far more precarious state. As Kakashi had described, her chakra was severely depleted and her health in dire straits. Even if she were no longer subjected to the chakra extraction by the ninjas of Kusugakure, recovery would be a protracted endeavor. Should the extraction continue, her demise would be imminent. After a brief exploration of the modest dwelling, Uchiha Qiushan exchanged knowing glances with Kakashi, both acknowledging the gravity of the situation as they turned their attention to the slumbering mother and daughter. Uchiha Qiushan approached the bedside, gently tapping Rin's mother on the shoulder, rousing her from her dreams. Due to her frailty, her sleep was light, and the gentle touch startled her awake. She gazed at the intruder with panic in her eyes, her grip tightening on her daughter as if to signify that no matter the circumstances, they would remain united. Initially unsure of how to persuade Rin's mother, Uchiha Qiushan felt a wave of relief upon witnessing her reaction, realizing that the purpose of his visit might indeed be attainable. As she looked at him in alarm, he softened his expression, offering a gentle smile that exuded warmth and approachability. In a soothing tone, he addressed her, "Greetings, we are ninjas from Konohagakure. We have come upon receiving intelligence indicating that a mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan are facing unfair treatment in Kusugakure. Thus, Lord Hokage has dispatched us to discreetly escort you back to Konohagakure." While Rin's mother was initially flustered, her composure returned upon learning of their affiliation with Konohagakure. As Uchiha Qiushan concluded his speech, her demeanor turned icy, her grip on her sleeping daughter remaining steadfast. Coldly, she replied, "We appreciate the concern of the ninjas from Konohagakure, but we are quite content here in Kusugakure and do not wish to relocate. The Uzumaki clan requires no assistance from Lord 3rd Hokage. I kindly ask that you refrain from intruding upon our home, as it places us in an uncomfortable position." After delivering her retort, she averted her gaze from Uchiha Qiushan, fixating instead upon the wall, as if it held more allure than the intruder before her. Uchiha Qiushan, recognizing her reaction, felt a sense of inevitability wash over him. The actions of Konohagakure during the destruction of the land of whirlpools had indeed been less than commendable, and the delayed response to the Uzumaki clan's plight had led to their downfall. To claim that the survivors bore no animosity towards Konohagakure would be disingenuous. In the eyes of the Uzumaki clan, the conduct of Konohagakure was viewed as a disgraceful betrayal. Thus, it was unfathomable for them to harbor goodwill towards their betrayers. Had Rin's mother been in better health, she would have likely expressed her disdain more vocally rather than merely dismissing them. This also explained why the survivors of the Uzumaki clan were virtually absent in the Land of Fire, even when faced with dire circumstances elsewhere. They preferred to endure hardship rather than rely on the favor of Konohagakure. Uchiha Qiushan furrowed his brow in frustration, feeling a pang of empathy for the woman before him, not wishing for her to suffer such grievous circumstances, as though she were being devoured by despair. Under other circumstances, he could have easily used Jinjutsu to bring her daughter along, but he was not one to excel in persuasion. Thus, he considered the possibility of directly addressing the matter at hand. If persuasion failed, he would be compelled to resort to hypnotizing them both with his Sharingan. Pointing to the child she held, Uchiha Qiushan stated, "Before our arrival, we gathered intelligence and are aware of your and your child's plight." With a gaze tinged with compassion, Uchiha Qiushan glanced at the bite marks on Uzumaki Xiangling's body. "You must be aware of your current predicament. If this continues, you will soon meet an untimely demise. Even if you do not cherish your own life, as a mother, you should consider the well-being of your daughter." He then looked at the sleeping little Xiangling in her arms, tugging gently at the hem of her garment, revealing several distinct bite marks. These marks were particularly jarring on the small frame of the young girl. "Do you wish for your daughter to perish in such a tragic manner, just as you might? It is essential to understand that as long as you live, you can shield her from the storms of life. Should you pass away, she will not only suffer the anguish of losing her mother, but also inherit the dire circumstances you leave behind." Following the trajectory of events, she would not grow up. Instead, she would follow in your footsteps, living a life worse than death. Uzumaki Xiangling was not a fool. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, she recognized the likelihood of his predictions. The coldness on her face gave way to a flicker of struggle, and her eyes, fixed on her daughter, were filled with conflict and hesitation. Observing her wavering, Uchiha Qiushan seized the moment. "If you and your daughter come to Konoha, I assure you that you will not face any unfair treatment. You may conceal your surname and live as ordinary civilians, allowing your daughter to grow up healthily, free from the constant dread that pervades your current existence." He paused, allowing her to absorb his words before inquiring, "Do you know someone by the name of Uzumaki Zenjuna?" At the mention of the name, Uzumaki Xiangling's head snapped up. "You know Zenjuna? How is she? Is she well?" The Uzumaki clan was already sparse, and considering that Uzumaki Zenjuna was of the same age, Uchiha Qiushan deduced that they were likely familiar, perhaps even close companions who grew up together. Indeed, Uchiha Qiushan's assumption was correct. Uzumaki Zenjuna and Uzumaki Xiangling had been raised together. Before the destruction of the Land of Waves, both were scions of the Uzumaki clan. The fact that Zenjuna was chosen as the Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails attested to the purity of her bloodline, akin to Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Similarly, Uzumaki Xiangling possessed the rare talent of physical healing, a skill seldom found even among her clan. Her daughter, Xiangling, inherited both the ability of physical healing and the unique Kagaya Si. If she were not of the pure Uzumaki bloodline, it would be difficult to justify anyone else as such. As for how they had fallen to this plight, it was merely the whims of fate. Without a homeland or the privileges of a princess, she could no longer claim the title. Faced with the expectant gaze of Uzumaki Xiangling, Uchiha Qiushan sighed inwardly. Despite his reluctance, he felt compelled to reveal the truth. "Uzumaki Zenjuna is a jonin in our village, Konoha, but a few years ago, she and her husband sacrificed themselves to save the village." As he observed Xiangling's expression darken, he continued, "However, Zenjuna left behind a son named Uzumaki Naruto. Though his situation is quite dire, he has grown up without parental care and is now an orphan with no one to watch over him." Uchiha Qiushan paused, meeting Xiangling's eyes. "If you move to Konoha, you could look after him." After hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Uzumaki Xiangling fell into silence, glancing between her daughter and the wall, lost in thought. It was evident that her heart was in turmoil, grappling with her choices. After a while, she exhaled deeply, as if arriving at a resolution. She raised her head, her gaze resolute. "Very well, I agree to return to Konoha with my daughter, but once we arrive, I shall live as an ordinary civilian. As for my daughter's future, whether she becomes a civilian or a ninja, we will decide after we settle in Konoha." Uchiha Qiushan felt a surge of joy upon her agreement. After all, he had achieved this without resorting to force, merely through dialogue, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. This marked the second woman whose tragic fate he had altered, the first being Uchiha Mikoto. At that moment, however, Uchiha Qiushan sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere surrounding the house, as a group of individuals stealthily closed in. Despite their silence, his keen instincts detected something amiss. Frowning, he realized that the mission was nearly complete, yet an unexpected complication had arisen. If it were only he and Kakashi, they could easily break free from the encirclement without a trace. Yet, with the mission's target present, his priority was to escort the mother and daughter safely to Konoha to fulfill his objective. However, attempting to break free while ensuring their safety would significantly heighten the difficulty. Contemplating this, Uchiha Qiushan devised a plan. He first signaled Kakashi to indicate that unforeseen circumstances had arisen, then formed hand seals to create 2 shadow clones. These clones then utilized transformation techniques to disguise themselves as 2 heavily garbed IWNeen. As the 2 transformed IWNeen stepped out boldly, closing the door behind them, one called out loudly, "Mice hiding in the shadows, cease your cowardice. We have discovered you. Are you all from the grass village nothing but gutter rats?" Upon hearing this proclamation, the concealed members of the grass village realized their cover was blown and emerged, filling the areas surrounding the house. Uchiha Qiushan's clones estimated there were around 30 to 50 individuals. As the intruders surrounded the house, Kakashi cast a bewildered glance at Uchiha Qiushan, only to meet the gaze of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which instantly left him feeling dizzy. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he realized that Uchiha Qiushan was targeting him at such a critical moment, when they should be united against their adversaries. Taking advantage of Kakashi's disorientation, Uchiha Qiushan swiftly delivered a precise strike, rendering him unconscious. Given Uchiha Qiushan's mastery of Jinjutsu, he could have easily overwhelmed Kakashi. However, since the contest of Jinjutsu involves mental fortitude, a misstep or Kakashi's vigorous resistance could result in psychological trauma. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan chose to momentarily disorient Kakashi with a Jinjutsu before using physical means to ensure he fell into a restful slumber, believing that Kakashi would dream of pleasant and restorative visions. After incapacitating Kakashi, Uchiha Qiushan turned to Uzumaki Xiangling, who had yet to process what was happening, and employed a Jinjutsu on her as well, sending her into a peaceful sleep. Due to the vast disparity in their mental strength and her frail physical condition, Uchiha Qiushan was able to easily subdue her without causing harm. Uchiha Qiushan paid no heed to the chatter outside the door. With one hand grasping Kakashi and the other cradling Vortex Xiangling and Little Xianglin, he surveyed the room. Finding nothing of importance to take, he directly employed his ocular technique, Takamagara, and teleported into the newly constructed villa on the island, leaving behind 2 shadow clones and an empty room for the villagers of Qiusagakure. The shadow clone of Uchiha Qiushan sensed that the main body had departed and breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently indulging itself in the moment. Assuming the guise of an Iwagakure ninja, it began to showcase its acting prowess. The clone crossed its arms, appearing utterly unguarded, as if facing nothing more than trivial individuals. With a tone imbued with arrogance, it proclaimed, "Qiusagakure rabble, inform your esteemed Iwagakure elder how you discovered our infiltration. My camouflage technique is renowned even within your village, lauded by Lord Tsukuyomi himself. For a small village like yours to detect me with ease is simply impossible." Chapter 75, Replication of the Eye Technique. Kamui, witnessing the audacious Iwagakure ninja surrounded by the ninjas of Qiusagakure, their teeth clenched in frustration. One young ninja could no longer tolerate the arrogance before him. He stepped forward, retorting sarcastically, "No matter how formidable your camouflage technique may be, it cannot escape the secret arts of Qiusagakure. The moment you brush against the grass surrounding our village, we will sense your presence. Such trivial ninjutsu is easily countered by us. If we weren't gathering reinforcements to silently encircle this place, you would have been captured long ago." A middle-aged man, appearing as a leader among them, initially intended to silence the young ninja, but reconsidered. He realized that the villagers were largely aware of this information, and allowing the youth to speak could serve as a form of intimidation, hence he refrained from intervening. After the young ninja finished, the leader of Qiusagakure stood up and inquired, to the 2 from Iwagakure, "What brings you to our village under the cover of night?" Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone felt elated upon hearing the words of the Qiusagakure youth, surprised at how easily they revealed the reason for their exposure. Upon hearing the leader's question, Uchiha Qiushan contemplated and responded with an interrogative tone, "You dare question us from Iwagakure when we have yet to trouble you? Are you aware of who resides in this dwelling?" They are fugitives from the Vortex country, remnants of the Vortex clan. Why has Qiushan taken them in? Are you dissatisfied with the great nations? Or do you wish to follow in the footsteps of the Vortex country and experience the fate of a destroyed nation? The leader of Qiushan, well aware of the identities of Xiangling and her daughters, acknowledged their distinctive red hair and unique medical skills as markers of their lineage. However, lacking medical ninjas in Qiushan, he merely viewed her as a remarkable healer, to be discarded once she was no longer useful. He had not anticipated that such trivial matters would be noted by the Iwagakure ninjas. He felt a twinge of discomfort, recalling how the great nations had devoured the Vortex country, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, while Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone was entangled with the villagers of Qiushan, the real Uchiha Qiushan had already transported the unconscious individuals to the villa on Takamagara Island. He carelessly tossed Kakashi onto the floor and gently laid the mother and daughter of the Vortex clan onto the bed, confirming that they showed no signs of waking. He then carried Kakashi into another room. Although Uchiha Qiushan possessed spatial ocular techniques, he was not in a rush to acquire Kakashi's Kamui. However, due to the circumstances, ensuring the safety of Xiangling and her daughter necessitated their unconscious state. Since he had already incapacitated Kakashi, he decided to replicate his ocular technique to prevent Kakashi from becoming wary in the future. Uchiha Qiushan placed Kakashi on the floor, face up, and removed the forehead protector covering his left eye. He gently lifted Kakashi's eyelid, revealing his Sharingan. Seeing Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan still active while he was unconscious caused Uchiha Qiushan's lips to twitch. It was no wonder Kakashi appeared so drained. A once promising genius now diminished. Without hesitation, Uchiha Qiushan took a deep breath and activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, aligning it with Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan. He began to release some of his ocular power, gradually and steadily infusing it into Kakashi's eye. Although Kakashi remained unconscious, his Sharingan began to spin under Uchiha Qiushan's stimulation. As the spinning intensified, it eventually surpassed a certain threshold, transforming into a magnificent triangular pinwheel, radiating brilliance. Uchiha Qiushan quietly admired the exquisite Mangeki Sharingan before him, the only one, aside from his own, possessing the spatial capabilities. Among the myriad of Sharingan, it was a treasure of unparalleled significance. Realizing that opportunities to appreciate this Sharingan might be rare in the future, he took a moment to savor its beauty. However, he could not afford to linger. Mitsuki Yuka awaited them outside Qiushan, and he did not wish to keep her waiting. After appreciating Kakashi's Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan to begin replicating the hidden ocular technique within this eye. It was evident that this Sharingan, containing the Kamui technique, was the most potent and profound he had encountered. Having upgraded to an eternal Mangeki Sharingan, this was the first time Uchiha Qiushan faced such a challenge in replication. After a considerable wait, the system finally announced its progress. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated the ocular technique Kamui. The system is currently assimilating the information. It will be available for use in approximately 22 hours. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Qiushan exhaled in relief. The depth of the Kamui technique had indeed exceeded his expectations, and he had feared a failure in replication after such a lengthy wait. He pondered how Uchiha Obito had awakened such an extraordinary ocular technique, speculating that it was likely due to the combined emotional turmoil of two geniuses, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. During the evolution of the Sharingan into the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had brought Kakashi into this space while unconscious. Otherwise, should any unforeseen incidents arise during this time, he would have been left with deep regrets. Chapter 76. Uchiha Qiushan's escaped. The leader of the grass-hidden village, unable to tolerate the brazen words of the IWA ninja standing at the door, realized that if he allowed these two IWA ninja to flee today, they would be confronted with countless troubles from IWA village. He discreetly signaled a burly subordinate to eliminate the intruders. This individual, not lacking in cunning, approached the front with his companions and proclaimed, "You two have intruded upon our grass-hidden village without cause and are yet to reveal your sinister intentions. I advise you to surrender promptly. This way, we might consider sparing your lives and allowing your comrades from IWA village to claim you." Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone, still reveling in the theatrics, seized his weapon upon hearing the challenge and shouted, You grass-hidden scoundrels dare to make a move? Let me remind you, there are only warriors who die in battle, not cowards who surrender. Come at me. He brandished his weapon, feigning to charge forward, yet remained firmly rooted in place. The short, stout ninja from Grass-Hidden Village, caught in a dilemma at the sight of the IWA ninja's bravado, hesitated. Should he engage? The individual before him hailed from one of the 5 great nations, and if he were to kill them, the repercussions could be dire. Yet, to refrain from action against such arrogance would tarnish his reputation. Ultimately, recalling the leader's command, he gritted his teeth, raised his weapon, and declared, "Even if you are from IWA Village, you are still an intruder in our land. We of Grass-Hidden Village are not afraid. Kill." With that, he charged at the IWA ninja. As the stout ninja swung his weapon, he suddenly noticed the expression on the IWA ninja's face transform into one of calm, devoid of the previous arrogance and panic of impending defeat, replaced instead by a glimmer of mockery and a slight smirk. The stout ninja's heart sank. Though he could not pinpoint his error, he sensed he had been outmaneuvered. At that moment, the weapon struck the IWA ninja. Yet there was no bloodshed, no dismemberment. The 2 IWA ninjas standing at the door dissipated into clouds of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. The throng of grass-hidden ninjas surrounding the house fell into an eerie silence, pondering, were they not just boastful and reckless? Where had they gone? Was there truly only death for IWA ninja? The atmosphere became palpably awkward. The leader of Grass-Hidden Village, his face a mask of fury, realized he had been outsmarted. If he failed to grasp this now, he was unworthy of leadership. He quickly shouted, "Do not remain idle. Enter the house and search. Do not let them escape." Those nearby, suddenly enlightened, left a portion behind as guards while the rest rushed inside to search. The leader understood that searching at this juncture would likely yield little. Yet, a question lingered. How had they escaped while being surrounded? The answer to this enigma remained elusive. At the moment, Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone vanished. He had just successfully replicated Kakashi's Sharingan technique, Kamui. Upon receiving the memories of his shadow clone, Uchiha Qiushan felt a wave of frustration. He had not anticipated that indulging himself would render him a thespian of sorts, delighting in play. However, recognizing that his clone had been dispelled, he understood the urgency to reunite with Uchiha. He feared the young girl might fall into the hands of the deceived grass-hidden ninja. Uchiha Qiushan assessed his Sharingan, feeling the significant benefits of having replicated Kakashi's Kamui. Although he could not evolve his Sharingan instantaneously, he had made substantial progress. He first helped Kakashi secure his forehead protector to cover his left eye, and in doing so, he removed Kakashi's mask, revealing a remarkably handsome visage that nearly rivaled his own. Once Uchiha Qiushan had ensured Kakashi was properly arranged, he gathered Uchiha and her mother, verifying that no one was left behind before discreetly returning through the space mark he had left near Grass-Hidden Village. After arriving, he scanned the surroundings to confirm they were alone before hastening to the agreed meeting point with Uchiha. They needed to regroup swiftly and depart. Otherwise, Grass-Hidden Village, if not foolish, would undoubtedly organize a search party. With Kakashi incapacitated, they were short on combat ability and had gained an additional burden. It was prudent to make their escape, especially since Qiushan's mission had been accomplished and he had serendipitously copied Kakashi's Sharingan technique. Uchiha Qiushan, bearing the 3 of them without burden, reached the rendezvous with Uchiha. After confirming their identities, he promptly entrusted Uchiha with the Uzumaki mother and daughter while shifting Kakashi from his arms to his back. Both he and Uchiha then accelerated towards a location far from Grass-Hidden Village. Due to Uchiha Qiushan's training in lightning release armor, his physical condition was exemplary, while Uchiha, having trained in swordsmanship for years, possessed considerable stamina. Thus, carrying Kakashi posed no challenge to either of them. After several hours of running and changing directions multiple times, they confirmed they were not being pursued and found a secluded spot to rest. Once they had settled Kakashi and the Uzumaki mother and daughter, during which little K-Rin briefly awakened before being lulled back to sleep by Uchiha Qiushan's Genjutsu, Uchiha inquired about the mission and Kakashi's condition. As Uchiha Qiushan tended to the fire, he recounted the events, omitting details regarding the high heaven space and the identity of Kakashi's assailant. Chapter 77. Kakashi's Sharingan. The campfire crackled merrily in the clearing as Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha rested after ensuring Kakashi and the others were comfortable, despite their robust physiques. The hours of carrying them had left both feeling fatigued. After some time, Kakashi, having been laid beside the fire on a blanket, finally roused from his unconscious state. Groaning softly, he rubbed his neck, feeling discomfort as he struggled to rise from the ground. As he slowly got to his feet, memories of the events leading to his fainting began to flood back. Quickly dropping his hand from his neck, Kakashi sprang into action, agilely retrieving a kunai from his tool pouch, his demeanor alert as he surveyed his surroundings. The surrounding environment left Kakashi astonished. He had assumed that even if he were no longer confined in the prison of the Hidden Grass Village, he would still find himself securely bound by Uchiha Qiushan in some remote location. After all, it was Uchiha Qiushan who had rendered him unconscious. Kakashi harbored suspicions that Uchiha Qiushan might betray Konohagakure and become a rogue ninja. Furthermore, he believed that his own fate would not be any better. As a member of the Hokage lineage, he held significant value regardless of his whereabouts, whether it be the intelligence and jutsu within his mind or his position in the Leaf Village. Upon taking in his surroundings, Kakashi was taken aback. There were no enemies in sight, nor was he confined or restricted in his freedom. Instead, he found himself in a desolate area, facing Uchiha Qiushan and Yuzuki Yugao, who were seated across the campfire, while not far off, the mother-daughter duo, Uzumaki Karen and her child, rested quietly. Nevertheless, Kakashi remained vigilant, clutching a kunai, watching Uchiha Qiushan with suspicion. He remembered all too well that it was this very individual who had taken advantage of his moment of inattention to knock him out. Thus, he viewed Uchiha Qiushan as an adversary and had every reason to suspect that Qiushan had betrayed Konohagakure. Noticing Kakashi's demeanor, Uchiha Qiushan set down the stick he had been using to tend the fire and stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Without giving Kakashi a chance to speak, he walked towards the nearby woods, calling back, "Kakashi-senpai, please follow me. I have something to discuss with you." He then turned to Yuzuki Yugao, instructing, "Yugao, I'll be back shortly with Kakashi-senpai. Keep an eye on them and stay alert." Yuzuki Yugao sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Kakashi-senpai's reaction was peculiar, indicating that something had transpired between him and Uchiha Qiushan, though she was unaware of the specifics. Nevertheless, she trusted the two seniors and nodded obediently in acknowledgement. Kakashi observed Uchiha Qiushan walking towards the woods with an air of nonchalance, hesitating for a moment before following at a safe distance. The two made their way into the forest, where Uchiha Qiushan stopped in an isolated spot, turning to face Kakashi, who was still gripping his kunai and keeping a watchful eye on him. Uchiha Qiushan spoke first. "Kakashi-senpai, I must apologize. I am truly sorry for knocking you out without your consent." He bowed slightly as he spoke. Kakashi regarded Uchiha Qiushan silently, and then suddenly voiced, "Uchiha Qiushan, I require an explanation. I cannot accept being incapacitated by a comrade without reason." Recognizing that there was room for reconciliation, Uchiha Qiushan responded earnestly, "Kakashi-senpai, you are aware of the circumstances we faced. We were surrounded by at least 40 or 50 individuals. Tell me, was there any feasible way to extricate our mission objective unscathed under those conditions?" After a moment of silence, Kakashi shook his head, given the situation. "Even if I exerted myself to the utmost, I could not guarantee a safe retreat, especially while escorting two individuals who were physically weakened." Uchiha Qiushan replied, "You cannot. But I can." He continued earnestly, "Kakashi-senpai, I was left with no choice. This secret technique of mine is closely tied to the Uchiha clan. If the information regarding this technique were to be leaked, it would pose significant risks to our clan. Thus, in order to employ the technique to ensure your safe departure, I had to incapacitate you." In truth, Uchiha Qiushan was somewhat deceiving Kakashi, with his chakra reserves and mastery of various jutsu. He could have safely led Uzumaki Karen and her daughter along with Kakashi to safety without resorting to such drastic measures. However, creating a scene would have drawn unnecessary attention and potentially revealed some inconsequential trump cards. Moreover, why opt for a complicated method when a simpler one existed? Seizing the opportunity to incapacitate Kakashi also allowed him to replicate his Sharingan technique, resulting in a win-win situation. Kakashi, hearing Uchiha Qiushan's rationale, felt a sense of resignation. He understood that the mission's priority was paramount, but being rendered unconscious left him feeling quite unsettled. Seeing that he had managed to persuade Kakashi, Uchiha Qiushan decided to sweeten the deal, saying, "Kakashi-senpai, while you were unconscious, I discovered something troubling regarding you. Would you like to hear about it?" Kakashi, being astute, paused for a moment before responding in a hushed tone, "Is it concerning my left eye, the Sharingan?" Uchiha Qiushan nodded, It appears you are aware. While you were unconscious, I took the liberty of examining your Sharingan. Do not misunderstand. Since the Uchiha clan has entrusted this eye to you, we would not act in bad faith. I was merely curious and conducted a simple examination. Kakashi nodded, his spirit somewhat dampened, for this Sharingan was a gift from Uchiha Obito, his comrade who lay eternally on the battlefield. Uchiha Qiushan, observing Kakashi's silence, continued, "During my examination, I discovered that even in your unconscious state, the Sharingan remained active. This may be due to your lack of Uchiha blood, which prevents it from deactivating." After a brief pause, Uchiha Qiushan added, "I also stumbled upon something rather astonishing during my examination. If this information were to reach the rest of the Uchiha clan, it would undoubtedly create quite the uproar." Chapter 78. Kakashi's choice. After careful consideration, Uchiha Qiushan decided to inform Kakashi that his Sharingan was a Mangekyou Sharingan. He reasoned that even if he remained silent, in a few years, when the eye had harmonized with Kakashi, he would inevitably uncover its secrets. He was eager to see how the unfolding events would change if Kakashi were to learn of this secret a few years earlier. After all, the world was already in disarray, and this revelation would not alter much. Moreover, he was curious whether mastering the eye's technique would allow Kakashi to draw Uchiha Obito from the shadows sooner. With that thought, Uchiha Qiushan turned to Kakashi, his expression serious. "Kakashi-senpai, you must have sensed that the Sharingan you possess, perhaps due to your lack of Uchiha lineage, cannot be deactivated. It continuously drains your chakra, which indirectly contributes to your sluggish power growth and limits your chakra reserves. When faced with formidable adversaries, you will find yourself at a disadvantage." Upon concluding his statement, Uchiha Qiushan fixed his gaze intently on Kakashi. "Should you choose to retain this Sharingan, it will significantly impact your future. Your chances of becoming a Kaga-level shinobi will diminish greatly, and even if you were to ascend to such a rank, you would likely find yourself at the bottom." Kakashi, upon hearing the words of Uchiha Qiushan, closed his eyes in anguish. Even though he had prepared himself for this moment, the harsh reality was somewhat difficult to accept. After all, becoming a formidable warrior was the aspiration and pursuit of everyone within this ninja world. Now, he faced a choice: to retain the legacy of Uchiha Obito, which would hinder his progress, or to relinquish the Sharingan and reclaim his mastery of the Kiki sword techniques, embarking anew on the path of strength. Kakashi remained silent for a considerable time, raising his hand to cover his Sharingan. His voice was hoarse yet resolute as he declared, "I choose to keep the Sharingan that Obito bequeathed to me. I refuse to believe that this eye will forever impede my growth. Even if it does sever my path to becoming stronger, I have no regrets." Uchiha Qiushan, anticipating Kakashi's decision, nodded with satisfaction, a hint of amusement in his tone. "I knew you would choose this path. In truth, it is not so absolute. This Sharingan serves merely as a stepping stone in your journey to strength, not as an obstacle. As long as you gather your spirits and rise from despair, you can conquer it." With his demeanor shifting to seriousness, Uchiha Qiushan continued, "Now, I shall reveal to you the greatest secret of this Sharingan. Through this revelation, you may discover a path suited to you, enabling you to regain your strength." Noticing Kakashi's expression had also grown grave, Qiushan activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, though he did not use it against Kakashi. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine. Recalling the time he had been ensnared by Qiushan's Jinjutsu, he hastily turned his face away, his body tensing as he assumed a defensive posture with his kunai. Qiushan, amused by Kakashi's reaction, comforted him with a gentle tone. "Do not be alarmed, Kakashi-senpai. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. If I wished to do you harm, you would have long since lost the opportunity to stand here." Kakashi acknowledged the truth in Qiushan's words. Yet he struggled to accept the notion of being defenseless against him. Slowly, he lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, but still, he averted his gaze, focusing instead on the ground at his feet. Once he had composed himself, Kakashi spoke. "Uchiha Qiushan, I recognize your exceptional talent within the Uchiha clan. Although you are younger than I, you have awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Your prowess is among the elite even within Konoha, and I am far from your match. However, I must ask you not to activate your Mangekyou without reason, as it raises my suspicions regarding your intentions." Qiushan, noticing Kakashi's trepidation towards his Mangekyou, chuckled lightly. "It seems you hold a considerable apprehension towards my eye, Kakashi-senpai. I wonder how much you truly know about the Uchiha clan's Mangekyou Sharingan." Kakashi continued to fixate on Qiushan's feet, still reluctant to meet his gaze. Aware that Kaizen did not possess hostile intent, he let out a sigh of relief and replied, "In truth, I was not well versed in its intricacies. I only knew that the Uchiha Sharingan has 1 to 3 tomo. However, after witnessing your Susanoo outside the village, which decimated Danzo and his cohorts, I learned from the third Hokage about the higher form of the Uchiha Sharingan, known as the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, it seems that awakening the Manjiki is quite rare, even within your clan, as it has not manifested in many years. The Susanoo you employed that day was indeed a manifestation of the Manjiki's capabilities." Kaizen nodded in acknowledgement of Kakashi's insights, surprised that Kakashi had such a profound understanding of the Manjiki Sharingan. Unbeknownst to Kaizen, Kakashi's knowledge stemmed from the information left by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to the third Hokage, who had undoubtedly shared relevant details with Kakashi upon assigning Kaizen to him. After Kakashi finished speaking, Kaizen expressed his admiration. "I did not expect you to possess a deeper understanding of the Sharingan than most of our clan members. The Sharingan that Obito entrusted to you has not been wasted in your hands." Pausing for a moment, Kaizen inquired, "Do you know why I activated my Manjiki Sharingan without provocation?" Kakashi, somewhat bewildered, shook his head. "I cannot fathom your reasoning for activating the Manjiki. After all, as the ultimate bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, utilizing it should require a significant amount of chakra. If you bear no hostility towards me and do not intend to attack, I cannot comprehend your motives." Even with his imagination stretched, Kakashi could not have anticipated that the Sharingan he possessed was not an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, but rather a Manjiki Sharingan, a treasure of immeasurable value, even within the Uchiha clan. Chapter 79. Kakashi's Gratitude. Observing Kakashi's puzzled expression, Uchiha Kaizen chose not to conceal the truth any longer. He spoke directly and clearly, "Kakashi-senpai, after my examination, I discovered that your Sharingan is not a mere 3-tomo Sharingan. It is, like mine, a Manjiki Sharingan. However, due to your lack of Uchiha blood and the fact that you have not yet attuned to this eye, its true power and inherent techniques remain dormant." Kakashi, bewildered, touched his Sharingan, astonished to learn that the eye gifted to him by Obito, which had accompanied him for many years, was indeed a Manjiki Sharingan. He found himself questioning whether Kaizen was mistaken or perhaps attempting to deceive him, but what would his motive be? Moreover, Kaizen was a genius who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and was now the vice leader of the Uchiha clan, far surpassing Kakashi in strength, authority, and future prospects. Sensing Kakashi's disbelief and confusion, Kaizen commanded, "Kakashi, look at me. I will now use my Manjiki Sharingan to resonate with yours. Once your Sharingan reveals its true nature, everything will become clear." Feeling an urgent desire to uncover the truth, Kakashi steeled himself, lifted his gaze, and met Kaizen's Manjiki Sharingan. Previously, when Kaizen had replicated Kakashi's ocular techniques, he had already activated his own Manjiki Sharingan, allowing him to navigate this process with familiarity. Upon establishing eye contact with Kakashi, Kaizen connected his Manjiki Sharingan to Kakashi's eye. This connection was contingent on Kakashi's consent. Had he refused, even Kaizen's eternal Manjiki Sharingan would have been unable to influence Kakashi's eye. Once connected, Kaizen silently activated his Manjiki Sharingan, gradually causing Kakashi's Sharingan to rotate slowly at first, then increasingly faster and faster. As Kakashi felt the rapid rotation of his Sharingan, he distinctly sensed that upon reaching its limit, it effortlessly transcended that boundary. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped his eye, and the world he perceived transformed dramatically, akin to a myopic individual donning the right glasses for the first time, unveiling the essence of reality and revealing the stunning clarity of distant landscapes. Kakashi could vividly sense that, at the moment his Sharingan surpassed its limits, an awkward yet refreshing sensation informed him that deep within this eye lay a formidable power that was neither ninjutsu nor a secret technique. He suddenly recalled the words of Uchiha Qiushan, realizing that this was the exclusive ocular technique inherent to his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a wall of water between them. This tranquil barrier, perfectly still, was reflective as a mirror. Kakashi gazed at his reflection on the water wall, noting that everything appeared normal, save for the transformation of his Sharingan. The once 3-tomo design morphed into a new pattern resembling a triangular windmill, not only more aesthetically pleasing, but also exuding a captivating power. Upon observing Kakashi's awareness of his Sharingan's altered state, Uchiha Qiushan gradually ceased the rotation of his eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With the cessation of its movement, the connection to Kakashi's ocular power was severed, and Kakashi distinctly felt his kaleidoscopic Sharingan's activity slow. The techniques he could perceive becoming increasingly obscure until it ultimately reverted to its original three-tomo form. With a casual wave of his hand, Uchiha Qiushan dispersed the water wall and, with a hint of amusement in his voice, inquired, "Have you felt the might of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and its ocular techniques? Do you now believe my words?" Kakashi, feeling a tinge of loss as the extraordinary power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan faded, indeed believed that the technique nestled within its depths held immense potential. As this sensation dissipated with the eye's regression, he could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. However, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's question, he regained his composure and nodded affirmatively, signifying his complete trust in Qiushan's words. Seeing Kakashi's acknowledgement, Uchiha Qiushan continued, "This is the first time I have encountered a situation like yours. After all, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan is quite rare even within our Uchiha clan. I never anticipated that the Sharingan given to you by Uchiha Obito would evolve into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It raises questions about what went awry." His tone grew serious as he cautioned Kakashi-senpai, as the deputy clan leader of the Uchiha. "I cannot remain indifferent to the prospect of our kaleidoscopic Sharingan falling into the wrong hands. However, given the current circumstances, with our clan preparing to relocate from Konohagakure amidst numerous complications, and considering this Sharingan was promised to you by the third and fourth Hokage, it would be unwise to retract that promise. Therefore, I shall pretend to be unaware of this matter. In the future, please ensure that you do not reveal this to be a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Otherwise, I, as the deputy clan leader, might find myself compelled to reclaim it." Kakashi was taken aback by Uchiha Qiushan's words, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. A mere three-tomo Sharingan had been accepted by the Uchiha clan out of respect for the third and fourth Hokage. However, should it be a precious kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the Uchiha would undoubtedly refuse to let it slip away. Even the clan's elders would go to great lengths, risking their lives, to retrieve a lost kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Kakashi felt immense gratitude towards Uchiha Qiushan, not out of a desire for the power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, but for the sentimental value of the eye gifted to him by Uchiha Obito. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Qiushan with sincerity and said, "Uchiha Qiushan, thank you. You can rest assured that I shall keep this a secret." Chapter 80. Yuzuki Yugao is struck down. Uchiha Qiushan, satisfied with Kakashi's understanding, nodded in approval. The reason he entrusted the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to Kakashi was to observe whether Kakashi could uncover the hidden Uchiha Obito, given that he had already discovered the ocular technique's power ahead of time. Furthermore, since he could not currently locate Uchiha Obito, he decided to have Kakashi utilize Kamui to experiment with some ninjutsu, akin to the thrill of opening a mystery box, despite the slim chances of hitting Obito. Uchiha Qiushan concluded his instructions by saying, "I have guided you in how to utilize your Sharingan and evolve it into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Remember this sensation and strive towards it. When you can unlock it through your own efforts, your observational and Jinjutsu abilities will receive significant enhancements. Moreover, if you were attentive earlier, you should have sensed a unique power within this kaleidoscopic Sharingan, one that is neither ninjutsu nor a secret technique. This power is the exclusive ocular technique of our Uchiha clan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan." After a brief pause, Uchiha Qiushan continued upon seeing Kakashi nod in acknowledgement. "This ocular technique is unique to our Uchiha clan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, varying from person to person. Once you unlock your kaleidoscopic Sharingan, you will have the opportunity to explore its capabilities." Uchiha Qiushan shared additional precautions, recognizing that, as a bearer of Uchiha clan heritage, he possessed far more knowledge than Kakashi, a novice with the Sharingan. This experience of having subdued Kakashi to replicate the technique had proven fruitful and served as a gift to Kakashi. After conversing for a while longer, Uchiha Qiushan decided to conclude the discussion, mindful that his objective, Uzumaki Karen and her mother, were still under the watchful eye of Yuzuki Yugao. Though he had faith in Yugao, he remained wary of potential mishaps that could render his efforts futile. Later, Karen appeared at one of Orochimaru's bases, indicating that Orochimaru harbored some interest in the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. However, that was not immediate. As Karen encountered Uchiha Sasuke while sent by the Grass Village to participate in the Chunin exams, suggesting that Orochimaru had yet to cross paths with her before Sasuke's graduation, alleviating concerns about unforeseen encounters. Upon returning, Uchiha Qiushan and Kakashi found a serene scene. Uzumaki Karen and her mother were resting peacefully, while Yuzuki Yugao vigilantly guarded them. Given the Uzumaki clan's resilience, Karen should have awakened from the Genjutsu hypnosis by now, but her body likely required rest, leading her to remain in a deep sleep to recuperate from physical exhaustion. Uchiha Qiushan approached Yuzuki Yugao, observing her weary expression, and softened his tone as he spoke gently. "Yugao, thank you for your hard work. Kakashi and I will keep watch here. You should take a moment to rest." Yuzuki Yuin, after all, was merely a novice who had recently joined the Yumbu. Although her swordsmanship and capabilities were commendable, she could not be compared to the likes of Uchiha Qiushan, a prodigy beyond measure. Moreover, after having carried the mother and daughter duo, Uzumaki Karen and her child, for several hours, she was utterly exhausted. Captain Kakashi had not awakened prior, and even when he did, he immediately ventured out with Uchiha Qiushan. Thus, Yuzuki Yuin mustered her remaining strength to stand guard beside the two women. Noticing Uchiha Qiushan's gentle urging for her to rest, and with Captain Kakashi nodding in agreement, she took no offense and quietly settled beside Uchiha Qiushan to rest. Although Yuzuki Yuin had accompanied Kakashi for a longer duration, she felt a profound sense of security in Uchiha Qiushan's presence, which inexplicably drew her closer to him. In the world of ninjas, everyone, whether a shinobi or an ordinary person, lived with the uncertainty of tomorrow, leading to a certain boldness in matters of the heart, regardless of gender. Uchiha Qiushan, with his handsome features, gentle demeanor, formidable strength, noble lineage, and prominent status, was undeniably single, which only intensified his alluring charm. Consequently, Yuzuki Yuin, disregarding her modesty, boldly hinted at her feelings towards him, though she refrained from stating them outright. Uchiha Qiushan responded to her unspoken expressions with kindness, encouraging her to rest. After all, Yuzuki Yuin was a striking beauty, and Uchiha Qiushan welcomed the admiration of a lovely woman. Kakashi, observing Yuzuki Yuin's demeanor, felt a mixture of surprise and resignation. He harbored no feelings for her, but was taken aback by her audacity. As a single man himself, he found it somewhat overwhelming to witness such displays of affection. As time passed, the night's events rendered both Kakashi and Uchiha Qiushan devoid of conversation. Being powerful ninjas, the night watch was relatively effortless for them, especially with Uchiha Qiushan's exceptional mental acuity, akin to that of a sensory ninja. After a few hours of vigilance, dawn began to break. Uchiha Qiushan, noticing the light of day, ceased to add fuel to the fire and instead gazed quietly into the distance, watching the sun rise slowly above the horizon. In this world, the sun remained a constant, even as the moon changed, which made Uchiha Qiushan cherish the sunrise. For it was only during these moments that he could feel a connection to his previous world. Yuzuki Yuin awoke amidst the soft hues of dawn. Still in a daze, she caught sight of Uchiha Qiushan's perfect profile. Bathed in the morning light, his features seemed to shimmer as if kissed by golden rays, and to her eyes, he appeared almost divine. His eyes sparkled like the sun itself, captivating her heart and leaving her spellbound. Yuzuki Yuin had not anticipated that upon waking, still groggy, she would be struck by such a stunning visage. She covered her flushed face with her hands, murmuring, "Oh heavens, is there hope for me? Who will come to my rescue?" Chapter 81. Yuzuki Yuin and the moonlight gale. Uchiha Qiushan's senses were keen, though Yuzuki Yuin's murmurs were soft. He caught a hint of her words. Turning his head towards her, he spoke gently. "Awake? Would you not rest a bit longer?" Yuzuki Yuin, unsure if he had heard her previous words, stood abruptly, her face aflame, stammering, "Qiushan-kun, I am well rested." After uttering this, she felt as if she could sink into the earth from embarrassment. Uchiha Qiushan smiled and nodded, intending to speak when suddenly he furrowed his brow and turned his attention towards Uzumaki Karen and her daughter. At that moment, Karen awoke. Although still looking frail after a night's rest, her complexion had improved. Seeing Uchiha Qiushan's attention diverted, Yuzuki Yuin let out a quiet sigh of relief. The previous moment had been too awkward, and she wished to escape back to her home in Konoha, locking the door behind her. Uzumaki Karen yawned in contentment. During her time in Kusagakure, she had lived in constant fear and often found herself summoned at night to assist injured shinobi, leaving her perpetually exhausted. This was the first time in ages she could relax without interruption. The villagers had exploited her clan, and otherwise, her unique physique would not have been so nearly depleted. Ultimately, Uzumaki Karine was merely a young mother in her 20s with a strong recovery ability. A good night's sleep had already brought her some improvement in health. Upon awakening, she found her daughter, Karine, sleeping peacefully beside her, which eased her worries. She understood Uchiha Qiushan's use of Genjutsu to incapacitate her, given her weakened state. She was a mere burden. Whether he had subdued her or not made little difference. She had grown accustomed to such occurrences while in Kagutsuchi. As long as it ensured a bright future for her daughter, she was indifferent to her own plight. Surveying her surroundings, Uzumaki Karine embraced her daughter and approached Uchiha Qiushan. Out of courtesy, Uchiha Qiushan moved to greet her, with Kakashi following suit. Once in front of them, Karine bowed deeply before expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed shinobi of Konoha, for rescuing my daughter and me from Kagutsuchi. Otherwise, we would have perished there eventually." Since Uchiha Qiushan had effortlessly subdued him with a mere glance, Kakashi had willingly accepted Uchiha Qiushan as the leader. Knowing that Uchiha Qiushan would eventually become the captain of the Umbu, he felt no shame in following his lead. Thus, when Uzumaki Karine expressed her thanks, Kakashi remained silent and allowed Uchiha Qiushan to respond. Uchiha Qiushan, seeing Uzumaki Karine bow in gratitude, gently supported her with a hand and replied, "As long as you and your daughter are safe, there is no need for thanks. Rescuing you from Kagutsuchi was our duty. Now that you are safe, our priority is to ensure your safe return to Konoha. Your main task now is to recover your health. Little Karine still needs you to guide her as she grows. Rest assured, the village will not impose upon you. You may live peacefully." Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Uzumaki Karine was moved to tears. Only those who have endured hardship truly understand the value of a stable and secure life. As the Uchiha Qiushan and his companions had successfully rescued the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan from the hidden grass village, they felt no urgency on their journey back. After all, with the presence of the two vulnerable women, it was not suitable for them to hasten their pace. Moreover, after a night of travel, they had reached the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. Even if the villagers of the hidden grass wished to pursue them, they lacked the courage to cross the border into the land of fire to ambush them. Thus, the group ambled along the path, taking their time, and during this leisurely journey, the bond between Uchiha Qiushan and Uzumaki Qiushan blossomed rapidly. Their mutual affection flourished as they traveled together and kept watch at night, sharing tender glances and caring for one another, despite the limited opportunities for intimate contact due to the presence of others. During this time, Uchiha Qiushan inquired about Tsukikid Shifu. Discovering that he and Uzumaki Qiushan had been trained by the same instructor and were both adept in the Leaf Village's sword technique, the Crescent Moon Dance. Their exceptional swordsmanship had led them to join the Umbu together, though their relationship remained that of ordinary senior and junior, as Qiushan had only recently joined the Umbu. Their paths had not yet intertwined romantically, as Uchiha Qiushan had intervened. Learning about the connection between Qiushan and Shifu brought Qiushan joy. He had no desire to be a homewrecker and was relieved that Qiushan was still unattached. On their journey home, Uchiha Qiushan encouraged Uzumaki Qiushan to demonstrate the Crescent Moon Dance, which she performed beautifully. As he admired her grace, he activated his Sharingan to replicate the technique. Believing that proficiency in various arts would only enhance his abilities, Uchiha Qiushan made no effort to conceal his replication, and they engaged in friendly sparring along the way. While their swordsmanship may not have drastically improved, their bond deepened, and Qiushan sensed that upon their return and completion of their mission, something exciting would transpire. After all, it had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a hearty meal since Mikoto had become pregnant. Although Uchiha Qiushan and his companions did not rush, they felt time slipping away swiftly. On their way back, Qiushan taught Qiushan sword techniques, while he instructed her in illusionary arts, exchanging knowledge until they reached the entrance of the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan had regained some strength during their unhurried return, allowing them to partake in ordinary activities. Upon passing through the gates, they arrived at the Hokage's building, where they met the third Hokage. The Hokage welcomed the Uzumaki women warmly, reassuring them before arranging for professionals to escort them to a suitable place to settle down. He then commended Uchiha Qiushan and his companions and inquired about the details of their mission. Qiushan and Kakashi recounted the events. which elicited frequent nods of approval from the Hokage. Eventually, the third Hokage instructed Kakashi and Yuyin to return home and rest, leaving only Uchiha Qiushan behind. Qiushan had an inkling of what was to come and exchanged a reassuring glance with the concerned Yuyin, signaling her to leave. Though she was apprehensive, she complied and exited the room. Once Kakashi and Yuyin were gone, the Hokage dismissed the onlookers and, taking a puff from his pipe, said, "Qiushan, how should we arrange for the Uzumaki women?" After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Qiushan replied, "Let's arrange for them as we would normally, without any special treatment. When I rescued them, I promised not to force them into becoming ninjas. We should respect their wishes. Additionally, let us place them close to Uzumaki Naruto. After all, Uzumaki Karen is Naruto's aunt, and given that Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, Konoha has been rather remiss in his upbringing. Having Karen nearby will provide him with some support, and she will not discriminate against him for being a Jinchuriki, thus serving as a fitting tribute to the fourth Hokage." Upon hearing Qiushan's words, the third Hokage opened his mouth, intending to voice his dissent. He had orchestrated Naruto's difficult circumstances, believing that the isolation and disdain directed at him would allow the Hokage to maintain a significant influence over Naruto as he grew. However, placing Uzumaki Karen near Naruto would undoubtedly shift the dynamics, as they shared blood ties. And her close relationship with Kushina would lead her to treat Naruto with the affection of a son. This arrangement could undermine the Hokage's future plans. Yet, the third Hokage, despite his reservations, refrained from articulating his objections. He realized that his life rested in Qiushan's hands, and voicing his selfish motives would only expose his sordid intentions, providing Qiushan with a reason to dispose of him. Ultimately, the Hokage could only grunt in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. Uchiha Qiushan glanced at the third Hokage, fully aware of his machinations but choosing to remain silent. He genuinely felt that Naruto had endured too much. As the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto had not only been denied any special treatment, but had also been subjected to plots by the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, growing up in an environment filled with hardship. In contrast, the third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru, enjoyed a life of privilege, with the entire village embracing him as the Hokage's heir, even arranging for a skilled genin to tutor him before he even began his formal education. Meanwhile, Naruto, as the son of the fourth Hokage, faced a life fraught with uncertainty, subsisting on expired food while enduring the scorn of those around him. If anyone else had borne the burden of Naruto's fate, they would have succumbed to darkness, transforming into the Nine Tails and laying waste to Konoha. Uchiha Qiushan held no aversion to privilege. He understood that wherever people existed, there would be disparities. He himself was considered a person of privilege within both the Uchiha clan and Konoha. What troubled him was the stark contrast in treatment. While the Hokage ensured his grandson received every advantage, he simultaneously molded the hero's son into a mere tool for his ambitions. This hypocrisy was what truly disheartened Uchiha Qiushan. Hence, he arranged for the Uzumaki women to reside near Naruto, viewing it as a form of reparation for the hardships he had endured. Moreover, he was curious to see how Naruto would react to having Karen, a childhood companion, by his side, and whether he would continue to harbor feelings for the so-called Sakura. After Uchiha Qiushan finalized the arrangements for the Uzumaki women and Naruto, he felt a surge of agitation and irritably asked the third Hokage, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Qiushan's desire to depart, the third Hokage hastily replied, "Qiushan-kun, I have prepared the materials you requested and copied them. They are ready and stored in the secret room. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve them for you." Without waiting for Uchiha Qiushan's response, the third Hokage set down his pipe and rose to head toward the secret chamber behind him. Uchiha Qiushan observed as the third Hokage made 5 trips back and forth, finally bringing out more than a dozen scrolls, each the size of the Book of Seals, filling the desk in the Hokage's office to the brim. Once the third Hokage had relocated all the materials, he began to introduce them to Uchiha Qiushan. "This time, I have managed to copy all the village's documents, including all ninjutsu, secret techniques, medicinal recipes, introductions to various bloodline limits, the specialized ninjutsu, and secret techniques of different clans, barrier techniques, medical ninjutsu, sensory ninjutsu, and the wood-release ninjutsu left behind by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This collection encompasses every aspect, along with intelligence gathered about the ninja world, secret stories, and the strengths and specialties of various factions. Uchiha Qiushan felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the comprehensiveness of the materials collected by the third Hokage. It was as if the accumulated knowledge of the Senju clan, Konoha village, and the various clans over the years had been packaged and entrusted to him. With this information in hand, even if Konoha were to fall, he could nearly restore it to its former glory. Since these scrolls were sealing scrolls, the information within was far more extensive than what he could see, making it impossible for Uchiha Qiushan to carry them all in a single scroll. With no one else around except for the third Hokage, who was under the influence of his Tsukuyomi and would not reveal his secrets, Uchiha Qiushan directly activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan and utilized his ocular technique, Takamagura, to transfer all the documents from the desk to a pre-prepared room in his villa on Takamagura Island. The third Hokage, a seasoned and cunning figure, recognized the technique being employed as Uchiha Qiushan made the transfer and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Spacetime Ninjutsu. Chapter 83, Silly Girl. Uzuki Yugao, the third Hokage, was taken aback as he witnessed Uchiha Qiushan clear the desk of scrolls, gasping, "Spacetime ninjutsu. You must understand. While I may not rank highly in terms of strength within the ninja world, my knowledge and insight are unparalleled." He had not anticipated that Uchiha Qiushan not only possessed a top-tier genjutsu capable of silently controlling them, but was also well-versed in spacetime ninjutsu. This type of jutsu was a hallmark of power in the ninja world. Regardless of one's abilities, mastery of spacetime ninjutsu would elevate one's standing significantly. Even if one were not skilled in combat, their capability to escape and preserve their life would rise to the pinnacle of the ninja realm. Just as the third Hokage was lost in thought, Uchiha Qiushan had already emptied the office desk of scrolls and, noticing the Hokage still in shock, advised, "Keep my knowledge of spacetime ninjutsu to yourself. Do not speak of it to anyone." The third Hokage, after a deep look at Uchiha Qiushan, nodded in agreement. Realizing how deeply Uchiha Qiushan had concealed his true capabilities, Uchiha Qiushan then stretched, eager to return and rest, while also wishing to visit Mikoto, as he had not seen her in quite some time. The third Hokage, recognizing Uchiha Qiushan's intent to leave, succinctly stated, "Qiushan-kun, the documents from Danzo are also prepared. Would you prefer to visit him, or shall I have them sent here?" Uchiha Qiushan paused, surprised that Danzo's materials were ready, knowing they contained extensive experimental data that was not easily organized. It appeared Danzo had a habit of maintaining his records. Otherwise, organizing experimental data could be quite troublesome. Uchiha Qiushan replied, "Have him send the documents here. I would rather not visit his shadowy domain. If I were to encounter something distasteful, I might lose control and eliminate him." The third Hokage nodded in understanding, sharing Uchiha Qiushan's aversion to the root base. A visit there would only remind him of his former pupil, Orochimaru, causing him pain once more. He continued, "Additionally, Danzo has issued a return order to Yakushi Nan, who is currently on a mission, and she is expected back in about half a month. As for the follow-up on the Cloud Village's secret technique, the lightning release armor, there is still no progress." Uchiha Qiushan nodded and instructed, "When Yakushi Nan returns, have her sever ties with Root and report directly to me. All her data must be destroyed. Regarding the follow-up on the lightning release armor, there is no need to rush. Prioritize her safety, as I am in no hurry." The second phase of the lightning release armor would merely serve as an embellishment for Uchiha Qiushan. It would not significantly enhance his power. Moreover, Uchiha Qiushan speculated that once he had replicated the physique and bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, particularly that of Uzumaki Kushina and her daughter, he would be able to enhance his own constitution. At that point, he could directly approach the Raikage to replicate the perfected lightning release armor, though it would come with its challenges. By then, his body, possessing the traits of the Uzumaki clan and a flawed sage body, would likely be resilient enough to endure the perfected version of the armor. The third Hokage, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, nodded in agreement. Since Uchiha Qiushan was not in a rush, there was no need to risk exposing the spy in the Cloud Village. After all, a successful spy held significant value. When Uchiha Qiushan exited the Hokage Tower, dusk had begun to settle. Uchiha Qiushan not only awaited the documents from Danzo, but also needed to discuss with the third Hokage the pretext and method of allocating resources to the Uchiha clan. After all, with such a large family, daily needs required immense resources. Although the Uchiha clan had their own reserves, Uchiha Qiushan was eager to acquire resources from Konoha without cost. Furthermore, With Uchiha Qiushan's plans for the Uchiha clan, the most pressing concern was developing their own lineage, encouraging clan members to procreate and expand their numbers. Even the vice-clan leader was setting an example with Mikoto's assistance. As for the trivial matter of earning a living, he would let Konoha support them. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, it would be the Uchiha clan's time to rise and dominate. Thus, by the time Uchiha Qiushan concluded these matters, it was already quite late. Just as he left the Hokage Tower and made his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory, he passed down a street and suddenly sensed something. Looking toward the end of the street, he was surprised to find Yuzuki Yugao waiting for him instead of resting. The gentle evening breeze tousled her hair, accentuating her youthful beauty. Seeing Yuzuki Yugao waiting for him, Uchiha Qiushan smiled and approached her, extending his hand. Upon noticing his gesture, Yuzuki Yugao's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she also reached out, placing her hand in his palm. Uchiha Qiushan held the hand of Yuzuki Yueying and continued onward, leading her toward the Uchiha clan's territory. As they walked, Uchiha Qiushan inquired, "Why haven't you returned to rest? Why wait for me? Aren't you tired?" At that moment, a faint blush had already graced Yuzuki Yueying's ears. Hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, she softly yet resolutely replied, "I was a bit worried about you. Kakashi-senpai and I both went out, leaving you behind. I felt uneasy, especially considering the recent conflict between the Uchiha clan and Shimura Danzo. I am uncertain of the third Hokage's stance, and I fear he may give you trouble. Being a mere girl, I have no other choice but to wait for you here. I even thought that if you didn't return by nightfall, I would run to the Uchiha clan to inform them, at least to let your kin know you were held up by the third Hokage." Upon hearing Yuzuki Yueying's words, Uchiha Qiushan felt a profound impact on the softest part of his heart, gazing tenderly at the blushing girl who had lowered her head. Chapter 84. Yuzuki Yueying enters the wolf's den. Uchiha Qiushan looked down gently at Yuzuki Yueying, this foolish girl. As an elite ninja capable of entering the Umbu, she was far from a mere child lingering in the ninja academy. Given her position, she must have undergone extensive training and was well-versed in confidentiality protocols. Yuzuki Yueying could not be unaware of the consequences of her actions. The Umbu, being directly subordinate to the third Hokage, prioritized loyalty above all else. If Yuzuki Yueying were to inform the Uchiha clan of Uchiha Qiushan being detained by the third Hokage, the repercussions could be severe. If exposed, the lightest punishment would be expulsion from the Umbu, and with such a black mark on her record, her path as a ninja would be irrevocably severed, relegating her to an ordinary civilian, possibly under constant surveillance. The harshest penalty would involve the revocation of both ninja and civilian status, imprisonment for no less than 10 years, and eventual exile from Konohagakure, barred from ever residing there again. Do not be deceived by the lightheartedness portrayed in the Naruto anime. Reality is starkly different. Konohagakure is the largest ninja village in the shinobi world, governed by a strict semi-militaristic administration that allows no room for betrayal. Yuzuki Yueying, this naive girl, having prepared to inform the Uchiha clan, indicated her readiness to bear the consequences. Deceiving Uchiha Qiushan was impossible, ever since he awakened his Mangeki Sharingan. His mental acuity had surged, granting him heightened sensitivity, akin to half a sensory ninja. He could easily discern if someone was attempting to deceive him, unless, of course, Yuzuki Yueying possessed the cunning of seasoned tacticians like Orochimaru or the third Hokage, a capability even Jiraiya and Tsunade lacked. Uchiha Qiushan suppressed the urge to ruffle Yuzuki Yueying's hair and merely tightened his grip on her hand. Sensing the emotional fluctuations from Uchiha Qiushan, Yuzuki Yueying raised her head, which had been lowered in shyness, and looked up at him, comprehending the unspoken words in his gaze. She responded with a radiant smile. The setting sun illuminated Yuzuki Yueying's peach blossom-hued cheeks, her beaming smile radiating warmth, while a gentle breeze tousled her hair, all of which seemed to seep into Uchiha Qiushan's heart. Momentarily taken aback, Uchiha Qiushan said nothing further, only holding her hand tighter as they continued walking. "You must be hungry. Given how hard you've worked, I insist on treating you to barbecue tonight. Eat to your heart's content." Feeling Uchiha Qiushan's firm grasp, Yuzuki Yueying's face broke into a brilliant smile, and she nodded emphatically yes. "Don't worry, I can eat a lot." Together, they indulged at the renowned barbecue restaurant in Konohagakure. Since practicing the lightning armor technique, Uchiha Qiushan's appetite had grown significantly. Yuzuki Yueying, who also trained in swordsmanship, was no stranger to hearty meals. They devoured a feast meant for 10, with Uchiha Qiushan consuming 6 portions and Yuzuki weighing 4, drawing curious glances from the restaurant staff, who wondered if they were members of the Akimichi clan. After their meal, both returning from recent missions, they lacked the desire to shop. Hand in hand, they strolled down the street, Uchiha Qiushan cautiously leading Yuzuki toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon sensing his intentions, Yuzuki shot him a quick glance but feigned ignorance, following his lead, though her cheeks betraying a faint blush. Noticing Yuzuki lack of resistance, Uchiha Qiushan, seemingly composed yet inwardly elated, guided her into the Uchiha clan's grounds, arriving at his home. The evening was still young, and while the Uchiha territory wasn't bustling, many clan members were outside chatting. Upon seeing their young and talented vice-clan leader return with a girl, conversations halted, and curious eyes turned toward Yuzuki. The older members regarded her with understanding and curiosity, while the younger Uchiha girls glared at her as though she had committed a grievous offense. It was common knowledge that Uchiha Qiushan was the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan, eclipsing even Uchiha Shursui, and his striking appearance made him a paragon among Uchiha youth. Thus many girls held him in high esteem. Prior to receiving his system, Uchiha Qiushan had deliberately distanced himself from them, fearing the need to flee at any moment, which is why he had not accumulated numerous female acquaintances. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's territory, Yuzuki realized just how popular Uchiha Qiushan was. As they walked, she felt a mix of apprehension and trepidation, worried that one of the girls might confront her. However, her worries were unfounded. Uchiha Qiushan was not only the clan's strongest, but also the vice-clan leader, wielding authority just below that of the clan head and elders. In this hierarchical society, even if Uchiha girls harbored resentment, they would not dare to confront Yuzuki openly, especially since the elite members of the Uchiha clan had been dispatched to the land of whirlpools, leaving behind those of lesser strength who could not match Yuzuki. Already an exceptional jonin. Once inside Uchiha Qiushan's home, Yuzuki finally relaxed, releasing the tension she had harbored. With exaggerated relief, she patted her chest, causing ripples of emotion, and exclaimed, "I was so nervous. I never expected you to be so well-liked in your clan. Did you see the looks those Uchiha girls gave me? It was as if they wanted to devour me." Uchiha Qiushan closed the door with a smile, watching her as her voice gradually faded, her realization dawning that she had just escaped the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. With the door shut, the girls outside no longer posed a threat. Now, the most perilous presence was Uchiha Qiushan himself. As time passed, the atmosphere between the two individuals grew increasingly ambiguous, and the heartbeat of Yuzuki quickened, as though it were about to leap from her throat. Bowing her head, Yuzuki felt a figure drawing ever closer, closer still. Chapter 85. Morning. As Uchiha Qiushan approached, Yuzuki wished to retreat, yet it seemed her body had lost all strength, leaving her to wait there. With Uchiha Qiushan's hurried breaths drawing nearer, she lifted her head and closed her eyes, as if to welcome his arrival. Uchiha Qiushan regarded her with an appreciative gaze, while Yuzuki bashfully shut her eyes. Struggling to contain his impulses, Uchiha Qiushan hoarsely inquired, "Yuin?" Upon hearing his voice, Yuzuki did not open her already closed eyes. She merely nodded slightly, emitting a faint sound, Although she was merely a novice, she exhibited an audacity that belied her inexperience, unfazed by the formidable Uchiha Qiushan, and began to engage in a bold provocation. Throughout that long night, Yuzuki fully embraced the revelations of life, grasping its profound truths. Yet, being a novice, she lacked experience, resulting in a rather hasty response. In contrast, Uchiha Qiushan had trained extensively with Mikoto, surpassing her in skill. She had been thoroughly outmatched, and naturally, Yuzuki succumbed as well. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, Uchiha Qiushan awoke invigorated. He glanced at the sun and then at the still slumbering Yuzuki who lay deeply asleep. Noticing the hour was still early, he reached out. Yuzuki sensing movement in her drowsiness, opened her eyes to see Uchiha Qiushan, momentarily stunned. The memories of the previous night resurfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she buried herself beneath the covers, feeling utterly embarrassed. Uchiha Qiushan chuckled at the sight of her hiding, akin to an ostrich. "Can you truly hide under the covers all day?" Slowly, he coaxed her out of the blanket. comforting her while simultaneously keeping his hands busy, rendering her dazed. Uchiha Qiushan had not anticipated that after suffering 3 consecutive defeats the previous night, she would be roused for battle once more in the morning. She had hoped to reclaim her dignity, but Uchiha Qiushan, bolstered by the morning's vigor, led her to yet another defeat. Despite having rested through the night, she found herself utterly exhausted by morning, collapsing back into a deep sleep. After completing his morning exercises, Uchiha Qiushan felt rejuvenated, brimming with strength. Had Uchiha Qiushan not been so worn out, he would have wished for a few more rounds with her. First, he procured breakfast, placing it at the head of her bed. Then, he set up a barrier around the slumbering Uchiha Qiushan before stepping outside, intending to check on Mikoto. Uchiha Qiushan had initially planned to visit her the previous night, but unforeseen circumstances had delayed him, and now, unable to resist, he ventured to Mikoto's home. As fate would have it, Mikoto was enjoying breakfast when he arrived. Uchiha Qiushan greeted her without hesitation and affectionately ruffled Uchiha Sasuke's hair. He nodded to the young maidens, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Han, who stood nearby, before comfortably settling down to partake in breakfast. The 2 maidens were unfazed by his presence. As Uchiha Sasuke's mentor, Uchiha Qiushan was regarded as a semi-master of the household. Thus, upon his arrival, they rushed to serve him soup and dishes, attending to his meal. Mikoto's smile remained unyielding in Uchiha Qiushan's company, knowing his hearty appetite. She instructed Uchiha Izumi to fry more eggs and sausages, having already finished her meal. While watching him devour his food with delight, Uchiha Sasuke, meanwhile, secretly observed Uchiha Qiushan, recognizing him as his mentor, yet also the closest person to him besides his parents and brother. He hoped to attain similar strength through his teachings. Uchiha Sasuke did not resist Uchiha Qiushan's closeness. Although their interactions were limited, his peers envied him for having the strongest Uchiha as a mentor. Though he did not voice it, he felt a swell of pride and vanity, and thus, he willingly embraced the honor brought by this man. While enjoying breakfast, Uchiha Qiushan conversed with Mikoto, subtly reminding her to take care of herself and ensure both her and her baby's health through proper rest and exercise. Mikoto appreciated Uchiha Qiushan's concern, her spirits lifted, and her appetite increased as she indulged in more of the meal. Chapter 86. Investigating your ancestry. After finishing breakfast at Mikoto's, Uchiha Qiushan did not linger. Mindful of the 2 maidens present, he playfully teased Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Han, reminded Uchiha Sasuke about his studies, and bid farewell to Mikoto before casually stepping outside. His visit for breakfast had merely been incidental. Uchiha Qiushan's primary intention was to check on Mikoto, and seeing her in good spirits, he felt reassured. Just as he prepared to return home to Uchiha Qiushan, he was unexpectedly summoned by the elder, who requested his presence at the elder's residence for an important matter. Upon receiving the elder's summons, Uchiha Qiushan had an inkling of what awaited him. He swiftly created a shadow clone to inform Uchiha Qiushan, lest she mistakenly believe his absence signified a lack of concern for her. Following that, he turned and made his way to the elder's home. Upon arriving, Uchiha Qiushan found Elder Uchiha Rin awaiting him in the reception room. He made himself comfortable, taking the tea prepared for him. Having just finished breakfast, he felt quite parched. The elder did not hasten to disclose the purpose of the meeting, instead enjoying tea with Uchiha Qiushan. After Uchiha Qiushan had sipped a couple of cups and quenched his thirst, the elder began discussing the recent developments regarding the Uchiha clan's endeavors on Uchiha Island. Since Uchiha Qiushan had just returned from a mission, he was unaware of the details and listened attentively to the elder's account. The island of the whirlpools has been thoroughly inspected by members of the Uchiha clan, who have eliminated most of the dangerous large beasts that once roamed the land. The remaining creatures pose little threat to the ordinary Uchiha clansmen. Additionally, the surrounding whirlpools and undercurrents deter common civilians from settling on the island. Only a few criminals and pirates, fleeing from the mainland, have established hidden bases there, all of which have been swiftly eradicated by the Uchiha. Those apprehended were interrogated, with severe offenders executed and lesser wrongdoers imprisoned, destined to serve as free labor when the Uchiha clan begins to establish their territory in the future. Now, the second phase of the plan is deemed complete, and the third phase has already been organized by the elder, awaiting the return of Uchiha Qiushan to transport the individuals involved. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Qiushan suddenly recalled something and raised his hand to interrupt the elder's discourse. Elder Uchiha Ling ceased speaking, looking at Uchiha Qiushan with a puzzled expression, uncertain of his intent. Noticing the elder's confusion, Uchiha Qiushan grinned and said, "Elder, allow me to show you something." The elder, sensing the pride and anticipation in Uchiha Qiushan's demeanor, hesitantly nodded, eager to witness what surprise he might unveil. Uchiha Qiushan cleared his throat and extended his hand, revealing his open palm. With a mere thought, a vine sprouted forth from his hand, growing rapidly and intertwining around them, soon filling the entire reception room. Elder Uchiha Ling stood in awe as the vine flourished. He never expected to witness would release again, especially emanating from a member of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. As the reception room became engulfed in vines, Uchiha Qiushan leisurely sipped tea, while the elder remained momentarily dumbfounded, his mind racing to comprehend the phenomenon before him. Finally regaining his senses, the elder reached out to touch the creeping vines, confirming their reality rather than an illusion cast by Uchiha Qiushan. In haste, he withdrew a small scroll from his robe, a family tree containing the records of the Uchiha clan. To conserve space, the text was inscribed in minuscule script, as the Uchiha were renowned for their mastery of the Sharingan, rendering the issue of presbyopia moot. As the elder rapidly searched through the scroll, he muttered to himself, "This cannot be. I distinctly recall the genealogy of significant figures in our clan. Uchiha Qiushan's lineage, traced back 3 generations, is undeniably pure Uchiha. Perhaps I missed something, or my memory is failing me. If there were any connections to the Senju clan, I would surely remember such crucial information." Uchiha Qiushan, observing the elder's frantic search with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Elder, there is no need to investigate further. I am a genuine member of the Uchiha clan, with no Senju bloodline." Yet, at that moment, the elder was too engrossed in his research to heed Uchiha Qiushan's words. He cast a sidelong glance at him, then returned to scrutinizing the scroll, holding it close to his eyes, despite having no vision issues, and clearly exhibiting signs of presbyopia. Seeing that the elder was unresponsive, Uchiha Qiushan rolled his eyes in resignation and continued sipping his tea, waiting for the elder to conclude his inquiries. Time passed slowly, and after Uchiha Qiushan had consumed 2 pots of tea and felt the call of nature, the elder finally lifted his gaze from the scroll. With a weary expression, Elder Uchiha Ling closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose, exasperatedly stating, "Speak. How did you come to possess wood release? I have examined your ancestors for 3 generations, all pure Uchiha, and further inquiry yields no new results. It is impossible for a Senju bloodline to manifest wood release after 6 generations. Such a diluted lineage could not meet the conditions for awakening this ability." Uchiha Qiushan, pleased that the elder was finally willing to listen, set down his cup and replied, "It is a long story." The elder, now impatient, urged him, "Make it brief." Recognizing the elder's urgency, Uchiha Qiushan candidly admitted, "I replicated it." He then fell silent. The elder, awaiting further explanation, inquired, "Is that all?" Uchiha Qiushan nodded, affirming, "That is all." A vein throbbed on the elder's forehead as he gritted his teeth, demanding, "From whom did you replicate it? Explain yourself clearly, or you shall not leave today." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Uchiha Qiushan realized he could no longer jest. The elder had treated him well, and he certainly did not wish to provoke his wrath, so he began to explain, albeit with some reservations. The elder would need to know about his alias, the Eye of Rewriting. After awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, he gained a unique ocular technique capable of limited replication of certain bloodline limits and secret arts. The elder was taken aback by the potency of Uchiha Qiushan's ocular ability, recognizing its potential to significantly enhance strength if wielded effectively, yet he remained silent, gesturing for Uchiha Qiushan to continue. Encouraged by the elder's signal, Uchiha Qiushan elaborated, "Recently, I reported to the 3rd Hokage and joined the Umbu. During my time there, I encountered a member of the Umbu who could utilize wood release, a technique exclusive to the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama. I suspect he is a descendant of the Senju clan, strategically placed within the Umbu by the 3rd Hokage. I discreetly followed him during training sessions, where I managed to replicate his wood release techniques. However, upon comparing my observations with the Uchiha clan's historical records, I found a significant disparity. While Hashirama's wood release is of an extraordinary caliber, the techniques employed by this Umbu ninja are merely at the elite ninja level, far from reaching that of a Kage. Uchiha Qiushan, however, refrained from disclosing that he had already gained control over the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo. compelling them to bring the wood release user to him for replication. Should the elder discover that Uchiha Qiushan was effectively the de facto leader of Konohagakure, he would undoubtedly insist on unifying the Uchiha clan's forces under the banner of the village, fulfilling the ambitions of the elder generations. Uchiha Qiushan has painstakingly led the Uchiha clan away from the quagmire of Konoha village, ensuring they do not return. Now, it is best for the Uchiha clan to quietly develop on the Isle of Whirlpool. When Uchiha Qiushan reaches the level of the Sage of Six Paths, he can emerge from seclusion to confront the sage himself. After Uchiha Qiushan finished speaking, the elder remained silent, deep in thought. For a moment, the guest room was enveloped in stillness, interrupted only by the soft tapping of the elder's index finger on the table. Uchiha Qiushan also refrained from speaking, quietly retracting the vines that had encircled the room. After some time, the elder suddenly exclaimed, "I never expected the existence of wood release, and that the third Hokage would conceal it so secretly. That old fellow certainly has a heavy heart. By hiding the wood release ninja within the umbu, he must have his reasons. Qiushan, though your strength is considerable now, you must exercise caution while on missions in the umbu. Once we have completely relocated the Uchiha clan from Konoha, you need not feign politeness with the third Hokage. You can return directly." Uchiha Qiushan did not refute this, smiling as he replied, "It's all right, elder. There are many interesting experiences to be had in the umbu, and it offers me valuable training. Besides, as you well know, my strength is quite formidable, even within Konoha. The third Hokage is not like Shimura Danzo. He will not act against me without complete assurance. Moreover, at present, I am, in essence, one of his subordinates, and he will not treat me poorly in public." Elder Uchiha Ling acknowledged the truth in Qiushan's words and felt reassured. Then, as if recalling something, he adopted a serious expression and asked, "Now, tell me about your ocular technique. Such an important ability, if utilized effectively, could elevate your prowess to new heights. Why not discuss it with an old man like me? Though I may not match your strength, my life experiences are extensive and can certainly provide you with valuable insights." Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan could only nod in agreement. He could not reveal that his understanding of the ninja world surpassed the elder's, even foreseeing future events. Thus, he explained the function of his ocular technique. The eye of rewriting. The elder listened intently, contemplating the implications of Qiushan's technique and its limitations. He muttered, "When it comes to secret techniques and bloodlines, the legendary powers of the 5 great nations past Kage are indeed formidable. Among them, the most striking are the fusions of earth, fire, and wind from the second and third Tsukuyomi. Additionally, the second Tsukuyomi's unique invisibility technique holds great value, yet he has passed, and no one has inherited that jutsu." He continued, "Moreover, the third and fourth Raikuge's lightning release armor is impressive, having earned its reputation for being able to contend with tailed beasts. That merits consideration. Their village's fusion of water and lightning release, storm release, also possesses considerable might. The fifth Mizukuge, Terumi Mei's boil release and dissolution release, are noteworthy, as is their village's ice release. Lastly, the third Kazakage's magnet release is powerful and offers the advantage of flight." Uchiha Qiushan observed the elder's fervent musings with delight rather than annoyance. It was comforting to have someone care for him, using their life experience to pave his path forward. Just then, the elder suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What was the purpose of your earlier display of the wood release you copied? You don't strike me as someone who seeks to boast." Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing the elder's question, gently tapped his forehead in exasperation. After much discussion, they finally reached the crux of the matter. Uchiha Qiushan glanced around, realizing this was not the place for such demonstrations, and with the elder's consent, he led him into his celestial space. Chapter 88. The 3 rooms and hall technique and barrier technique. Elder Uchiha Ling stood at the highest point of the celestial isle, gazing across the entire expanse. Although this is not my first encounter with this space, it remains breathtaking. Qiushan, your ocular technique resembles a divine gift, and you are indeed the chosen one. Your arrival has saved the entire Uchiha clan. Furthermore, this isle feels significantly larger than before. It seems your power has undergone another qualitative leap. In the future, this world will belong to the youth. Strive hard, Qiushan." Uchiha Qiushan could only nod in acknowledgement at the elder's words. He then led the elder to an open area. "Elder, I brought you here because while I was copying the wood release technique, I also replicated this jutsu." Without waiting for the elder's response, Uchiha Qiushan formed hand seals and executed the wood release for pillars house technique. In mere seconds, a wooden house capable of comfortably accommodating a family of 5 rose from the ground. Uchiha Qiushan perched atop the roof and asked, "Elder, what do you think of my technique?" The elder entered the house, tapping the pillars and walls with curiosity. "The quality is impressive. This wood release technique is unfamiliar to me. It must have been developed by that wood release ninja, making it well suited for establishing a clan territory." He then looked up at Uchiha Qiushan and inquired, "Is the chakra consumption of this technique significant? Will it adversely affect you?" Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing the elder's question, leapt down and dusted off non-existent dirt from his hands. "The chakra consumption is minimal. Given my current chakra reserves, I could construct hundreds of such wooden houses. Moreover, there is an upgraded version of this technique that could allow us to establish a territory for the Uchiha clan overnight." The elder, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, could not help but circle the wooden house, verifying its quality. If that's the case, the relocation of our Uchiha clan can proceed more swiftly. Once we select the clan's new territory and use earth release to level the ground, we can quickly establish our new domain. Uchiha Qiushan felt elated at the elder's words. As this was the first time his wood release had proven useful, he then retrieved a scroll from his ninja pack, grinning as he presented it to the elder. "Elder, take a look at this." The elder, reminiscent of a curious child, accepted the scroll and opened it. Upon glancing at its contents, he quickly shut it with a start, gazing at Uchiha Qiushan in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Uchiha Qiushan would acquire such an important item. Seeing the elder's surprised expression, Uchiha Qiushan chuckled. It was no wonder the elder was taken aback. The scroll contained classified information about Konoha village's secret barrier techniques, extracted from materials provided by the third Hokage. The barrier surrounding Konoha, which protects against external threats, relies on this very technique. With it, the Uchiha clan's territory would be nearly impregnable. Although the barrier may not withstand exceptionally powerful foes, it would alert them to any intruders and indicate their precise locations. The elder examined the scroll multiple times before finally storing it away as if it were a precious treasure. After all, the Uchiha clan was in dire need of such resources. Certainly, Uchiha Qiushan did not expect this realm to deter formidable foes such as Baiju and Nagato. But the number of such adversaries in the entire shinobi world is quite limited. The utility of barrier techniques remains significant. Uchiha Qiushan then accompanied the elder to explore this space before leading him out. Upon their exit, the tea on the table had already cooled. The elder replaced it with a fresh pot and continued their discussion. Uchiha Qiushan took the teapot from the elder's hands and poured tea for both of them, prompting the elder to remark, "With this, the relocation of the Uchiha clan becomes considerably simpler. Qiushan, once they finish leveling the chosen clan land, the responsibility will rest upon you. However, it cannot always depend on you. This time, yes, but in the future, they must contribute as well. Otherwise, they may develop a habit of laziness." Uchiha Qiushan nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. He was not a caretaker. He could assist once, but it was unreasonable for him to do so repeatedly. Such a burden would not only weigh on him, but also adversely affect the ethos within the Uchiha clan, fostering a reliance on others. Now was the time for the Uchiha clan to unite and exert collective effort. If they cultivated such a mindset, it would be detrimental to the clan's growth. After discussing the recent matters concerning the Uchiha clan, the elder cheerfully stated, "Now that we have concluded official business, it's time to address personal matters." Uchiha Qiushan rolled his eyes internally at the elder's words, knowing full well that the old man's early visit was for something else, as he had suspected. Noticing Uchiha Qiushan's silence, the elder, unfazed, inquired with a smile, "I heard you brought a young lady home last night, and she stayed over?" Uchiha Qiushan, unembarrassed, replied, "Yes. I met a girl in the Umbu whom I quite like, and she has feelings for me as well." The elder absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, carefully organizing his thoughts. "Well, you are of an age to seek a girlfriend. In fact, I had been scouting a few suitable candidates within the clan for you, intending to introduce you, but it seems you've already found someone." After a pause, observing no signs of disapproval on Uchiha Qiushan's face, he continued, "I am not against you finding a partner outside the clan, but you must understand that as the foremost expert of our Uchiha clan, you serve as a role model for your kin. If all clan members sought partners externally, while it might not fracture the clan, it would certainly diminish our cohesion. The elder scrutinized Uchiha Qiushan's expression, aware that, at his age, he viewed love as more precious than life itself. Moreover, given Uchiha Qiushan's remarkable achievements at such a young age, it was natural for him to harbor a sense of pride, and proud individuals often resent unsolicited advice. Thus, the elder approached this delicate topic with caution. Noticing that Uchiha Qiushan displayed no signs of impatience, the elder continued, "These matters are trivial and should not threaten the foundation of our Uchiha clan. Moreover, soon we shall all relocate to the Isle of Whirlpools, making it challenging to connect with those outside the clan." Uchiha Ling, the elder, gazed intently into Uchiha Qiushan's eyes. Adopting a serious demeanor, "The matter I wish to discuss with you should be apparent to your astute mind. You are the foremost prodigy of our generation, your talent surpassing even that of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Unlike other Uchiha, you have always understood the value of humility and restraint. Had any other clan member achieved half of your accomplishments, they would have stirred chaos within the Uchiha clan and Konoha, yet you remain unassuming, which is why I hold such high regard for you. Your ability to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, coupled with the extraordinary strength of your ocular techniques, indicates the purity of your Uchiha bloodline, potentially surpassing even that of Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, I urge you to seek a girl from our Uchiha clan to continue your lineage. If you choose a woman from outside the clan, it may dilute your Uchiha bloodline, and your descendants might struggle to awaken the Sharingan." Uchiha Qiushan opened his mouth to respond, but the elder raised a hand to halt him. "I do not concern myself with how many women you may have outside the clan, nor will I impede your pursuits. I merely hope you will also seek one or more women within the clan to preserve the Uchiha bloodline. After all, as the elder, I bear some responsibility if such a pure bloodline is not continued. If you have someone in mind, do let me know, and I will assist with persuasion. Of course, matters of the heart are best resolved by the young themselves. Given your status, strength, and appearance, I doubt any girl within the clan would refuse you." Uchiha Qiushan opened his mouth, but said nothing. What could he possibly say? He could hardly admit that he had already found an Uchiha woman, who was also pregnant with his child and the wife of Fugaku. If the elder were to discover this, it would certainly lead to significant complications. Frustrated, Uchiha Qiushan ran his fingers through his hair. He had kept his distance from the young women in the clan over the years, fearing he might be unable to escape during the night of annihilation. Unexpectedly, with that night now behind them, the elder was urging him to find a bride within the Uchiha clan. Finding a spouse was not a simple endeavor. It required a foundation of mutual feelings. How vexing. After conveying his intentions, the elder dismissed Uchiha Qiushan. Standing on the street, he felt somewhat bewildered. He had initially thought the elder summoned him to oppose his relationship with Yuzuki Yugao, yet instead, he was being urged to find a wife within the clan to continue the bloodline, aligning with the current clan policy of encouraging larger families. Poor Uchiha Qiushan, having aided Fugaku in fulfilling his task, now found himself with a similar responsibility. Gathering his thoughts, he headed home, deciding to deal with future matters in due time. As he was in no rush, by the time Uchiha Qiushan returned home, it was already noon. Yuzuki Yugao had long awakened and was busy tidying up. After all, Uchiha Qiushan had not resided there for an extended period. Although the overall condition was acceptable, there was a layer of dust in the corners. The clan had also considered assigning a maid to Uchiha Qiushan to handle cleaning, cooking, and other chores. However, Uchiha Qiushan had secrets he could not reveal. For instance, he often entered a space within his home and had previously summoned Mikoto late at night through spatial markings. Such matters could not be disclosed, leading him to decline the clan's offer for a maid, stating he preferred not to be disturbed. As he was reluctant to clean alone, his home inevitably accumulated dust. However, upon waking, Yuzuki Yugao learned of Uchiha Qiushan's whereabouts through the shadow clone he had left behind and felt reassured. Spotting the dust in his home, she could not contain herself and began a thorough cleaning. When Uchiha Qiushan returned, Yuzuki Yugao was nearing the end of her cleaning. He intended to offer assistance, but was swiftly stopped by her, who gently pushed him out of the way. Uchiha Qiushan waited in the courtyard for a while, until Yuzuki Yugao emerged after finishing her cleaning and taking a bath. Freshly bathed, her face, devoid of any makeup, glistened as droplets of water cascaded down her hair, accentuating her already enchanting beauty. After coming out, Yuzuki Yugao took Uchiha Qiushan by the hand, and they set off together, leaving the Uchiha clan grounds to explore the bustling commercial streets of Konoha. Having just confirmed their relationship, they were still far from the stage of meeting each other's families. Thus, after spending half a day strolling and enjoying a meal together, Uchiha Qiushan walked Yuzuki Yugao back to her doorstep. Gazing at him with eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words, she suddenly leaned in and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him before turning to enter her home. As Uchiha Qiushan watched her retreat into the house, he turned and made his way back home. The elder had already prepared the third team. Awaiting the gathering at the south shrine the following morning, where he would transport them using his ocular techniques. Fortunately, his Sharingan had evolved into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and both his ocular power and chakra were significantly stronger than when he had previously transported the second team. Otherwise, managing such a large group would have undoubtedly strained his eyes. This time, he intended to send his clan members to the land of whirlpools, while also seeking to gather the ocular techniques cultivated by Uchiha Itachi. After all these days, Itachi should have acclimated to his Mangeki Sharingan, and the techniques within it should have matured by now. During his visit to the land of whirlpools, he also aimed to replicate Itachi's ocular abilities. Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan was set to awaken earlier than in the original timeline, and Uchiha Qiushan was curious to see if this would affect his techniques, wondering if they would still include Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Qiushan was eager, aware that regardless of whether they were the original techniques or not, he would not let them slip away. After all, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan required sustenance to evolve into the legendary Rinnegan. Upon returning home, Uchiha Qiushan did not linger but left behind a shadow clone to feign rest, while he himself ventured into the realm of Takamagara. Here, he could finally let his guard down, for in the outside world lurked Uchiha Obito, skilled in space-time ninjutsu, and Kagaya's third son, Kurizetsu, both capable of approaching him undetected. Although Uchiha Qiushan possessed remarkable spiritual awareness, the millennia-old Kurizetsu and Obito, who had inherited the legacy of Uchiha Madara, were formidable adversaries. It was uncertain whether they could evade his senses. Thus, for his safety, he chose to rest in the sanctuary of Takamagara. He recalled that just last night, while accompanying Yuzuki Yugao at home, he had heightened his vigilance and left 2 shadow clones outside. If Uchiha Qiushan could obtain the Uzumaki clan's innate ninjutsu, the Kagura Shinai, he would no longer fear ambushes. This innate skill could be regarded as the pinnacle of sensory ninjutsu, being a passive ability that could remain active with minimal energy expenditure, posing no burden to him. Uchiha Qiushan also coveted the Uzumaki clan's bloodline traits. But to replicate the perfect Uzumaki physique, he needed to first ensure that Uzumaki Kirin was in optimal health. Only then could he derive the superior Uzumaki lineage by duplicating the bloodlines of Kirin and Naruto Uzumaki. However, it was a pity that Kushina Uzumaki had passed away, preventing him from bringing her back. Had she been alive, the resulting Uzumaki bloodline would have been even more flawless. Even if Uchiha Qiushan were to expend great effort to resurrect Kushina, by that time, he would likely have reached the Sage of Six Paths level, at which point the necessity for such bloodlines would diminish, as those who passed them down would hardly exceed that level. Nevertheless, to prepare for any eventuality, Uchiha Qiushan planned to ensure he was ready to resurrect Kushina if the need arose. He insisted that his intentions toward Kushina were purely precautionary, devoid of any ambiguous motives. In truth, if Uchiha Qiushan were to indulge in hedonism or disregard human life, he could easily fill the Takamagara space with dozens or even hundreds of people to serve him. After all, with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, controlling ordinary individuals was well within his capabilities. However, his conscience would not allow him to sacrifice others for his own desires. Upon returning to his villa in Takamagara, Uchiha Qiushan relaxed completely, adopting a languid demeanor. He brewed himself a pot of tea and prepared a platter of fruits and nuts as snacks. Utilizing wood release, he conjured a reclining chair for himself. Placing the chair on the balcony, alongside a table laden with treats, he reclined, sipping tea and nibbling on snacks while perusing the clan history of the Uchiha. The following day, Uchiha Qiushan arrived early at the South Shrine, knowing he had been reprimanded by the elder the previous day. Today's matters concerned the significant relocation of the Uchiha clan, and he could not afford to be complacent, lest he incur the elder's wrath once more. Upon his arrival at the shrine, he found the elder already waiting. However, the members of the third team had yet to assemble, as their numbers were incomparable to those of the second team. The second team consisted of elite Uchiha ninjas tasked with battling and clearing beasts on the land of whirlpools, while the third team, which was significantly larger, had the responsibility of constructing the future clan grounds in designated areas. Thus, many among the third team possessed specialized skills in construction. And the elder did not express anger at their disarray, recognizing that different personnel warranted different expectations. As Uchiha Qiushan entered the South Shrine, the elder spotted him and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement of his early arrival. Uchiha Qiushan did not remain idle within the shrine either. He wandered about, recalling how he had previously uprooted the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths and placed it in his space, leaving a gaping hole that had since been filled. He wondered if the elder had taken care of it, but since the elder had not asked him for the tablet, he feigned ignorance. After finishing his exploration of the South Shrine, Uchiha Qiushan returned to the gathering area, where the members had finally arrived. Upon seeing him, they greeted him courteously. After all, he was the vice leader of the Uchiha clan and its foremost expert, having recently vanquished a group that had long been hostile toward the Uchiha, which earned him their respect, due to the prior instructions given by the elder. Upon the arrival of the personnel, Uchiha Qiushan wasted no time. He directly activated the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and employed the ocular technique, K10, instantly transporting the neatly arranged team of several hundred individuals into his space. After successfully relocating them to K10, Uchiha Qiushan blinked, feeling no discomfort in his eyes, which brought him a sense of joy. Since the incident where he had incapacitated Kakashi and replicated the space-time technique Kamui, Uchiha Qiushan had not only acquired a realm akin to Kamui's space, but also a spatial attack capability, enabling him to distort and tear apart space, along with its adjacent individuals or objects. Furthermore, his ocular technique, K10, had undergone significant enhancement, allowing him to effortlessly transfer hundreds of people into his domain at once. Perhaps due to the nature of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his Kamui was not as cumbersome as Kakashi's, which required considerable preparation time. Wherever his eternal Mangeki Sharingan gazed, he could tear apart that location in an instant or, by exerting more ocular power, forcibly transport a target into his Kamui space. Chapter 91. Comrade Fugaku gave me a glance. As Uchiha Qiushan assessed his eyes, he contemplated entering the K10 space when he suddenly noticed the elder had approached him. Uchiha Qiushan paused his intention to enter K10 and turned to the elder. The elder stood before Uchiha Qiushan, gesturing to himself, and said, "This time, I shall accompany you to the land of whirlpools. Please include me in your transport." Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan realized that the elder's attire was different from usual. He had donned battle gear, indicating prior preparation. Uchiha Qiushan looked at the elder in confusion, as he had not mentioned his intention to accompany them during their discussion the previous day. Elder Uchiha Rin, noticing Uchiha Qiushan's puzzled expression, remarked with irritation, "Do you think I wish to go? Would it not be better to remain here? I only learned last night that scoundrel, Uchiha Fugaku, left his pregnant wife at home while he rushed to the land of whirlpools to expand our territory. Am I such an inhumane individual? I am going to the land of whirlpools to bring him back so he can spend more time with his wife." Uchiha Qiushan was startled by the elder's words, suspecting that the elder might already know about his relationship with Mei-chan and was subtly alluding to it. However, upon a closer inspection of the elder's expression, he realized it was merely his own overreaction. The elder was speaking plainly without any suspicion. Nonetheless, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of discomfort. He was well aware that Mei-chan's pregnancy had nothing to do with Uchiha Fugaku. However, he could not oppose the elder's actions, as they were justified from any perspective. Yet, the mere thought of Uchiha Fugaku sharing a roof with Mei-chan unsettled him. Nevertheless, Uchiha Qiushan could not bring himself to harm Uchiha Fugaku, as it was his own wrongdoing that had caused the situation, and it would be unreasonable for Uchiha Fugaku to pay the ultimate price because of his mistakes. After some contemplation, Uchiha Qiushan formed a resolution. Without uttering a word, he directly took the elder into the space. Once they entered the K10 realm, Uchiha Qiushan surveyed the surroundings and observed that the newly arrived hundreds of Uchiha clansmen, although engaged in hushed conversations, behaved orderly, without any chaotic movements. Upon the elder's arrival, he glanced around and was taken aback. The environment was entirely different from what he had previously witnessed. It turned out that these hundreds of individuals were within a vast enclosed space, surrounded by thick wooden planks on all sides, with torches on the walls serving as the sole source of light. The elder, glancing around in astonishment, whispered in Uchiha Qiushan's ear, What on earth have you created? Where's this place? Uchiha Qiushan chuckled at the elder's surprise and explained, Elder, do not fret. We are still on the original island. This is a closed wooden house I constructed using wood release last night, specifically designed for transporting large numbers of clansmen. As you know, this island is my safeguard. And the less I expose, the better. This way, the clansmen will merely perceive it as a transit point for space-time ninjutsu, without suspecting it is an entirely different realm. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's explanation, the elder nodded in approval. You have done well. It is indeed commendable to devise such a plan. In the ninja world, one must retain some trump cards. Otherwise, when the enemy has fully discerned your strategies, death will be imminent. Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of pride at the elder's approval, validating his sleepless efforts from the previous night in creating this space. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan led the elder to the land of whirlpools. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku and others had already gathered at the land of whirlpools, having received prior notice. However, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback to see the elder accompanying them. He hurried over, asking, Elder, what brings you here? Given that the elder had always remained in the Uchiha compound in Konoha, his sudden appearance without any prior notice led Uchiha Fugaku to suspect something was amiss. At that moment, the elder pulled Uchiha Fugaku aside for a private admonishment. Mindful of Fugaku's position as clan leader, especially considering his wife's pregnancy. Although the elder found Fugaku's actions in leaving his wife to lead the clan into expansion questionable, he acknowledged the commendable spirit behind them. Unbeknownst to the elder, Uchiha Fugaku was compelled into this situation, having not been intimate with his wife for many years and unaware of her pregnancy. As Uchiha Fugaku was being addressed by the elder, Uchiha Qiushan, feeling guilty, glanced over at them before greeting Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who were waiting nearby. He then stepped aside to an open area and began to transfer the clansmen from the K-10 space. After successfully relocating them, Uchiha Qiushan caught another glance at the elder and Uchiha Fugaku, locking eyes with the expressionless Uchiha Fugaku. Feeling somewhat awkward, he smiled sheepishly and quickly engaged in conversation with Uchiha Shisui nearby. The clansmen, upon being transferred, were awestruck by their new surroundings and the distant ocean before them. After all, these individuals had rarely ventured far from home, let alone witnessed the vastness of the sea, leaving them awestruck by its boundless expanse. They had merely received word to gather at the South Shrine to commence the establishment of a new tribal land, never imagining that in the blink of an eye, they would be transported to this island and encounter the legendary ocean. Chapter 92. The rewritten Itachi Uchiha Qiushan approached Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, a radiant smile gracing his face. Before uttering a word, he opened his arms wide and embraced Uchiha Shisui fervently, followed by two hearty pats on his back, as if such gestures were necessary to convey his emotions. Uchiha Shisui, feeling Qiushan's warmth, allowed a genuine smile to break through his previously tranquil demeanor. Indeed, geniuses often tread a solitary path. Uchiha Shisui was no exception. His circle of friends was limited, with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Qiushan being among the few he recognized. Moreover, Qiushan had not betrayed the trust placed in him, having rescued Shisui and the Uchiha clan from the precipice of death and extinction. It is worth noting that Uchiha Shisui valued his kin above his own life, and Qiushan's actions alone warranted his unwavering loyalty. Thus, while Shisui remained silent, his heart swelled with joy at Qiushan's arrival. Standing quietly to the side, Uchiha Itachi observed them, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he witnessed their embrace. In recent days, while executing missions alongside Shisui and exploring the entirety of the Whirlpool Island, Itachi had been informed of Qiushan's remarkable deeds, which deeply moved him. He had not anticipated that, aside from his esteemed brother Shisui, another individual was silently striving to save their clan and successfully alleviating the tensions between them and the village. Upon learning from Shisui about the tragic fate that awaited him and the Uchiha clan, Itachi had momentarily questioned whether Qiushan had deceived Shisui and the others. However, the absence of any signs of a revealed Manjiki Sharingan from Shisui, alongside Itachi's own awakening of the Manjiki through Shisui's demise, along with the Uchiha clan's attitude towards Konoha, all pointed to Qiushan possessing an extraordinary ability to glimpse the future. As for Itachi's own fate, although Qiushan had never spoken of it, as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader and a prodigy in his own right, He was undeniably the rightful heir to the clan. With the Uchiha clan facing annihilation, Konoha would certainly not spare him. Thus, his destiny lay between death or becoming a rogue ninja, fleeing from the village. Consequently, Itachi wholeheartedly welcomed the Uchiha clan's relocation from Konoha to Whirlpool Island. In such a scenario, Shisui would remain alive, the Uchiha clan would not face extinction. His parents would be safe, and his beloved younger brother Sasuke would grow up healthy. He would no longer be caught in the crossfire between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, preventing the inevitable betrayal of one of the two factions he cherished. Furthermore, the mysterious figure lurking in the shadows, who had been observing the Uchiha clan, would likely find themselves at a disadvantage due to this unexpected move. Itachi pondered this, maintaining a heightened vigilance towards the enigmatic individual he had discovered near their new territory, who may have been deliberately revealed to him. It would not be an easy task for the Uchiha clan, having arrived at Whirlpool Island through space-time ninjutsu, to remain undetected once more. Thus, Itachi held a friendly disposition towards Kaizen, for he had saved his clan, his parents, Shisui, and Sasuke, altering their fates. In Itachi's eyes, Kaizen was a figure upon whom he could place his trust and hopes. Moreover, Kaizen's role as Sasuke's mentor strengthened the bond between them. After reminiscing with Shisui, Kaizen turned his attention to Uchiha Itachi. Bathed in the morning sunlight, both Shisui and Itachi appeared worn from their recent endeavors. Having spent over a week on the island, they had endured numerous trials without a proper opportunity to rest. Despite their evident fatigue, their spirits soared. Having resolved the lingering discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, Itachi's previously gloomy demeanor had been replaced by a refreshing warmth. Additionally, sharing meals and living alongside his clan members had fostered a sense of belonging within Itachi, gradually erasing the barriers that once separated them, much to his delight. Kaizen regarded the youthful figure before him and nodded approvingly. He held high hopes for Itachi, recognizing his exceptional talent and combat intelligence, which ranked among the elite in the ninja world. Yet, the burden he carried was immense, and Itachi had begun to exhibit a tendency towards nihilism, which ultimately led to his premature demise. Had it not been for this, reaching the pinnacle of the Hokage level would have been effortlessly within his grasp. Kaizen decided to engage Itachi in conversation before broaching the subject of replicating his ocular jutsu. After all, the Mangekyou Sharingan's techniques were a reflection of one's innermost desires, and asking Kaizen to replicate them would entail a level of vulnerability that most would shy away from. Unbeknownst to Kaizen, Itachi currently held him in high esteem. He would not only be willing to replicate his techniques, but would even consider parting with his Mangekyou Sharingan if given a reasonable justification. With a smile, Kaizen addressed Itachi. "What do you think of this island I've chosen? It is not only expansive enough for our Uchiha clan to thrive, but it also boasts abundant resources. Even if we were to remain isolated from the outside world, we could sustain ourselves through hunting, gathering, and agriculture. Furthermore, you may not be aware that the island is surrounded by whirlpools and undercurrents, making it nearly inaccessible to ordinary individuals. This geographical advantage greatly benefits the secrecy and development of our Uchiha clan." Having spent considerable time on the island, Itachi was well aware of its resources and layout, and he felt greatly satisfied with Kaizen's selection. Chapter 93. A preliminary encounter with the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing Kaizen's question, Itachi paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before respectfully responding. "In answer to Lord Kaizen, I hold sincere admiration for your choice of location. This island, with its exceptional secrecy and resources, is more than sufficient for the growth of our Uchiha clan. It is indeed an ideal place for seclusion and self-development." In response to Itachi's words, Kaizen smiled and patted his shoulder. "There is no need for such formality. Let us speak freely from now on. Feel free to address me as big brother as you do Shisui." Uchiha Itachi is, in truth, a person who adheres to rules. Although Uchiha Kaizen is merely a few years his senior, his position as the vice-clan leader and his role as Uchiha Sasuke's mentor place him in a higher generational standing than Itachi. Presently, Itachi holds a deep sense of admiration and respect for Kaizen, which is why he addresses him as Lord Kaizen. However, Itachi is not one to be obstinate. Upon hearing Kaizen's request, he hesitated briefly before acquiescing and replied, "Very well, Brother Kaizen." Seeing Itachi's change in address brought joy to Kaizen, as it signified Itachi's recognition of him. This not only amplified the chances of replicating Itachi's ocular techniques, but also proved advantageous for Kaizan's future plans. At that moment, Kaizan opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent, instead surveying the surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi, "Do not resist. I shall take you to a secluded place where we can converse more freely." With that, Kaizan raised his arm and placed his hand on the shoulders of Qiushan and Itachi. Noticing their lack of resistance, he activated his ocular technique, utilizing the spatial mark he had left on the Isle of Whirlpool to transport them to a cliff on the island's far side. Upon releasing them, Kaizan took a few steps to the edge of the cliff and gazed out at the vast ocean, feeling an expansion of his own heart and mind. In this open expanse, they were free from the fear of eavesdropping. Turning to Qiushan and Itachi, Kaizan declared, "Now, our clan's plan to relocate from Konohagakure has been successfully executed. If all goes as expected, it will not be long before our entire Uchiha clan settles on this island." After a brief pause, he continued, "Thus, both of you, as members of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, have reached a level of strength equivalent to that of a Kage, and among that echelon, you are truly exceptional. Remaining on the Isle of Whirlpool to attend to trivial matters will not only hinder your growth, but also impede your future development." Qiushan and Itachi nodded in silent agreement, for they had already neutralized the threats posed by the Isle of Whirlpool. Remaining there would indeed be a waste of their talents. As ninjas, they were acutely aware of their own positioning and value. Observing their concurrence, Kaizan pressed on, "Therefore, in my capacity as the vice-clan leader of the Uchiha, I hereby assign you a mission, which I hope you will accept and execute with excellence." Pausing again, he noted the seriousness that had settled upon Qiushan and Itachi's faces. Then continued, "Uchiha Qiushan, Uchiha Itachi, I have received intelligence through discreet channels that the leader of the former Rain country's Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander, has been slain. And the perpetrator is Pain, the leader of an organization known as Akatsuki. This organization is formidable, with intentions that may include collecting tailed beasts to dominate the entire shinobi world. Furthermore, the leader possesses strength that likely exceeds that of a Kage, and the other members are notorious rogue ninjas within the shinobi realm. Thus, I entrust you with the task of investigating this organization and gathering intelligence about them. However, prioritize your safety above all. Do not take unnecessary risks." He added, "Some members of this organization are not only fixated on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure, but have also set their sights on our Uchiha clan." At this juncture, Kaizan turned to Itachi and inquired, "Itachi, did you not once encounter an intruder within our Uchiha territory?" Upon hearing this, Itachi's mind immediately recalled the mysterious shadow, and he nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I did encounter such an individual. They were enigmatic and possessed great strength." Kaizan nodded thoughtfully. "That individual is a member of Akatsuki, and they have indeed targeted our Uchiha clan. Although we have relocated to the Isle of Whirlpool and will not be easily discovered, there is no such thing as an impenetrable barrier. If we remain cooped up on this island indefinitely, they will inevitably find us. Therefore, for the safety of both Konohagakure and our Uchiha clan, we must uncover the details of this organization. This will enable us to seize the initiative." With that, Kaizan gazed into the eyes of Qiushan and Itachi and asked, "What say you? This mission is fraught with danger. Do you possess the confidence to complete it?" Qiushan and Itachi exchanged glances and nodded resolutely. "No problem. For the sake of our Uchiha clan, we shall see this mission through." In truth, their willingness to accept this mission also stemmed from their connection to Konohagakure, where they had grown up and been imbued with the will of fire. Although the Uchiha clan had distanced itself from the village, their concern for it was entirely natural. Kaizan understood this sentiment well. Yet as the de facto ruler of Konohagakure, he did not perceive their allegiance to the village as a betrayal. Moreover, the information regarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was deliberately included by him to enhance their motivation and emphasize the importance of the task. Seeing their unwavering acceptance of the mission, Kaizan's previously serious demeanor softened into a slight smile, and he cautioned, "The leader of this Akatsuki organization, Pain, possesses formidable strength, and most of the other members also boast abilities on par with the Kage, with skills that are both peculiar and powerful. Therefore, as you enter Amigakure to gather intelligence, be vigilant about your safety. Do not act recklessly or allow yourselves to be detected." Qiushan and Itachi, recognizing Kaizan's grave concern regarding this organization, nodded solemnly in agreement, assuring him of their carefulness. After a moment's hesitation, as if having made a firm decision, Kaizen concluded, "Allow me to provide you with an additional safeguard. This way, you will be ensured a safe return, regardless of circumstances." Chapter 94. Bestowing spatial marks. Kaizen seemed to have reached a momentous decision. For if he were to take such measures for Shursui and Itachi, while it would protect them, it might also foster a sense of dependency that could hinder their future development. He held great hope for their potential, believing that their growth would bode well for the future of the Uchiha clan. However, he also realized that survival was paramount. After all, even one of the legendary three, Jiraiya, had not returned alive after entering Amigakure. Though both Shursui and Itachi had awakened their Manjiki Sharingan and attained Kage-level strength, they still lacked the experience of someone like Jiraiya. Kaizen had faith that both Shursui and Itachi would overcome any sense of dependency and truly mature in their abilities. Once he finished speaking, he offered no further explanation. Instead, he activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan and, amidst the puzzled expressions of Shursui and Itachi, extended his hand before them. With a gentle wave, he erased the simplified spatial mark he had previously left on their foreheads. Then, extending his index finger, he lightly touched their foreheads, leaving behind a cerulean mark, an intricate version of the spatial mark. This mark flickered softly before gradually fading away. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi gently touched their foreheads, sensing a peculiar difference in the new spatial mark compared to the previous one. They turned their gazes towards Uchiha Kaizen, awaiting his elucidation. The spatial marks given by Uchiha Kaizen to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were akin to the one he bestowed upon Uchiha Mikoto, enabling them to access his space. However, he had altered the coordinates within their spatial marks to align with his newly acquired Kamui space. He was not foolish enough to provide them with the spatial mark of his own Takamagara, which he regarded as his private sanctuary, reserved solely for those he utterly trusted, individuals who were not under the control of the other gods. Subsequently, Uchiha Kaizen succinctly explained the capabilities of the spatial mark, such as the ability to transmit simple information through a systematic chakra stimulus, akin to Morse code, and, in instances where their lives were endangered, to directly enter his Kamui space. However, once they entered Kamui, they could not exit on their own and would have to await Uchiha Kaizen's return to retrieve them. Alternatively, he could utilize his ocular technique to release them forcefully. Additionally, in emergencies, he could summon them back regardless of their activities, though this feature was seldom employed, as even Uchiha Kaizen would find it cumbersome to confront formidable adversaries, making their summoning less advantageous. Upon realizing why the spatial mark felt distinct, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi understood that it connected them to Uchiha Kaizen's space, providing an escape route in the face of insurmountable danger. After they had examined the spatial marks, Uchiha Kaizen solemnly instructed, "The spatial mark I have inscribed upon you should only be utilized as a last resort. Do not grow dependent upon it. True strength lies in self-reliance. A reliance mentality will not only sever your path to becoming true warriors, but will also alter your mindset during missions, leading to complacency and affording your enemies a fatal opportunity." In light of this, he established a rule. Anyone who returned via the spatial mark during a mission would automatically be deemed as having failed the task, facing 3 days of confinement in the isolation chamber, followed by further penalties based on the circumstances. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi stood tall and resolute, their expressions grave as they acknowledged the seriousness of the matter. Having set this regulation, Uchiha Kaizen felt a sense of relief. After all, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were rare prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Without external assistance, even Uchiha Kaizen would find himself daunted in their presence. Ideally, with such remarkable talents, this generation of the Uchiha clan should herald a period of prosperity. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, only a handful remained, and ultimately, Uchiha Sasuke would stand as the last of his lineage. Moreover, Uchiha Kaizen struggled to comprehend Uchiha Sasuke's motivations. Having aspired to revitalize the Uchiha clan since childhood, why would he stray during a period of tranquility in the ninja world? Shouldn't he be focusing on procreation to bolster the clan's numbers? Merely having one daughter would not suffice. Did he intend for her to bear the burden of reviving the Uchiha legacy? Would the clan's name fade into obscurity upon her marriage? Shaking his head, Uchiha Kaizen dismissed thoughts of Uchiha Sasuke for the time being. He was still young and could be educated gradually, instilling in him the virtues of progeny and the responsibility of nurturing the Uchiha clan's legacy. Once all matters were addressed, Uchiha Qiushan turned to Uchiha Shisui and inquired, "Shisui, have you disclosed the abilities of my Mangeki Sharingan to Itachi?" Understanding his intent, Uchiha Shisui shook his head, stating, "Without your permission, I would never divulge your secrets to anyone, including Itachi." Uchiha Itachi, hearing their exchange, looked at them with confusion. After all, he possessed his own Mangeki Sharingan techniques, and while he perceived them as potent, he wondered why they warranted such secrecy. Observing Itachi's expression, Uchiha Shisui remained silent and glanced at Uchiha Qiushan, hinting at whether he should elucidate the matter to Itachi, particularly since Uchiha Qiushan would soon be replicating Itachi's techniques. Uchiha Qiushan, sensing Shisui's unspoken message, nodded in agreement, encouraging Shisui to explain the functions of his ocular techniques to Itachi. With Uchiha Qiushan's consent, Uchiha Shisui turned to Itachi and described the abilities of Uchiha Qiushan's two techniques, space-time gap, fake, and eye of rewriting. Upon hearing Shisui's explanation, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, astonished that Uchiha Qiushan's techniques were so formidable. He realized that his own techniques paled in comparison, and it became clear to him where Uchiha Qiushan's predictive abilities stemmed from. Previously, he had only known from Shisui that Qiushan possessed foresight, but had not grasped that he could glimpse fragments of the future. Then, Uchiha Itachi, in a moment of realization, asked, "So, was the Akatsuki organization something that Qiushan-san learned about through his ocular techniques?" Uchiha Shisui, seeing Itachi's dawning comprehension, merely smiled, as he had already surmised this when Uchiha Qiushan had assigned them their mission. Uchiha Qiushan nodded in response to Itachi's inquiry, emphasizing, "Everything I previously mentioned is indeed true, not mere fabrications. Therefore, you and Shisui must exercise utmost caution during your mission." Uchiha Itachi nodded, activating his Mangeki Sharingan to introduce his own techniques to Uchiha Qiushan. "Qiushan-san, my Mangeki Sharingan has also birthed two techniques. The left eye technique is called Tsukuyomi. When activated, it draws the enemy's spiritual essence into my illusionary realm, where I control all factors, time, space, and mass. The immense suffering they endure within my illusion is reflected upon them, delivering a devastating blow to their psyche. The technique of my right eye is named Amaterasu. Upon activation, it unleashes powerful black flames through focused sight, which cannot be extinguished until the target is completely incinerated. However, this technique places significant strain on my eyes, necessitating careful usage to avoid irreversible visual degradation." Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's introduction of his techniques, Uchiha Qiushan felt a wave of relief. It seemed that although he had facilitated Uchiha Itachi's earlier awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan, it had not altered his techniques, which was reassuring. He feared that his involvement might lead to an awakening of inferior techniques, thereby dimming Uchiha Itachi's future prospects. After introducing his ocular technique, Uchiha Itachi gazed intently into Uchiha Qiushan's eyes and earnestly stated, "Brother Qiushan has saved both the Uchiha clan and the life of Brother Shisui. Although he has not revealed the fate that awaits Sasuke and me, considering that my parents have been slain, it is likely that our destinies will not be favorable either. In that sense, Brother Qiushan has indeed altered the fates of both Sasuke and myself. Therefore, I place my trust in him. Despite our limited interactions, I am willing to entrust my life to him, just as Shisui has done." Uchiha Itachi paused before continuing, "Now that I am aware of Brother Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan techniques, I am also willing to share my ocular abilities with him, so they may serve a purpose in his capable hands." Uchiha Qiushan, observing Itachi's sincere expression, replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust in my ocular techniques." Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan and successfully replicated Itachi's abilities. At the moment he completed the replication, a voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully copying the ocular technique Tsukuyomi. System learning in progress. Expected to be usable in 3 hours. Congratulations, host, for successfully copying the ocular technique Amaterasu. System learning in progress. Expected to be usable in 5 hours." Uchiha Qiushan, puzzled by the system notifications, wondered why the learning time for Amaterasu was longer than that of Tsukuyomi, considering both are highly practical techniques of similar value. He then deduced that Tsukuyomi shares some overlapping functionality with Uchiha Fugaka's Genjutsu, while Amaterasu is an entirely novel technique, thereby necessitating a longer learning duration. Having completed the replication of Itachi's techniques, Uchiha Qiushan achieved his objective. He then conversed with Shursui and Itachi for a while, advising Itachi to take care of his health and refrain from overexerting his Mangeki Sharingan to avoid exhausting his body and triggering the hereditary disease within. Observing Qiushan's repeated admonitions, both Itachi and Shursui sensed an underlying tension, as Qiushan's ocular technique includes foresight. Although he did not explicitly reveal the details, their keen sensitivity alerted them to the impending health issues Itachi might face. Consequently, the mood of both Itachi and Shursui became somber. Seeing the two dejected individuals before him, Uchiha Qiushan placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders, saying, "Do not worry, I have a plan and will find a solution." Itachi and Shursui, not ones to dwell in despair for long, quickly regained their composure, reigniting their fighting spirit under Qiushan's encouragement. After all, the future is not immutable. Even Shursui's demise could potentially be averted, making it plausible to save Itachi's life as well. As Uchiha Qiushan observed the renewed determination in the two, he silently contemplated, "Tsunade, the future fifth Hokage, whether for the sake of my sister Mikoto or my clan, I must bring your journey to a close. Surely, you have had your fill of adventures outside. It is time for you to return and assume the mantle of Hokage. I trust your mentor, Jiraiya, will be more than willing to support this." Qiushan then admired the distant sea, taking in the beauty of the scenery. Once Shursui and Itachi had regained their calm, he led them back to their original location. Upon returning, Uchiha Qiushan found the clan elder, Uchiha Ling, had already conferred with Uchiha Fugaku regarding the matter at hand. They had decided that Fugaku should return first while Ling, as the elder, would temporarily lead the clan in establishing their new territory. After some time, Uchiha Qiushan would escort Fugaku back to fulfill his duties as clan leader. Chapter 96. The resolve of the clan leader Uchiha Qiushan regarded the composed Uchiha Fugaku without uttering a word, merely exchanging a few remarks with the elder. He then placed enough provisions for the clan's sustenance over the next few months in an open area, and, accompanied by Fugaku, Shursui, Itachi, and several clansmen wishing to return for rest, utilized the ocular technique Tenkai to transport them back to the Uchiha clan's southern shrine. However, as the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku did not immediately disband the clan members. Instead, he gathered them together to impart some important words. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku often wore a stern expression, instilling fear even among the clan's elite members. When he summoned the clan, everyone complied without a hint of dissent. Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances before joining the others to approach Fugaku. Standing in the main hall of the southern shrine, with the revered deity statue looming behind him, Fugaku appeared even more imposing. Uchiha Qiushan felt a twinge of unease. Had he not known that Fugaku had fallen victim to his Kotoamatsukami, he might have been inclined to flee at any moment. With a serious demeanor, Fugaku addressed the gathered clan members, his tone commanding, "Esteemed clan members, you are the elite of the Uchiha clan, our future. After our exploration and cleansing mission at the Isle of Whirlpools, you are undoubtedly aware that this is to be our clan's future territory. Therefore, upon returning to rest, I implore you, in the name of the clan leader, to never disclose the new location of our clan. This is vital for our safety. From now on, keep this matter sealed within your hearts. Do not think or speak of it, nor leave any traces. Remain at home as much as possible. If you must go out, do so only minimally. Should you need something, rely on family or comrades, and trust that I will handle your affairs diligently." Having discussed future fragments with Fugaku, Uchiha Qiushan was aware of the impending risks facing Konoha, and thus Fugaku was determined to keep the Uchiha clan insulated from these threats. He understood that the confidentiality of their new territory was paramount. As long as one could not locate him, attempts to target him would be futile. Suddenly, Fugaku cast a glance at Uchiha Qiushan standing beside him, stating, "Additionally, regarding the space-time ninjutsu of our vice-clan leader, Uchiha Qiushan, the confidentiality measures for this matter are of equal importance to those regarding our new territory. Even at home, do not speak of it. For not only could walls have ears, but similar secret arts from other clans may also reveal our secrets. Therefore, for the safety of your families and the future of our Uchiha clan, it is imperative to maintain strict confidentiality. I beseech you." As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, unexpectedly bowed before the gathered clan members. Witnessing their leader bowing, the clan members were taken aback. After all, Fugaku usually bore a fierce countenance. And this sudden display of humility left them profoundly shocked. They immediately understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly returned the gesture, responding in unison. For the glory of the Uchiha, rest assured, clan leader. Meanwhile, those clansmen who harbored some discontent after enduring hardships outside for many days were finally home to rest. Yet they still demanded this and that. However, under the bow of Uchiha Fugaku, their grievances dissipated like smoke. Uchiha Fugaku raised his head, observing the excited faces of his clansmen, offering them words of encouragement before gesturing grandly to dismiss them. Uchiha Qiushan, watching the entire process, was thoroughly impressed by Uchiha Fugaku's prowess. He had not anticipated that this strong-featured man possessed such skill. Among those present, only Uchiha Shursui, Itachi, and he remained unaffected by Uchiha Fugaku's emotional sway. This was not due to their steadfastness, but rather their status. Both Uchiha Itachi, the son of the clan leader, and Uchiha Qiushan, the deputy clan leader, along with the prodigious Uchiha Shursui, shared a closer standing to Uchiha Fugaku. Thus their reactions to his humble demeanor were muted, while the ordinary clansmen were already moved by their leader's charisma. Once these clansmen had departed in small groups from the South Shrine, only the four of them remained. Uchiha Fugaku turned to Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, saying, "Itachi, you and Shursui should head back first so your mother does not worry. I have some matters to discuss with Qiushan. Tell your mother to prepare extra meals. I will return with Qiushan shortly. Shursui, you should finish your meal before heading back as well." Uchiha Itachi glanced at his father and then at Uchiha Qiushan, remaining silent but nodding before leaving with Uchiha Shursui. Once the two had walked away, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Uchiha Qiushan and voiced his complaint. "Qiushan, you have been rather careless. How could you let Mikoto become pregnant? Thankfully, I have not disclosed my injuries. Only Mikoto knows. If Itachi were to learn of my condition, he would become suspicious, which could harm not only him, but also affect the bond between mother and child. That would deeply sadden Mikoto. Should the clan discover that the child is not mine, it would severely undermine my authority as clan leader, leading to discord within the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Qiushan felt a bit awkward upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's grievances, scratching his nose. He found himself unable to respond to these issues. After all, Mikoto was Uchiha Fugaku's wife. Although he held affections for her, and she reciprocated, albeit influenced by Kotoamatsukami, facing the rightful party left Uchiha Qiushan feeling quite uncomfortable. Thus, he could only attempt to placate Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Qiushan looked at Uchiha Fugaku and suddenly activated his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, gazing directly into Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, and said, "Clan leader, do you notice anything different about my eyes?" Chapter 97. A brief discussion on the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku remained unfazed upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan activate his Meijiki Sharingan. After all, if Uchiha Qiushan wished, he could easily sacrifice his life for him, so he held no fears regarding any malice from Uchiha Qiushan. At that moment, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Uchiha Fugaku finally focused on the fact that Uchiha Qiushan's Meijiki Sharingan was unlike any he had seen before. Not only was the pattern more intricate, but it also bore a complexity that, when closely observed, emanated a subtle sense of oppression. As Uchiha Fugaku examined Uchiha Qiushan's eyes, he suddenly recalled something extraordinary. Unable to maintain his composure, his expression morphing into one of astonishment, his pupils seemed to contract sharply as if struck by some revelation. Exclaiming, "Is this the eternal Meijiki Sharingan?" Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback by how quickly Uchiha Fugaku recognized his eyes as the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. However, recalling the stone tablet at the South Shrine and knowing that Uchiha Fugaku possessed a Meijiki Sharingan himself, it was no surprise he understood. Since Uchiha Fugaku had already discerned the nature of his eyes, Uchiha Qiushan felt no need to prolong the suspense, simply nodding in acknowledgement of Uchiha Fugaku's deduction. Despite Uchiha Qiushan's confirmation, Uchiha Fugaku's astonishment did not wane. He believed that the only way to upgrade from the Meijiki Sharingan to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan was through the tragic sacrifice of one's closest kin, resulting in the transference of the Meijiki Sharingan to oneself. Yet, Uchiha Qiushan was an orphan, devoid of siblings or parents, having lost all his closest relations. In such circumstances, he had quietly acquired the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, which left Uchiha Fugaku utterly perplexed. Uchiha Qiushan looked at Uchiha Fugaku and asked, "Have you also seen the stone tablet at the South He Shrine?" Although Uchiha Fugaku was unsure why Uchiha Qiushan posed this question, he answered honestly, "Yes, I have seen it." The method of evolving the Meijiki Sharingan was also noted there, but I could not discern the subsequent content, likely requiring a more advanced Meijiki Sharingan. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku cast another glance at Uchiha Qiushan's eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan, well aware of Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts, waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Forget the contents of the tablet. While the information is indeed true, it is misleading and incomplete." Uchiha Fugaku, hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, became even more astonished. This stone tablet is a treasure of our Uchiha clan. Although it is not a powerful weapon, it has been passed down for many years. It is said that since our Uchiha clan emerged in the shinobi world, this tablet has been within our clan. How could the records it holds be erroneous? Uchiha Qiushan, observing the clan leader before him, who was as easily deceived as Uchiha Madara, recognized that without presenting some compelling evidence, he would not be able to persuade him. Thus, he pointed to his own eyes and stated, "I never claimed the information recorded was incorrect. It is simply incomplete, and the method for evolving the Meijiki Sharingan is misguided. My eternal Meijiki Sharingan stands as proof. I possess no close relatives to provide me with a Meijiki Sharingan. This is all my own research." As Uchiha Qiushan spoke, he seemed to recall something. Tapping his head before retrieving a scroll from his space and tossing it to Uchiha Fugaku. "This scroll has been passed down in our Uchiha clan since ancient times. It was within this that I found inspiration to discover the method of evolving the Meijiki Sharingan into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan." Uchiha Fugaku accepted the scroll and quickly opened it, for the side effects of the Meijiki Sharingan and the method for its evolution into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan had tormented him for years. Particularly after learning that Uchiha Itachi had awakened his own Meijiki Sharingan in recent days, he felt immense joy for his son's talent. Yet discovering another method for the evolution of the Meijiki Sharingan had become imperative. After all, he had two sons, yet he possessed only one pair of Meijiki Sharingan. If Uchiha Sasuke were to awaken his own Meijiki Sharingan in the future, would he simply watch one of his sons succumb to blindness? The contents of the scroll were few. Uchiha Fugaku finished reading it in no time. However, upon completion, he found himself lacking inspiration. Raising his head in confusion to look at Uchiha Qiushan. "This records the origins of our Uchiha clan, the life of our ancestor Indra? I learned much of this during my childhood. It does not mention the method for evolving the Meijiki Sharingan." Uchiha Qiushan, with a hint of irritation, retrieved the scroll from Uchiha Fugaku's hands. "It is precisely because we have known certain truths since childhood that we take them for granted. You have seen, after all, that Indra, our ancestor, had no brothers. He did not acknowledge Ashura as his sibling due to their conflict. Now tell me, what does it imply that Indra remained sighted even in his old age?" Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing Qiushan's inquiry, instinctively replied, "Indra's eyes must certainly be the eternal Meijiki Sharingan." Before he could finish, a thought seemed to dawn on him, and he murmured, "Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, eternal Meijiki Sharingan, no brothers, no brothers." Then, as if awakened from a reverie, Fugaku turned to Qiushan, his gaze fixed intently upon him. His excitement was palpable, even causing his Sharingan to activate involuntarily. Observing Fugaku's realization, Qiushan disregarded the rudeness of his demeanor and continued, "I, too, have drawn inspiration from this record. Although our ancestor Indra was immensely gifted, he had no brothers. How then did he evolve the Meijiki Sharingan into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan? Through extensive experimentation, I finally succeeded in evolving my Meijiki Sharingan into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan." Qiushan glanced at Fugaku, sensing his urgency, and refrained from further teasing. He elaborated, "I have observed and felt that as my Sharingan transitioned from the three Tomo to the Meijiki, not only did my chakra and mental strength multiply, but our inherent In attribute also saw significant enhancement. Moreover, as my mastery of the divine power of Susanoo grew, so too did my In attribute. This led me to a bold hypothesis." Qiushan paused briefly before continuing. "I speculated that as our In attribute and mental strength strengthen, our Meijiki Sharingan will also grow more formidable until it surpasses a certain threshold and evolves into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan." He gestured towards his eyes with a hint of pride, stating, Evidently, my hypothesis was correct. As long as one continuously sharpens their mental fortitude and develops their in attribute, supplemented by a certain degree of physical strength, it is possible to facilitate the evolution of the Mangeki Sharingan into the eternal variant. Furthermore, as one approaches the requisite conditions, there is a subtle awareness of what remains unfulfilled. Thus, unless one's innate talent is genuinely insufficient, there is no need to resort to those bloody and inhumane methods. Having digested Qiushan's words, Fugaku exhaled deeply, as if finally grasping the situation. Henceforth, both Itachi and Sasuke would have an alternative, sparing them from fratricidal conflict. Returning to the original topic, Fugaku inquired, "How did you end up with Mikoto?" "Fortunately, my time on Uchiha Island was not overly lengthy. We can say this occurred before my departure." Qiushan, embarrassed by Fugaku's revisit of the past, sheepishly rubbed his nose and explained, "Recently, the clan has advocated for larger families to strengthen the Uchiha clan. Moreover, I was curious, would children born with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan possess exceptional talent?" Thus, inadvertently, realizing that his reasoning was somewhat flimsy, Qiushan chuckled awkwardly. Fugaku, surprised by Qiushan's rationale, cast him a knowing glance before turning to leave, saying, "Mikoto should have prepared the meal by now. You ought not to seek sustenance elsewhere. Come to my home instead. It is fortuitous that Sasuke is about to start school, and you must fulfill your responsibilities as a mentor." Qiushan, acknowledging that he indeed had matters to attend to at Fugaku's residence, sheepishly scratched the back of his head and followed Fugaku, eager to share a meal. Upon arriving at the clan leader's home, they found Mikoto and two maids had already prepared the meal and were awaiting their return. Fugaku took his seat at the head of the table, while Qiushan sat beside him. As there were no outsiders present, Mikoto also joined them at a nearby seat. However, Itachi seemed somewhat restless, exhibiting a demeanor far from his usual composure, frequently glancing at the maid standing beside him, as if he had something to convey but was unable to articulate it. Noticing Itachi's unusual behavior, Fugaku set down his chopsticks and, with a serious expression, admonished, "Itachi, mind your decorum." Itachi, finally realizing his odd conduct, apologized to Fugaku and returned to his usual self. Meanwhile, Qiushan secretly chuckled to himself. As Qiushan savored a piece of fish, his gaze subtly drifted towards the earnest Itachi and the obedient maid, Uchiha Izumi, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His reason for shamelessly joining Fugaku's family for dinner was to witness the interaction between Itachi and his little companion, which he found exceedingly amusing. Thus, he internally laughed at their efforts to feign unfamiliarity with one another. After the meal concluded, Uchiha Shursui did not linger long, as it was not his home, and he felt uncomfortable staying. Shortly thereafter, he bid farewell to Fugaku, who did not insist on detaining him. Understanding that both he and Shursui had just returned from Uchiha Island and must be fatigued, requiring rest. Seeing Shursui depart, Qiushan followed suit. As his primary purpose for visiting had been to witness Itachi's amusing predicament, with that objective fulfilled, he was eager to take his leave. Thus, Qiushan and Shursui exited together. Once outside the clan leader's door, Shursui relaxed considerably, as it had been a while since he and Qiushan had engaged in a meaningful conversation. They strolled homeward while chatting. Shursui's home and Qiushan's were in the same direction, but Shursui's abode was closer to the clan leader's residence. Therefore, they arrived at Shursui's doorstep first. Just as Shursui intended to bid farewell to Qiushan, he was taken aback to find Qiushan had followed him to the door, smiling brightly. Shursui paused momentarily, quickly comprehending the situation. Without uttering a word, he opened the door and ushered Qiushan inside. They did not linger elsewhere, but proceeded directly to the most secluded room in Shursui's home. Once Shursui closed the door behind them, he turned to Qiushan with a serious expression and asked, "Qiushan, what is the matter?" Qiushan maintained a relaxed smile and, observing Shursui's serious demeanor, reassured him, "Shursui, there is no need to be tense. It is merely a trivial matter." He then patted Shursui's shoulder. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Shursui exhaled in relief, saying, "If it is just a small issue, you could have mentioned it earlier. There was no need to follow me home." Qiushan shook his head. "Though it may be a minor issue, if others were to see us, it could lead to unwarranted implications. Thus, it is better to discuss it here." Uchiha Shursui was quite direct. "What is it?" Uchiha Qiushan also wasted no words, promptly activating his Mangeki Sharingan and gazing at Uchiha Shursui. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan underwent a subtle rotation, unleashing a nearly imperceptible ocular technique upon Uchiha Shursui. As Shursui's eyes involuntarily transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. They rotated a few times before gradually closing. During the involuntary opening and closing of his Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui concentrated his energy on the phenomenon, and as the Sharingan shut, he instinctively closed his eyes, keenly attuning to the sensations. After a brief moment, Uchiha Shursui slowly opened his eyes, his expression complex as he regarded Uchiha Qiushan. This time, I sensed it. You have inscribed an Izanagi within my eyes. What are the activation conditions you have set? Chapter 99. Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Keirin. Upon hearing Shursui's words, Uchiha Qiushan chuckled. Haha, you've made progress. This time you can even detect the technique I placed within your eyes. Rest assured, it remains the same as before, a safeguard. The trigger condition is your resurrection 5 seconds after being killed, provided your body is in a healthy state. However, Uchiha Shursui did not share in Qiushan's laughter. His expression remained taut as he fixed his gaze on Qiushan's eyes, inquiring, "What is your cost? What price do you pay?" The reason Izanagi is deemed a forbidden technique within the Uchiha clan is due to its exorbitant cost. Regardless of whether your eyes are three-tomo or manjiki, the use of Izanagi results in permanent blindness of the eye employed. I cannot believe that you utilized this technique without bearing any cost. So Qiushan, tell me the price you pay for using Izanagi. Otherwise, I will forever feel a thorn in my heart. Uchiha Qiushan fell silent upon hearing Shursui's inquiry. In truth, he had realized that each time he employed Izanagi, a portion of his in chakra inevitably diminished. However, due to the system he possessed, this cost was nearly negligible. The minor depletion of in chakra could be replenished with a few days of training, leaving him largely unaffected. Nevertheless, concerning the system, he could not allow Uchiha Shursui to know. In response to Shursui's question, Uchiha Qiushan merely laughed it off, assuring him that it was of little consequence, emphasizing instead that Shursui's safety was what he valued most. After posing his question, Uchiha Shursui continued to scrutinize Qiushan's expression. Upon hearing his response, he fell into a moment of silence before nodding in understanding. Observing that Shursui had ceased his inquiries, Uchiha Qiushan exhaled in relief, and as if recalling something amusing, he activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, eagerly turning to Shursui. Shursui, Shursui, take a look. Can you see how my Manjiki Sharingan differs from before? He resembled a child showcasing a newly acquired toy. What followed was Uchiha Shursui's inevitable astonishment, for although he possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, he had only heard tales of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, never having witnessed it firsthand. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan shared with Shursui some newly discovered knowledge regarding the advancement of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. During this exchange, in order to provide Shursui with a clearer understanding, he even led him into a Jinjutsu space to demonstrate the entire process. In conclusion, Uchiha Qiushan patted Uchiha Shursui on the shoulder, saying, "Shursui, I have taken a step ahead of you, so you must strive harder. I believe you will surpass me. After all, your talent is superior to mine." While Uchiha Qiushan offered such encouragement, he was acutely aware that Uchiha Shursui faced significantly more challenges. Qiushan had the advantage of the system, allowing him to replicate ocular techniques and simultaneously assimilate their foundational knowledge. Uchiha Qiushan synthesized a multitude of Manjiki Sharingan techniques and their latent potential, enabling him to evolve his Manjiki Sharingan into the eternal variant in a remarkably short time. In contrast, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi lacked such advantageous conditions and would need to devise alternative methods to achieve similar feats. In truth, Uchiha Qiushan had other means at his disposal. Although he could not assist Shursui and Itachi in upgrading to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he could significantly extend the duration of their Manjiki Sharingan's usage. However, at present, Uchiha Qiushan was not yet capable of this. He would wait until he could do so before informing Shursui and the others. Once Uchiha Qiushan had conveyed all this to Uchiha Shursui, he refrained from further delaying his rest, bidding him farewell and advising him to take care. He informed Shursui that in 3 days, he would arrange for him and Uchiha Itachi to leave the village to gather intelligence in the Rain Village. As Uchiha Qiushan departed from Uchiha Shursui, events influenced by Qiushan's actions were unfolding in a corner of Konoha Village. On this day, Uzumaki Naruto unexpectedly awoke late. The previous night, he had consumed some expired milk, leading to an uncomfortable bout of stomach distress throughout the night. and only as dawn broke did his stomach cease its turmoil, allowing him to drift into a drowsy slumber. Consequently, as he lay in a hazy state, he sensed commotion surrounding his home. Ordinarily, this would be impossible, as he resided on the top floor of the building, and although there were vacant rooms nearby, they remained unoccupied. After all, the common folk of Konoha village despised and feared him, making it unlikely that anyone would choose to reside next to him. Thus, despite the existence of empty rooms on the top floor, no one had lived there since Uzumaki Naruto could remember, resulting in a perpetually quiet atmosphere around his home. Upon hearing the ruckus outside his room, Naruto was jolted awake, holding his breath as he strained to listen. After a prolonged moment, he confirmed that indeed, new tenants had moved in next door. With this realization, his heart raced, and a flush of excitement colored his cheeks. He longed for a neighbor, even if not a direct companion, to alleviate his solitude. In the stillness of the night, the absence of any sound made him feel abandoned by the world, a solitude that was suffocating. After waiting a while to calm his racing heart, Naruto straightened his slightly tattered clothes. He wished to change into something else, but alas, this was the only outfit he had. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his door and peeked outside, casting a glance toward the adjacent doorway. He hoped that his new neighbor would not harbor hostility towards him. His expectations were modest. He simply wished for someone who would regard him with the same kindness as Uncle Irika, without fear or disdain. As Uzumaki Naruto cautiously extended his head, he beheld a gentle and beautiful older sister standing there, expressing her gratitude to the workers assisting her with moving furniture. This older sister had a stunning mane of red hair, radiating warmth and vitality. Just as Naruto was lost in admiration, she seemed to sense his presence. Turning slightly to catch sight of the curious boy peeking out, and offered him a bright, sunny smile filled with kindness.